Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. Woo! We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. Yeah.
Trade deadline's coming up.
Yeah, trade deadline's coming up. Yeah, I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Cole Thompson in with us again today. So looking forward to 4 hours of good chatter with you guys here.
I'm so amped up.
Normally, if this were a weekday, for example, tomorrow, we've got people that have eyes on the Astros game the night before. So when we come in, we normally bump in with Todd Callis's final call of the game the night before. And if we were to do that today, I would imagine it'd be something of like, well, the Astros lose again. They get swept coming out of the break. And Blummer, they've fallen below that plateau they were at 5 games under 500 for a while. 7 games under 500.
These lofty perches. You know what? The altitude was getting to me, Sean. It's nice to be back down below sea level.
It was.
Right down there in Death Valley.
You felt a little fatigued when they were only 3 games under 500.
It's already, it's almost, it's like this whole season has felt like you're at a, where you're like, all right, it's going to suck.
So
but
are we
like,
at intermission at this point?
What's that?
Are we at intermission at this point?
No. Yeah, I guess so. The intermission would be like and you're wondering, I wonder if my kid will know that I don't go back in there.
Or are we at the start of the second act where we heard that first song? It's like, you know what? This ain't worth another.
Yeah, that's what this was. This was the first song this week of the second act.
You're like, I guess they're trying. Some of these kids didn't learn their lines. Yainer Diaz. Yainer would be the kid in the school play that just flat out is botching all the lines and everything. Yep. There's very few guys that lift them up. You know?
Yes,
they're in a Gwyneth Paltrow in the bunch.
They're in a bad way right now, man. And the injuries hit again this weekend with Pena, and not like Christian Walker is any great shakes right now or anything like that, but he's still better than probably whatever you got backing him up.
Yeah,
it's a bad time right now, and so happy Monday, everybody.
But don't worry, it's a 5-game series, right? Is it? We got more of this.
Yeah. Yep. We got the Marlins coming to town tonight.
Okay. Never mind. Go.
Yeah. So I said this. I said this on Saturday after the game. I was at the game on Friday, so that was fun. They were up 2-1 for most of the day, and Peter Lambert had another great game pitching, and then Brian King, who's no longer on the team, came in and did what he's been doing the last 5 or 6 times he's come out there. He spit the bit. And then on Saturday, to me on Saturday, these were plays that probably don't lose the game for them in any way. Like they don't show up on the box score. They're plays that probably wouldn't have been made. I think neither of the things I'm going to bring up are things that decided the game, but they're things where you just watch a team operate and you go, this is a team that feels like the manager does not have the ear or the pulse of his team at all right now.
Yeah.
And it was in the 10th inning in the 10th inning let me back up. It was the 11th inning where the Orioles scored the go-ahead run on the little squibber to second base to Altuve.
Right.
And instead of covering home with the runner, Gunnar Henderson was running on jump, was running from second base. He didn't stop.
Right.
Yainer Diaz starts strolling back to the dugout like it's the end of the inning. And there's nobody covering home. Now, Gunnar Henderson probably scores anyway on that play, but cover home.
It's just a complete lackadaisical sense, like unawareness, lack of urgency, just completely out to lunch on that.
Cover home.
Yeah.
And then this decided nothing with the game, but it's one of those things where it's like this team just is not in sync with their manager or self-awareness or anything.
Yeah, I know where you're going.
Zach DeCenzo striking out to end the game. The ball bounces off the catcher and rolls 10 feet to the side. I'm not saying he would have beat it out to first base, but you're Zach DeCenzo.
He didn't even look.
No, he
the dugout's yelling at him.
He walkered it.
He just, he moped his way towards the dugout as the catcher is scrambling to get the ball. He would have made it difficult.
Yeah.
The catcher would have had to make a decision on where to throw it, whether to hit him, throw the ball, whatever. But it was nowhere in his brain.
You're Zach DeCenzo, man.
You're right. Like, that's a sequence those two plays right there are the ones where he felt like, who the hell are these guys? Who's this team?
Like, who's running this thing?
Think about this, though, for a second. Zach DeCenzo could actually have playing time now because Christian Walker left in the fourth inning with an oblique injury, so he has first base reps. Who wants to see you go out there and just pull a Christian Walker when you're Zach freaking DeCenzo?
Oh, he is. Well, if you're going to be playing first base and you're replacing Christian Walker, you may go full Walker.
I say,
you may as well.
It's honestly, it's like I was thinking about this last night. All of these, like just all the old school complaints and the grudge that you start to feel against a team. I'll throw out all the cliches about this baseball team.
Yes.
They don't want it enough.
Yep.
These guys don't care.
Yep.
I know, it's like, who the hell are these guys?
Right.
When you compare these guys to some of the golden era Astros, you realize that it's over time, year after year. All right, we bring in these guys who are not only disappointments on the baseball field, but also just flat out, they're not cut from the same cloth. Which is odd, because I thought we were getting away from analytics and back to the old blood and guts and everything. These guys, I don't need analytics to tell you that these guys don't have the same sense of urgency.
Dude.
I just play hard. Know what the hell you're doing.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Well, this is how you know a couple of things here. One, after that debacle on Saturday, I tweeted after the debacle, I'm like, we're one more bad loss away from the lead topic being, should Joe Espada be the manager of this team?
Yeah.
Not at the end of the year, like now. Like, should he be the manager of this baseball team? You're running out of ways. If you're Jim Crane, who's going to try the window for as long as he can, you're running out of ways to light a spark under this.
Hey, great! They got a bunch of high draft picks for the first time in forever.
Yeah, and
please don't trade them over.
No, exactly.
Please. Let's recognize for what it is that you're running on fumes here, and there's nothing about this baseball team right now that makes you feel like they've actually got the ability to do anything impressive.
No, and that's and real quick The part two, they've gotten off to bad starts in all three of Joe Espada's seasons here. The difference here is that by the time they're 101 games in, by the time 101 games had rolled around the previous two Joe Espada seasons, they had flipped the script on the season. You know, his first season they got off to a horrible start. They were 12-24. By the time they were 101 games in, right after the All-Star break, they're 52-49. They're above 500. Sure, they're playing good baseball. Last season, they started off 17-18. They were 59-42 by this time last year. They were, I went and did the numbers yesterday. That sweep of the Dodgers last year over 4th of July weekend, they were 20 games above 500 after that sweep. They were 55-35 after that sweep of the Dodgers. They are 79-94 since then, since that sweep of the Dodgers. So my point with all this is the previous two seasons, they've gotten off to bad starts, but they've turned it around by the time they get to that 100-game mark. They're going the wrong way this time.
Yeah.
And they finish. It's not like they finished with 95 wins in either. They had to do that to finish with 88 and 87 wins in those seasons.
Yeah, and everything about the way they've handled it, despite all of the injuries, if you just look at the pitching alone, what do you do if you're Dana Brown and you're talking to Jim Crane about these 6 guys plus Peter Lambert that you added to the roster this year?
Well, thank God he added Peter Lambert at this point.
Which is his least heralded one.
Right.
So remember, Spencer Arrighetti wasn't good enough to make the opening day roster for this baseball team because you had your the Mike Burrows of this world and the Ryan Weisses that you couldn't doubt. There's no place for Spencer Arrighetti on this baseball team.
Well, you DFA'd Peter Lambert, and thankfully he took the assignment, or else he could be pitching elsewhere.
Right.
That's true.
Yeah, that was the one. Exactly, 100%. The guys, he brought in 6. Dan Brown brings in 6 major league pitchers, and they DFA Peter Lambert. Spencer Arrighetti, not good enough to be a part of this rotation at the beginning of the season.
See you later.
What the hell are you guys doing? What are you even doing? You can't even evaluate your own guys.
Yeah, no, you still...
They're gonna at the trade deadline, I swear he's gonna trade away 10 prospects for 3 mediocre pitchers, and they're gonna come in and suck.
And you already have the 30th ranked farm system in baseball.
Right.
Or at best, on most things, I think Baseball America has them the highest. They're 27th.
Yeah.
So you're still a bottom 3 farm system, and you're trading away assets when, let's be real, the window of being the legit contender in the American League is closed.
It feels so much. You know what it feels like this baseball team is right now? It feels like a bunch of like prep school kids because their dad.
Okay, you got me intrigued.
Because
now.
their daddies.
Explain.
Well, because their daddies are rich and they wear this blazer that has an Astros logo on it, and they feel like I'm a Houston Astro. Yeah. We always win baseball games.
So they're walking around in Letterman's.
They're imposters. Yeah, they're like they're all wearing the logo of a bunch of, like, that represents a bunch of guys who did things completely differently, from the front office down to the actual players on the field. And, like, look, Altuve is not the guy who's going to kind of demand that the young guys play up to a certain level. He leads by example and all of that. But the guys who are just gritty, grimy, nasty ball players like George Springer or Alex Bregman, they're gone. They're nowhere to be seen. And when I say they're gone, I don't just mean that, like, embody the spirit of those guys, and the way they play baseball out there is just not nearly the same.
It's a great observation. Seth, when you I had PTSD when you were talking about, what does Dana Brown say when he goes in to sit down with Jim Crane and talk about the 6 pitchers that he picked up?
Yeah.
Because I got back to thinking, I'm like, I remember that feeling when I was running sales for an entire company and my forecast sucked for the month.
Yeah.
And you go into your staff meeting with the CEO, like, so Sean, how the numbers looking for this month? and you know the numbers are bad, and you're just trying to come up with something that makes them feel good.
Got a bunch of great leads.
I don't know. No, the pipeline. Yeah. It's always a pipeline. Now, not as much coming in as we were hoping this month, but the pipeline.
We checked in on these groups. We're good.
Yeah. We've been in touch. We've got a lot of meetings.
Let me show you all the people I've called.
There was mutual interest on both sides.
We got a lot of meetings set up. Because Roddery Munoz, Ryan Weiss, Nate Pearson. In my mind, these guys all represent deals that I lost back in the day. They're not with the team anymore. Mm-hmm. These are the six major league pickups that Dana Brown made. And let me caveat with Dana. I don't think Dana Brown's going to make it out of this. I don't think Dana Brown was playing with I think the deck was stacked against him a little bit in taking this job. Like, he inherited some, Jose Abreu and the Javier contract and some other things. Still, that's no excuse for your 6 pickups, 3 of them being DFA'd by the All-Star break or shortly after in the case of Nate Pearson. And then the other 3, Tatsuya Imai has been, I'll be kind, up and down this year. He's got a 6 ERA. Mike Burrows has been a disaster. And then Kai Wei-Tang was fine as a reliever, but stunk as a starter.
Yeah.
Right. Those are your 6.
Oh, the other one about Yiner yesterday, since we were on Yiner a little bit, was just throwing when Hunter Brown doesn't hold Alonso on. Alonso steals second. There's no chance of making the play. Yiner throws to second, run scores.
Yeah, double steal.
The double steal.
Yeah, the double steal. Yeah. And just like brain dead stuff.
Yes.
And that's where you wonder, okay, exactly what some of that stuff that happens. Like Espada. I don't, you know me, Sean, I don't need managers or coaches to be guys who are big yellers and screamers, because there are plenty of guys who hold people to a really high standard without having to do it that way. Sense that anywhere on the team from anybody. It's ridiculous.
Would this be happening on Dusty Baker's watch?
Right.
And I know the Dusty supporters. I like Dusty.
He was a good manager.
Yeah.
He won the World Series title. You gotta take that.
I'm not here to adjudicate Dusty's tenure. Dusty's a good manager. There's no doubt. I'm sure there's people hearing us say that, going, "Told you, Dusty wasn't as bad as we thought."
Just wait 3 years.
This is the difference, though, too, is that Dusty. Look, obviously Dusty came into a much better situation than Espada and Dana Brown have come into.
Yeah.
But I think that the difference was, though, too, that there was a lot of player leadership. And by leadership, I mean just a certain standard. Remember when A.J. Hinch had to talk to a young Kyle Tucker about having more of a sense of urgency?
Yes.
Because he wasn't the same as those other guys. And that's what you could feel that the entire time Kyle Tucker was here. That's why I wasn't as emotionally upset over him as other guys, because he just wasn't cut from the same cloth. And these guys, it feels like they're trying to get as many guys who are more like in the mold of Kyle Tucker's lackadaisical attitude out there than there are the George Springers of the world.
Would you guys be mad at this comp on the text line? We have Espada reminds me of David Culley, only wants to talk about the positives.
I think there are elements to that comparison,
but not entirely
that fit.
Middle.
Yeah, I don't think David Culley was completely.
David Culley just didn't know.
I
mean, there were certain basic things about even being a coordinator that he didn't understand.
Sure.
Yeah,
and I think Espada, I think there are definite strategic things I disagree with him. I think he's way too old school in some of things that
the small
ball and bunting and got a pinch run for good hitters because this guy's 1 mile an hour, like 2% faster than this guy at the end of games.
Really, the move that ended up probably helping getting him the job was in the playoffs when he pinch hit John Singleton, which honestly wasn't. It's not like we were all sitting there like, oh, thank God Singleton's in now.
Yeah,
and it
save
worked
the
out.
day, Singleton.
Yeah. And it was he's in love with that type of stuff.
Yeah.
The small ball maneuvering at the end of games. Now I always I try to give him a little bit of a break because it's not like he's dealing. There aren't just power hitters who abound on this lineup that you should be banking on. But even when Christian Walker was hitting really well, he was pinch running Christian Walker. Now it makes more sense because Christian Walker can't do anything.
He pinch runs for Yordan Alvarez in close games.
Yeah.
He did that. He was one hitter away from a pinch hitter for Yordan, or a pinch runner for Yordan a couple innings prior in a game earlier this year. One batter away from that spot in the lineup coming up. The Astros lost the game one hitter before that, but so there are a lot of philosophical things with Joe Espada that I disagree with. I don't think he's unfit to be a manager though. Like David Culley was unfit to be a head coach in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like he just didn't understand the nuances of decision-making in games.
My favorite David Culley moment.
He was way more hilarious in press conferences, though.
Well, at the very end of the season when he was on Texans All Access, I remember him, John or Mark had asked a question about, like, hey, what's something you learned this year? And he said it like it was the most novel concept in the world. This is a guy for decades. It's like, sometimes, what I realized is sometimes if you just go up tempo a little bit, it can kind of get the offense going.
Really?
But the way he said it too, it was like he'd never even heard of the concept before. It wasn't because people always have that complaint. Like, why don't you guys go up tempo more? And usually there's reasons why you don't. The reason usually isn't that the coach didn't even think of it.
Right.
Like, oh, I didn't even know that was an option.
I didn't know it was available to me.
Did you hear this new concept? It's called 2-minute drill. Maybe we should try this one.
Yeah, try it. Okay, text message. I knew you guys were going to crash out this morning, and y'all are not disappointing. Christian Walker has totally checked out at the
I'm
plate.
disgusted with myself. I might as well be Yainer Diaz in knowing what the hell's going on with this baseball team. Because on Friday, I'm like, well, I can't remember what I said on Friday. I think
you were happy. You were positive.
I was happy. That's right. I know. I'm so stupid. Because I had a few days off, I was well rested, and I was just like,
That's what I thought they would be.
Yeah.
I'm like, they've had a few days off.
Yeah.
They're well rested.
The only thing productive that came out of the weekend was Hunter Brown almost murdering Alonso.
Alonso did not like
got
that.
internal bleeding right now.
He did not like that.
He seems like a nice enough guy, but it was fun to watch a little bit of
internal bleeding. All right, Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. All right. We've got a countdown going on to training camp, which starts a week from Wednesday. So we started counting down last Thursday. 10 radio days until Texans training camp. We're on day number 8 right now. We counted down last week. If you want to go back and listen to the questions, we're doing a question of the day leading up to training camp. We've been doing it in this segment. Cole, what is our question for today?
Will the new Derek Barnett please stand up?
Oh, good. I know this will be one Seth likes. This has to do with depth at the defensive end position. All right, good. All right, so we'll do that. Coming up next. Stay there.
Payne and Pendergast.
Non-quarterbacks. If you could pick one to take the lead.
Sports Radio. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Hope you had a great weekend. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, Cole Thompson in with us as well. Text page just seems like a spot that doesn't know what he's doing at times. Like Cully, I miss managers like Hinch and Dusty. That'll be the big question if they move on from Joe Espada. Like, how good a job is this? Like, what, you know, is this a manager? Is this a job that a manager that's done some things looks at and said, I can get this thing moving back in the right direction
I think if you,
again?
the pipeline, if the farm system, if you look at the lower levels and the recent draft picks and everything, there's reason to believe that,
There's some good stuff,
there's
sure.
hope for the future. So it's got to be somebody, if you want to get somebody who's a real deal, they got to feel like there's an actual commitment there. And then it comes to, okay, how's he feel about Dana Brown? If Dana Brown's still here.
Yeah.
It's a package deal, I think.
Yeah.
If one's out the door, you're both out the door.
And then the question is, all right, how long do you guys wait to hire a GM? Because the last time it didn't go so hot.
No.
Like it can't be Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell and those guys operating as if everything's just fine.
That was totally unconventional. You let a GM go after they won a World Series.
Right, but they also they made moves in the interim.
Yeah. My point is, I think this is going to be a more conventional. We're firing these two guys and we're hiring. I think this is going to look a little bit more like, I think like the new GM would be in place like by November, December.
Like usual.
That was in like March when Dana got hired.
You know, like in college football, Cole, like it's like when you go to hire a coach, if you fire a coach and you want to hire, like the right way to do it is you've got 10 guys lined up already that you know, so like you've got a plan. So like likewise in that this time it feels like, all right, it's going to be more of a typical scenario where maybe they're making their plans 2 months ahead. And,
that's kind of my point.
Can I spin this to you guys? How enticing is the GM job if you allow Dana to make trades at the deadline? Because if you do have contracts that you have to get signed long term, like Jeremy Pena, Yordan Alvarez, Hunter Brown, but what if one of them gets moved?
Traded. I've already come to grips with the fact that Hunter Brown and Jeremy Pena aren't going to be here long term. That's kind of how I feel about it. So I don't know. Like that doesn't. I still think I would be looking at it the way Seth's talking about, which is what does the lower level, the minor league look like? If you were looking at the Astros job back when Luno got hired, and I know there were no Peñas or Hunter Browns on the roster. They had stripped it totally down at that point. I'm sure Jeff Luhnow was looking at the guys who are already there and the opportunity to pick their own guys for the next couple of years.
That's the thing, though, too, as far as how do people in baseball view the organization compared to back when they were really humming along. When there was that story about how they're going to need to restrict what you can do with the iPads in the dugout last week. And in the story, it said about a third of teams were doing this. And I think we just wondered, in the past, we would have figured, the Astros are definitely doing that.
Absolutely.
They've got some kind of a technological advantage, like totally above board, not illegal. Now I don't know. I don't know what people look at. When it came to young pitchers saying, okay, well, I either want to go to Tampa or I want to go to Houston because I know that they're going to develop me. Yeah. I don't know if they feel that way anymore.
I can't imagine they do.
So likewise for managers who used to look at the Astros as, oh, man, you go in there and you got all these things that are helping you, and not to mention the talent on the field. I don't know if they feel that way anymore.
Yeah. And what type of GM do they hire?
Sure.
Right.
Do they hire someone who subscribes to that, or do they hire a baseball guy?
But let's say that you do want to make some trades and build this thing from the ground up. Actually wave the white flag. Yeah. You have to have pieces that are willing to be able to be traded.
Yeah.
So that's why you want to keep a Hunter Brown or a Jeremy Pena, because if you're the new GM making the call, at least you have a say on what you're getting back in return.
I can flip those guys. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. All right, let's get to this question of the day. We've been doing this 10 days leading up to training camp. This is number 8. So we've been doing it at this time each day. If you want to go back and listen to the previous questions, you can go back and listen on the Payne and Pendergast podcast on the free Odyssey app. Cole, you've been putting these questions up. So what is the question of the day today?
Will the new Derek Barnett please stand up?
Okay, so lay out the Derek Barnett part of this.
Derek
for the
Barnett,
audience.
to me, was the most unsung hero on the Texans defensive line because of if you didn't have a Will Anderson for a game or Danielle Hunter needed to drive off, you had somebody that could fill in and be a quality number 3 defensive end.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of people don't look at the stat lines because of, you got 2 all-pro world-class defensive ends coming off at the edge. Why do we care about that third guy? Just in case of injuries, just in case of somebody needs a break here or there, you need that extra player because that's been a strength of you. And there were rumors going into the draft that the Texans were at least going to be interested in adding in another defensive end, not for anything more than situational pass rushing. Where are you right now replacing a guy that, while here for only 2.5 years, was productive, finished number 3 in sacks on the team 2 straight years, number 3 on the team in quarterback hits 3 straight years, and top 5 in tackles for losses 3 straight years.
Scored a couple touchdowns.
Yeah.
Too.
And it's not just injuries either. I mean, they just rotate their defensive linemen. So Danico Autry and Derek Barnett had about 500 combined snaps last year. I think that for right now, I share your concern, Cole. Sean and I have talked about this a good amount. And the thing I always try to remind myself is, man, we get into the same deal with the defensive tackles, where every year, the Texans a few years ago, they signed Sheldon Rankins, and people are like, Sheldon Rankins. Sheldon Rankins leaves in free agency, and people are up in arms. I can't believe they let Sheldon Rankins walk. I can't believe, because these guys come in and they tend to do their best work on this defensive line in this defense. And Derek Barnett was the same way. I mean, he was picked up off the scrap heap in Philly,
right,
and wasn't doing all that much in Philly. Got to Houston and the lights went on for him. And he's been a really valuable contributor over the last couple of years. I think for now, Dominique Robinson is the most intriguing one because he's got all of the physical traits of a guy that maybe just hasn't reached his potential. And I think they want to see him during training camp and figure out what they think they have in him. And then the other guy, too, is Logan Hall, who on first and second down especially can go out and play defensive end if they're concerned about stopping the run. One thing the Texans have done a really good job of on first downs is just they stop the run. If there's a pass, it's not going to be a first down. They get everything to second down, and then you worry about rushing the passer. They've got a lot of guys right now that can be out there on first and second down. They're not as good as Danielle Hunter or Will Anderson, but while those guys get a blow, they can get them into a good third down situation. So that's where I'm cautiously optimistic that you're going to see the best version of Dominique Robinson. If you watch his highlight reel, you'd think, oh, this guy's all pro. He just hasn't been as consistent.
Well, we should point out that when the question is, will the new Derek Barnett please stand up, that the actual Derek Barnett is still out there.
Right.
So he's still out there potentially as a solution.
I would guess Derek Barnett, at his age, I think he's 33.
I think he's 30, actually.
Is he only 30?
Yeah, he's a young player.
Crap.
He was 20 when he got drafted out of Tennessee.
Really?
Yeah, he was a young player.
Derek Barnett's 30.
He's only 30.
He just turned 30.
So I think he's looking at it as.
So Derek Barnett was played. He was 29 last year when he played. He's got that look. He's bald and he's got the big beard.
Kind of a Paredes effect.
He looks like he's like 41.
Yeah. Paredes. So like people are always shocked that Paredes is in his 20s.
25 or something like that. Paredes.
Yeah. Paredes is 27, I think.
Yeah. Okay. He looks 35.
Yeah.
So he's still out there, and I think his best fit, where he's going to at least be productive for what they want, is probably right here. But he's only 30. He wants to be a starter somewhere.
Sure.
And I'm guessing he's just waiting for a potential opportunity. But I would also guess that the Texans maybe have checked in on him, and that at some point, if either they up the offer or if Derek Barnett realizes, all right, we're a couple of weeks into camp and nobody's calling, I'll just go ahead and sign with the Texans. I think, he's a very, very viable option.
So the guys that we've talked about outside of Derek Barnett that aren't in the building, they aren't in anybody's buildings right now, who are the ones that are still out there? Is Joey Bosa still out there?
Joey Bosa is still out there.
Okay, Clowney's still
out there.
Okay, Clowney's still out there.
Very stout run defender. We just talked about, what do you do on first down?
Yeah.
Clowney's the most intriguing one to me.
I like the Clowney idea.
Yeah, I know, and I think the whole thing about Clowney and Bill O'Brien would always chafe a little bit, and it was the stories you'd always hear is like, okay, look, he plays his ass off on Sundays. He 100% does. I think that people that thought that he didn't have a good motor or anything, I hope that the first time you saw him hawk a wide receiver 30 yards downfield, you realize he plays really hard on Sunday. As a younger player, he didn't necessarily check off all the other boxes when it came to, being a certain type of way at practice and in the building. I think, for one, we don't know how he is in that regard now because we haven't seen him in a long time.
Right.
But the other thing is, too, he's also at an age where you want to, those guys, your defensive linemen who are well into their 30s, you're trying to load manage them anyway.
Yes.
And it might just be not that much of a factor.
Yeah.
He's always been a good dude. He just wasn't, he didn't have those J.J. Watt attributes of...
they checked in on Terry and Arnold last week.
Right.
They worked out Terry and Arnold at this point. Like, what's Clowney ever done?
You know what? I'll allow it. Usually you say, hey, this guy's never been arrested or anything. And I'm like, well, come on. Is that our bar? Really?
Well, Terry and Arnold's actually the new bar.
There are a lot of guys that have been arrested who are, a lot of the guys usually it's the guys who claim, hey, I've never been arrested. That's a red flag. We're like, okay, if you think that's what the standard is, no, there are a lot of guys who have been arrested a bunch of times, but who are awesome football citizens and do everything the right way on the football side.
Two other names out there are Von Miller and John Reddick. Well, those are other defensive ends.
Those guys are interesting because like I was just saying, I think they want guys who can roll in on first and second down. But your heavy hitters as pass rushers are Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. Sure. So with Reddick and Von Miller, they don't really fit the system other than if they're going to come in and be a pure pass rusher. And you don't really have a need for them right now unless they just, that's what they want to do. But they don't really fit the mold of this defense.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can get them in a bargain and be a guy that's there and you can come in and rush them rotationally, and especially if there's an injury, sure, but I just don't think that's the best fit.
The injury thing's interesting. Real quick, Will Anderson played all 17 games last year.
Right? Yeah. But he missed 2 games the year before.
And he missed 3 the year before that.
So he's missed 5 total.
And it was always with an ankle.
It was the Steph Curry dynamic.
It was always with an ankle.
And I was hoping last year was the first year of the Steph Curry, he figured out his ankle issues.
Yeah.
And a lot of it, you work on
MVP.
Ankle. You're on those wobble boards all off season and everything, and work on your ankle flexion.
So as a former professional athlete, what's your concern level over this ankle thing with Will Anderson? Is it behind him now?
You know what? I had ankle issues when I was a young player too, and there's a lot that you can do to just strengthen them and stabilize them. That I don't worry about it being a chronic thing. I don't think we were just lucky last year.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah,
I do. This is bigger than the question you were asking, Cole.
To be clear, I didn't have quite as much force flowing through my ankles when I ran as Will Anderson. Yeah, so you can't can't find many on the corner on the edge.
You don't have that type of band.
Yeah.
They were. I'll point this out just real quick. They were really lucky with injuries last year on the defensive side of the ball. The Texans, they
did the big ones. I mean, Jalen Petrie in the middle of the season, and
that was he missed 3, and nobody else missed more than 1. I don't think. Out of the core guys.
And then Kamari at the end of the season. That one was it 1 or 2 series versus the Chargers.
It was 6 snaps.
It was 6 snaps, and everything fell apart.
Yeah, for 6 snaps. It felt like 60 snaps.
You also had a street free agent playing next to him at safety too, which that was
I forgot about that.
That was. I mean, you know what? We say that they had good luck with injuries. They did, except that it was a turnstile at safety. I mean, it was player after player. Either you had C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who was just doing his own thing. Yeah, you had Reed, who's a rookie, getting injured. You had multiple guys in there.
All right, let's get to headlines coming up next here. We'll do that. Astros swept this weekend. They did make a couple personnel moves, including, if you're looking for a reason to watch tonight's game, other than they're still hanging around on the edge of the standings here for the playoffs, we've got one for you. We had a World Cup final yesterday. LeBron watch still going on. We'll get to all that in headlines coming up next. Let's get you guys into that new luxury vehicle, though, and let's head on down to Sugar Land to do it. Ruben Mendoza, the GM of West Point Lincoln to Sugar Land, would love to have you guys come in and visit here on a Monday. They're ready to go. Their staff is awesome. It's a great shopping environment there for you. This is the newer of the 2 West Point Lincoln locations. Chris Poulos, the owner of both of them, and I've known Chris a long time. He's been the VP GM at both those dealerships for a long time, and he bought the dealerships a couple of years ago. Culture one, man, wanted to keep the staff together. They've been great at doing what they've been doing for decades at West Point Lincoln. And West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land, it's not been decades yet. Like I said, about 4 or 5, maybe 6, 7 years they've been open. They've been open a little while. But they do equally that 5-star job for you in getting into that new vehicle, whether it's a 2026 Lincoln Navigator, Lincoln Nautilus, Lincoln Aviator. My wife and my son both drive brand new Lincolns that they got from the West Point family. And you're going to love driving off the lot in these vehicles. You just will. Go to westpointsales.com. Get with them. If you want them to come to you for a test drive or you want to buy online, you can absolutely do that. Effortless luxury is what it's all about down in Sugar Land at West Point Lincoln at Sugar Land. Check them out, Southwest Freeway, Kirkwood intersection, or online, westpointsales.com. Tell them Sean Pendergast sent you by.
In the Loop.
The Astros are at the All-Star break, so how are you feeling about them being buyers versus sellers? I feel like they can't even really be buyers, not even because of desire, but just ability. A lot of your talent in your farm system is low. And then you look at an Astros team and you just go, what do you have to sell? It has to come from what you're already using. Is it AJ Blueball? And do you want to?
I don't want to do that. Because not even just for this year. He's still like 25.
It's Reggie Adatula and John Lopez, localizing your lunch break 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
In the Tri-State Traffic Center, 713 call lead. The traffic report is brought to you by AmericanStandardAir.com. The North Loop westbound after Jensen, dealing with an accident that was sitting blocking a right and a center lane, has cleared. Traffic slowly recovering in the area. 45 northbound before FM 19 direct stop over to the right shoulder, and another one on the Katy Freeway eastbound after Blaylock, also on that right shoulder. 77 degrees this morning, this afternoon hot and sunny, and a high of 98. Amelia Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
Hot, scorching days and uncomfortable, sticky nights are back. This is Nolan Ryan. Discover what American Standard can do for you and your family. Be ready for the 12 months of Texas. Comfort the way you like it. AmericanStandardAir.com.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code RUN5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code RUN5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code RUN5.
Offers vary.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
I wonder if
all right, let's
Cole, there's a tricky door scenario. Cole might be stuck trying to get in.
Okay, well, we got to do headlines. Okay. So he's going to be stuck.
Do you want him doing solo and I go try to get him or no?
No, we'll be okay. I think you and I can do headlines. Yeah, we'll be all right. If he's that door, you just got to jiggle it a little bit.
Yeah.
It'll be all right. He'll be okay.
I had a dream that I couldn't get tonight. This is reminding me.
Here?
Yeah, it was a premonition probably for the difficulties that Cole is having.
Your dream is being projected on him right now.
You know when you got a tricky key situation? You know when somebody gives you a key to their house, but they don't tell you that it's a tricky key situation?
You got to kind of flick it to the left a little bit.
But you have no idea if you just have the wrong key or not.
Yeah.
So you end up,
He's got my key fob, so he's got the proper artillery to get in. But let's just you and I do headlines, and we'll figure the rest out.
I was just filibustering just in case I had the details wrong and the Astros actually won a game this weekend.
No. Right. We're still waiting on a win, man. It's been over a week now since they won a baseball game. It's not like they went into the break on a tear or anything like that. They get swept by the Orioles this weekend, 5-2 yesterday. So 3-2 on Friday, 4-2 on Saturday in 11 innings.
I didn't look. If anybody's tuning in and didn't get to hear how disgusted Sean and Cole and I were early on, I don't want to lose that energy or that passion. This was disgusting. This was ridiculously, annoyingly decrepit baseball. And it was, the most frustrating thing was on Saturday when you had the two circumstances. One where Yainer on a play where there's a ball hit to Altuve. There's a man on third, and Altuve.
He's on second.
Excuse me, on second. On second. He'd get to third very quickly.
Yeah.
And Altuve
didn't stop.
Altuve probably isn't going to make the play, but has no chance to try to make the throw at home because Yainer's just standing randomly as a spectator on the first baseline.
The umpire's not going to catch that ball and tag the guy.
And then on the very last, Zenzo on his third strike, the catcher drops the ball and is scrambling for the ball, and DeZenzo is A, unaware that the ball's on the ground, and B, just doesn't even make any kind of an effort. He's just slowly walking towards the dugout like his mentor, Christian Walker.
Yeah.
That's what made me angriest about that. I'm looking at him like, DeZenzo, what the hell are you doing? You're in no position to act like Joe Vet here, be a vet and be lazy here. Get your ass to first base. And then I remembered, he's pinch hitting he's in for Christian Walker, and this is what Christian Walker does. He mopes. He mopes.
He's just trying to do a reasonable facsimile of Christian. He's trying to be the best Christian Walker that he can be.
Yeah.
Zach DeCenzo. So the Astros get swept by the Orioles. They are now 4 games out of the division. They're 4.5 games out of the wild card. This thing feels like it's slipping away a little bit. As far as transactions go over the weekend, Brian King, who's been just horrible of late, he can go be horrible for Sugarland, the Space Cowboys. That's where they sent him yesterday. Ronel Blanco is back tonight, if you're looking for a reason. That is, look, I'm going to watch anyways because this is the life we've chosen. And they're still in the hunt, and I like the routine of sitting down and watching baseball games. Unpleasant as it may have been over the weekend, this is intriguing for me tonight. Ronel Blanco on the mound for the first time since he had Tommy John surgery 14 months ago. Mm-hmm. This is a good reason to watch tonight's game. So similar to when Ronel Blanco's star first began to rise. If you recall, the first start Ronel Blanco had in 2024 followed a sweep by the Yankees of the Astros to open the season. What happened? Ronel Blanco, no-hitter.
That's right.
Can he stop the bleeding tonight with a no-hitter throwing only 75 pitches?
We're in a second season in a row where it feels like the big trade acquisition might be, hey, guys returning from the IL.
Oh, yeah, Wisniewski might be back by Friday.
Yeah, woo, Wisniewski.
Yeah.
Another one of big Dana Brown's big. Look, that was part of the mega trade there and
Kyle
all this.
Tucker trade, yeah.
It was fine.
I also, by the way, you know what we should start doing while the Astros, at least while they're performing the way they did this weekend? I don't like with the expanded playoffs saying that they're 4.5 games out of the playoffs. Let's call it what it is. Like, they're 5.5 games out of the wild card without the expanded playoffs.
So leave it at 5 teams then.
What's that?
Leave it at 4. 4 teams.
Yeah. Which is right now it's not that big of a difference, but the expanded playoffs make it feel like they've diluted all of these fan bases like our own into thinking like, oh, we're only a few games out of the wild card.
And the
better team than you realize or think.
The problem is they've diluted all these fan bases, and the Astros feel like one of the most dilutable teams out of all these teams.
Yeah.
You know, that they're not going to take a good look at themselves and say, you know what, maybe we should be a little more pragmatic. All right, headlines. World Cup is over. Spain won, Argentina nothing yesterday. Argentina got a red card late in regulation in this game. Spain had the pressure on. So most of that game was played down in Argentina's end of the field. It was an exciting game. Spain had 1-0 lead in extra time, in the second half of extra time. And Argentina was putting the pressure on at the end of this game. They had a bunch of chances to tie this game and send it to penalty kicks, and they did not. So congratulations to Spain, World Cup winner.
I feel like we probably have more.
You won the pool, by the way.
I did. Well, this is what happens because you know what? I grew up on the streets of Farmington playing futsal instead of going to one of these fancy, pay to play soccer academies. No, it's a little, you play with a smaller ball, which is this is where in Farmington and in Brazil the kids played in the streets.
They did.
Yeah. So I didn't, I didn't
barefoot.
I didn't have these rich parents that would send me off to some highfalutin soccer academy.
You didn't have shoes.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
No shin guards, nothing like that.
You didn't have a kit that you were wearing on Saturdays for practice, right?
Right.
And we got it at Goodwill.
And that's why I'm so good at that soccer pool.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I won it before they even played yesterday.
I know. You routed everybody. It was crazy.
Do you guys want to hear a crazy stat that I didn't believe until I read it?
Yes, give us a crazy stat, Cole.
In this past playoff run for Spain, they won 5 games. They also did not allow a single goal.
The knockout
round. They won 5 games. They did not allow a single goal. They have more wins on American soil in this playoff run than the Dallas Cowboys have since 2000.
More playoff wins?
Yes.
I like that. For you, Spain.
I like that.
I'm happy for them.
I like any of these stats that make fun of teams that aren't my teams. Like
so they're more of America's team than the Cowboys are.
Dallas
in terms of playoff wins.
Did you see the Falcons one? Like how many teams have won a playoff game in their building before the Falcons
won a playoff game in Mercedes-Benz Stadium?
Oh, really?
Yeah. And there's been they did Atlanta FC. They did multiple college football playoff teams. They did England in one game. It was like a laundry list of teams.
There's a bunch of logos.
They gotta hurry up because by modern standards, that stadium is about to get replaced. It's old. It's almost a decade old, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Atlanta ain't afraid to replace stadiums either, man.
So what happens first? Tua gets benched, or they announce the new stadium getting built?
Stadium.
Yes, the answer yes.
The one I liked was Argentina paying tribute to the Jets by not scoring at MetLife Stadium yesterday. That was funny. All right, LeBron watch continues. Nothing at Fanatics Fest from over the weekend. The only thing we got at Fanatics Fest that was of note over the weekend.
This was at Fanatics Fest?
Yeah, it was Cam Scatabo doing a back flip.
A flip, not a handspring, a back flip, and not nailing the landing.
No.
Looking kind of precarious, coming off of a pretty bad injury and surgery last year.
Yeah, pretty bad injury. Yeah. Scatabo. Now, I saw an interview he did later in the weekend at Fanatics Fest. Yeah. Apparently, he was there a couple of times. And apparently, the back flip that he did was, I think, on a WWE stage.
So was it?
It was like a ring.
It had the
so a little springy. He said he wasn't expecting.
That's what screwed up. Hey, don't worry, everybody. I was doing it on an unfamiliar environment.
What an idiot! We've got Scatabo audio. We'll get to later.
No, he's going to be a beautiful comet across the sky for 2 or 3 years in the NFL. He'll be a trivia question within a few years.
Watch Bo and Jackson Dart do a sit down with somebody.
Yeah.
and the camera's just kind of panning back and forth between the two. And Jackson Dart's got this ball cap on that's just, it looks stupid. It just looks, maybe I'm being a boomer. He looks stupid.
Looks
he
like a Gen
sounds
Zer,
stupid.
Basically.
Cam Scatabo sounds stupid. I'm like, if I were a Giants fan, I don't know what I would think right now.
I kind of like them. I feel like they're a throwback to just dumb jocks.
Okay.
You know, like everybody's gotten so smart these days. Give me a couple of dumb jocks.
It's okay to like them. I'm just glad they're not the team I'm rooting for.
Well, and that's the interesting thing is why by the time the Texans play the Giants, where are these dumb jocks and how are they progressing?
Yeah. Where is he even on the field at this point? Or is he injured?
Well, talk about meatheads. Look, seriously, like Scatabo, super meathead.
Yeah.
And then Jackson Dart, forever, all offseason was saying, I'm not changing the way I play. Nope, I'm going to keep running. John Harbaugh got to him. Because the last time I watched him in an interview, he said it was during the OTAs or mini camps. He said, I gotta learn, to. I was about to say use discretion. He didn't use that word.
Dial it back. Yeah. Me use discretion. All right, 7:00 hour coming up. All right, does C.J. Stroud, who's been a big topic this offseason, does he have the chance? How soon does C.J. Stroud have the chance to shut up his doubters for 2026? Or do we have to wait for the playoffs for that to happen? And Warren Moon was on this station yesterday with Zach Gelb and B. Scott and had some interesting things to say about the criticism of C.J. Stroud. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Non-quarterbacks. If you could pick one to take the leap conversation at the end of this coming season.
Sugar Land, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A lot of people weighing in on the Astros. We'll circle back to the Astros. Don't worry. They don't escape unscathed today. If you missed it, we talked about them in the first hour of the show. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Cole Thompson in with us again today, hanging out. So I saw this tweet. Actually saw this tweet because DJ Bijani replied to it. DJ, who covers the Texans for ESPN.com.
DJ mixes it up on social media.
He does. He does. Yeah. It's good. And he'll tweet things from people who ask him questions.
Yeah.
And sometimes people ask good questions. And I think this is an interesting one because it's a good gauge. You know, the conversation, at least, is a gauge for where people are at with C.J. Stroud right now, who, by the way, has yet to show up in the NFL's top 100. Player 60 gets revealed today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to think that they're not going to get C.J. or Kalen Bullock or Kamari Lassiter or Jalen Petrie in this thing.
Yeah.
So anyways, so C.J. Stroud, a person by the name of the Nashawn J on Twitter, said this, posted a screen grab of the Texans' first 4 games of the year. Bills here at Reliant Stadium, Bengals here at Reliant Stadium, travel to Indy to play the Colts, and then they face the Cowboys here at Reliant Stadium again. So 3 of the Texans' first 4 games are at home. Those are all, I would say, between the fact that the Colts are in the division, the Cowboys are the Cowboys, teams have key quarterbacks. These are all big proving grounds, I think, potentially for both the Texans as a team, but definitely C.J. Stroud as a quarterback. This Nashawn J on Twitter says, C.J. Stroud really has the opportunity to shut everyone, all caps, including some Texan fans, in parentheses, up, shut them up in the first 4 weeks of the season.
I think the really interesting thing about those teams, too, is that it was Cincinnati and Dallas especially, but also the Colts. But Cincinnati and Dallas had awful defenses, just atrocious defenses.
Right.
They spent heavily in the offseason to try to fix them. And what exactly does CJ in this offense, what are they able to do against those defenses? Or whether they're good or bad, but there's a chance at least one of those defenses is probably still not going to be all that high.
Let me ask you, which one do you think is going to be more improved, Cincinnati or Dallas?
I think Cincinnati. I think because Cincinnati attacked, they attacked both the front and the secondary, but they did it on the defensive line in a way that I think is going to stick. The Bengals have questions about their linebackers, and they're kind of just hoping that, okay, the linebackers are going to play better because they got a better defensive line in front of them now.
Yeah, they definitely made the marquee pickup out of those 2 teams with Dexter Lawrence.
Sexy Dexy.
Yeah, with Dexter Lawrence there. So I wonder
the thing about the Bengals, honestly, it's Boye Mafe too, which the Texans didn't do a great job with, Seattle's defensive line last year, and Jonathan Allen. Those big, strong, physical dudes that the offensive line struggled with last year. That's exactly what the Bengals went out and got.
Do you agree with this? There's a chance to shut up his doubters in the first 4 games of the season?
He has a chance in that he will be playing a football game versus those teams. A chance to shut them up is you could say that whether he's going to do it well or not.
Let me rephrase it then.
Do I think he will?
Not just do you think he will, but what percentage of the fan base would be convinced if he goes out and has 4 good games in the first 4 weeks that C.J. Stroud is the guy?
I think that's
the better question.
Yeah, look, we're not in a James Harden situation where with the Rockets for years it would be, okay, well, look, they're going to be great in the regular season, and let's wait and see what happens in the playoffs. CJ's playoff history and career has not been what he looked like this year. So I think that a lot of it is going to be, at no point last year in the first 3 games did they look like they had a good or powerful offense. If they show up and in a couple of those games have some really impressive offensive performances, I think people will be back on board.
Yeah. I think there's a big part of the fan base, and they seem to all text in when we do segments like this.
Yeah.
That are wait, with CJ, wake me up in January.
I don't know, though. That's because that's the last thing you saw. I think that you kind of forget some of the really impressive things that he did do in spells last year, and that it is in him. That's what's so frustrating about him, is that that's very much there. I just don't. I think that there's. If we could identify everybody who says wake me up in January, I think they're forgetting that the offense looked comatose in general all of last year. So other than, the Ravens when they had their JV squad out there, the 49ers when they had their JV squad out there, they had some impressive games, but by and large it wasn't an impressive offense. If they actually like an impressive offense, then I think a lot of people flip pretty quickly.
I just think you want hope that he has finally turned the corner. He's bought into Nick Caley's system and that everything is moving according to plan. Like, if you go 3-1 in that stretch, and let's just say it's Josh Allen and he balls on out, which he never does against Houston. So it's like maybe Dallas in that sense, but you still are 3-1 and you get a good 6-1 touchdown to interception ratio. He may only throw for like 220 yards per game, but still it's at least continuity and consistency.
Yeah. Which of those games, if they go 3-1 in those first 4 games, which of the games, if you could pick one of those games, you get handed a piece of paper that says the Texans are going to go 3-1 in these first 4 games, but you get to pick which game they lose. Buffalo at home, Cincinnati at home, Colts on the road, Dallas at home.
Oh.
I would guess the Colts would be the least one I would want them to lose. A, because I think the Colts are the worst of those 4 teams, so that would make me feel bad. And 2, it's a division game, so it means more. So the other 3, it means you're losing one of those games, a home game. All 3 of those other games are at home.
Yeah, they're at home. Okay, so emotionally,
yes.
I
can't lose the opener.
Emotionally, I can't lose the opener.
I can't lose the opener.
Just in terms of what it means about the football team in general, I think the Bengals is the game that I wouldn't want to lose because, all right, you've got all the things that you built on the offense this offseason were to address the types of issues that the Bengals defense might present. Given that they're awful last year, but they brought in 3 new stud defensive linemen, including a mammoth nose tackle that is hell for interior offensive linemen. Like if they can't do anything against that defense, I'm going to be really, really concerned. If they do something versus that defense, and they look like the more physical. If the offensive line looks as physical or more physical than the defensive line, I'll be excited about that. And then likewise, if the defense has a letdown against Joe Burrow at home, I'll be upset about that.
Okay, so that means they're losing to the Cowboys.
Yeah, that's all right. They can have nice things every now and then.
Okay.
I'm okay losing to Cincinnati. And I think maybe it's only because I am a lot higher on Cincinnati than most. I liked a lot of the moves they made in the offseason. I think if you get a healthy Joe Burrow, you are talking about a guy that goes for 4,500 passing yards, 2 elite wide receivers, a solid run game. I think it's a better offensive line. I can't lose to Dallas. I still don't buy into Dallas's defense, and I think if you're talking about wide receiver play, there's not a drop-off between Jamar Chase and T. Higgins to George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. So it's like, I'm okay with losing to Cincinnati and having a faulty game if I get to go on out and shut up Dak Prescott and company.
The question is, do I Pender poll this one? This is made for a Twitter poll, right? We got 4 choices. Okay, I'm going to Pender poll this.
Yeah.
Who do you think wins?
I think Dallas.
Dallas?
Yeah.
You think people would be...
Yeah, because we always have to remember that we have people who listen who have to work with Dallas fans. And that's where you and I sometimes are detached from. We don't realize the struggle sometimes of what it's like to have to work with usually some kind of illiterate dude who's not good at his job, who's a Cowboys fan.
The poll is going to be those teams
to lose.
To
lose.
Yeah,
all right, so it won't be Dallas.
Yeah. I think it'll be Cincinnati.
I think
it'll be Cincinnati because you don't want to lose a division game.
Because then you're 1-1 also, so it's okay. That means that you would have beat Buffalo.
And if you lose to Cincinnati, the interesting thing would be you lose to Cincinnati. What will the narratives be if you lose to Cincinnati? Like 35-31 or something like that. We've not seen this defense get it put on them by anybody.
But does it also flip on over to the offense being so high-functioning that maybe you're okay with having a bad defensive performance?
Maybe, yeah. And obviously there's a lot of nuance that comes with any of this. Like, why did it happen that way?
I guess,
was it just a few big plays?
When I was going through the exercise in my mind, I was thinking I'd be okay with losing to Indianapolis. But did I eliminate that?
No,
you said that forced Dallas on me.
No, I didn't. I was actually going to say, I kind of phrased it in a way where I thought you might say, like, actually, I'd be Indianapolis. I probably should have said very clearly, I'm the one saying I don't want to lose a division game. Yeah. You would be okay?
I'd be okay with losing in Indianapolis. I always throw in there when I'm doing my preseason. I always figure, okay, no matter how good you are, you split with one of your divisional opponents, and that just it works out.
It'd be fun being 3-0 at home too.
Text
in the first
line
4 games.
Text line seems pretty split right now. Emotionally, losing to the Cowboys is not a good option, but the big picture, an NFC game, is the easy choice. Losing over Buffalo or Cincinnati. 2 other people are saying, I'd be okay going 3-1 and losing to Cincinnati. Can't lose to the Cowboys.
Yeah, can't. Yeah, there's 2 things at work. There's the pragmatic, just standings. Hey, this game makes the most sense to lose, and then there's the part that Seth talked about, where you've got to face off idiot Cowboy fans that you work with. Yeah. Warren Moon was on yesterday afternoon with Zach Gelb and Brandon Scott. If you haven't been listening on the weekends, we got weekend radio, local radio going on here on the weekends on Sports Radio 610. They had Warren Moon on yesterday, and speaking of C.J. Stroud, he thinks the criticism of C.J. Stroud has gone a little too far.
Yeah, I think it has gone a little bit too far. I think whenever a quarterback doesn't play well in the playoffs, that's the last thing you see. So that's going to stay on your mind, a little bit longer, and it's just going to fester like that. But I'm sure CJ, more than anybody else, wants to get this season going again because he knows he didn't play his best football in the playoffs last year, and his numbers have probably been down the last couple of years since when he first came in the league. So he's anxious to redeem himself and get back out there in the field and show the type of quarterback that he really is.
Yeah, well, I mean, Warren's been in those shoes before. Warren, that was the criticism of Warren Moon, is he never got the Oilers deep into the postseason.
Yeah.
Ever,
No, I think it hasn't gone too far. I don't think it's unfair when you play as badly as you did in the playoffs. But I think it's also important to remember that there were quarterbacks who had better regular seasons than C.J. Stroud early in their careers who faced the same scrutiny. Like Peyton Manning. It was like young people would be shocked to know that the narrative on Peyton Manning was that he's just awful in the playoffs and he was never gonna win the big one because he's just not that guy. And then over time he figured it out. And he did have much better regular seasons and more impressive regular seasons had the last couple of years.
Yeah.
It's people remember very well the last thing he did, and the last thing he did was just an absolutely horrendous performance.
Yeah, has the criticism gone too far for C.J. Stroud? I don't know. To me, the criticism that goes too far are the people who are like, he's a bum, he's a bust, he sucks. They need to move on now from C.J. Stroud. That's one where you got to look at how the other half lives sometimes.
Let's talk Davis Mills 2.0 resurgence. That's where we are.
Yeah, that's
right. Well, that's where I guess when people ask, has the criticism gone too far? I'm struggling to remember. I'm 51 years old. It's not like when I was a kid. I used to sit around at the barbecue and my dad and his buddies were just saying like, "Hey, you know what? We just need to give Joe Ferguson a few more years." You know what? I think he's going to turn it. He's going to figure it out at some point. No, that's just that. Of
life
course,
of the quarterback.
No, the criticism hasn't gone too far. By and large, CJ has been treated pretty delicately. There's a few clips out there, in the white hot heat afterwards, people were lambasting him in the national media. For me, it seems like in the national media, by and large, there's a whole lot of let's wait and see if the Texans have a good rushing attack, if they can fix the offensive line. This is the year we'll figure out what we have with C.J. Stroud.
Yes, the extreme degree to which they've tried to revamp that side of the ball has, I think, I think that's become more the topic than... Not more the topic than CJ, but I think it's kind of softened everybody. It's given everybody more of a wait and see with CJ than they had at the end of that New England game where they were ready to flush him down the...
I think the inspiration level is very low, though, in terms of how many people feel they're ready to be inspired by C.J. Stroud. People are in very much wait and see mode,
including the Texans. It would appear.
Right. Yeah, they didn't just throw a wad of cash at him.
Right.
Which is the smart move. Now there could still be, who knows, if there's an announcement out of nowhere that they've come to an extent. I think if there was news that. They had extended C.J. Stroud, if you took a poll, if you did a Pender poll immediately afterwards, before anybody had any details, I think people would be down on that.
I think so too.
The majority would be down on it.
I think it would be. If I did three choices for that, do you approve? Do you not approve? Or do you need to see the details of the contract? Because there will be people that'll approve or disapprove regardless of what the numbers are.
Yeah.
They just feel philosophically we need to lock in with him, or philosophically I'm out on him, regardless of the dollar. Even if it's a cheap deal, I'm out. For some people, me included, I would almost be. My stock on CJ would go down almost if he signed a cheapo deal.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, the one thing I have zero appetite for it, and this is. I'm still shocked when I think about this, that Tom Coughlin did this when they traded for Nick Foles, remember? And they had no reason to give him a new contract, but Tom Coughlin was the team president at the time. They gave him a big contract, and the explanation was, you need to be sure everybody in the locker room respects him. All right, you know what? It was weird. This notion that somehow, he's this delicate artist and a quarterback has to have the support of the team and everything. No, you want guys who are bloodthirsty killers. up on your shoulder, and you got to earn that contract, and you go do it. I don't need a quarterback to be coddled with hundreds of millions of dollars.
No, it actually
coddle me with that money.
It lessens you, in my opinion,
Yeah.
coddling you at this point, especially when you haven't proven to a certain degree of what's your ceiling. Because I think that we all are sitting here wanting to get back to 2023 CJ, but if also we got to remind ourselves 2023 CJ was a rookie. Are those numbers that you want to see in a fourth-year veteran?
Oh, right. Well, and the sum total of how that season went. I think that's what people sometimes forget. It wasn't actually a good offense in 2023. It was a really impressive rookie performance.
Yep.
But the offense was not a good offense.
No, it was mediocre.
It got to be respectable.
Yeah. No, but you're just talking about CJ's numbers.
Yeah.
He did lead the league in passing yards per game. And he had, you know what number I will take from his rookie year? His interception rate.
Down to 5?
He led the league in interception percentage. So I think there are some aspects of that rookie season that if he just replicated that forever, totally cool with.
But need more than 23 touchdowns.
The problem with the rookie year performance, though, too, was, and this is what you see when guys burst onto the scene, was that when I bring up the offense, there were things that, man, defenses were going to let CJ. There's like a lack of respect that, as a defense, I think you go in and you almost look at this rookie and you think, well, he's not going to do that to us. And defensive coordinators don't account for what a guy can do. And then you get an entire offseason to look at it, and teams realize, okay, well, they've got a really impressive deep ball, but they can't run the ball. And they just squelched everything.
Yeah.
And that's when the real test for CJ came is, all right, how do you operate what you well?
We'll see, man. It's training camp is 9 days away. First practice is a week from Wednesday this week. All right, let's get to Acknowledge Me. Let's acknowledge some big performances from over the weekend, last couple of weeks in case of the World Cup. I will say a name, and Byron Matthews, who's our producer today,
Acknowledge me.
We'll hit Roman Reigns saying, acknowledge me. If you got some acknowledgments you want to text in, you can do that. 713-572-4610. I'm going to acknowledge first, in general, the World Cup.
Acknowledge me.
It's now over. And let's acknowledge Spain.
Acknowledge me.
For becoming the team to allow the least amount of goals in a run to a World Cup championship. They allowed one goal in the entire World Cup, Spain did. They beat Argentina 1-0 yesterday. I'll get to some general thoughts on the World Cup. You know what I want to acknowledge also, Byron? Seth Payne.
Acknowledge
for winning the pool, the SportsRadio 610 World Cup pool.
It's a
going away.
Moment. Not a lot's gone right for me in the past 20 or 30 years, but this feels like it might be the turn.
Winning a pool
this might
where
be the
there's
turnaround.
no discernible prize.
Cole, since you're our hockey expert here in the studio, well, Sean, you might be too. Sorry, you're both smarter about hockey than I am.
Not to Cole's degree.
What's the difference between like a soccer goalie and an NHL goalie in terms of value to your team?
The size of the net, number one, you got to be a lot more quicker and agile.
No, I'm talking about like the actual effectiveness. Like an NHL goal, like having an awesome goalie is just such a force multiplier. Yeah, like a soccer level, but still like way more important than.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
I mean, you had Martinez yesterday for Argentina set a world record in the Cup of saves, and yet still loses because of one bad play.
Yeah, he was amazing.
Did you think I was asking what's the difference between a goal, like an actual soccer goal and an NHL goal?
Yeah,
it's like it's a much larger net.
It's just size, dimensions, how fast
not that much of a hockey.
Seth, in hockey, they wear ice skates because they're on ice.
I don't know if you know this. There's 5 players on there, not 11.
Yeah. Can I just? I know this is Acknowledge Me, where we're highlighting the positive. Oftentimes, in any sport, it's fun to play the non-English speaking version of scoring play. Like I love playing here's the Bolivian call on the home run to win the World Series, that kind of thing. This was you would think this would be a pretty basic one. This is the Telemundo call of Ferran Torres' game-winning goal in extra time yesterday.
Mende para Lamin. El toque atrás, Porro la pone al área. El cabezazo atrás. Queda el remate. ¡Gol! Ferran.
Okay, that's fun. Okay, so he said goal. Oh, he's doing it again. Okay, so just for sake of time, he went on to do that one more time after that. That clip is actually, the one I gave Byron is 57 seconds long.
Yeah.
And it's just say goal for as long as he can. Can I just say this? And I love non-English speaking calls of sports highlights.
Yep.
I feel like foreign announcers have this, especially Spanish-speaking soccer announcers, have an extra level of energy. I even tweeted when I was on vacation watching the World Cup, I watched some of the games on Telemundo without knowing a single word of Spanish just because their energy level the whole game, every pass in the midfield is a big deal. The whole thing of just saying goal for as long as you can without taking a breath, a little overrated.
I'm gonna hop across the hall to Mega during the break and ask them if there are some soccer fans who are like, yeah, can we can it with the really, really extended long?
The really long one. I didn't even play the longest one.
I don't know. The whole thing about soccer though is you've got so much time. Like if a goal happens in the middle of a game or something, you're gonna have 15 minutes to talk about it before the next goal.
Right.
So I think it's just the elation and the celebration in the moment. It's not like you gotta get immediately into the breakdown before the next goal is scored.
Have some material ready to go, because just going goal for as long as you can, at least me, the gringo that I am, it's a little boring.
I think go ahead.
No, so Andres Cantor was the guy who was on the call. He's made that iconic throughout the years, so much so that he's even doing commercials now. There's one of him with a Coors Light where he is saying "Core," and everyone's following
so that's his deal.
It's like a whole bit with him.
So every time I hear that, it's probably him.
Andres Cantor.
Okay, all right. You know what? I'll get to biggest casual fan memories from the World Cup later in the show. Needless to say, there are several. We'll get to that a little bit later. More World Cup. Acknowledge me.
Acknowledge me.
Let me say his name, Byron. Damn it. Jamie O'Hara.
Acknowledge me.
He is the co-host of a show called The Sports Bar on Talk Sport in England. He's a former professional soccer player. Had a phenomenal rant at the end of last week that came down after we had gone off the air, or at least after I'd seen it. I think transcribed, this rant would be like an 8.5 out of 10. Now, keep in mind, they cover the English soccer team, the British soccer team, who lost to Messi and Argentina in the semifinals. And apparently the coach for England was getting skewered for some of his substituting decisions, including by Jamie O'Hara. This is an 8.5 out of 10 if I were to just read it. This is like a 12 out of 10 when you apply a foreign accent to it to me.
You can almost accept it. I know. You're playing against Argentina. Yeah. You can't sit off for 25 minutes against Argentina. He absolutely bottled it. Thomas Tuchel's cost us the World Cup. He cost us the World Cup. We're 1-0 up. Played well first half. All right, cagey affair. We go 1-0 up. Be brave. Be brave, Thomas. This is what we brought you in for. We brought you in for this moment. We got rid of Southgate because he bottled it, because he weren't brave. We brought you in for now to make that decision. We're 1-0 up in a World Cup semi-final. Bring on Rashford. Bring on Saka. And if they score, they score. But at least we're going to go down fighting. At least we're going to go down with some pride. We fell out of the World Cup in disgrace because of him. Because of him. And we brought him in for this job. This is what we brought him in for. There's over this line. And it's the same old England. Same old crap.
Okay, so we're good.
Same old stuff.
Same old crap.
A bunch of worthless blokes.
Are you with me on this?
Yeah, well, that's the whole problem when I'm watching Netflix shows. Sometimes I'm like, these English actors are either incredible actors or I'm just being fooled by their accents. I never know. I'm like, I don't know if they're actually good or not. I feel like every single one of them is the best actor I've ever seen on some of these Netflix series.
People were touting that rant like it was revolutionary, and it was really good.
Is he saying bottled it up?
Bottled it up, yeah.
Bottled it up. It bottled it up.
Balled it up.
It's a cagey affair.
Cagey affair.
You want to know who I think is going to be the closest to this in the American style? Anytime Lane Kiffin loses a game out at LSU and you have the people that buy you making
the
these
Cajun
comments.
people.
The Cajun people.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Because the thing is like they brought in Lane Kiffin to get them over the hump.
Yeah.
Just like they brought in this English manager to put them on top.
Yeah.
So you're going to be cursing him out like crazy.
That's good.
And you're going to have the Cajun accent, which makes it 10 times better.
Yeah.
I want to bring in English people to complain about LSU.
I was thinking the same thing.
Let's do
a little fan swap.
Can we flip it, though? The Cajuns complain about the English team.
It's fan swap. We're going to do it. It's like that show where they swap wives.
You see how the LSU lads do this weekend. Yeah.
Should I be railing on the post-game show for the Texans in a British accent this year? D'Amico, Boston, you balled it. The cagey affair with the Colts.
You should do it if things really turn south. You can just start making it into
something.
Just we're going to do English today. We'll do Scottish tomorrow.
All right, Seth's not going to like this one, but it's because I'm jumping the gun big time. Bruce Thornton.
Acknowledge me.
Hell yeah. I saw, Seth, that when I was out last week a couple of days, that you and Luke did your own version of the ESPY Awards.
Yeah.
And I saw that a couple of them, I had no problem with this, I got mentioned in a couple of them that were tangentially attached to Mike Burrows for some reason.
Yeah, I think one of them was like the take you regret or something.
yeah, it was good. So seeing that I won 2 Mike Burrows related Payne and Morrow ESPYs, I go into this with a little bit of trepidation, but I'm going to give the Mike Burrows Award to Bruce Thornton for the athlete who's exciting me way too much for preseason or summer league performance.
Yeah.
You know that's my thing.
I know, but you can't take it away from Bruce Thornton. Had a very encouraging summer league.
19 points a game, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, just 1.6 turnovers, a couple of steals, shot 40% from 3. Experienced guy coming out of Ohio State, played more games for Ohio State than any player, any human in the history.
No. I'm totally cool with being excited about him. He's also, you have to acknowledge that he's listed as 6 foot tall.
Yeah,
and
he's a barrel.
Right. But what am I gonna? You can't downgrade a guy because he played really, really well. So it's he's an intriguing.
But you're not going to do the same thing that you did with Burrows then, where you said, "Hey man, it's spring training."
No.
Like, hey man, it's the summer league.
Feel
is
like
what I
it's
was
just
expecting
kind
you
of
to
baked
say.
in. It's not like a prediction of greatness or anything because he had a really good summer
that's true.
league.
I'm not predicting the same level of Bruce Thornton.
Burrows, you were like, when I question irrigation or 5-man rotation beginning of the year, you were like, what's that?
I said, here it comes.
Yeah, you were like, look, did you see Mike Burrow's spring training numbers?
That's exactly, how I sounded.
2 plays devil advocate. I was with Sean on this one. I was all Mike Burrow's in everything.
See?
Cy Young Award winner.
See?
Now let me pivot this way.
Because it usually ends up being like 13 innings of work. Like the equivalent of
it was a
couple of good games.
But
Very
you think
tantalizing.
that we would learn here. But let me throw it this way. Remember how excited we were with Reed Shepherd after summer ball?
Yeah, I do.
Except that Reed Shepherd tailed off a little bit more. But yes.
So did we learn from that, or are we still back on the wagon of Bruce Thornton? Can't wait to watch you win Rookie of the Year.
I think that with Reed Shepherd, I think it was people still understood what his weaknesses were going to be.
Yeah.
And I think they got excited about, kind of being able to plug him in and use him to the best of his abilities, where this year it became, because everything was botched. I'm still... I
don't think Thornton gets on the floor very much to start the season.
Sure, yeah.
They picked up Marcus Smart.
I think the biggest thing about Thornton is he's a second-round pick.
Yeah.
That's the encouraging part about it. Is okay, this is found money in a second-round pick if he ends up providing value of any sort.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Bruce Thornton's not going to show up at the top of the odds board for Rookie of the Year like Reed Shepherd did after Summer League last year because Reed was a 3rd overall pick in the draft.
Out of curiosity, was he drafted during a Taco Bell commercial? Because if so, then he's turning into the next Nikola Jokic.
What are you talking about?
When Nikola Jokic got drafted, there was a Taco Bell commercial that flashed across the screen. And so every time that I wait to see like a food commercial, I'm like, that's going to be the next Nikola Jokic.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
I'd never heard that story
Should
before.
we acknowledge the MLB salary cap ads?
Oh, you want to do that right here? Yeah. Well. Okay, yes. Yeah, go ahead.
If anybody's noticed over the last week or so,
dude,
Major League Baseball is running ads for the salary cap.
You seen these, Cole?
No, I haven't.
It's so weird. They interview these players. They interview fans who are talking about how they think a salary cap would be a good thing, and it's Major League Baseball trying to win the war of public opinion on the upcoming labor brawl that they're going to have with the players.
It's wild.
I don't know if I've ever seen anything like it.
Do you think they told?
It's like a political action committee type thing.
It's wild. Do you think they told those people that why they were being interviewed at the ballpark?
I mean, they would have to sign a waiver of some sort, but I wonder how.
That you might wind up on what amounts to a baseball political ad.
Yeah, no, it is. It'd be like if they were. You know what? It's like if they interview some person on the street and ask a vague question about guns,
right?
And then all of a sudden, like it's either you show up in an ad for like gun control, even though you might be a gun owner yourself or something. Wait a second. They asked me 7 questions about baseball. One of them was about the salary cap, and all of a sudden here I am.
I'm just picturing these. It skews very heavily towards I'm Rob Manfred and I approve this message.
Right.
And then this voice guy going, Andrew Friedman of the Dodgers thinks there should be no salary cap. He doesn't want competitive baseball. Bum, bum, wants competitive baseball? Rob Manfred wants competitive baseball.
I'm Rob Manfred, and I approve this message.
Yeah, man.
Jose Altuve refuses to stand up for the fans.
Yeah.
Well, Rob Manfred isn't afraid
to
care about.
You know who blew the lid off the competitive balance tax? Kyle Tucker. Oh my God.
I'm Rob Manfred. I approve this message.
I thought the same thing yesterday. I'm like, what am I watching? What am I watching right now? All right. Payne and Pendergast, Cole Thompson in with us. All right. One more. Cole, you had one.
Yeah. Just give a shout out to, and let's acknowledge Peter Lambert.
Acknowledge me.
Come on, this was a guy who was DFA'd, has shown the door, could have gone anywhere else, and said, I'll take the minor league assignment. Where would this team be right now without Peter Lambert?
They might be out of the playoffs without Peter Lambert. Oh, wait.
Time out. They might be now selling completely without Peter Lambert.
I get what you're
true.
saying.
Peter Lambert might have ruined this franchise for the upcoming couple of years.
We might have 10 new prospects if Peter Lambert hadn't shown up.
But he's been so good in the month of July. Yeah. He's got a 2-0 record, should be 3-0 because Brian King crapped the bed in the 8th inning on Friday. This month alone, he's got a 1.02 ERA in 17.2 innings pitched, only giving up 9 hits, 23 strikeouts, 5 walks, and a .79 whip.
Seth knows. I love those strikeouts, man. It's one thing to have the 2-point-whatever ERA.
That's why you love Cam Smith so much.
But if he's doing
the ex-Woba.
Not those strikeouts, the other strikeouts.
I'm begging for Major League Baseball to not name him AL Pitcher of the Month. Because the last time we saw this, it was Spencer Arrighetti.
Well, the only 2 times the Astros, I say only 2, there's only been like 6 of these awards handed out. But Jordan went into an awful slump after he got Player of the Month.
I say the second that you get accolades from the Major League Baseball, you immediately go into the crap.
If you're an Astro, you do at least.
Like Lambert, the only thing I worry about is that Dana goes into Jim Crane's office. Look, 1 out of 7 guys that we signed this offseason is actually producing. So we just need to trade for 7 more guys.
Oh my God!
7 more Peter Joseph Lamberts, as Ocho would like to put it.
They're volume shooters.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast, Cole Thompson in with us. That was Acknowledge Me. We do it each and every Monday at 7:20. All right, coming up next. All right, I watched the first 3 episodes of Quarterback from this weekend. I'm not going to do my breakdown of all my notes from it. As I said last week, I tend to come away liking these guys more after watching this show. What is my stock price? And I'm curious, obviously, Seth and Cole as well. Cole, did you watch any of it this weekend?
Oh, yeah, I'm all caught up.
Okay, cool. See, I'm only 3 in, but I already feel the way it's going on all 4 quarterbacks. One in particular, I was having visions of as a Texan fan. We'll do that coming up next. I was also having visions this weekend of a bird.
On 222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I don't listen around the dial enough to know how big a fan other shows are of the show, the Netflix quarterback documentary. You and I both like it.
I like it. Yeah. It's it's perfect for this time of year.
It is.
It's you're waiting for training camp to begin, and you also get to know some of these quarterbacks, some of whom you used to despise, some of them that you learned to despise.
Yeah, and I like this show. It's 7 episodes. I'm 3 episodes in, and all we're going to do here is just we stock up or stock down on these guys. We'll do that in a second, but I like that these are all stories of guys having to overcome something. Mm-hmm. The Mahomes season was annoying because all it was just, this is how awesome it is to be Patrick Mahomes, who waltzes to a Super Bowl championship at the end of the year.
I was disgusted with him. I thought he came off sounding way more egotistical than I thought he would be.
I agree, yeah.
I think he was like, I'm here, that's what I do.
Yeah.
And remember after that one game, he was talking to his friends, and he'd had a rough start to the game, and he was saying something along the lines of it was weird. I don't make plays like that.
Yeah.
That's not me.
Yep.
I'm like, just settle, bro. People respect you.
He annoyed me. Marcus Mariota, I'm just out on from the season he was on because he quit on his team.
Right. He was sad.
The
quarterbacks getting sad annoy the hell out of me.
The other ones I've all come away liking more than I did before I started watching the show. Joe Burrow, I like him more after quarterback. Kirk Cousins, twice. Jared Goff. I was not a big Jared Goff fan. I like him. I like his wife, too. She's a lot of fun. As far as these, and I'm only 3 episodes in. Cole, you started in on it this weekend. How far in did you get?
I am now on episode 4.
Okay, same here. So I'm heading into 4. I know you've watched a few of the episodes at least, Seth. This is where I am. I'm curious if you guys are the same. Am I stock up, stock down? Just in terms of liking guys. I am a strong trend up on Baker Mayfield after this.
Yeah.
I really like Baker Mayfield a lot.
I wonder if with Baker...
And I've not liked him before.
The sense I get with Baker is that I think he's grown and matured probably, like anybody does.
Sure.
I could see where I might not. He was 21 years old.
I can see
I feel like there's a guy that's got a little bit of natural jerk in him that has probably kind of learned when to turn it on and when to turn it off.
He's been served some humble pie in his career, no doubt.
See, I've always loved Baker.
Yeah.
I loved him from his time in college, even when he went through the shenanigans of the arrest, him on the sidelines of the Kansas game, planting the flag at Ohio State.
Do you love him even more now?
I love him even more now.
I've always respected that he gave us an entertaining arrest video.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah.
They replayed that again. I didn't realize he hit that wall so hard when they tackled
That's
him.
why he screamed like a girl.
Yeah. Well, here's the lesson.
And by that, I'm not saying that as like a slight towards women. I'm saying it was a very high-pitched squeal.
You could hear the squeal.
He squealed.
It was pig sounding. Let's go with that.
Yeah.
There's a lot about Baker that I would love to dig into. I won't hear because I want to get to the other quarterbacks. Let me just say one thing. Apparently the woman he ended up marrying, his current wife, he had a friend that was trying to almost force feed her to him for years. And then finally she's like, all right. Baker's friend said, just Google him, okay? He's a quarterback at Oklahoma. The lesson here is be careful when you tell somebody to Google you or somebody else. Because she's like, the first thing that comes up is him getting arrested in Arkansas and what a jerk he is on the field.
Yeah.
So just
planting
be careful.
flags and whatnot.
Yeah, making obscene gestures and things like that.
Oh, yeah, but then that's good because it presents the bad boy image. So she's going to be intrigued, but also like he's not.
Yeah,
and then when she meets him in person, he's actually...
He's interested in me.
Oh, he's Danny Zuko. It's the Danny Zuko fan.
This was this movie. Jaden Daniels, trending about the same for me. With quarterback.
I already like Jaden Daniels. Oh, you're saying trending the same.
Trending the same.
Not higher or lower?
I've never had strong feelings one way or the other on Jaden Daniels. I haven't hated him. I haven't liked him. There's not been anything in this which, as you know, I'm easily sold to. So.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's been nothing so far in this with Jaden Daniels in quarterback, I'll give you my boomer take. I don't want my quarterbacks to be a wear shades indoors guy like Jaden Daniels was at the draft.
Extremely boomer take.
Yeah.
Extremely
Yeah,
boomer
yeah,
take.
I don't like that.
So, like, have you guys ever heard of the thing aura farming before?
Yeah.
Okay, so like the Odyssey's out right now, and there's like this one scene with like Agamemnon, the character, and like the entire thing about him, he's only in it for like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
But he's aura farming, just like his persona.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't get that with Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, that's
at
the
all.
thing. Yeah. He's kind of boring.
Very boring.
He's kind of boring.
So
yeah.
the Odyssey, the movie, is out?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's.
Yeah.
I think I'm actually gonna go ahead and see it.
USC got clowned this weekend, Seth, the football program.
Oh, it was great.
Because USC put up an AI-generated Odyssey movie poster.
Yeah.
And Odyssey is about the Trojans getting destroyed. They put up an Odyssey movie poster, and USC says, our Odyssey begins on August 29th.
Do you want to...
So Agamemnon, I'm looking at him, he's basically Batman, huh?
Yeah, that's the thing.
How they've got him kind of looking
all
like Batman.
All the memes are like him now in a Bruce Wayne outfit, like the Batman character.
Okay.
What's so funny about that, though, is Troy, the University of Troy, who's also the Trojans, quote tweeted it and said, guys, why is this still up?
Yeah,
they left it up.
Idiots. All right, the last two quarterbacks, Cam Ward, strong trend up on Cam Ward. I would really, if I were a Titans fan, I would be really in on Cam Ward.
Yeah.
I like Cam Ward's mom telling the story of him getting his first speeding ticket. I like that they kept the speeding ticket and put it in his scrapbook. I like that Cam Ward curses a lot. He's very serious. I like that Cam Ward uses a notebook.
Yeah.
He uses an old school notebook, Seth, just like I do, to write things down.
Those guys all do, though, don't they? That was
I don't care.
no,
the only one I've
this-
seen
I already-
doing it is Cam Ward.
I already like Cam Ward because it just every story you hear about him in the draft process, and then since he's been in the NFL, is that classic. Everything you want to hear. Doesn't mean he's going to be awesome, but first guy in, last guy out, very conscientious. After they had a victory last year, he basically got up and acted like, no, we got to be better than this.
Yeah.
He feels like he's got the appropriate amount of grumpiness. Yeah.
I like Cam Ward a lot.
Yeah.
I like him a lot.
No, speaks from the truth, does not hide any emotions in there. My favorite part of the entire series so far with Cam Ward is when he was at that Little League event where he was doing dodgeball, and he held the nerve back of going full Billy Madison on the kids.
Yeah. That's the hyper competitiveness.
Even when they interviewed him afterwards, he seemed disgusted with the kids.
Yeah, a hyper, like an irrational hyper competitiveness about him.
I really like.
I missed the part with the speeding ticket. What was the?
So they sat with his parents for a few vignettes, and they have a scrapbook of all like his articles from the big games he had and things like that. One of the things in his scrapbook was the first speeding ticket he ever got.
But what's the story behind it?
That he kept it under wraps for a while, and then eventually he had to go to court for it, and they found out about
his
it.
Parents didn't know?
But what was so funny about that story is the next door neighbor was the judge clerk, and she could have easily gotten him out of it if he just would have knocked on the door.
Oh. Yep. Or even just, was he not answering it or like paying it or anything?
No. I just think he didn't tell his parents. I just thought it was funny that his mom
parents are going to find out when their insurance rates went up.
The only reason I have it in here, I thought it was hilarious. His mom kept it in a scrapbook. I thought that was really funny. Last one, Joe Flacco, slight trend up. I already liked Flacco to begin with. I like Flacco so much more in this second phase of his career than I did when I thought he was just really overpaid in Baltimore for 3 weeks of good football in 2012.
I liked it. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, him keeping the Corvette that he won for MVP of the Super Bowl in his garage, like it's some trophy or lamp that he's putting in a storage unit. It's just covered in dust right now.
Well, he compared it to a trophy, too.
He never drives it. It's just, he's like, I won this for being, it's in his garage.
It'd feel weird to get rid of it.
I drove it twice.
Someday.
Yeah, like this is all I got.
I liked him. I'm guessing, did you hear Cleveland radio talk about this at all? He's telling Shedeur Sanders that quarterbacks shouldn't wear a visor.
I totally agree with the visor.
Right. Like it looks cool and everything, but like it screws up your vision and all that.
Yep.
And then Shedeur wasn't having it. I'm guessing that was like a full 3 hours of content on Cleveland Sports Radio last year.
Yeah. Well, Cleveland actually showed up in quarterback. Ken Carman and Anthony Lyman, their morning show popped up in quarterback. That's why we need CJ to be part. So you and I can pop up in this thing.
I don't want CJ to be a part of this.
I I'm going to say far away from Netflix right now.
I beg to differ. All right, coming up next, we'll circle back to the Astros, the lost weekend that was. Where are we at on management right now with the Astros? Seth has some affirmations.
Yeah, we need to get this team right.
Okay.
We're going to have some cheesy New Age affirmations for some of these Astros.
Okay, good.
We're going to get them right. We're going to get their confidence back.
We're going to do that. We'll do it coming up next.
Hey, get your confidence back up. If you've been in an accident that was not
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
If we were to ask the question to the Astros fan base, should Joe Espada be gone?
Yeah.
Not at the end of the season, not after breakfast, but now.
Yeah. I would say right now maybe the majority think yes.
Definitely think the majority.
Yeah. I'm always dicey about.
It's kind of cherry picking to do it after they just got swept.
Well, there's also that point where you're like, all right, at some point, if you're going to do it in season, it's got to be to provide some kind of juice.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at this current roster and thinking like, okay, listen, we need to start from square one to begin with.
Well,
then it's not like you're trying to tank for the draft or anything. But there might be a little bit of why bother.
And if you're wondering like what's the level of desperation purely from a record standpoint, granted the American League and its mediocrity is keeping you, that's the thing that's keeping this team alive right now. Yeah. This is the deepest they've gone into a season and been sub 500 since before the golden era, since 2014. And they flipped it around the last 2 years to where by this point they'd won 59 games last year, they'd won 52 the year before. They've won 47 games, and there's no sign that there's a 7-game winning streak coming anytime soon with this team. So, yeah, I think maybe I'll Pender poll that one, too. I got a lot of polls I got to put up today.
So this weekend, somebody sent me some positive affirmations. A friend of mine that you wouldn't guess would be a positive affirmation guy.
Really?
He's kind of a beer drinker, used to be a brawler type and everything, but it's been big for him in his life. So the old Stuart Smalley thing, you know.
Okay.
Like, I'm confident, I'm strong enough, and people like me, gosh darn it.
Are you okay right now? Did you need the affirmations?
Oh, no. I had asked him about it. I was asking him something that we were talking about. He's in sales, and I was just kind of asking him something about it. So
gotcha.
I thought, you know what the Astros need? They need some affirmations.
Let's go.
So I got some good new age music going here.
Okay.
And I'm gonna take the Astros to some affirmations. Feel free to throw in.
I just want you to know we only have 13 minutes left in this.
Let's start. Listen.
It's a lot of people that need this stuff.
Listen,
man.
you want your ship to get to port. You need a good captain of that ship.
That's true.
John. And Joe Espada desperately in need of some affirmations.
Okay.
So Joe Espada, I want you to repeat after me. I don't have to prove to anybody that I'm smart, that I'm clever, that gosh darn it, I'm competent. I don't have to pinch hit for Yordan Alvarez in a close game. I don't have to bunt like it's 1973. I'm smart enough and people respect me for that. I also, so repeat after me, Joe Espada. I hold guys accountable. When I see a young player who just struck out, but the catcher drops the ball and it's rolling in the dirt, and your young player should be going to first base as fast as he can. I hold guys accountable for stuff like that.
Do you?
Yes. Well, he's repeating after me.
Sorry.
So you got any more for Espada?
Do I have any more affirmations?
Yeah, for Espada that he needs.
For Espada?
Yeah.
You know what? I would say every time in a post-game, repeat after me, Joe. In a post-game press conference, even after a pitcher has given up 9 earned runs, but still gave us 5 innings, it's okay for me to tout the 5 innings and ignore the 9 earned runs. He did give us 5 innings.
No, but you have to do the affirmation for what you actually want him to do. Yeah, like he should say, I hold people accountable afterwards too, and I'll address what the issues were.
Okay.
I might get so here, Joe Espada. Yeah, I'll just say it in the you. It gets too confusing. Listen, Joe. Listen, Joe. Listen, these guys aren't super delicate.
I like the repeat after me.
Okay, repeat after me, Joe. Repeat after me, Joe.
Come on.
After a pitcher gets shelled in a game, I can point out that it was a really bad performance for him. I don't have to say his stuff is really good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't have to say, hey, Hunter's stuff is really good.
We're trying to get him to change his ways.
To get him. Christian Walker. We'll do Christian Walker.
Okay, let's do this.
Christian Walker, repeat after me.
Okay.
I can handle failure. When I have a bad moment or I strike out, I hold my chest out with pride. I walk to the dugout at a normal pace, and I understand that I'm not setting a example for the aforementioned Zach DeZenzo that what this game is all about is not pouting. It's about just getting back up and doing it again.
Yes.
I also, my obliques are strong and flexible, and I will not injure them again.
That's going to work.
Yeah.
Can I give an affirmation to Christian Walker?
Yeah.
Christian, repeat after me.
Okay.
It's okay to watch a ball go in the dirt and not try to golf club swing at it.
Yes,
You're doing the check swings.
Yes.
Oh,
it's okay to watch a ball go by and not try to play hero.
Yeah.
It's okay.
When it goes in the dirt at first base, it's okay. Like, we like him to swing at it with his glove to try to scoop it, but we don't like him to do that with his bat.
All right.
That's a good one.
Imai, repeat after me.
Okay.
I don't know if we have enough
Through a
time for this
translator.
one. The ball.
This one's going to take a while.
The ball is just sticky enough. The meals are served at the appropriate time in the appropriate place. The baseball game is 9 innings long, and I can be there for the majority of it. What would be another one?
The mound is the perfect texture.
The mound is exactly the appropriate height and steepness for me. Y equals mx plus b is okay with me.
66 degrees in Seattle is seasonably warm.
Yes, I am comfortable.
It's not cold.
60 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what it is in Celsius. Is just fine.
Finding the strike zone 3 times wealth experience.
Yes, good job. We've got him on track. Brian King. Listen, repeat after me, Brian King.
We're going to waste our time.
Repeat after me, Brian King. I have historically great splits versus righties. I will look at photos of myself and hit the mirror button on Instagram. So it'll make me look like I'm a righty, because that's what I have done historically. I haven't gone in and let up home run after home run after home run. That's not who I am. I will spend my time in the minor leagues to do what I always do, which is have great splits versus righties.
Yes. Okay.
Jeremy Pena.
Oh boy.
My muscles are live and pliable and well hydrated. I never cramp up, and when I do cramp up, I don't act like these modern athletes who think that a cramp is somehow a forebear to tearing something. I will not leave games because of cramping, be they muscular or menstrual.
This is at least. This music is something, man. I like this. This is at least 5 times now
that he's had to leave a game.
Since late last year. Jeremy Pena had been a rock forever, and then he got beamed by the Cubs last year in the ribs. I'm not counting that on his ticket injury-wise, but it broke a rib, but it's almost like it broke something else inside of him. He missed people forget this. He missed the last week of the season last year. They could have used Jeremy Pena, 10th in the MVP voting, to make the playoffs last year. Missed it with, I believe, an oblique or something like that. Oblique strain. And there's now been at least 3, if not 4 times. 2 times he's already been on the injured list.
Say, if he goes back, it's the 3rd time.
It's the 3rd time on the injured list. So the last 2... He's come back without having to go to the.
Yiner.
He's getting hurt a lot.
Repeat after me, Yiner, with your positive affirmations. I love coconut water. I love pickle juice. I love any kind of electrolyte laden liquid that's going to help me finish games. That's just the way I operate. That's just what I do.
Yeah. You mean Pena?
Yeah, what did I say?
You said Yiner.
Yiner.
Did I do
Yiner yet?
You haven't done Yiner yet. No, I got excited when you said Yiner.
Yiner, repeat after me. Yeah. I know where the strike zone is. And I understand when to challenge and when not to challenge. And sometimes I won't challenge when it is indeed a ball. And then when I do actually end up having a couple successful challenges after that,
good for a minute yesterday.
I won't screw up everything by throwing a runner out at second who I have no hope of getting out when there's a runner on third.
Throw him out.
When there's a runner on third and you score a run because you tried to pick off somebody who was unpickable.
Yeah.
And I will remind Hunter that you got a guy on first who's got a healthy lead.
Yeah, do a little affirmation for Hunter too. Yeah.
Oh, well,
I will pay attention base run.
Spotty, you're back in the mix. Joe, repeat after me, Joe. I will pull Hunter at the appropriate time. I will not let him sit out there with absolutely zero command with the bases loaded, and I will understand exactly what's. I will watch the baseball game. I will watch the baseball game and understand what's going on.
Can we throw one more in for Yiner?
Yeah.
I love home plate.
Yes.
I should cover home plate. I should stay positive and not be anywhere else but home plate.
Yes, Yiner. Repeat after me, Yiner. I understand where the danger is, and I will be there. I will be there and cover the appropriate bases when it might prevent something like an actual run being scored, even though it probably wouldn't have.
In extra innings, by the way.
But just still be there. Yeah.
Text message. These sound like backhanded affirmations.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is just positivity.
His positivity would be better served as a player after chewing damn positive. I don't need fire and brimstone, but give me the spark.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I do one for my favorite player, Mike Burrows?
Yeah.
Who avoided, like Kai Wei Tang, avoided his minor league assignment by coming up with some injury. The team, remember Kai Wei Tang got optioned to Sugar Land, and they're like 2 days later, like, oh, no, wait. His arm, it's broken, like Rodney Dangerfield. So the same thing happened with Mike Burrows. They optioned him, but then they revoked the option. So he's still with the ball club. Mike Burrows, repeat after me. I don't need to just throw meatballs over the middle of the plate.
Yeah.
I can cherry pick. Mm-hmm. I got the stuff.
Yes.
To pick the corners here, to cherry pick, to nibble on the corners. I don't need to serve it on a silver platter to these people. Look at most of the hitters I've thrown to this year. You know what? The reason I've given up a lot of runs is just because of these damn home runs I keep giving up.
Yes.
If I just stop giving up the home runs, and I am perfectly capable.
Good job, Mike Burrows.
Look at this red beard of mine. It's beautiful. I look like a pirate.
I'm going to say
I used to be a pirate.
I've got one. Typically, you don't try to give affirmations to a piece of technology, but for PitchCom, which just went out for how long was it? It was like 3 hours
the
other
while,
night.
Yeah.
I am not all that complicated a piece of technology.
No.
I'm not that much different than a transistor radio.
Yeah.
Then I will not fail. I will not fail you humans in critical moments because what the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I give one to a piece of technology?
Mm-hmm.
This is an affirmation for the iPad in the Astros dugout.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I need to stop letting these guys play Candy Crush and Angry Birds on this thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have parental controls on.
I'm gonna self-download whatever apps the good teams are using to get not cheat, but get a little edge.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to be a more productive piece of technology in this dugout.
Not even try. I am a more productive.
Sorry,
you have to visualize you being the
I gotta
iPad,
get better at
the perfect iPad.
I gotta get better at this.
I thought of one of Joe Espada. Get him back in here for a second.
Yeah, okay, Joe. Repeat after goal.
Me. I will not burn my pitcher that just came off the IL from Tommy John surgery out there too long
tonight.
Yeah.
I will set the tone tonight by allowing him to go as far as he can with being comfortable and not put him in a position to where I am going to blow out his arm and have him back for one start and right back at square one with this pitching rotation.
Yeah, I didn't leave Hunter Brown out way too long in his first start of the season, which maybe was the reason that he got into the fix he was in anyway.
Eight innings. 8 weeks later, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Blanco's got to be on a pitch count tonight, right? I mean, technically everybody's kind of on a pitch count.
If it's going well, Espada's like,
we can go to the fifth.
Hey, Joe, repeat after me. I'm not terrified about how I'm going to be reusing my relievers 3 days from now, so I'm to the point where I keep guys in for way too long, and I damn sure won't be complimenting a pitcher after he allows 7 runs. But hey, he stayed in for 6 innings. He made my job easier. Yeah.
I just got one sent to me from my wife, an affirmation. She would like the Houston fan base to repeat after themselves. I do not need to do the wave. It's stupid. I can sit and enjoy a game without doing the wave.
Yeah, I don't need gadgetry.
Good job, baby.
Like the wave to keep my kids entertained during games.
Oh, people want us to do affirmations for people at Sports Radio 610. For Clint, I will not talk about how injuries can't get worse in the second half of the season. Did Clint say that?
Oh.
He must have.
He must have on Friday.
If a random texter is saying it, it's got to be true.
I'm guilty of it just at the beginning of the season. All last offseason.
Yeah, we all did that.
Yeah, Seth, repeat after me. I will not in the offseason say that they can't the injury be as bad early on as they were last year.
The injuries can always get worse.
Yeah.
That's what we've learned. All right, good job, Seth. I enjoyed that. I have no idea if it's going to work.
Hopefully everybody's feeling a lot more positive.
Yeah. All right, we've done this the last couple of days with Cole at 7:20, but we did acknowledge me earlier today. News that you may have missed from over the weekend, from the news cycle here. Cole Thompson's got them for you. News you may have missed, including one. We had lottery stories last week. This one's a good one. We've got a good lottery story that we'll get to, and also some sports-related ones as well. Tom Brady, people getting upset with Tom Brady on the interwebs over the weekend. We'll get with that. We'll get to that as well. Stay there. This is what I would like. I'd like a lot of you to repeat after me right now. I will go to basepowercompany.com/610 today, like Sean's been telling me to just see how much I can save on my electricity. That's it. You just want to see how much you can save. Now, then, if you see that you can save a whole bunch, I would say activate the account, because Base Power is going to pay up to $150 of your cancellation fee. Think about the time of year that we're in. Think about your energy bill continuing to rise and rise and rise. It is rising because you're running the AC a ton in the summertime. It also may be rising because your energy company bumped up your rate, the actual rate that you pay per kilowatt, that sort of thing. They do that. They quietly raise your rate. Hope you don't notice. Base Power is different. You're guaranteed to be below the Texas average with your rate now and at every renewal. How is that for peace of mind? That's awesome. So before you get hit with that next big bill, do what I'm asking you to do right now. A lot of you are probably somewhere where you can get on the interwebs. basepowercompany.com. It's that simple. Switch before the next big bill hits. $150 they're going to pay towards your cancellation fee. They're just different. That rate's guaranteed to be below the Texas average with Base Power. basepowercompany.com/610. basepowercompany.com/610.
In the loop.
The Astros are at the All-Star break. So how are
injured in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Still got a ton to get to today on the show with you till 10 a.m. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. Cole Thompson's here with us today. And we did this segment a couple times last week. We'll do it here. But yeah, especially on a Monday, a lot of stuff kind of slips through the cracks, off the radar, whatever wording it is you want to use. But there may have been news that you missed over the weekend, sports and otherwise. So Cole is here with a few of those stories for us to react to here. What do you got, Cole?
Yeah, we all have that one friend that is definitely being shady behind closed doors. They're not telling us the entire story. They're very friendly. They want to keep you in the loop, but if something happens to them, they're keeping it under wraps.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think would be the person at 6'10" that would find a way to win the lottery if you're in a pool with everybody and then say, you know what, thanks for no thanks, I'm keeping the money?
That's a heavy question. Why are you asking that question first and then give us a chance to think about it?
So there was a bunch of construction workers that went in on the lottery in New Jersey, day in and day out. And then one of the workers who had the Mega Millions said that he was taking off of work because he needed foot surgery. And they didn't give a timeline of when he would return, and he never came back. Well, come to find out, the other guys who were banking alongside him in the Mega Millions found out that he won $38.5 million.
Okay, so hold on. Let me make sure I have this straight. So you got all these guys, half dozen guys or whatever,
all pooling in together.
And then we see companies do that, and they all pool in for the lottery tickets. And if you win, you split it evenly. So this guy
just flat out didn't tell him.
This guy just up and he just up and left.
Well, no, what he did was he said, "Oh, I'm having foot surgery. Yeah. I'll be out for an extended time." Yeah. Never came back. A year.
So he had won already.
Yeah, a year goes by.
A year.
A year goes by. Nobody finds out about it. One guy then looks up online about him and figures out that he won $38.5 million. But because if he just wanted to go ahead and get the money, not worry about anyone finding out about this, he took the tax out on it, so $24 million. Well, the friends got together and sued this guy to be able to get their earnings because they put in for the lottery.
To get their share of the $24 million.
Yes.
Okay.
Did they win, or is this ongoing?
So they ended up winning. They handed over the $24 million. Each person got $4 million out of it.
They should get.
What a dirty. So the question is, who at Sports Radio 610 is most likely to do that?
If we had a pool,
I would say Sean, just because he was like, I think.
See that.
I think he'd see a book or something.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't do it because he was greedy. He'd do it out of desperation.
Necessity.
Yeah.
I when I saw this story, I immediately thought, okay, who here would do that? And I'm like, damn, I think it might be me.
You want to go with Paul?
That's a pretty shady thing.
Yeah.
Would Gallant do? I don't know that Gallant would hold up well, knowing that he stiffed people out of
but he would move out of the country.
No, Gallant has a certain stubbornness, like in a good way. Like there's certain things that he will and will not stand for. I feel like he would be adamant about doing the right thing.
Yes, I
even
do too.
if he desperately didn't want to.
I do too. Me, on the other hand,
I would say a young I think Lopez in his younger years might do it. I don't think now.
Yeah, probably not now.
I can see Lopez back in the 70s when he's out and he's wearing his shirt unbuttoned down to his belly button and everything.
Remember, he partied with Charlie Sheen.
He shows up.
I can see Charlie Sheen talking him into it.
I think Lopez would have a van full of kilos of coke.
Charlie Sheen be like, "Why are you splitting it with all your? Why are you splitting with your coworkers? Go to Cuba. Yeah, get out of here. Yeah, get out of here." So I think you nailed it, Seth. I think if we're power ranking, I'll wear that.
Power ranking, you'd be at the top spot.
I'll wear that. I'd find it. Yeah.
Who would be last in that ranking? Who do you think would be like the first person to show up? Guys already won.
Reggie.
Yeah. I think there might be a part. That's the kind of thing where, man, if that's the arrangement, if there's any inkling in your mind at all of like the temptation to do that, you gotta go. You gotta text everybody immediately and just get it out there. Yeah. Once you go down that road, that's a hairy one.
Lopez definitely would have picked me out that I have rich friends. And let me just be clear, I haven't swindled any of them out of any money, okay?
Yeah.
Not try to get him in on a Ponzi scheme or some sort of ticket buying scam or pull a Matt Miller with him and say, hey, I'm giving it all to charity.
I do think it's funny that all of us agreed Reggie consensus lead.
Yeah, Reggie's he's an upstanding citizen.
This is a sentence I thought I would never utter out of my mouth.
Okay.
Tom Brady needs to skull drag Logan Paul on national
Why
television.
are you saying that sentence?
So did you guys see the Fanatics issue with him?
Yeah.
With him slapping Logan
him good.
Slapped Logan Paul good. Like, there's obviously a prelude. And this is after Tom Brady a day or two before had said that he hoped to get into get into a pro wrestling match somehow.
Yeah, he told Cody Rhodes that.
Yeah.
So it's continuing. Yesterday at the World Cup final, they have Tom Brady and his kids sitting in a suite right next to Logan Paul and his own paparazzi. So they're going back and forth, getting the middle finger to each other, going and screaming at each other, like making fun of each other. Like, it feels like this is a moment of where you're finally getting set up for Tom Brady to enter the ring.
This to me feels
better be.
I honestly I see a lot of people asking this question. Why, Tom? Why?
Yes.
Like, I feel like this is him.
Bunch of snooty people.
This is a weird midlife crisis to have, which he has. You know, he's in a different place than most people in the world, where he doesn't have to go out. He's already got whichever vehicle he wants or whatever. But I feel like it's something like he's just gonna let his freak flag fly.
Do I look? I'm the WWE fan in the room, so I'll miss. I definitely think it's working towards something. The part that I don't like, I like Tom Brady being involved. If Tom Brady gets involved in a WWE angle in some way, I'll be super interested to see exactly what the creative looks like for that. It is the people like the Albert Breers, the Will Comptons. Those are the two of a few that I saw yesterday. Those are the two that I can recall off the top of my head, though. Why is he doing this?
Yeah.
Oh, why, Tom? Why? Like, doing what? Like, who cares?
Going holier than
that he's
thou
flipping
mantra.
off Logan Paul in some sort of WWE. You know why he's doing it? Because it's fun. He's having fun. He's enjoying doing it. Are people against? Seth's got that look on his face.
Not everybody's abandoned their dignity quite already, like you have apparently.
But why is that abandoning your dignity?
To be fair, who has not wanted to flip off Logan Paul?
Yeah,
I mean, there's one person, that's the guy.
This is the part of it that I don't like, is that I'm not buying it at all. Like, I'd like there to be some little part of it where it feels like, okay, this might. Is my microphone?
Yeah, you're on. You're on. You're good. Yeah.
I can't hear myself. There might be some part where, like, oh, wait a second, Brady's serious this time or something, or he means it.
It's a wrestling angle.
Yeah, I know. I'm not buying into the fantasy of it. It just looks so awkward.
No, neither am I.
Yeah.
It's fun.
But let me be clear. It's the people that somehow feel like Tom Brady should be above this.
Yeah.
Like, stop being so snooty. Stop looking down on my people. My people generate a lot of money.
I think I'm looking down on him a little bit.
I think you are too.
Yeah.
It's a little annoying.
Okay, what do you guys think is the most Florida story of all Florida stories?
It's got to involve meth, all right?
Yeah. Left in segment. What's the most Florida story? Where do we start?
So, would you say selling Burmese pythons for free pizza would be a Florida story?
Oh, yeah, anything with an escaped Burmese python.
It checks all the boxes.
Yep.
Yeah.
It checks all the boxes. Unhealthy food, reptiles, some sort of underground commerce, it sounds like.
Yeah.
So there's a Florida pizzeria that is currently looking to be in this fight to get the most Burmese pythons, because they're an invasive species and you're supposed to collect them.
Yeah.
So the owner is now offering one Burmese python for a free pizza.
So if you bring in a Burmese python, you get a free pizza? Is it hard to get a Burmese python?
No, they're everywhere apparently throughout the entire state.
Are they trying to?
They're trying to.
Are they overrun with them right now?
They're overrun with them, and you're supposed to euthanize them immediately. But there's a contest going on called the Florida Python Challenge, where the winner gets $10,000 in prize money.
Who's who are the contestants? Pizzerias or
no. This one guy who is known for also being a snake hunter is asking people to come on in and drop off Burmese pythons, and in return he'll give you a free pizza out of it.
Okay, but who's what's this contest you're talking about? Who's this contest?
The guy who owns the pizzeria is trying to win the $10,000 prize by collecting the most
Burmese pythons.
Okay, there's no rule on how to collect them.
Okay.
So he can just say, "Here, you want a free pepperoni and mushroom?
Okay,
give me a Burmese python."
It's not a great Florida story because it doesn't involve an arrest.
Bath
Florida,
salts.
Yeah. An arrest involving bath salts would be the best one.
Yes,
that's
the sweet nectar.
This is I never knew this, and I assumed that it's 100% correct because I heard from a stand-up. This is where I get into my legal learning.
Right.
There's a guy from Florida who said that the reason that so many legal stories from Florida make the news is because it's easier to search their database than other states.
Okay.
So like it's a very easy to search database, and he's making this argument for it, and I'm like, yeah, but it's also. It's because somebody in Florida is running some idiot in Florida is running that database and making it that way.
Yeah.
It's full of people who didn't fit in. It's people who weren't ambitious enough to go to. It's all the free spirits who weren't ambitious enough to go all the way to the West Coast. They just don't fit in, so they go to Florida.
They go to Florida.
You know the kid from your high school that moved to Florida. Yeah,
I do actually.
That state is full of those guys. Yeah.
Tom Flaherty. Moved to Florida.
How big of a jinx do you think Nick Wright is? Because of once again, he has found a way to mess things up in the World Cup.
Did you see this, Seth?
No.
So Nick Wright has gone to 3 World Cup games. In every single one, he has picked a team that he is rooting for.
Mm-hmm.
The first one was Brazil. Brazil gets upset by Norway.
Hang on. You don't bury the lead. Nick gets dressed up in the whole getup, head to toe. Bucket hat of the team. Jersey, the whole thing.
Speaks on how the sports gods are on his side with everything.
Yeah.
So Brazil loses to Norway. Then he goes to the Morocco battle. They lose that game right at the end.
Yep.
So it's just like a comeback win. Then yesterday in New York, he is dressed head to toe, covered in Argentinian gear, saying the sports gods will be on Argentina's side today.
Yeah.
Once again, they find a way to lose. He is 0 for 3 in games.
It's a really good shtick for him. Because it's not beneath him the way Tom Brady might do something, but it also he's got to be careful. Like he can't take this act to Argentina or anything. You know, he's awful. He loves doing this. He's well within the ensconced in the safety of the United States.
Clearly, if he did that, it'd be uninvited.
Yeah. Like you got to be careful with this, Nick.
I didn't know about the Morocco one. I'd only seen the Brazil one. Once you do it twice, the
third time, it's like, come on, man.
you're just trolling
Read
at
the
that
room,
point.
man.
I mean,
so he's probably a little bit of the version of your pro wrestling guy there, the Danhausen.
He's the anti-Danhausen.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Danhausen was the last thing that we're going to talk about here. Danhausen is on a generational run of cursing people.
Uh-huh.
Every single person he has cursed so far, he has been able to watch win. He first off started off by cursing everyone besides who was playing the Knicks.
Yep.
They won that one. Then he cursed the Las Vegas Golden Knights in the Stanley Cup Final. Carolina won that one. Then he cursed on Saturday for Fanatics Fest. He cursed Argentina.
Yeah.
They won that one.
Yeah. He literally had cursed the Knicks. They lost 2 games, and then he uncursed them, and they went on to win 11 out of 12 or whatever it was. So he's on a roll right now.
Like, do not be on the bad side.
I tweeted out. I had AI make a Sports Illustrated cover with him as Sportsman of the Year for 2026 and tweeted it yesterday.
You know, I went through a few of his cameos because I like going through cameos and seeing the people who give the bad reviews. And a couple of his were pretty milquetoast. I was kind of disappointed in him. He was just kind of like reading, not putting any emotion into it or anything.
I'm with you. Like the cameos have been a little underwhelming.
Well, even Bryce,
I'll probably buy one.
Bryce Harper's cameo that he got in all kinds of hot water for because who was it? Was it FanDuel or which? No,
it was FanDuel.
Yeah, it was FanDuel.
FanDuel ended up using it like as like in a way that Bryce Harper didn't realize it was going to be used.
There was a guy who lost $1.5 million gambling with them. And they used that video to send to him to encourage him to start gambling again.
Like Bryce Harper didn't understand exactly how it was going to be used. But even I was more critical of the lack of energy he had in the cameo than any tie to the actual sports book.
The Bryce Harper one, I don't like. I'm with you. I saw the video. He's a baseball player. The Danhausen ones, I'm like, you're a performer.
Yeah.
Who honestly, whose star is based 98% on the performative part of the humor part of the character, not the in-ring part of the character. So I'm kind of with you on that. Still love the guy, but kind of with you on that.
I'm gonna get a cameo account today, but I'm gonna have like a stupidly high price.
By the way, the text line says Nick Wright is Ted Cruz and Tyler Milner combined.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right, coming up next. Good job, Cole.
I think T-Mill might be the guy. T-Mill might be the guy that withholds the information about winning the lottery.
You will never hear from him again. He will get out of the building and call him.
No, I honestly think Sean would be one of the lowest. I was just picking at him.
But I do envision myself like, could I see the money was enough? I don't think I would do it. Tyler Milner, that's the guy.
They all say Ron on the text line.
I don't know. I strike me as dishonest. You know, like it's like.
If anything, he's a little too honest.
Yeah.
He speaks the truth.
Yeah. All right. Someone saying Bijani for sure. See, Bijani has his own business outside of radio, so he would have a way to kind of hide it a little bit.
That's
too.
true. He'd be like, he'd say that I built 300 fences.
I don't know if you know this, but the fence business is growing.
So he's hiding
10,000%.
and laundering the money somehow.
I made a TikTok. It blew up. Now my business is going everywhere.
Yeah. All right. Coming up next, the All PFF era team. So going back to 2006, Pro Football Focus put together their All Pro team for the last 20 years, which brings up an interesting question about DeAndre Hopkins, who made this team. We'll have that for you coming up next. But first, Texas Sinus and Snoring, Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring.
Where it's legal to play.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Pro Football Focus put together their all Pro Football Focus era team for the NFL. They've been doing each of the 32 teams recently. Pro Football Focus has. And for those who don't know, Pro Football Focus, the website that grades every player, every snap of every game, and they give them a numerical grade for people that love numbers. It's a fantastic website. They've got some good stuff on there. So it goes back to 2006. So this is essentially sort of the all-pro team in the eyes of PFF since 2006. The Texans show up twice on this team. One is an obvious one. J.J. Watt is one of the defensive linemen.
Finally getting some respect.
On this team. It's about time, man. We'll talk about J.J. in a little bit. J.J. was fun on social media the last few days. So J.J. made this team on the defensive line. He was first team along with Aaron Donald. It sounds like they're treating him like an interior defensive lineman for purposes of this.
Who, J.J.?
J.J., yep. So the other one that shows up, if I said wide receiver, shows up on the PFF since 2006 all NFL team.
I would say that would be Andre Johnson.
You would say Andre Johnson, wouldn't you?
I'd say DeAndre.
You would say DeAndre?
I would say DeAndre.
Why would you say DeAndre over Andre?
I think because of more people look towards newer. Like, I've always lived in the world of new is always better.
But so this is purely based on scores, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is purely based on data.
Oh, then yeah, it should be Andre then.
Then it's not. It's actually
it's DeAndre.
It's DeAndre. Now, Andre loses the benefit, I guess, of the first 3 years of his career. I think he made a Pro Bowl in like 2004 when he was a teammate of yours.
So since 2006. But Andre really didn't take off until his third year, right? Yeah.
And he really took off like in 08 and 09. He was the best receiver in football in 08 and 09.
Like for 3 straight years too, he was unstoppable.
He was amazing.
But DeAndre's probably had a more consistently productive year by year.
Yeah, and DeAndre makes first team.
Yeah.
So they have first team and second team. Now they have 3 receivers on the first team. Julio Jones, Antonio Brown, DeAndre Hopkins. The 3 second-team receivers, Devontae Adams, Calvin Johnson, and Tyreek Hill. My question is this. You look at those 6 names, Julio Jones, well, Calvin Johnson's in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
Julio Jones feels like a lock.
Julio Jones, 16th all-time receiving yards.
Feels like a lock.
DeAndre's at 18th.
Okay. Antonio Brown should be a lock. Yeah, should be a lock.
On-field player is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, and which is what
supposed to take anything off-field into account, but they did that with
Terrell Owens. They held him out a couple of years because he was a bad teammate. Tyreek Hill, similar to Antonio Brown. I think Tyreek Hill's a Hall of Famer. Look at his resume; he's a Hall of Famer. And Devontae Adams, I think, is on that track as well. Put it this way, of these 6 guys who are first or second team, I feel like DeAndre is the one who, like, to me, far and away has the least amount of buzz like that.
Yeah, I think that especially when a lot of times when you're atypical, it's not rewarded. And DeAndre's atypical compared to those other guys in that his speed wasn't like the blistering, menacing.
Yeah.
Right. He still affected coverages. People didn't want him running after the catch. But I don't think that people look at him in that same category. But he is, like, he's 18th. He's 18th in all-time receiving yards. The guys who aren't in the Hall of Fame above him, who are eligible, are Steve Smith Sr., Reggie Wayne,
who's been a finalist, who both been finalists a couple times,
and both probably eventually will find their way in, or at least be in that conversation until the end.
Unless there's a logjam at wide receiver, but continue.
Reggie Wayne. Then Anquan Bolden is the one that, like, a lot of times people would compare DeAndre to Anquan Bolden somewhat and said, all right, it doesn't look like the way guys typically do it, but he's just so physical at the catch point, and he just churns out production. And I think DeAndre was better than Anquan Bolden, but I think people are going to throw him into that same category.
I do too. So he's 18th, huh?
Yeah.
See, my whole thing with the Hall of Fame is this, and this is why I think DeAndre candidate and what he's getting credit for. If you're one of the best at your position, if you're first team All-Pro for a period of, like, over a 5-year period, if you're first team All-Pro and or second team All-Pro for most of that period of time, from 2015 through 2019, the only year DeAndre Hopkins wasn't in that conversation or an actual first team All-Pro was the year that Brock Osweiler was the quarterback. The only person that could shut down DeAndre Hopkins was Brock Osweiler as his quarterback. Like, it was the one year where DeAndre only had like 800 yards.
954 that season.
Okay, so he's almost 1,000 even with Brockster as his quarterback.
Yeah, I know. He was a quarterback skeleton key.
Yeah.
That was the only... Brock was the only guy that didn't figure out a way to just throw the ball in the general direction of DeAndre Hopkins.
Right.
If he would have had any other quarterback find him that year and go for 1,000 yards, 8 straight 1,000-yard years.
Yeah.
Henry Allard is the only other guy.
Allard.
Yeah. You know what? That's what I thought. And then I looked up just to be sure on pronunciation. And I thought, I know.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I know.
I'm shrugging at whoever you're looking it up with. Yeah.
Stupid Gemini.
They can't do pronunciations now either?
I haven't pronounced Ellard's name since maybe like 1998 or so.
Yeah. And he's in the top 18, or top 16. Yeah.
Would you consider that maybe because of what we've witnessed with Devontae Adams being last year's leader in touchdown receptions and kind of the fall off of DeAndre Hopkins, that's why he's not thought about in such a prominent light?
I don't know. I mean, Devontae Adams had some big years.
Right.
Played in a lot of big games in Green Bay. Hurt DeAndre Hopkins that a lot of his damage was done with the Texans team that was... His teams, by and large, they were good teams, but they weren't... they were not contending teams that DeAndre was on.
I guess, like the old barometer you always use is, okay, was there a period of time where people looked at him as the best receiver in the NFL?
Yeah.
And I don't think he was ever up at that spot.
He was first team All-Pro 3 out of like 5 years.
5 years.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty good. I don't know. Is it enough to where he's a slam dunk for the Hall of Fame? Probably not. But I think he gets under discussed in conversations like this all the time, DeAndre Hopkins. There's an interesting cut I saw from Jalen Ramsey over the weekend. We'll play it right here. He was on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast and said the only wide receiver to ever put up 100 yards on him in a game was DeAndre Hopkins at the end of 2018, and here's what it led him to do.
Twice for 2 yards. Right. Nah, personally, D-Hop put over 100 on me that game because I was matched up on him at least 80% of the time, and he had probably 120 to 140 that game, last game of the season that year, and he went to work. I remember I was hot right after the game. I texted my trainer and my pops in a group message. I said, as soon as I get home, we got to get after it. D-Hop killed me today. As soon as I get home, we got to get after it.
Would you switch your whole training?
Nah, not everything. Just certain stuff that he was killing me on during the game. I'm like, I gotta get better at that specifically. Like this, I need to find out a new technique to stop that.
Right.
Or I need to do this differently. Like I can't keep losing like that. He beat me on this route 3 times this game. I can't lose like that no more.
That's the, if John McClain is still in charge, the guy that was in charge of kind of presenting the case for the guys from Houston, that clip needs to be in there because I know they weigh that real heavily. They want to hear about the guys they competed against
their peers
and what it was like.
Yeah.
And I remember that was in a period when Jalen Ramsey was talking smack about anybody and everybody, including his own team, like his own quarterbacks. He would, but he would never talk smack about DeAndre Hopkins. That was the one he had the most respect for DeAndre Hopkins.
12 catches for 147 yards in the game that he's
like
talking
you said, it was
right
consistent.
There.
It wasn't just a dinking and dunking type of affair.
12 catches for $147. I'm curious how people feel. DeAndre Hopkins, we're getting some texts on this. During his prime years, I've never seen anything with hands like Hopkins. Ball be thrown to Barnes, and somehow, I don't know what that means, but I guess it means someone's throwing it way far away. Yeah, and somehow he's getting not just one hand, but 2 hands.
He is the broadside of a barn.
He is the broadside of a barn.
So, which is why Brock is the only Brock, the one quarterback who couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, was the guy that couldn't get the ball to DeAndre Hopkins.
Still to this day, the one catch that I remember the most is him against Joe Hayden on Christmas for the Pittsburgh Steelers, where he tips it up to himself and then comes down with it one-handed.
In the end zone,
in the back of the end zone.
Yeah.
That's where you realize you don't question this dude when it comes to his hands.
The one of the best catches he ever made was negated because he himself illegally, but the one against the Giants up in New York.
2014. Yeah. All right, so there you go. What do you think? Text in 713-572-4610. All right, we'll get to J.J. Watt as well in the next segment. So ESPN has closed the book on the the voting that they did for the various positions, top 10 at each position. So the numbers are in. Where do the Texans stack up in the number of guys they got in the top 10 compared to some other teams? Who are the biggest snubs? We'll go through these. Was there any disrespect going on with the Houston Texans? We'll do that coming up next.
In the Loop.
The Astros are at the All-Star break.
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Someone just said on the text page, top 100, I want a pity party tantrum from Sean about C.J. Stroud. Tell us why you keep saying $60 million would be smart. I haven't said that. I haven't. At no point have I said the Texans should give C.J. Stroud $60 million. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about? Explain yourself.
Yeah.
We get that sometimes, is that, like, even if we're discussing whether or not C.J. Stroud will be on the top 100, people take that and think it as us arguing that he should be in the top 100.
Right.
Where, no, if anything, I want him to be in the top 100 just because of the mayhem that it will create in the media over him being ranked higher than Lamar Jackson.
That's where you really want to go.
I want the mayhem.
How is Lamar ranked behind CJ?
Yeah, the fact that Bryce Young is on there is a travesty. And no, CJ doesn't belong on it this year. And yet, because the voting process is so screwy with that chance that CJ will be.
It would be so hysterical to watch as Sam Darnold shows on up, and one before him would be CJ Stroud.
Yeah, right.
Just like the guy fresh off of winning a Super Bowl, but 7 interceptions, he's still ahead.
Well, we're starting to get to a point, too, not to go too far on the tangent, but they're going to reveal players 60 and 59 today. I thought Kalen Bullock might make it, and Kamari Lassiter might make it, and Jalen Petrie might make it. We're starting to get into a range where I don't know if any of those guys are making it either. But it may just it may very well be Azeez and the 4 guys we thought were locks to make it.
There are a lot of guys in 50 through 100 that are there because one person voted them. I think.
If they stick to the voting like
it could be, because they only vote for the top 20.
Yeah.
And so, like, somebody out there, at least one person said, yep, Bryce Young, top 20 in the NFL.
Yeah.
And like, all right, because they went to Alabama, they're currently on the Panthers.
Well, and as far as CJ goes, we know he didn't have a lot of support in the executive, the thing we're about to talk about here, the executives and coaches and whatnot that voted in Jeremy Fowler's old deal. He had one vote in that thing.
Yeah.
The stock's about as low on CJ around the league right now as the lowest at any point in his career.
Right.
It's time to buy CJ Stroud stock coming up next. So the final numbers are in on the aforementioned Jeremy Fowler exercise where he's got 70 different coaches, coordinators, scouts,
executives, people around the league,
front office personnel, voting on the top 10 at each of the positions. There's 11 different position groups, and they revealed the top 10 over the course of the last couple weeks. The book is closed on that. Texans finished by themselves in 4th place in terms of the most guys in the top 10. And I think what's worth noting, couple of things. They finished with 6 total. They had 2 other guys that were the first honorable mention. So theoretically, they're just a vote or 2 away from having 8 guys on this list. This is the other interesting part. The teams that are ahead of them, so the Texans had 6 players named in the top 10 at their respective positions. 3rd place, Chiefs, 7. All right? Not a big surprise just based on the Chiefs roster over the course of the last few years. Eagles, 8. Eagles have always had a deep roster. Lions, 9. Nobody's drafted better over the last few years than the Detroit Lions. I think what's interesting is 2 of those 3 teams didn't make the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
The Detroit Lions and the Kansas City Chiefs missed the postseason last year. That's interesting to me.
Yeah, the Chiefs, it's weird when people kind of just do the flyby analysis of teams and everything. I think people almost talk about the Chiefs a little too casually as if Patrick Mahomes' injury is what did them in, and that they weren't they weren't. They were the peril of not making the playoffs before Pat Mahomes got injured.
Absolutely, they were. Yeah,
people do. They speak in shorthand about the Chiefs, like, well, they got Mahomes back. Like, all right, have you watched Mahomes in that offense the last couple of years?
Yep.
It hasn't been driven by incredible offensive efforts.
He missed the last 3 or 4 games.
Yeah.
They finished 6-11.
Yeah,
they were going to the playoffs with
their backs were against the wall going against the Texans in that game.
Week 14. Yeah.
Do you think it's weird that the Eagles and the Lions have more than the Texans? Because I personally don't when I just look at the rosters with the star talent.
Because the Eagles are another one of those weird teams where even like in that top 20 ranking, Jalen Hurts finishes 17th in the voting, and I understand exactly how people look at him, but you kind of forget the Eagles perennially, people, it feels like, oh, they're washed up. Oh, they won 12 games, did they?
Yeah.
And yet there they are every other year making a push for the Super Bowl.
Yep. Okay, so the players that made it for the Texans, or that got mentioned in here, proper amount of respect, too much respect, or the dreaded D word, Seth, disrespect. Stingley finishing second at cornerback behind Patrick Surtain. Proper amount of respect, too much respect, disrespect.
I think it's a proper amount of respect, partly just because, look, Surtain plays in a defense where they blitz a lot. The corners are playing man coverage a bunch, and you're always going to get more credit for that because you're put in that position, and that's a big part of why the defense works. So Stingley's almost, just by virtue of playing in a more balanced scheme, not saying that's better or worse, it's just a different philosophy, that I think Stingley could do exactly what Surtain does. He just doesn't have as many opportunities to do it.
The most pass breakups in the last 3 years and the second most interceptions in the last 3 years. Number 2 overall is fine. Especially because of Surtain's the first cornerback in what 30 if it's a play a year.
Yeah.
So it's hard to go ahead and say you're beating that guy.
Yeah, I think, but consistently in any power ranking you look at it or anything, like including this poll, it's typically Surtain number 1, Stingley number 2.
Yeah. Sure.
And I'm cool. Yeah, like you kind of think about your all-pro squad. Like, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm fine with Derek Stingley being on my team. Like, would you trade Stingley for Surtain? Who says no? I don't know. I'll say no. I like Derek Stingley Jr. The interesting one at that position, Kamari Lassiter, the first one in honorable mention. Should Kamari Lassiter be a top 10 cornerback in the eyes of evaluators around the league?
I think he's because he doesn't have quite the same overall skill set as a Surtain or a Derek Stingley. Like, people don't think of him as a pure cover corner. And, going back to the DeAndre Hopkins discussion, it's a little bit atypical of what they think of as the premier type of guy that you want. He's always going to get knocked down a chunk. I think with one more year of performing at the level that he has, he'll be in the top 10 next year. And
I do too.
It's weird, though, too, because you think about a young cornerback, and usually, okay, you're playing opposite of Derek Stingley, then you're going to get a lot more attention, and people are going to test you. And you should get credit for passing that test. I feel like it's kind of like they do with defensive ends, where they might say, well, look, yeah, he's a really good defensive end, but he's got another good pass rusher on the other side of him. Well, Danielle Hunter's good, but he's got Will Anderson on the other side. I feel like they're weirdly using that same psychology with Kamari Lassiter, except forgetting that, oh, wait, no, that actually makes it harder to get Kamari Lassiter.
They're targeting
Although
him.
That you can get help over the top more often when you got a Derek Stingley over on the other side.
Disrespect, personally.
Yeah.
I really do. And the main reason why is because if you're going to use the logic of, well, because of a superstar cornerbacks on one side, why are we giving that credit to Cooper DeJean, who made the top 10 list? And I understand he can play everywhere. He lines up in the nickel. He can line up on the outside. But still, the way that you watch Kamari Lassiter play, I think it's more impactful to the Texans defense than Cooper DeJean is to the Eagles defense.
I like him better than both of those Eagles cornerbacks.
Same.
I like Kamari Lassiter better than Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, and they're both consistently rated ahead of him and stuff like this.
I'll tell you what, like, Sauce Gardner is the one who's, ninth on the list this year. And in terms of his overall, especially because Kamari's the opposite of Sauce Gardner, and that Kamari cannot wait to come up and play the run and tackle and do all those things.
He wants to hit you in the face as hard as possible.
Sauce Gardner, probably better pure cover skills, but I want Kamari Lassiter any day of the week over Sauce Gardner.
And play hurt.
Yeah.
We learned last year, he thought, those last few weeks of the season when he was dealing with, what was it, a foot issue or ankle or something?
It was lower body.
Some sort of lower leg injury. He played through a lot of stuff, Kamari did. Do you guys have any issue with Will Anderson 3rd, Danielle Hunter 6th?
Will Anderson
among
3rd,
edge defenders.
This is the problem. This is what I didn't like about it. They classified it as edge rusher instead of edge defender. Which is, it's priming the brains of the voters, and they're thinking about pass rush, where I'm cool with Myles Garrett, then Micah Parsons, and Will Anderson. But if it's edge defender and you take the whole package into it, then I think that Will Anderson's better than Micah Parsons in that regard.
I do too.
So that's I don't like the way they I don't like the way they pulled it.
But if you just said pass rusher, Micah Parsons over
Will Anderson,
that's fine. No disrespect in my opinion.
Yeah, and Hunter 6th. Hunter's getting more respect now out there as a Texan than he ever got as a Viking.
I think he's number 6. I'm totally fine with him at number 6.
Yeah.
But I felt like that this is the first time I've actually seen people giving the respect to Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, they said that. They said it looked like a Lifetime Achievement Award for Danielle Hunter because you look at it and you look at what he's most sacks since 2000, whatever, 4 years ago or so in the league. I think the part about Danielle, too, is that when he was in Minnesota, they blitzed a lot. And what that does is it creates opportunities for a guy that at times he's unblocked, at times he's going against a running back or a tight end. And I think now that he's in a scheme where he's more often just rushing against an offensive tackle and having to win one-on-one versus an offensive tackle, people respect that more. So, like, it's just, even though he's playing opposite of Will Anderson and that, you know, like, yeah, they both help each other out. It's more of a conventional pass rush, like Myles Garrett type scenario.
Did you, okay, so the rest of these, we won't go through all of them. But Dalton Schultz also receiving votes. C.J. Stroud getting 1 vote. Azeez Al-Shaair 6th among off-ball linebackers. Nico Collins 8th among wide receivers. And again, if you're just tuning in, this is the voting that Jeremy Fowler conducted amongst executives, front office people, coaches, etc. around the league. Kalen Bullock 10th among safeties. Jalen Petrie first honorable mention among safeties. Are any of these in the discord?
Okay, so when we go to quarterbacks, I don't think CJ belonged in the top 10. I do get, though, a little bit disgruntled where I look at Justin Herbert as 7th, and I'm just wondering exactly, especially, okay, you know, threw 4 interceptions in a playoff game. Justin Herbert, Justin Herbert doesn't. I don't think Justin Herbert,
he doesn't have a playoff win yet.
He's Teflon, dude.
Yeah.
The voterazzi. Whatever poll it is, it can be players. I can't wait to see where he ends up in the top 100.
He'll be like 33 or something.
I don't know what the deal is with Justin Herbert if he plays in a soft media market that just doesn't grill him enough.
He's got a great PR team. Let's just go with that.
I feel like Caleb Williams was 10th, and I feel like that's more of that's like a vote of confidence for Ben Johnson more so than what Caleb Williams actually did last year. He had some incredible he had some incredible performances, but the consistency is just not there yet. Where like guys like Jordan Love or Brock Purdy that have just been tested for a longer period of time.
So this isn't you saying, for the sake of the text page here, this isn't you saying CJ should be in the top 10 or anything.
No.
This is you saying he should have gotten more than 1 vote in this thing.
No, I'm not saying anything about CJ.
It's
No, I don't think CJ.
Okay.
No, I'm just talking about the list.
In general.
There were some odd ones in general.
Gotcha. Because my question was, did any of these guys get disrespected?
I specifically said this doesn't involve CJ.
Gotcha.
For me personally, it goes back to Seth's part about the pass rusher versus edge defender part.
Yeah.
That's it with me when it comes to Jalen Petrie. I feel like that Jalen Petrie is so versatile because think about it. He's the only guy listed at that position on the group.
Yeah.
He's so valuable in run defense and play and being against slot receivers and tight ends and how he's able to be physical at the line of scrimmage, the hit that we talk about. And it's like, if we're not going to go with slot defender categories, how is Nicky Manwari 1 year of experience better than Jalen Petrie at this point?
Yeah, that's where
he played for the
gets
Seahawks.
dicey. Like they should have a nickelback listed on here instead of
defender.
Or even the problem is you call it slot defender and people classically go to the 190-pound your third best cornerback.
So Cooper Eugene at that point.
Yeah, exactly. And guys are going to give more credit when they're in that mode of thinking about the actual cover guys. Whereas Petrie's much more of a like nickel linebacker, nickelback guy can come up and stop the run, but also provide coverage. They do need to, just like they did with edge defenders, they got to start changing the nomenclature of some of these positions.
What was funny is social media also took to that offense, and they said if you watch Kalen Bullock play and Jalen Petrie play, there's no reason why Jalen Petrie should be behind Kalen Bullock.
I'm curious what Texan fans feel like that. Like if you were to lose one of them, I mean, they lost Petrie for 3 games last year, so we know what that looks like. Petrie almost feels like the harder one to replace because of the diversity of his skill set.
Yeah, well, with Bullock, too, I mean, one thing that hampered him a little bit last year was I don't think they could do everything they wanted to do with him because they didn't know who the other safety was at any given point. So there are times where, man, they might have wanted to be in single high safety and have Kalen Bullock play, deep center field, but they just don't trust that other cornerback, so they're playing safer looks.
Did you see Tank Dell's workout video this weekend?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so Cole, we always Sean are exercise physiologists.
But you know me, naturally.
Yeah. We allow ourselves to get a little
You had
excited.
a minor in exercise physiology, right?
I'm not a real doctor, but I play one on radio.
Just say yes.
Yeah. I thought the videos that came out this weekend from his workout facility, I thought I thought that looked pretty damn impressive.
Me
I mean,
too.
he was kind of gliding along. It looked like the old Tank Dell test for me was, does it look like this is AI? And I felt like that looked a little bit like AI because it just doesn't. He was moving the way most human beings, like even most football players, can't move.
I'm in wait and see mode still. I have to be. This is a guy that's coming off of 2 injuries, lower body, and on top of that, the freak injury that kept you out for 20 plus months. It's great to see him at that speed. It's great to know that he is getting back to speed, like back on pace. Until I see live reps, it's just it's a cool moment. Let's just go ahead and put a pin in it.
Yeah, but what's your medical opinion on this?
Medical opinion. Let's see.
He's played 2 seasons in the NFL. Both of them have ended in a pretty major injury.
Broken
leg and 3 torn ligaments.
And in between, he got shot.
Right. Well, yeah, that's the thing. He's had 3 major injuries since he's been in the NFL, and in the power ranking, the gun shooting was the third.
the least severe.
Right, the third most severe.
Yeah. I would put it at a probability rate of 72% that we will see him play in 2026.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. That's what we were looking for.
I will also say that he is at a 50% rate of re-injuring the leg.
Yeah. That very knee or
that
leg
very
just
skinny
like
little chicken legs.
That's the biggest thing that's the big test when you start practicing football. It's you might look great in that first practice, then it's okay, how do you recover?
Yep.
And after that first game you feel great, but how do you recover?
Repeat after me, Tank. I will take it easy until week 1. I will not go full speed until week 1.
Well, he ain't playing in week 1 then if he's not going full speed in the preseason.
I don't think you see him in the preseason games, but you get him in the combined practice. You get a story of Tank Dell had 7 receptions in the combined practice.
So the C.J. Stroud effect, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
When I say I don't think you see him in the preseason games, if only not because he's not ready, but because they just want to keep it under wraps as much as possible.
We hardly see anybody in the preseason games anyways nowadays.
Yeah.
All right, World Cup is over. Casual fan biggest memories from this World Cup had a lot of newsworthy stuff that had nothing to do with the outcomes of some of the games. It was pretty wild. We'll get to that coming up next.
What's going to be your memory of your, planning for your retirement when you're sitting at that age? You think, oh,
lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and Sugar Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the World Cup is over. Spain is your World Cup champion for 2026. And now we wait. We wait 4 more years for 3 or 4 soccer games a day for 6 weeks.
Well, the big thing would be is if the U.S. makes it past the round of 16. That would be the big thing.
That would be
in
fun.
any given World Cup.
Yes.
Yeah.
That would be fun. We'll see how much progress we can
Where
make
is
over
it in
the next
2028?
2030.
It's I think it's Spain, Portugal, and one other country.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that sounds, I
was stuck in Olympics mode. Yeah, it's every 4 years, except it's every 2 years.
Every 2 years, it's one time.
Winter, summer.
When's the Winter World Cup?
Spain, Portugal, and Morocco are the 3.
Oh, okay. So they're doing a little. Look at Morocco getting in on
I know.
it, huh?
That's got to be hot.
Yes. Well,
Byron, how hot is it in Morocco right now? Don't give me any centigrade BS. Okay? They're gonna try to spit a centigrade at you. I don't know what any of it is.
He's looking it up.
I see these Canadians sometimes being like, "It's 37 degrees centigrade." I'm like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to respond to that.
Get on our level.
Yeah.
Fahrenheit.
I'll
All
say
right.
from
96.
96 degrees in
Right now.
Morocco right now? Okay.
That sounds a little.
It sounds like Houston. It's not less humid, actually. It's probably delightful.
Do they have roofs on their stadiums? That's the question.
Probably,
Yeah, I would hope so. Well,
all these other countries have to build stadiums for the World Cup.
Well, and that was the big thing. Okay, so this gets to what I was going to hit here. Now that the World Cup's over, I enjoyed this World Cup a lot more than anti-soccer. It became a much bigger part of my routine than I had ever anticipated. We watched a lot of the games. Amy and I did. I think just casual fan, because there's a lot of people I know listening out there that didn't watch any of the games and only watched some of the games.
But you still saw some content coming across.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's kind of so the biggest casual fan memories of the World Cup. I think number one is that there was this period really leading up to Balogun's red card getting overturned where there was this love affair going on with the United States from the rest of the world.
I think that continued on afterwards too, because if anything, there was a realization by a lot of people visiting the United States that like, oh, okay, you know what? Just like it is whenever anything's in the world news, you see nothing but the negative, and a lot of people have this perception in the United States of us like all being a certain type of way as people, or that there's gun violence everywhere or anything. So having all these people being so like pleasantly surprised that it's actually a really fun place to be, that was really cool. I felt like it was a little bit of kumbaya for the entire world.
I think that way sometimes too. Like you see these other countries, like in the other hemisphere, and there's stuff going on in those countries too, and that's all you ever see on the news. And you feel like I'm not going to name countries.
Well, no, I would say the Middle East in general. Yeah. People have a perception of the Middle East as you walk out the door and there's nothing but rubble everywhere.
You step off the plane,
right,
and people are shooting at you, and there's bombs going off and everything else. To a degree, the impression people had here, it was really cool to see that. It was really cool to see them appreciate like the comforts and the amenities that we like. A lot of
that all the cliches about like, especially in Texas, they do it bigger in Texas. They're like, it really is.
It really is bigger in Texas. Holy cow! Refillable drinks.
Yeah,
I can't believe I get refill. I just walk up to the machine.
Ranch being a big one too.
Ranch dressing was big.
Where they had to go through TSA and they were getting bags pulled because they were trying to sneak ranch back.
Ranch.
My favorite thing was this: the whole you get used to seeing on social media Europeans being like, the Americans do not understand food or cuisine. And then meanwhile, you have all these Europeans coming over and they're like, oh my gosh, Whataburger is so incredible. Oh, they have so many McDonald's here.
Oh, this white they have this white cassette.
Yeah, like, wait a second. I was under the impression that you guys are all over there eating 7-course meals every night.
What is this escargot?
What is this chips and salsa that's free at the table you speak of?
Free chips and salsa was a big one.
I knew about the apple pie, but I did not know that it could be deep fried.
Yes. All right, other casual fan memories from the World Cup. The saga of Freddie. Freddie, the German superfan, who, of course, was partially subsidized by J.J. Watt on his trip. J.J. got him a nice room at the Post Oak and some other things. But that happened almost everywhere he went. To me, the funniest part of the Freddie story was the very predictable storyline arc that he would have on social media.
Where he all of a sudden realized, like a rockumentary, where like, you see the downside of fame.
Yeah. We liked you when you were a garage band, Freddie.
Yeah.
And now you're this big.
Take a dark path of nowhere.
Yeah.
My man, the funniest part about that was people were so eager to claim that he was like, he's a corporate sellout or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And you would see people saying, and like this people in media saying, like, I don't know, I thought it was refreshing, but now it just turned into a big corporate thing. And you look down his timeline, it's like he visited NASA.
Yeah.
Like somebody at a counter at a fast food restaurant gave him a free meal or something. It wasn't like he was accepting ads from places.
No, he was getting offered to go places on private jets. He chose to go to like Vermont and walk around a small town
and
watch a Little League baseball game.
Yeah, like he really took in the experience and looked like he had no desire at all to for actual fame.
Right.
You know, like never showed his face.
He never showed his face. Yeah.
Because it was a Cristiano Ronaldo meme, wasn't it? Like as the logo on his avatar.
That was his avatar.
His avatar was,
yeah. But he would put like smiley faces over him and his buddies. Yeah. The Cabo Verde Cinderella story.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, that was really cool.
But it's also a little bit of same way I like sometimes it takes away a little bit of the mystique of the major league pitcher when Cesar Salazar comes in and mows three batters down as a pitcher, like or Jake Myers. You know, it was like Cesar Salazar was rocking a 0.0.
I know. Just when I picture mows him down, I picture like 99 mile an hour heat.
I don't know. It doesn't seem all that hard or difficult. So I'm like with soccer, I'm kind of like, well, I don't know. So this guy who's selling insurance comes in and pitches a shutout in the World Cup. How hard is this game?
Everybody's excited about the World Cup, and Seth's over screaming, "Small sample size."
Doesn't seem all that difficult
Small
to me.
Sample size.
What, blocking 3 shots? Not that challenging.
Speaking about the pitcher, yesterday, the pitcher for the Orioles, yesterday's pitcher.
Young.
Yeah, Brandon Young. That little hacky sack thing he did.
Oh, he skipped it up to himself?
Yes. Hit his leg, and then he popped it with his foot up, and then made the out at first.
I didn't see it live. I didn't see that play live. I watched most of the game. I didn't see that play live. But I saw the side view of it that somebody put up of just him. I'm like, he must have just been doing that like during warm-ups or something.
It's like Tiger Woods with the little tricks that he does with the ball, with the ball on his glove.
He turned it through to first base.
Yeah.
That was crazy. All right, the Balogun red card overturn will be one of the bigger soccer stories, I think, of that. And is that a precedent that gets set where if there's enough complaining going on about a guy getting the punitive nature of the red card rules?
I kind of, I had enjoyed forgetting about that whole thing because the U.S. lost. And so thank you for bringing it back up.
Well, it's just, it's that people are going to remember that.
Well, that was one of those annoying ones because all of a sudden there was a big controversy, as they like to call it in World Cup.
Yep.
And by the time you dig into it, there's just way too many arguments on both sides for me to give a damn.
I've always thought, I said this the day after it happened, that for a guy to get red carded out of a game, the team plays a man down for the rest of the game, and then he misses the next game is way too punitive.
It was one of those. They had all the evidence. The guys who were forgiven their red cards to be allowed to play in the World Cup. For one, if you try to take the U.S. out of it and be as objective as possible, I think it was a good precedent because I agree with you. Like, it's too punitive.
In the World Cup,
in the World Cup especially, that if it ends up being a precedent where more countries do it.
Well, let me know to your guys' sake. What is your take in college football in the targeting rule, where if you get targeted in the second half, you have to miss the first half of the next game?
I don't like any suspensions for in-game stuff that carry over to the next.
I don't either.
Well, especially now that college football players make money, just fine them.
Just fine them.
Fine them. Hit them where it hurts.
Yeah.
They'll learn how to wrap up tackle on that.
You're the college football guy, Cole. Aren't they changing that rule to some degree this season?
Not this season, but they're still reviewing it.
They are?
Yeah, they are reviewing it to where hopefully they won't have a suspension going into the next game.
The NFL added extra things that they're allowed to booth review, and I believe the illegal hits are one of them now too. Yeah, so which they're already doing. I feel like the NFL's been pushing the envelope on what gets booth reviewed.
Oh yeah,
above and beyond what's actually technically legal, but nobody objects to that.
Well, college football's gotten better at that with targeting. They've really tracked down on what actually is a hit that we're calling illegal.
The other thing, casual fan memories from the World Cup, the rituals for the different countries.
Yeah, Norway rowing and everything.
Yeah, Norway rowing, and the big one here locally, because it happened once, almost happened twice, but it happened here. The Netherlands and the
Orange Walk?
The Orange Walk they do to the game. I talked to people who were part of that, and they said it is one of the most incredible experiences they've had as a sports fan.
It was like I was so close to going, I just couldn't get over there in time that morning.
Yeah.
The other part of that is that Jameis Winston was involved in partaking in so many of them. And that was not, like the Jameis Winston stuff was a lot of fun. Jameis Winston did a good job.
That's good.
I kept waiting for him to do something with France, but I figured there was some kind of like a Roman Polanski, like we'd have to give him an amnesty or something if because the French are going to be like, this Jameis Winston is out there, but you do not allow Roman Polanski.
Yeah. Where is the president?
Yeah.
So there you go. And then my other favorite thing is Soccer Seth winning our pool. I've mentioned that multiple times today, but do you know
Soccer winning our pool?
Soccer Seth winning our pool.
Yeah.
Do
I win something for that?
I don't know. I thought
you said soccer, Seth.
No, yeah, it's all good. I remember Reggie and John, who were the organizers of this pool, saying that they were like pondering doing something. But it feels like, I don't know, now that neither of them won, maybe they ponder their way right out of it.
I think probably that because I was the person who participated least and yet won it all. It's kind of like that was my Cesar Salazar mowing down 3 batters in a row. Yeah, they're like, all right, well,
I think that's all the more reason you should get something.
Yeah.
I think it's hilarious.
This game's not that hard. I won the pool. It bores me. Not because it's a boring game, but because it's too easy for me.
It's like a Scantron for you, just circle and then see all the time.
And get 100 on the test.
There's an 85.
J.J. Watt was at the World Cup final over the weekend. He was also on social media a little bit over the weekend as well. Okay, so is J.J. out of bounds for doing this on social media? And is he the coolest guy ever for doing this other thing on social media over the weekend? We will discuss. We'll find out. Speaking of the guys on In the Loop, find out what they've got going on coming up next.
In the Loop.
The Astros are at the All-Star break. So how are you feeling about them being... I feel like they can't even really be buyers, not even because of desire, but just ability. A lot of your talent in your farm system is low. And then you look at an Astros team and you just go, what do you have to sell? It has to come from what you're already using. Is it AJ Blueball? And do you want to?
I don't want to do that. Because not even just for this year. He's still like 25.
281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So JJ Watt had an interesting weekend. If we start the weekend as Thursday, an interesting weekend on social media. I'll start with the part that he got some blowback for this.
He did.
I didn't have a big issue with it. He was just
I had no issue with this whatsoever.
He was just taking up for his wife. Yeah. But there were some people like, hey man, be a little. Apparently, he and Kalia and Koa, their older son, made the trip out to Salt Lake. It looks like to go to a Real Salt Lake game, MLS game. And they tweeted a picture of JJ and his family coming down the tunnel, walking down the tunnel. The team did. And they said, welcome to the riot at JJ Watt and fam, with the emoji, the smiling emoji with the hearts over the eyes. And I didn't know this about Kalia Watt, his wife. I knew she was obviously a big soccer star.
Yeah,
I didn't know the geography involved. JJ comment tweets this tweet from Real Salt Lake, which again is them welcoming him and his family to the game, but only tagging him, just calling it JJ Watt and fam. JJ says, the woman in the photo grew up literally down the road, won 4 Utah state championships, one in this exact stadium, Gatorade Player of the Year twice, National Player of the Year, scored the fastest first goal in U.S. women's national team history. Could probably be worth a mention, but IDK.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's kind of like a verbal or like a written shrug emoji.
Yeah. There's a little bit passive aggressive, maybe. Somebody's saying something nice about you.
Yeah. So he was just he's taking up for his wife.
Yeah,
like,
right.
It was almost like he's saying she's the real star of the show.
Yeah.
He does that pretty, especially in the soccer context. Yeah, he does a good job.
Especially because if she grew up in the state and she has ties to the game itself.
4 straight state championship.
Welcome back to Kalia. Welcome JJ Watt, and welcome back to Kalia.
It should have been tagging her and fam.
Yeah.
Welcome Kalia. Oh, and this guy.
The problem is that the social media person who did this is probably somebody who's 22 years old and might not have even grown up in Utah too.
Of course, that's a good chance that happened. That they aren't from Utah and that and they don't even know that she's a soccer player. Okay.
It's like, and not to mention, Koa scored 3 goals in his game yesterday.
Yeah, wearing a Utah jersey. So, does the fact that I'm not sure if we have enough time to read Real Salt Lake's apology mean they may have over-apologized a little bit on this? We made an honest mistake yesterday, and we are sincerely sorry for that. When we welcomed the Watt family to America First Field, we should have recognized Kalia Watt for exactly who she is. And then does 2 paragraphs
they did.
on her resume. They even had college. She started 4 years at North Carolina. Like they did. This is like a bio you would see in a media guide for somebody, and then tags both of them and says, we are deeply sorry. Thank you for all you do for the sport.
Yeah.
So did they over-apologize here? Do you think JJ felt like afterwards, like, okay, well, that wasn't totally necessary? Like,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Just the whole thing is whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I don't think they over-apologized.
Okay. I'm like, boy, they went deep. They cut and pasted the whole bio in there.
No offense. How many people are watching an MLS an MLS Twitter account to figure out if for a long-term apology?
Yeah. No, I could see like one or 2 sentence apology. Yeah. Like, we grade
if this
apologies.
was an NFL team, I understand it.
Yeah.
But who's paying attention to the World Cup all places?
Okay, the other thing we can discuss with JJ Watt on social media was him going back and taking a picture with a fan who the fan's name is Douglas Sandstorm, and he tweeted this. He was at a bar in New York because JJ went from Utah to New York for the World Cup final.
Yeah.
And he says, not proud of it, man enough to say it, though. I had breakfast this morning in Greenwich Village, and a man sat next to me on his own. Somebody I idolized growing up watching the NFL. But out of respect, like a scared little girl, his words, not mine, I didn't even ask for a picture. Not proud of it, man enough to say it. Have a great day in New York at JJ Watt.
Yeah.
So he tagged on him. Basically, I was too chicken to walk up to you or didn't want to bother him or whatever. JJ replies and he says, or he retweets it, and he says, are you still in the area? And the two of them were able to find each other.
Yeah, the next picture from that guy was a picture of him standing next to JJ Watt in a bar.
Drinking a Guinness.
The only thing he asked was, order me a Guinness, I'll be there in 15.
Yeah, that's what he said?
Yeah, so he said, order me a Guinness, I'll be there in 15.
Yeah.
Got the photo. What I thought was so funny is because they were both there for the World Cup. This guy is from Australia,
Yeah.
so he loves football so much that it's just he's a Texans fan as a J.J. Watt stan from Australia going to the World Cup game.
What they didn't show was the DMs where JJ demanded that this guy list Kalia's accomplishments before he show up.
Yeah. You really should be wanting to take a picture. You're here for soccer. You should be wanting to take a picture with a soccer player. She scored however many goals in this stadium. Yeah.
Did you guys see George Kittle commented on it?
I did. Well, I saw George Kittle. Did he comment on?
He tweeted and said, "Where's my photo?" And then JJ took a selfie with the guy and said, "I found you, bro, at the bar."
Of the guy, because the guy we're talking about
looks like George Kittle.
Looks a lot like
long
George Kittle.
hair, giant beard.
George Kittle, yet another one of the current NFL players who tweeted out a picture of the field. What do they call it? The kit? No.
The pitch.
The pitch, excuse me. The pitch, and said, "Hey, looks great. Why don't you do this for football?"
Oh, yeah.
To which I have to restrain myself from pointing out, because the average soccer player weighs 165 pounds.
Yeah.
I tore 2 of my hamstring tendons off my pelvis on a temporary grass field at NRG Stadium because it was such crappy grass.
Yeah.
And it's not built to handle 900 pounds. I was taking on a combo block on turf that gave out from underneath me. Did I sue? No.
So field turf is actually safer from that standpoint. Huh?
I think so, yeah. If I were... Yeah.
I thought MetLife had the most injuries. It was voted on as the most dangerous place to play for football players.
Yeah, but their turf just
because
sucks.
their turf is so crap.
Their football turf. That's where CJ got his head bounced off. Yeah, man. The guy says, Douglas Sandstorm, a day I'll never forget. The GOAT himself, J.J. Watt, came to O'Hara's and put down a pint of Guinness in 1.5 seconds just to get a picture with me. I don't know if he's being literal about that.
Would it shock if he was, though?
1.5 is tough.
I don't think it's 1. Yeah, 1.5 is kind of world class.
Yeah.
I used to be pretty good at it. I can't remember what my... Yeah.
You're chugging Guinness, too, of all things that you want to go down with.
Yeah, it's like chugging motor oil, man. Truly grateful for this moment, a story I'll tell my family and friends for the rest of my life. So there you go. Out on social media over the weekend. Fanatics Fest, I believe, is over now.
Yeah, it is.
We didn't get as much stuff out of it this year as we did last year. Of course, last year we're Rocket fans, so we got Kevin Durant getting traded to the Rockets literally in the middle of one of his Q&As that he was doing. The biggest thing we got yesterday, and I know this because we've had ESPN on in the studio all morning, and they've treated it like it was headline news, was Cam Scatterbo doing a backflip, a standing backflip, landing somewhat awkwardly and falling on his ass.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, for those who don't know, Cam Scatterbo had a broken tibia and some other injury last year, like a really bad injury to his legs last year. So obviously what he was doing, there are a lot of Giant fans there. Fanatics Fest is in New York. And you could tell, before he did it, he pulled the pant leg up to show off the knee as if to say, look, good as new, and then does the backflip. Cam Scatterbo is not a smart person.
No, of course. He's a big. That's what people love about him.
Yeah.
He's just a big meathead.
Yes.
He's kind of like a young Gronk in a lot of ways, and there's an appeal to that.
He's Gen Z Gronk. That's what we're going with.
Yeah. See, I think Gronk is actually, somewhat intelligent. I don't know that Scatterbo is. Scatterbo might be legitimately dumb.
Yeah, but people love the image of a big happy meathead.
Yeah. There's people out there that call him brain dead.
Yeah.
Well, he real quick audio. He was asked by somebody in the media, Scatterbo, when he was doing one of these interviews, "Do you like the wild man image that you've been given?"
Do you enjoy being like the wild mania moniker? Is that insulting or is that yeah?
No, I totally enjoy that part. I think I less enjoy the brain dead kind of guy, but. It is what it is. I mean, the New York people love it, so I'm just going to keep being me. And if they want to say I'm brain dead and I don't have no brain, then who cares?
Yeah, who cares?
Bleep it, man.
New York people love brain dead people. Yeah. World record for chugging a beer is 1.3 seconds. So
wow.
JJ might have a second career
world class
as a world-class beer chugger.
Text line says it's easier to chug Guinness than anything else because it's nitro beer and it doesn't have carbonation.
It doesn't. Yeah, the carbonation is what gets you.
Someone said, the same texter that you just read, Cole, said, buddy of mine did his ring dunk. Oh, the Aggie thing where you dunk, you drop the ring. 48 ounces. 13.6 in Guinness.
It's 48 ounces.
48 ounces in 13.6 seconds.
There's a technique for it that's impossible to describe without it becoming a horrible drop that would be used against me. So yeah, there's
have to do
whenever you talk about or learn about chugging a beer, it's kind of you don't say it out loud because it'll be used against you.
Yep. I looked at that Fanatics Fest session yesterday. Scatabo and Jackson Dart were both doing an interview with somebody. I didn't see who the interviewer was. And I just look at that. I'm like, I don't know how I would do as a Giants fan knowing these are the two. You have Cam Scatabo, who likes to bang his head, literally likes to bang his head on walls before games.
Say it's a pregame ritual when he's in Arizona
he
State.
bangs his head on walls before games. And then you have Jackson Dart, who likes to bang his head off of other players when he's scrambling in the open.
What's so appealing for those guys, I think, for Giants fans especially, is Giants fans are, as a credit to them, I think pretty realistic about what that team is going to be this year. You don't see a lot of Giants fans saying that they're going to win the Super Bowl or anything.
No.
But they trust that John Harbaugh is the right guy to lead them into being a more respectable team. So I think they just really love, like, they're not thinking about 10 years from now. They're thinking about, can I watch some fun competitive football this year? And maybe Jackson Dart only has an 8-year career. I don't want to think that too far in the future. I just want to see a guy that can make some incredible plays while he's still alive.
Where does your brain go if you are John Harbaugh watching that backflip, though?
If I'm John Harbaugh
watching that backflip, nowhere near it.
Dude, I'm driving to Fanatics Fest to grab Cam Scatabo by the shirt. Like, what are you doing, man? What are you thinking?
I have a hard time. It's tough because I've never done backflip successfully outside of when there wasn't water or foam cushioning involved
Something
or
to catch
something.
you, yeah.
Yeah, like I don't. Is it really that big a deal if you're good at doing it? I mean, it's not like if you practice a bunch, it's not like it's not like you're falling from a 10-foot cliff.
You better land on both feet, though. That's the thing.
Well, and he did, but he stumbled. I think that's the big thing. The optics of yesterday.
Yeah,
Did it happen
the
yesterday?
fact that he stumbled. If he had stuck the landing, it would be different.
If he stuck the landing, if he stuck the landing, I would still think it's dumb to do. But Giants fans would have been like, yeah.
I give Kamari credit. Kamari knows that if you don't stick it, you go down into that Wolverine pose. Remember he did that? Was it Kamari doing it? Yeah, Kamari did the backflip, and he didn't do a full backflip, but he kind of landed in that pose. And Kalen Bullock's just kind of watching him. It's
really cool, fun thing.
Yeah.
No more.
Yep. All right, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they are here. They are in the loop. You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station, Crosstalk.
Nice Clementines, Reginald.
D&M Auto
Thanks,
Racing.
man. I'm trying to fight off scurvy. I want to make sure that
How many does
happens
he have?
He's got two little Clementines.
Okay. Don't eat too many, right? If you eat too many of them, that's not good for you. Right?
Oh yeah, he's got two.
He's just
fine.
got two. Okay.
No, it's not bad for you. It's better than 8 Snickers bars.
Yeah.
Are you guys avoiding?
I'll eat a bag of oranges.
Or 3. Oh yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Are you guys avoiding lettuce?
Hell no.
Well, you could have asked me this like 10 years ago. Saying
for these reasons.
Yeah. No, am I avoiding lettuce? Yeah, for my entire life.
Young man at Freddy's saved my life yesterday.
What happened?
Because I ordered a burger with lettuce, tomato, and onion.
That's what you
and
get.
He said, "Sir, we can't do the lettuce."
I was a
like, "Because you care about me?" He's like, "No, we just don't have it."
I was a teenager in the late 2000s that drank actual Four Locos. My stomach's already going to be screwed up.
Yeah.
Lettuce can't kill it at this point.
I'm kind of at this point hoping for the Parasite or whatever that is.
Just to see what it's like.
Well,
see what all the hype is about.
It's one of my best weight loss strategies is getting the flu every now and then, and you lose 20 pounds. And I know a lot of it's water weight, but if you don't eat that whole time, you lose a bunch of weight.
And you do have the mental capacity to get through. So I've heard people talking about it firsthand. It sounds like it is gnarly. Like,
I probably shouldn't joke
this
about
virus?
it.
Yeah. This one sounds like it affects your mental, but not directly. It's just it breaks
really?
your will to keep going.
Really?
Okay. Yeah.
I knew I was ahead of my time.
I take it back.
Avoiding lettuce all
wrong.
That's what I've been saying. I've been telling you guys for years. What with all the lettuce? Okay. So do we know what Seth's grand prize is going to be for winning the annual? Well, what's the word?
Don't say first annual. I hate that.
No. What do we say? Like for every 4 years? Every 4 years.
The quadrennial.
The quadrennial. Reggie and John in the loop pool. What is his prize?
So you had Cabo Verde, Egypt, Spain, and Switzerland.
Yeah.
So you get to pick any of those countries, and we'll get you a gift card to one of those restaurants.
Oh.
Yeah.
You've been talking about wanting to go to that awesome Swiss restaurant over on Kirby.
What, the candy store?
Go get with my lederhosen on.
Yeah. You ever been to that cool Cabo Verde place over on Kirby?
Well, what would Cabo Verde be? Would it be like...
what is it?
What are my other countries?
Switzerland, Spain, and...
Egypt.
Oh, I don't know what Egyptian food is like.
Well, you're about to find out, big dog.
Yeah, okay.
Pick a country.
Egypt?
Yeah. I'll try to find an Egyptian place.
An Egyptian restaurant.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Seth.
It's probably going to be like a taco stand at a gas station.
We're going to Disney World. Yeah.
Seth,
There will be like rolling and doing the King Tut dance and everything. Just be a real jerk about it.
There will be some cash outside of this, so that you don't feel like you're boxed in.
No, I don't. I didn't expect any cash.
Hey, speaking of I would have if I had one. Just to be clear, what will this? We were talking about this a little earlier this hour. What will this World Cup be most remembered for? Do you think? Not nonsense, not like hey, the fight in Argentina in some of these games, like all the themes for like the last 6 or 7 weeks. Like there's been a lot around this World Cup.
Well, there has been, and I'm thinking obviously here first of all the Americans' rise and fall. In general.
Yep.
But I think the buzz.
Yeah.
Like this actually, and that's actually something we're going to talk about today at some point. Like, was it good for you? Was it enough for you to come back, even just casually here and there, for soccer?
For me, it was. Yeah. Like, I legitimately miss the content during the day. Like, yeah. I liked walking into places. There's a game on. I liked being at home. Can I turn on? There's a game on. And I got into it. It was a lot of fun. I think that's what it'll be. I do too. I think just the love affair with America for several weeks.
Well, part of it too is like it's different because it was in Houston as well, so that makes it different too. That makes it a lot different.
Yep, it's almost like a subset of the fact that it was in the United States.
Yeah. That was the thing that I was going to point to. It was not just that it's the World Cup, but being able to host it. I think got a lot more people into the spirit of it. You kind of get more of a feel. It's not just, hey, this is an event that everybody cares about. You felt it because even if you were not invested in it, you went down to get yourself some barbecue and you're like, look at all these people here that are experiencing this because you see all these beef ribs that aren't typically ordered, and you go, okay, they're very much acclimating to our culture or getting some feel of it, and I think that drew some people in.
I
think that it's those things. It's the Scottish absolutely ravishing Boston. It's the Oranje walk down Greenbrier.
The Norwegians rowing.
Right.
Sitting on the dirty, grimy floor of the subway in New York rowing.
I think those are the things that are going to be indelible.
I thought it was meet people like from New York or Kansas City. Yes. You were meeting people from the Netherlands or Sweden or Denmark, something like that. They were coming together just to go ahead and watch a soccer game. And meanwhile, they're getting introduced to Texas culture.
By the way, Seth, your choices are El Helmia or Egyptian restaurant, Sphinx Restaurant and Grill, Pharaoh's Kitchen.
Okay.
Oh, Pharaoh's Kitchen sounds fun.
ChatGPT also names Ken's Cairo Kitchen.
Whoa,
Kenz.
Two kitchens.
So not like Ken apostrophe, not like some possessive. I would be a little. That would feel like it was some American just going, hey, I think I'll try making Egyptian
Ken's
food.
Cairo Kitchen.
K-E-N-Z.
What's one of those cities in Egypt? What is it, Cairo? Yeah, the Ken's Cairo Kitchen.
I want an actual
alliteration.
Pharaoh cooking my food. Yeah.
Pharaoh's has 4.8 stars.
Ken, didn't I eat at your pizza joint last week? And maybe that's what it is. He just decided to spell it with a Z.
Pharaoh's has 4.8 stars.
And it's got to be good.
Scroll up the text line there a little bit too, because I just let's see. When I talked about my parasite diet, somebody said, "Well, you could also lose weight by not eating sugar, sweets, and crap." Okay. Thanks. Not proven by science. Sorry. Where the parasite diet has been 100% proven by science.
Tried to kill me, but Elena's has.
Don't bring your pseudoscience to my text line.
It's numbers. Yeah. All right. So what is the question of the day, fellas?
Well, you saw Ryan Fox. Incredible. By the way, just slipped through the cracks for a lot of people. Slipped through that. Just an incredible shot on 18. Wins the British Open with an 11-foot putt on 18. Just a dramatic win. He did Cardinal. He was 37 years old.
How old is he now?
39. He won the British Open 2 years after getting his PGA card.
Wow.
What's something in life that you got good at later in life?
Oh, boy.
Something you got good at, like you sucked at it before.
Guess you'd have to ask Amy about that.
And that's the first of many I expect to see today.
Of course.
I would say having hard conversations. I just I used to just put it off and everything. Now I just rip the Band-Aid off and go for it.
I know one for Seth because he said it before. Saying no to things.
Yeah.
You've gotten good at saying no to things.
Oh yeah, I think I was always good. Oh no, you have to get better at that.
How he's gotten better at it.
One for me, and clearly I am still a hack. I'm a total golf hack. But actually, in my 40s, I used to try to crush the ball, make every shot, really go for it. Once I hit my 40s, I'm like, this is what I am. And I just started this is how I play. This is what I am.
That's funny. I play golf maybe twice a year. I used to play more when I was younger. Mm-hmm. Not a ton, but I was terrible.
Yeah.
And now, the only time I play now is if somebody here at the company says, hey, we'd love for you to play in this tournament. Yeah. So they don't ever bring me for my score. They bring me.
But your lane,
they want me
and
to
you're
chat
probably
with
better.
People. Yeah. I am better now at golf.
That's the way I am.
Not playing at all than I ever was when I played on a slightly semi-regular basis. Yeah. I think I'm just a more patient human being.
For me, it's leaving the bar early.
That's a good skill to have.
I am that dumbass who at 28 years old would be like trying to go ahead and watch the bar close down and then wake up with the worst hangover of all time.
Yeah.
I can see 11:30 roll around and be like, you know what?
Give me a tutorial.
We're going straight home, or are we going to get food after? Like, how far have we gone?
You got to stop off at Taco Bell.
Okay, see, I was like, I think that's the middle step between just like I'm going straight to my couch or actually straight to my bed.
I've gotten better at that. I've gotten better at not eating like
late night.
After 8 o'clock or whatever. Yeah.
See, like what happens now is that like because I don't want to ever go spend money, so I just go to like Costco and I get like the bulk-in items like chicken nuggets and stuff, and I just heat that up when I get home.
See, I try not to even eat.
I see. If you've been out for 4 or 5 hours drinking, you're going home and eating something.
Not saying I'm perfect, but I try not to eat.
I'm proud of you.
Prioritizing exercise also. I get at least something in every day. I didn't do that before. I did, you get to be a little older, you do those things.
No, it's smart. It's very good. Second to Parasite, of course.
Yeah. Second to ways to lose weight. Parasite, number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Severe anxiety over life stress, number 2.
I tend to gain weight with that.
I've had that. No. Mine when I was going through the early stages of my divorce, I slimmed way
down. You were a rail.
I slimmed way down. Not so I could like look better or anything like that. It was just like one of those things. I'm like, boy, these pants fit awfully loose. Oh yeah, that's right. I haven't eaten in 3 days. Yeah.
What's that line in Devil Wears Prada? I'm one good viral infection away from my goal weight.
That's
apparently number 3 to lose weight. Eat Egyptian food because apparently I've been to Egypt. The food is not good in that country. It's on the text line.
I can't wait.
This is American Egyptian food, just like Chinese food in America is completely different than actual Chinese food.
This is Ken that's cooking it. Okay?
This is whatever Egyptian food. Ken. I'm going to Pharaoh's.
You are?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go to Ken's.
It's whatever it is. It's Egyptian food, deep fried.
Check it out. Yeah. Ken's apparently has something called Egyptian lasagna.
Ooh.
Yeah. I don't know what's in it. It just says
things.
Yeah. All right, fellas, have a great show.
Thanks, buddy.
Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Cole, enjoyed having you in here with us the last few days.
Thanks, guys, for having me.
Yep, it was good stuff. Seth, antibodies to you.
Oh, yeah. So forth.
Yeah. All right, we got that. We're done. We're out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. You are indeed in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the head count. The OG John Lopez in tow. I'm Reginald Atatula, and of course, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. And you rolling with us on this Monday. There's a few ways you can get in with the program, and we would love if you do that. The first way is the text line, 713-572-4610. That is the number to text. We always appreciate when you do that. Also, we have great appreciation to the Mo Care Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. J-Lo, how you living, buddy?
I'm good. I'm just standing up for a while because the seat is still warm from Cole's behind, and that's always a little unnerving. Isn't that one of those little things in life that just kind of, like, it's not bad. I mean, I'm sure his butt is fine. But
go ahead and pull that one for me if you don't mind. Appreciate that.
But you ever sit down in a chair right after someone gets up and it's still a little warm? I'm like, ew.
Is that a bad thing?
A little unnerving. No, it's not a bad thing.
I thought we did the whole, like, keeping the seat warm for you thing as, I don't know, a good thing.
Yeah, not for me.
Imagine going to the bathroom and sitting on a warm toilet seat.
It's like it's for some reason.
Yeah,
I don't know exactly
because
why.
it is.
Is it the exposed?
Do you get back up and go to another one?
I mean, you already sat down at that point.
Yeah, at that point.
At that point, you already sat down. Anyways, I didn't think that's how we were going to start this program. But speaking of warm seats, let's talk about the Houston Astros because it sure feels like to me, John Lopez, we're talking about some warm seats, especially when you come into the season with lame duck coach, manager and general manager. But this weekend did not help any of that. You come off of the All-Star break and a smooth sweep, or you get swept rather, 3-game losing streak, or actually is it longer because they lost coming into the All-Star break as well, against the Orioles at home, coming out of a break where you knew you need to hit the ground running towards the trade deadline. And I mean, how did this weekend affect your thought process towards the Astros and what they are doing going forward?
Look, man, first of all, just on the series itself, look, the Orioles, we mentioned this Friday, Astros in a stretch of some pretty good teams with records similar to theirs, maybe some better. I think only one bad team that they're facing over this next 2-3 weeks or whatever. How did it hit me? I mean, it hit me like a ton of bricks when I saw Brian McTaggart's tweet. I never really looked at the pitching that Dana Brown had brought in.
We talked about it periodically.
We've talked about it here and there in the struggle, but when you see it kind of all of them in front of you, you're like, dang, he really, really did not do well on these acquisitions. So the combination of that, getting swept by the Orioles, 7 games under now. Oh, by the way, Jeremy Payne and Christian Walker are now hurt as well. We'll see just to what extent they're hurt. 3.5 games behind the Mariners in the division, 4 games behind the Rangers in the division, still trailing in the wild card.
Yeah, it doesn't help that the Red Sox have been on an absolute
tear.
Dude,
it's July 20th. I mean, how does it hit me? It hits me like, can they even, venture a run? Much less get there. Can they even venture a run with what they're doing and their pitching and everything?
Yeah, and to this point, the Astros have not demonstrated the capability to put together a run of real note. And I say it that way because we had that, 2-3 week stretch where they were winning series. They were stacking series wins, but they weren't getting sweeps, and it all felt like it was just not enough to get them quite to where they wanted to be. Quite literally, they very much just touched the top of the AL West and then kind of floated back downward below that. And now they're, as you established, a good amount behind that. Yeah, no, honestly, I felt myself let go of the rope.
You did.
And I don't know if it's fair or not because this is a team that even still had some fight in them as they were losing some of these games.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to blame you.
But I felt myself lose the rope to the point where I stopped and I went, hey, man, the calls for Joe Espada to be fired probably were fair, and it's not even for me on the particular quality of Joe Espada. Like, I think that a lot of people are knocking him on some of the decisions, and I think that there's probably some fairness within some of those things. The thing that I keep coming back to is, and we talked about this a little bit in the way of Dana Brown, I feel like you have some level of idea how you feel about coming in on your deal and you don't do anything there.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I think you have some idea, you being Jim Crane specifically, right? Because he's the decision maker.
Yes, okay.
I feel like Jim Crane has some idea of how he feels about these folks going into a season where it is a make or break season, by any account, right? And if that is the case, through a majority of the season, yes, you could talk about how there were injuries that would not allow you to put your best foot forward. But I think with the previous ideas of what you had of Joe Espada and Dana Brown, the failed Altuve to left field experiment, all these things come together, right? And I think that you get to a point in the season where you recognize that you need a run, and you probably should just go. At this point, are you certain that you're bringing Joe Espada back? It would need to be like a massive change in what this team was for you to be like, we're bringing Joe Espada back. And if that's the case, why not go to the bench coach?
Right.
Why not see if you can get a bump? Because I feel like, and all this comes back to this series in that I think that they can make that move right now and it'd be too late. Right? You've got a matter of a couple of weeks, if that, to the trade deadline. August 3rd is what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Imagine that today, in the midst of doing our show, we get the announcement: Joe Espada parting of ways. It'll be Omar Lopez who steps in as the interim manager. Do you have enough time to see if he is putting something together so that you can decide at the trade deadline?
No, I don't think you do. So you're saying you're letting go of the rope just because of not just what they're seeing on what they're doing on the field, but because what could you possibly do if you make any changes?
Where's the
spark? If you
don't
make any changes, there's no spark.
Yeah, where's the spark?
Yeah, no,
yeah.
I don't blame me for that a bit because it was depressing, man. It was really sad to see just how bad they looked in this series with no real life. See, that's the other thing. This is a team that said we're going to be buyers. We're going to be buyers. We're going to be buyers. And then you put that out on the field for 3 games. That didn't have the markings of a team that was inspired because their front office just sent because they got the message. The team got the message. We're going to be buyers. We are in this. We're going for it. Did that look like a team that said, "Yeah, baby"? No, it didn't.
That was also the thing. Usually in these time periods, you have the guys on the field because we've seen years in baseball generally where the organization, the front office is in a place where like, actually, we don't think we're going to be buyers. And the players on the field dictate to them, no, you have to buy.
Yeah.
That's what I was hoping that you would get coming out of the break is a Astros team that forced the hands. Obviously, we know that Jim Crane has his mentality. In fact, Josh Hader was asked about this. I think Chandler Rome had the quote saying that it's hard to think that Jim Crane wouldn't want to put up try and win.
Right.
But my thing about it is that should not be what I'm hearing from the guys on the field. What I should be hearing is, damn what he thinks.
Yeah.
We are making it so that you have to do this, and this weekend just was not that.
Right. I think that's a key thing. And then I mentioned the pitching. It's worth mentioning here because then you start talking about, well, if they just ride this out, I mean, they're both gone, right? Would you say?
As of right now, it just feels very certain
they're both gone. Well, and then look at the pitchers that have been acquired. Mike Burrows, 4-9 with a 5.99. Nate Pearson, DFA'd. Ryan Weiss, DFA'd. Christian Roa, DFA'd. Rodri Munoz, DFA'd. Kai-Wei Tang, 4-6 with a 4.21 ERA. Imai, your big ticket, star, 5-4 with a 6.06 ERA. That's your general manager, man. I mean, congratulations, Peter Lambert. You are the star acquisition. You're the star pitcher that is, but he's 8-5 with a 3.01. He's had a good year. But all those other guys, 7 pitchers, either DFA'd or ERAs above 4.2. That ain't great.
Yeah,
that's not going to keep you employed.
And that's the thing that's frustrating is that I know that it's easy to go, hey, man, this one person. I think that it's a collective, like, failure as an entirety of the organization, staff, record label, and crew, right? Joe Espada is not enough of a difference maker to make up for the inefficiencies of the roster. Those inefficiencies of the rosters were obviously you place at Dana Brown's feet, but you can also have the acknowledgement that he has been shackled in various different ways by the way that Jim Crane has decided to either let talent walk over years or, obviously not allow them to spend too crazy, but that's also because some of the money has been tied up in various different players that are not on the field. Like, it ends up being a snake that is eating its own tail.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I'm not invested in placing blame. I'm invested in the 30,000-foot view of, are the Astros good? And the point blank period, no.
Yeah.
Right? And so it did feel like something needed to shift. And I think it needs to shift at every level, right? I think that there needs to be a change in what the organizational philosophy is at the front office level, as it was evident that they shifted some degree when they fired James Click inexplicably, which, I mean, right now this weekend, you look back at that decision and you go, it has been a steady downward trend since then.
Yeah.
And so if you want to be some level of winner, you got to get back to there. But also, in order to get back to there, this is where the organizational change also needs to happen at the ownership level. It can't be like this. It can't be, well, we don't want to have a robust front office with, as Click wanted to, right? He wanted to add more people into some of these decision-making processes. And it seemed like it was very clear that Bagwell at the time, obviously Crane, did not like that approach. Well, that's clearly like what you've done in the intervening time has not worked. So that needs to change. And then the very clear thing is just at the manager level, it's not doing enough. And I don't think that he's bad, but it's definitely not good enough.
No, it's not good enough. But you mentioned Jim Crane, and clearly the majority of the question that we had, I mean, the gist of the question that we had during training camp, during spring training, was what are they? And what do they want to be? Are they a contending team right now? Or are they a team that needs to add pieces? We were talking about adding pieces during spring training, man.
Yeah.
Are they a team that needs to sell? Here we are, July 20th, and we are still asking the question, what are they? That alone falls on Jim Crane. Now, we can talk about Espada. We can talk about Dana Brown. We can talk about subpar performances and Imai and all that. Those are all symptoms of of answering the question, what are we? And not answering it in spring training and still not having an answer on July 20th. That is problematic.
Yeah, and as we were talking about, was it last week? A very fascinating piece by The Athletic from interviewing various different executives executives in the heart of why the trade deadline might be kind of taking a step back. I look, and obviously hindsight is indeed 20/20 or 50/50, as Cam Newton would say. And I look back at those conversations that you're mentioning at training camp, and you're doomed to fail if we're going into the season with these particular deficiencies, expecting that we'll just fix them at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
I think that is one of those things that is harder and harder to do in baseball as we move in this world. Now, of course, a new work stoppage and a new path of baseball through a CBA could very much change that to where maybe the trade deadline becomes a place where you can do this again. And I know that it's exasperated by the way that the AL is this year, but it does feel like you need to have a better understanding and foundation of what your team is coming into the season.
And they don't.
And they didn't.
They didn't, and they don't right now. And so it does. I am with you. I think the fact that it's so late in the game, a change right now is going to be more just for show. Just to kind of keep people interested in saying we're trying, just more messaging than anything.
I honestly kind of don't want to change, and it sucks because I would love Omar to get his shot.
Yeah.
What kind of shot would this be is the question I ask.
Yeah.
If you take over a week essentially away from when you have to really make a decision on the deadline, and then depending on what you can get, which I don't think is, we've talked about this numerous times. Yeah. What could you even get? Talk less of if you decide, hey, man, we're not doing this. What do you do with the team that is what it is right now? Or talk less of like if they actually do make the bold decision to go, hey, we're going to actually sell off to whatever degree, which we could talk about at a later time. What are you managing? Like, what is it that you're managing, and are people going to give him the benefit of the doubt? I think right now he's probably better suited just operating off of you saw what I did with Team Venezuela in the World Baseball Classic and not kind of being mired in
It's not even fair to him.
Right, that's the point that I'm trying
even
to
if they make a run at this point and they end up out of the postseason, are they going to bring back the bench coach from this team? It's not fair to him. Had they done it maybe a month ago, 2 months ago, and they really created something, even if they didn't make the playoffs, you could see with him that maybe he's an option. But I agree. I think it's not even fair, and it's something that they don't even realistically. There's nothing they can really even do to make some noise down the stretch at this point.
You know what's very frustrating, but also like it's bittersweet. It feels like this weekend and the way that it went, losing 3 games against the Orioles, it felt like it was very clarifying. But that also feels like it sucks because I didn't get a chance to get a feel for like the thing that we've been holding on to. Here comes some more pitching. Here comes some of your guys getting back. Ronel Blanco's pitching today.
He is.
Right? And it feels like the rope needs to be let go of before you even get to see what Ronel Blanco gives you, what Hayden Wesneski might give you. But, have we not waited long enough? We waited till after the All-Star break, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. Against the Marlins, it'll be Blanco, Imai, and Lambert. And anymore, you don't win this series, then it really, because you're 7 games under 500 now. That's first time since 2014 that they've been under 500 after 100 games. That's a sign.
Feels like it. Definitely feels like it. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, I wanted to get to this. The World Cup. We had a final yesterday, and so we have wrapped up the month plus of World Cup. Was it good for you? Let's recap it and talk about the riveting championship game and the best of the month. We'll talk about it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Non-quarterback.
Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What did you say about a baby?
You've said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
With the last chance of the game, he'll lift this ball forward. Simon thought about coming, stays at home. It's knocked down and only finds Ferran Torres. His final touch of the game. He had the decisive touch as well. Spain, for the second time in their history, have won the World Cup.
And with that, our month of World Cup has wrapped. Champion is Spain. In fact, they've done kind of the double, right? They won the Euros and the World Cup for the second time, but as you heard, won their second World Cup. And it's been delightful. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I hope you did. In fact, get involved with the program, 713-572-4610, because was it good for you, right? The World Cup has wrapped, as we saw yesterday with the final, where Spain defeats Argentina. Argentina not able to be the getaway with it All-Stars all the way through to a championship.
Ooh, they got worked.
They did. It was a fun game, at least in its result. Sometime during the game, it was a little rough, but we could talk about that. But I really want to take this from a larger standpoint of the entirety of the World Cup. America got to host it for the first time in 30 years. And so, was it good for you? Did you enjoy it? What were the high points for you as we have wrapped up the biggest sporting event in all of the world that America got to be on showcase for?
I really want to know. Text board, YouTube, Twitch, however you want to get with us, because Figgy, I'm going to start with you because I think you're kind of the target audience of what this World Cup was really hoping to cultivate. Big sports fan, not a big soccer guy, and yet here comes in your lap the greatest sporting event, the greatest tournament on the planet. Because I can sit here, Reggie can sit here and talk about whether it's the intricacies of the games or whatever. But it was more than that. It was the fans, it was the scenes, it was all of a sudden sort of paying attention. I rode the elevator up today with two women on a floor that's below us, and the whole time they were talking about the game. Like, just really trying to break it down. So what would be your take? Was it good for you?
Yeah, I would say yes. I think it was good for me. I think it was very important that they had the World Cup here in America, because I was telling somebody, I'm like, if it was in another country, I don't know if I would have been this invested in it.
Yeah.
I think it helps to see all the spirit around Houston and just in America overall, just people coming over here, just repping their country and all that stuff. To me, I think that kind of got me more invested into it. And on top of the games, I feel like the games were solid, man. I know y'all are more of the experts when it comes to the actual games on the field and all that stuff. But to me, I felt like they was good. They were interesting. It kept me watching. I was watching yesterday, although I feel like my third place game that I picked.
Oh, get out of here.
He's not wrong.
That might have been the championship.
He's not wrong.
That might have been
I won't say the championship game,
but
it was fun to get a game in the third place game that was purely pride.
Yes.
Right? That was, honestly, I might be doing a little to sell it. Recognize that before I get into it. That is kind of like the ethos of sports, right? Especially, I think that the modern sports, for the sports fan, we will lament like, oh man, somewhere in there, they not doing this for the love of the game. They doing this for the money.
Yeah.
Those dudes had no incentive to be out there, right? They ain't playing for no championship. The teams that pay them want them back right now. Yeah. And these boys are out here like, nah, man, you're not gonna do me stupid by getting me out of here on 4-0. No, we fighting back on this one.
And see, I think maybe it could have been my issue with the way in America, like if they playing a pointless game, people ain't gonna show up like that, man.
Yeah.
Like players ain't gonna show up for if the NBA had a third place game. Like how many players will actually take that game super serious or take it to heart?
You get an all-star part 2.
Yeah, you would.
Exactly. So that's what I was expecting with that third place game. Now that we're gonna break it down a little bit. But no, you're right, Reggie. They had their pride, their country pride, and they were trying to win the game. And on top of it, they had a lot of money on the line too. But
let me ask you this in terms of the World Cup at large. Was it enough to have you tap in again occasionally? I'm not going to say you're going to be plugged into every Premier League or Dynamo game or whatever, but was it enough to kind of spark that?
I think so. I think so for the next World Cup. I think the next one going to be in, is it Saudi Arabia?
It is Spain, Morocco, and Portugal.
That's right. That's right.
3 host countries. I do hate that we're doing this now.
Yeah.
This all the World Cups got to be split over a whole bunch of countries.
Yeah. But I will be tapped into it. Like I don't know if I'm gonna be, within the spirit like I am now.
Yeah.
But if it's on TV, I'm definitely gonna watch it. I don't know if I'm gonna go to a bar to watch it, but I would definitely pay attention to it more.
Let me ask you this, both you guys, and 713-572-4610.
And real quick, not to cut you off though, but I learned a lot of players, man.
That's key.
I ain't know nothing about Mbappe and my man Haaland up in Norway.
Yeah,
like it's a bunch of these cats. I'm like, dang, okay, I'm gonna have to start following them a little bit. Keep an eye on them.
I wonder how many people will pregame their Sunday American football with a little bit of soccer, because I don't know, access is going to be a thing. Yeah. And one of the things is Premier League, which is probably the biggest, league in the world. They will have games on NBC before that window. I do wonder if
more and more
10:30 a.m. people be like, my boy Haaland playing on NBC. Let me watch a little bit of this before I tap into the CBS game, right? Or the Texans at noon. Before I tap in, rather than doing like the ESPN pregame or whatever, or watching Fox with Terry Bradshaw. Let me watch like 30 minutes of this. Like I do wonder if that'll be something that, if you make it a seamless transition where it's there and available, if that's something that people might do.
I think there will be an effect. I don't know how large, but I know you do this. I do this Saturday mornings, Sunday mornings. I turn it on. Even if I'm doing something around the house, I just have it on so I can go back and see a replay or whatever, hear the crowd or whatever. But at the World Cup, for the World Cup specifically, like what are some things that immediately come to mind that you think make a big difference for fans? Because for me, I think a lot of fans, and I picked up on this over the course of the last 6 weeks, I don't think people truly appreciated, number one, the athletic ability of these guys. I mean, it is supreme. And number two, how physical, and how hotly contested these games are. And I think sports fans, football fans, American football, we can relate to that. Like, how many times did you do that, during the course of a game?
Yeah, I think the physicality, that definitely showed up for folks. And there's a lot of people that didn't respect soccer itself. Yeah. That gave it a little bit more respect. I think that happened. I think that people looked at the game and were like, actually, more entertaining than I had given it credit for. The only thing that I'm concerned about is the pomp and circumstance is part of the fun, right? It's one of the reasons why you ain't out here just getting up and watching curling whenever it's on your TV, which whenever the hell that is, right? It's part of all the pomp and circumstance. It is Norway doing the row. It is Scotland out here, just turning up in Boston and singing songs, and the English singing songs, and
and we can all relate to that.
But the soccer games that you might be trying to tap into until the World Cup, they're not going to have those things that I think brought some people in the door in the same way. Yeah. So I am interested in what that means, like what that loss does.
That was going to be my next question for y'all, because like you said, Lopez, y'all get up pretty early on Saturday to kind of cut the game on and all that stuff. To me, like me personally, I just watching the World Cup, I'm familiar with some of these countries now and all that, and what player play for what, but I have no clue who. I know who Haaland played for now.
Yeah.
Is it Man City?
Yeah.
He
That's
played
right.
for Man City.
Look at that.
I have no clue who Mbappe played for. So I think that would be the tough part. I will have to do my homework.
Yeah.
To see who played for where and all that type of stuff. I don't know if everybody else going to do the same type of homework I'm doing.
The thing that I think could be the biggest win, and I know that MLS has already come out with their mentality being, we'll take it from here. That is the mantra that they're using. I do wonder if soccer can become kind of like what baseball is at times, and that they're trying to change their schedule to where it happens in the fall and the spring, which we'll see how that works. But I'm wondering if it can't be a game that is, hey, we just want a night out at an event, right? You know how sometimes you just go to a baseball game, especially when the team's not good, but it's like we're at the ballpark. Yeah. We're getting a hot dog, we're getting a margarita, we're chilling. I wonder if soccer can't be that for some people, where maybe they open themselves up to them. Let me just go see what the Dynamo talking about. Give me a hot dog, a beer, spend 2 hours outside real quick and then keep it moving.
I think that's the most important thing the World Cup did. I think it created a pathway. And there's three things that I think that pathway can maybe lead to more soccer fans, more fans in general tapping in more and staying plugged in more. Number one, and this is going to sound kind of weird, but all these scenes that we talk about, whether it's Scotland or Norway or whatever, the Netherlands and all that stuff, people started following accounts. They started following. I gotta see what these guys are up to, and a lot of people aren't going to just suddenly unfollow these accounts. So they're going to be on your stream. You're going to see stuff about all these players and teams and stuff as you move forward. So I think all of a sudden there's a pathway there. There's also a pathway in terms of, you talk about just tapping in and maybe having the night out. Just, hey, let's go catch a Dynamo game. That's a pathway. That gets you into the game and maybe involved a little more, as does turning on your TV to watch the Premier League on Saturdays and Sundays or whatever. And I think it's not going to be like overnight, man, I can recite chapter and verse about every player in the country, in the world. No, there's pathways now created.
Yeah. Is it, and I got one more question for y'all. Is it, how much do these players get paid to play over in Europe? Like, do they get a lot of money?
Big money. Big money.
Because I was wondering, I'm like, man, is it a way the MLS can they money whip somebody, or this got to be their choice? How can they get some of these players?
They've done that a little bit. Messi plays in the United States. Yeah. There's been players, and more players are coming over to the United States that are not at the end of their career. However,
that's the other thing. Not at the end of their career,
right.
But how can you money whip somebody like Mbappe?
I would argue that that's not the way to do it, because that's what Saudi Arabia has tried to do, and that hasn't raised the level. The quality of the league has to grow at large.
Yes,
and you have to be able to develop talent as well.
So it's up to them. It's up to the players.
Up to the league.
It's up to the league's got to get. The league's just got to get better, and it's getting better, but it's not going to compare to what you saw World Cup wise. And so that's always going to be a holdup. But we'll see. We'll see what the level of growth is. Or, and I don't think this is the worst thing in the world. Or this was just a fantastical month that we had. Mm-hmm. And we got to have a lot of fun with it. And it's not like we're hurting for sports in America. We will go back to our football and our baseball and our basketball and our hockey. We will go back, and our college football. We will go back to that. But at the very least, I thought we had a really good time with soccer.
It was great,
right?
man.
It might just be that you say, hey, this is a great night. I'll see you if we pass like ships in the night, but this doesn't have to be a thing. And I think that that's fine as well.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Yes, I just made that one-night stand.
That's usually my job.
And how do you feel that I've taken that from you?
I'm very proud.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right, coming up next, let's go to our question of the day. Inspired by the Open Championships and the winner of it, what's something that you finally got good at later in life? 713-572-4610. We do next.
In the Loop.
The Astros are at the All-Star.
910342.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get into the question of the day. What's something that you finally got good at later in life? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. This is inspired by the Open Championships, which happened this weekend, and the champion of which was Ryan Fox. And I know you're going, who?
New Zealander.
Me too.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a Kiwi.
Yeah.
I actually didn't know that. I probably should have. But Ryan Fox won the Open Championship with a pretty solid last round. In fact, 18 in particular, the very last hole, a hole that the big-time players were not doing pretty well on in that round and in general. He went and he birdied it, and he ends up winning the tournament. This at the age of 39. He was able to get his PGA Tour card to be able to compete in these types of things 2 years ago at 37.
Yeah. Now, he's been a pro since age 30, which, by the way, is also very, very late in life to be
at this level of
golf. But in New Zealand and down there. But to get his PGA card at age 37 and win the freaking British Open at 39 is unbelievable. And he talked about it. It was very emotional. That approach that he made on number 18, I don't know if you saw it. Anybody else makes that, Scotty Scheffler or Rory, people are like, oh, shot of a lifetime, only Scotty can do that. That was an incredible approach on 18. Absolutely incredible. Puts it to 11 feet. The best thing about Ryan Fox, he wastes no time over the ball. Like when he putts, it's like 5 seconds, 10 seconds.
Don't think about it.
It's awesome. Like all these guys that spend all this time going and
reading the lines and everything.
Back and forth.
So he's the Cliff Lee professional golf.
He gets in there, boom, let's go. And he sank it to win the British Open at age 39, 2 years after getting his card. So, how about you?
This is a great answer on the text line already.
What's something you got good at, like later in life? I mean, there are things that I sucked at as a kid and didn't think I would ever be able to do it, and then you kind of get good at it.
Yeah.
Like what are yours? What are yours?
From the 346. I actually got treatment to stop shooting blanks at 40. 2 kids now. Hey, man. Like, I know that the baby making jokes will be in there. Quite literally baby making. He was like, couldn't do it. Got to 40, was like, you know what? Turn this to a new level, baby. 2 of them things. Not one you would have said was an accident. No, I made 2 of them things real quick. No, that's a good answer.
Ocho actually has a really good one, too. Better at arguing with your wife. Because early, when you're young, you just kind of start butting heads.
You want to be right.
Yeah, you want to be right. And this happens to a lot of young people. And this is how a lot of, relationships kind of fall, because they're both like, no, and they're headstrong. A lot of times you get older, and it's the women as well, but this is Ocho. He just kind of got, is it that important?
Yeah, well, I'm curious.
And that's a good one.
Because he did not explain on the text line. When he says arguing with my wife rather than at my wife, is that we are resolving issues easier, or are you just winning more? Because those are not exactly the same thing, but I can see the value in either of those.
Yeah. Figgy, do you have anything?
Yeah, a couple things that popped up in my brain. Driving. I feel like over the years, I just got better with driving. Like, I'm not speeding too much. I know how to pick my lanes and all this other stuff. I know how to bag in old school way. And, sometimes it'd be small spots on the street where I'd be like, man, I could get in there. Like, when I was younger, it was no way I can do all of that. A couple other things. Drinking. I feel like I know how to drink more as an adult than I was as a youngster, because I feel like as a youngster, I was just tequila.
Yeah.
Oh, you want a vodka? Jaeger bomb. I was just all over the place.
Shots.
Yeah, so now I know how to, somebody offered me, said, nah, I'm good. I'm on this vodka and cranberry, man. Like, I know how to do it as an adult. The other one is it seems kind of weird, but talking to people. Like, the older I get, the more I feel like I know how to talk to people a lot better than I was as a youngster. Now I know how to keep the conversation going, ask them how their day was, where you work. Oh, I used to do that too. I couldn't do that before.
I'm trying to be like you when I grow up.
One thing for me, I used to be so self-conscious about, like, singing or when I've always loved to dance. Dancing was never an issue for me ever since I was a kid. But like karaoke and stuff, I didn't do karaoke till I was in my 40s. Just because I was like, I don't know if and now I do it all the time. Oh yeah, let's go. So it just kind of that your ego aside, and then the other
you
one,
lost shame. Okay,
I lost all my shame, and then the other one, because I'm still a hack, but I used to try to play golf when I was young, because I started playing golf when I was like 12, all the way into my early 40s. I would be like, I'm gonna break the course record. I'm gonna have 7 birdies today, and then just spraying the ball or trying too hard. Now I'm like, this is my game. If I break 100, I'm happy. And I've got my groove, I got my swing. I'm just like, it doesn't bother me. I don't throw clubs, I don't get mad. Sometimes I'll just hit a horrible shot, and I'm like,
Honestly, that is quite an improvement, because golf is one of those games where it gets under your skin quick. I don't know. Is it possibly the most, especially when you talk about like recreationally, the sport that most gets under your skin and makes people angry? I feel like it's that one.
It's good people watching too. Because I never played, shockingly, I never played golf before. But I've been on the golf course with people, working events. Yeah. And just hearing them cussing and slamming their golf clubs after they shoot something. I'm like, man.
Honestly, this was my thought. I've got better at watching sports. It sounds like I've gotten better at just like actually understanding more of what's happening with time, and obviously I've had the privilege of being around people that know these things more, so I've been able to siphon more. But also, like, I think I've gotten better at just being able to enjoy sports at times, because you're younger, you're like there's and I guess fandom continues to go through, but for me, I found a way to like not get too upset when teams that I want to win lose. Yeah. I found a way to like find the enjoyment in places where I probably would not have before. Like, I think I've gotten better at enjoying the experience of sports, and hopefully I continue to get better.
The reaction to your team losing is where I've a million times. I used to get like, I was a basket case if like the Aggies lost or my team lost or whatever, and now I'm like, what are you going to do? I wish they won. It's hard letting that go, but I think with age you kind of do.
Oh, someone said that someone, when talking about watching sports, they said always watch for the joy. Now I'm older and I analyze differently. I'm miserable half the time. I feel like you're doing that the wrong way, or maybe not. I don't know. I can't tell you how to fan. Somebody said better at saying no and making your problem my problem. Ooh, that's a good one. If you are one of those people that just like takes on everybody's problems, that is one that you absolutely want to get better at. Someone just said listening, which good answer.
Oh, how about this? I learned how to flirt better. I do think you get better as you get older, in terms of just interaction.
Sure hope so.
I'm counting on it.
Sure hope so.
I'm counting on it. Fingers crossed. No, don't you get better as you get older? Dealing with the opposite sex. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I've been out of the game for a while, but even just in my conversations with women, whether you're flirting or just a conversation, I think you just get better at it.
Yeah. I can see that.
Fair enough. Someone said cooking. That's a fair one. I mean, you just get more experience in that one.
That's a really good one.
That's one of mine.
Yeah.
Someone said, learn how to flirt better, control the flow of a conversation, also fair. And then someone said got better at writing, creating their own style to record with. So I'm guessing they do a little bit of music. I'm guessing that's how that one came in. All right, keep those coming in on the text line, 713-572-4610. Would only got that later in life. Salute to Ryan Fox winning the Open Championship. That's a huge deal, winning a major and so quickly into your time on the PGA Tour. So salute to him. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including, is this a smart thing to do when you're rehabbing from an injury? We'll talk about that and more next.
All right, let's talk about fishing. That's the other one, right? Fishing.
Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's go around the NFL. And I think we have to start doing a countdown, John.
Yeah, we do.
Nine days.
From today, they report.
Well, the rookies are reporting tomorrow.
Yeah, but the full squad.
Is it a week from today? I thought it was a week from tomorrow. It's the 28th that they report.
I thought I saw Monday. Anyway, we're close.
We are close. We are close. And, of course, the 29th is when training camp starts in earnest, which is 9 days away. That is the timeline that you have here till we get to what we can reasonably talk about, Texans football being back, right? So excited for that. Some other things that are happening around the NFL. Let's talk about this. The Fanatics Fest, which has become bigger and bigger. Like, it's very clear that this thing, there's a lot of money in it. Have you seen the names that have been attached and showing up at this thing?
Yeah.
It almost makes me wonder, like, does everybody have the Tom Brady level of investment in this? Because Tom Brady obviously shows up a lot here. He's got the ownership investment or whatever equity investment within Fanatics Fest. I mean, everybody is showing up at this thing. LeBron James is going there and not giving us what we want from him, sorts of names. But also within this, Cam Scatterboo, the running back for the New York Giants, notoriously coming off of a knee injury that was, a very big one that kept him off the field during last year. And so him being out there obviously is just an interesting one. I know that he's an interesting character, talk less of a pretty good running back. And those things come together, the injury, his character, and all of that, as, again, he's rehabbing from a very big knee injury. And so he pulls up the pant leg of his leg, shows off the knee, and then does something that I can only characterize as very stupid in my mind. He does a backflip. Now, he does not land it cleanly, and he kind of stumbles, and this becomes a point of interest for a lot of folks. Everybody's like, whoa, what happened there? He maintains that he's perfectly fine. I've got to imagine, like, the thing that I was curious about John Lopez, as I'm seeing this video come across my feed, what do you think John Harbaugh is thinking in the moment that he sees this video?
I know what he's thinking. I don't even have to, he didn't tell me, but I can tell you right now he's thinking, what the hell are you doing? They probably already have had text exchange, conversation, whatever it may be, saying, please don't ever do that again. I thought he blew out his other knee. Look at his left knee.
Sorry,
when he lands.
Ankle. His right ankle is the injury that he had.
Right, but look at his left leg when he does it. It spins in a very awkward position, out of control. What are you doing? Why?
I don't.
What's the goal?
Like, this is the thing that gets me is, even if he lands it cleanly, I feel this way. It's just an unnecessary risk to take in this.
Yeah.
And especially for someone who, the New York Giants have a heavy investment in what he's got going here. Right? John Harbaugh joked last month that he told the running back no backflips at minicamp, and here he is.
Yeah.
Doing a backflip. Yeah. Right? And I mean, like, I know that he has this within himself. He's done backflips. But just, you got to put this aside, big fella. Like, this is one of those where you just kind of, we got to be.
What are the fans thinking?
That's a good question. I'd be very intrigued to see what the Giants fans.
Heck no, they don't want to.
You think they're mad? Well, I think that part of the appeal of that particular backfield also, it's not just a Scatterboo, it's Jackson Dart. It is the reckless abandon with which they play with.
Right.
Now, I think that has also gotten them into the bad place because both of them have dealt with injuries.
Right.
Jackson Dart with concussions, as well as Cam Scatterboo with his ankle injury. So that reckless abandon has gotten them into trouble, but that's also what endears them to the fan base. So I do wonder how the fan base feels about it.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious too. Maybe I think they'd feel a little different if he was like their first round draft pick or something like that. They probably feel a little different about it. And is he RB1? Is he considered RB1?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would be a little upset. It's kind of cute a little bit, but until you get hurt and stuff like that.
They just want him on the field.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine like Tank Dell coming off an injury, doing a backflip like that and falling? We'd be going nuts. I think the fans hate it. And by the way, he did say, I'm just going to keep being me. If they want to say I'm brain dead, then bleep them. Okay. Okay. Well, noted.
Honestly, I wouldn't.
They better have another running back on standby.
Yes, they better.
I tried to say it in a more classy way. Like, I do think that the reckless abandon that he plays with is it is part of take this back Arizona State. That buddy was just launching himself into peril. And that's kind of the appeal. Honestly, it was one of the things that scared me from Cam Scatterboo. I don't think that I anticipated like this would be a part of it as well, but like the shortness of the career it feels like it's going to be evident because he's a risk taker like this, but even on the football field.
I kind of feel bad for him in a way because he's so young still and, so free-spirited and willing to do crazy things and sacrifice his body. He has all the markings of one of those guys that's going to wake up at 28, 29 and not feel the same for the rest of his life. I mean, he is really, really brutalizing himself.
It's quite possible. One thing I will say, though, is and this feels like it's negative towards him, and I don't mean it to be the case. I do wonder what kind of football player he is and what his projections are if he does not have that reckless abandon. Like, I don't. No, sure. He is not the talent, I don't think, where he becomes a running back one in the NFL as clearly as he has as a rookie, or at least this past season as a rookie, if he does not have that particular mentality.
No, that's fair, but there also is a line you can draw and be, he's not the first back to be running hard, and finishing runs and going into people. But there are time and place, there's time and place where you can be a little smarter.
He got to be smart, man, especially at that position where, you getting an average of maybe 4 to 5 if you're really good.
Right.
Yeah, he got to play smarter than that.
I do wonder if this is something that John Harbaugh can't, be a little bit of a mentor for him because with all due respect to Brian Dable, I think he's a good play caller. I'm very intrigued to see. It was very clear that he was fighting for his job and he was encouraging the recklessness, right? We saw him over on the sideline at the blue tent trying to get Jackson Dart back on the field when it felt clear, at least to those of us watching on TV, that he had no business on the football field at the time. It did not feel like, I say all that to say, it did not feel like he had people that were advising him in a way that was, I guess, asserting caution. And I do wonder if John Harbaugh ever I don't know, personable or just like the professional coach doesn't, get to him and is like, hey, we appreciate that you play this way. We also want your career to be long enough to where it could be useful to us and you. All right, some other things around the NFL. Did you see this? There's a suspension in the NFL, the first in a number of years for gambling. And it comes from a Cardinals executive. His name is Ryan Gold. His role has been one that has been college scouting for the Cardinals in various different capacities over a number of years. He's in his 13th year with the Cardinals organization, second particularly as the director of college scouting. But apparently he was gambling on games to some degree, but then also on some of these decisions. And the suspension has been put down by the NFL. It's indefinite suspension, so it's one of those where we'll figure out what we want to do with this fully later, but we just can't have you being involved right now. This felt like it was inevitable, especially with like the poly market type, what is the word? Prediction markets, which those things, as we've seen more and more people kind of do legalized insider trading, for lack of a better way of saying it. Everybody in their area of expertise goes, there's a way to bet on this. This felt inevitable in office types betting on things.
I'm surprised that we haven't even talked about this before, because a prediction market thing, you can truly bet on what a person is going to say in a speech, or is it going to rain more than an inch. I mean, you can literally, and you guys know I like it, in terms of some of the things you can do with sports and otherwise. But if you get inside information like this team is going to do this in college football, that's insider trading. That's exactly what that is.
Yeah, and I'm fascinated by this because it just points out that, one, the whack-a-mole continues to happen here, right? It feels like the league, the league hasn't suspended anybody for a couple of years when it comes to gambling, but it's very clear it keeps popping up, and now it's popping up in places that we hadn't previously thought. How does the NFL kind of manage this? And I think that it is a PR thing, because that's what it always felt like. Even when we thought it was existential, it's clear that it won't be existential. But to what degree does the NFL need to handle this? Like, if you are Roger Goodell, John Lopez, congratulations, you have been given that responsibility. Is it a tough and firm approach that you take? Is it one that's a little bit more deft? Like, how do you manage this thing that the NFL clearly is going to need to?
I think it's going to be mostly for lack of a better way to put it, for show, because they have advertisers, man. Their feet are in the water already, knee deep in terms of whether it's prediction markets or gambling sites or whatever. I think this is going to be. I think it is. It's mostly for show. It's in your face, then you do something about it. Otherwise, don't ask, don't tell.
It is worth noting also on the prediction markets, my opinion that's kind of been informed by other people that are much closer to this and much smarter than me. This seems like it was kind of always an intended kind of side, if not the more primary a portion of the prediction markets, is that obviously there's the trading of futures, but the idea is that it could end up being a little bit of a predictor itself when you have enough people sourced, and honestly, people that are insightful, that are I guess trading is the words that I would use to be appropriate.
Is this the first time we had somebody in the front office like this
that I can recall?
Because usually your memory like players and stuff. Yeah.
I mean, he speaks with athletic directors and coaches and everything else and trainers all the way down. Yeah. So he hears things.
Yep.
And so it's an ugly game, man. It's an ugly game.
We got another quarterback on our NFL Top 100 as we continue around.
Here we go. Here we go.
All right. We've moved into the 60s here. Or actually, I believe, yes, we move into the 60s here. No, the 50s. We're into the 50s as we continue going. Brock Bowers comes in at number 60, the tight end for the Raiders. Actually feels kind of low because he feels like he is one of the best tight ends. Now, he had injuries last year, only played 12 games. I'd be very interested to see if Brock Bowers can reassert himself as one of the best tight ends in the league this year. That feels like it's going to be one of these side conversations with the Raiders. But 59 is where we get the next quarterback in the top 100.
C.
Doesn't start with a C. Actually, the letter before it. B. Bo Nix, the quarterback for the Denver Broncos, comes in at 59 from the prior year. I'm interested to see that it was only 5 spots, though. Although I guess to be fair, we have to remember, again, this thing gets put together before the playoffs. I would have thought that the run that they made deep in the playoffs would have given him a bump if that was accounted for. But 25 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. He comes in at 59. Like, he's been a solid practitioner of that offense there. But I just don't know, does this say anything for you in the way that we've been thinking about this when it comes to CJ?
Oh, yeah, that's a wrap, right? 59? You think he's one of the top 58 players in the entire NFL?
This is about where I was going to cut it off anyways. Like once we got to about 60, I don't know how to parse this because, again, if we're just doing the quarterbacks here, and I know that I've been leaning heavily on the Lamar Jackson, but Lamar Jackson comes in behind Bo Nix. We had talked about Jordan Love coming in behind Bo Nix. Trevor Lawrence coming, which I don't know how much I'm upset about that, but the way that this thing is stacking up kind of feels odd as well. But the players, I think the case that would be there to be made for CJ Stroud is kind of rough. It's starting to get really, really rough as we continue to see this thing come on.
I mean, if he comes in now, so far I've been saying the Lamar Jackson thing, people are talking about that a lot. But other than Lamar Jackson, which I know is a big thing, dropping 60 spots, I'm not trying to downplay that. It's been about what we thought most of what has been the other most egregious sort of like can't believe he's there? Really just Lamar Jackson, which is just bizarre on its own. If CJ comes in the top 58, that's the equivalent. I think at this point we reached that point where why is he ahead of Bo Nix and Trevor Lawrence and you know what I mean? Yeah.
No, I think we're getting to that point. I would have imagined that if I could have picked a quarterback to handcuff him around, Trevor Lawrence wouldn't have been a bad one for me. And I know that Trevor Lawrence had a better season, but even then there was some rough. They had to go and make the trade for Jacoby Myers to help accelerate what they were doing there offensively. So I do think that some of the season looks similar. But yeah, I'm very intrigued to see how this continues to go. But I have let go of my belief that he'll be on.
It would be shocking at this point.
But what that does do is again, on top of all of what we already knew for CJ Stroud, this is another, I guess, bulletin board material. This is another place in which CJ Stroud can, quote unquote, prove the doubters wrong. Yeah. Because this feels like an unfair dropout of one. I think, would you agree with me? I understand that you guys were right in saying that he shouldn't be on the top 100.
Near the bottom of the top.
Yeah, I thought. Me too. If we look at this list hindsight, I probably would have thought he would have been maybe in the 90s. Yeah. If that's the case, do y'all feel like CJ Stroud had a better year than Bryce Young?
Well,
was Bryce Young year better than CJ Stroud?
Well, I just thought the players respect him so much that they would have given him the benefit of the doubt based on his talent alone. What they see in terms of abilities, and that was not the case. I mean, I wonder if this one cuts a little more. If this one cuts a little deeper for CJ, because it was players.
Yeah, I kind of lost a little respect for the list, to be honest, just overall, because to me it felt like it's a lot of maybe personal relationships involved.
Yeah, that happened.
And Bryce Young, he an Alabama guy, so let me Alabama guy, or to me it's kind of feel like that because I hate to keep going back to the Lamar Jackson drop, but that's ridiculous right there, man. I don't care how hurt he was. Yeah. It wasn't that damn bad of a year.
Yeah. All right. One more thing here around the NFL. We were talking about this in the last week. Ethan Posick, the previous center for the Browns, he was made eligible or cleared to play and practice and training camp and everything. And so he was a free agent out there. We had the conversation of would it make sense to add another center to this Texans team. It felt like it was a far stretch, and it makes more sense now, or the circumstance makes more sense now as Posick signs a 1-year deal with the Ravens. Honestly, I hadn't really thought about it. They really hadn't done anything to replace Tyler Linderbaum. I do wonder if this was like the plan all along, where they were like, we have conversations with Posick. We think he'll be, ready, and now he is ready. So they signed him to a 1-year deal. It is interesting because it does make me feel a little bit better about what the Ravens had. It did feel like it was a big gap in what they were doing in building their team, that they had not really adequately addressed their center position.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So. Yeah, I'm kind of curious because that's hitching their wagon on something that they might be unsure about.
That's the other part. They go from Linderbaum to a 1-year, $4.5 million guy.
Yeah, I mean he could be solid. Maybe he could keep the boat floating a little bit, but that's all they got because I don't think they drafted anybody, right? Or I don't think there's anybody to be drafted that high,
right?
But that's leaning a lot on somebody that was out.
He's been a solid center in his past, but the thing, it's a great point.
Linderbaum to him.
You're coming off of an injury, and that's the case. Yeah. I mean, they didn't draft anybody center related, but they did remember Vega Ione, the guard that I was very interested in. I know that we talked a lot about him in the lead up to the draft out of Penn State. He was their first round pick. So you got to imagine that they've also got to be thinking an experienced center with a very strong guard.
Kind of what they're doing here.
I'm sure. Yeah. I'm sure that that's part of this as well. But I found that to be intriguing in the way that came together. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL. Coming up next, speaking of a guard in the NFL, Gray Zabel, the guard for the world champion Seattle Seahawks, he talked about his first training camp, and I wonder how his experience might affect or at least shed some light on this Texan. Let's talk about it next.
In the loop.
The Astros.
Scoop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I'm with the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. And I don't know where this person on the YouTube is getting this, but it seems like they were somehow convinced that C.J. Stroud was being traded. Mm-hmm. And no, I have not seen anything to the likes of that. Also,
come on, man.
Here's the thing.
Come on, man.
I mean, look.
Will it shock you?
right now, yes.
And that's
right
the thing.
now,
It's
yes.
like, who makes a trade like that at this time of year?
Nobody does.
Like, I honestly, regardless of how you feel about C.J. Stroud, you should be up in arms if you see a trade like that happening a week out from training camp.
Exactly.
Insane. That would be insane.
I mean, from the Texans' point of view, if somebody came to you with an offer and you felt like, hey, I'm gonna trade CJ right now,
I guess
it
so.
better be what was those? I think that graph you had the other day talking about this person worth 3 first-round picks.
Oh yeah, right.
It got to be something like that where he'd be like, hey, trust me, bro, on this one. We got 3 first-round picks.
Yeah, that would be a wild thing. But no, just to make it very clear, I have not seen anything to the likes of CJ being traded.
I even mention it now. Everybody's gonna be like, hey, y'all here on
no.
Terrence said.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure that nobody's misinformed, but you're right. It might have done more harm than good. So I'll move quickly away from that to Gray Zabel. Remember a year ago when Gray Zabel, was it a year ago? Or was it 2 years?
No, last year, right?
Where Gray Zabel was just the talk of the town in draft time. I know that
took the Senior Bowl by storm.
Yes, yeah, man. Just a really, really interesting, technically small school guy, right? But he ends up getting into the NFL and being really good this past year for the Seattle Seahawks that ultimately win the championship. But this was him talking about kind of his training camp and kind of his welcome to the NFL moment. And I found it to be interesting, and I want to see if it casts any light on the Texans. This is Gray Zabel.
Well, first off, all training camp, the first 2 weeks, I thought I was getting cut. Like Leonard Williams, Byron Murphy, Jaron Reed, those guys, I couldn't block them. It was just a free pass to a quarterback whenever the play was called. And I remember calling my dad, and I'm like, Dad, this isn't good. Like, I don't know if I'm cut out for this. Like, I'm going to get a desk job. I'm going to work in the cubicle. Like, that's going to be my life. Like, I couldn't do it. And kind of started catching stride like week 3 and like understanding the tempo and the pace and the speed that it's played at. And then you get into that first game. And this was my true welcome to the NFL moment. It's like, the first or second play of the game, it was a pass play. Dude just bull rushes me and puts me right into Drew Lock. And I'm like, Drew, thanks for getting the ball out. Like, appreciate that.
Yeah.
And then it was like, you kind of like wake up and you're like, all right, like 3 of the best interior D linemen in the National Football League every single day in practice. Like, just take a deep breath.
Now, that last part, you'll understand why it brought my brain back to the Texans. Because 3 of the best defensive linemen in the NFL, I was like, hey, man, that sounds cute. We got those at home. Like, we got those with the Houston Texans. And so did this at all to you bring your mind where it brought mine to first-round pick for the Houston Texans, Keelan Rutledge, Big Red, as he has been affectionately called for a lot of his life? As obviously he played guard in college. Zabel played guard here, but now you're trying to have Keelan Rutledge as a center. But a young guy in a first year in training camp against really, really good defensive linemen. Does this at all, in your mind, shed light on Keelan Rutledge and what he might be looking forward to in the next week or two?
I think the first things first. I mean, I really appreciate his candor because most players would not do that.
Absolutely.
The players want to be perceived and they want to cast this image of I'm a bad dude, and then that's what he did, throughout the Senior Bowl and all that, and really sort of, I got this, it's strong. He's out there going, man, I called my dad, said I don't know about this. So I appreciate that, and I think what it does is, yes, you do start thinking Keelan Rutledge. Here we are talking about Big Red and nasty and all, and he is all those things, but he's also a rookie that probably at some point soon, maybe within 9 days when Texans training camp starts, is going to get his welcome to the NFL moment. And how is he going to react to that? It just makes you have all these expectations and, at the center position and other positions on the offensive line. It's a curve, man. I mean, there is a learning curve there, especially with a guy like that.
No, for sure. And one of the things I thought about was, for one, the difference in physicality between Rutledge and Zabel. Zabel, don't get me wrong, it's not like he's tiny, but he's listed at 316. Keelan Rutledge is listed at 330 and 2 inches shorter than Gray Zabel. So, like, it's packed in there a little bit different, I imagine. So, but I think that what I found interesting was the ways in which a dude like Gray Zabel that was very clearly a guy that deserved to be in the league that had that feeling in that first week. And I can only imagine what Keelan Rutledge is set for here with the additional work of I'm not just playing guard where I need to get my hands right, I need to be physical. Right. I need to be physical, but also I need the mental aspect of this too. For one, does this at all lean further into the idea that it's really incumbent upon D'Amico Ryans to make it so that this is not overrun by the defense? Like, this isn't like Bulls gone wild, because I hear that and I go, ooh, it sounds like it might be like a real treacherous first couple of weeks for Keelan Rutledge. And I know that, again, first week, we're talking about not even in pads, right? But this feels like it could be really treacherous for him in a way that might be detrimental to getting your center up to speed in time.
I mean, yes, but let's go around the horn here.
Please.
Do you guys really think D'Amico's going to call off the dogs on this defense?
I don't know.
He said, I might need to take some plays off with Will Anderson, or however he put it. And I don't see it happening. He's not wired that way. I think his philosophy, iron sharpens iron. Right. How much have we heard that? And it's going to be, I just don't see, maybe here and there, whatever, but I think by and large, he's not going to call anybody off. He's not going to take it easy on these guys.
I mean, you're probably right. Yeah. And honestly, I think there's also still an argument to be made, because I'm alluding to Gray Zabel in the ways in which he felt like he was not going to he was going to get cut in those first couple weeks. And then he ends up being a very good guard, right? So there's an argument clearly there to be made that this actually probably helped him, right? This is the way that some of these things go. You can play the result, or you can play various different ways on it. Maybe that's the way that you have to look at with Keelan Rutledge. But I think you're probably right. Like, it's probably in D'Amico Ryans' time to this point, that has not been the way he's played it. And maybe he's had a level of growth and learning from it. But either way, it does make me kind of consider what this might look like for Keelan Rutledge. And also a way that we might just have to temper what we're seeing from him early on. But then if he's splitting time with all of this, like, at what point does it feel fair for us to go, we have some level of idea where Keelan Rutledge is? Because it sounds like it might just be a rough go of it from the start generally.
Well, and maybe not. Maybe he just steps right in. That has happened occasionally as well. But I do expect there to be that learning curve. But that's why Wyatt Teller is here. That's why some of these other guys right next to him are going to be here and hopefully be able to kind of coach him through the whole thing.
No, for sure. So I understand you're saying that you don't think he will. I'm coming back to this conversation. Does this add anything to the idea that whether he should for you?
No, I think he should to a degree. You don't want to just make things too easy on these guys. But the reason I think he should is for his quarterback alignment. I mean, C.J. Stroud needs to be able to get to plays and run plays the right way and be able to step up in the pocket and do all those things that we hear about with the buy-in that he's had with this offense and Nick Caley in year 2 and all that. There were times when C.J. Stroud could not get a playoff. He couldn't get to his second read, much less his third. And so I think for that reason, they do need to kind of temper some of the pressure they put on him.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think that's probably fair to some degree. Yeah, I'm very much thinking about how quickly and how you get Keelan Rutledge up to speed and how you get it, because it does feel like, as I'm rewatching the games from the 2025 season, and I would absolutely love to have the physicality that he brings. But man, there's going to be a lot on him, which kind of sucks because, again, he's a first-round pick. You need to be able to. You draft a first-round pick, and the expectation is that that's a starter.
Yes, we've been talking about that a lot. I think he will start. I think he will start week 1. Not everybody agrees with that, but that makes it even. That's going to affect D'Amico and everybody, every coaching staff. Obviously Cole Popovich and everything, how they handle him in those early training camp. 11-on-11s, preseason games. That's when you need to go, full bore with him. Maybe that's what they're thinking.
Does this almost like physical and maybe even mental overwhelming that Gray Zabel was talking about in the audio that we just played? Does this at all give you any solace about the idea that he's splitting reps in camp with, or that we ostensibly believe him to be splitting reps with Jake Andrews, or does that then take you the other way where you really want there to be a lot less with him?
No, he needs reps, whether it's against the first team or second team or whatever. This guy is going to be your starter.
Well, he will be getting the second team reps at the very least, right?
Well, he should be getting the first team reps. He should be the first one out there, getting all the reps he can. You can't be taking plays off when there's just not that many plays that you have to get better with. I think he needs to take a lot of them, take a lot of reps, all that he can.
I think so too, but this gave me a little bit of pause where it's like, hey man, do you overwhelm him with these But I guess the question then becomes like, if you can overwhelm him, is it a good thing, right? Is it good if he's a guy that is capable of being overwhelmed? And he seems like he's a fighter. Seems like he's a smart dude. We go back to Brent Key talking about it. Brent Key, his head coach at Georgia Tech, and a dude who is known for being able to coach offensive linemen, saying that he's the best that he's coached. So yeah, like I think I probably lean into it. I'm not. I think that he will be able to handle this and come out on the other side like Gray Zabel, but it was very clear to me in listening to Gray Zabel where it's like, hey man, he's about to go through the fire of this, and I need to be aware of that and keep that in account when we get to training camp.
And every player, even the best of the best, number 1, number 2, number 3 overall picks, when they get to an NFL camp, they're curious and they're wondering, at least to a small degree, can I handle this? What's it going to really be like? So it's natural for him to feel that way. I wouldn't expect him to not feel that way. What's going to be interesting is, how quickly you respond, because Gray Zabel went big time, program, but not exactly, a Power 4 school or whatever. And obviously Keelan Rutledge ended up at Georgia Tech, but he started out in Middle Tennessee.
Right.
And so, the progression it's natural that he's going to have some doubt here. It's just a matter of how quickly he can get over it, and maybe the reps is what does it.
Yeah, maybe so. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping right now, including the Astros making a move that I found to be very interesting, and J.J. Watt continues to be one of the best dudes in all the earth. We'll talk about all that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming off a very packed weekend, so we'll try and get into some of this here. We'll start with one of the negatives of the weekend. The Astros get swept by the Baltimore Orioles to start the proverbial second half of the season right out of the All-Star break. And it was deeply frustrating in the way that it went. I mean, you had your three best starters, at least the ones that you probably have the best feeling in Peter Lambert, Spencer Arrighetti, and Hunter Brown, and just couldn't get it done in that way. Ultimately, the thing that also caught my attention within that, Brian King, reliever, optioned to AAA. Sugar Land, now he's one of the few guys that you actually still had options on, but he also was one of the few guys in your bullpen that not too long ago you actually had some level of belief in, and even still you're in a place where, I mean, I think Brian King was put in one of these games and kind of gave it away. And it proves
that was a
once
Friday
again.
night one, I think.
I think so.
Yeah.
And so it proves once again that you don't have enough arms in the bullpen that you trust. In addition to the other issues that you've had, this thing is kind of a hoopty that feels like it's starting to fall apart and give way.
It's a good way to put it.
Ways.
It's just a bullpen shuffle. Let's see who let's try this now. That didn't work. Let's try this. Well, that worked for a while, and then they move on. They're in a bad place for them to make a run. This was the time to get started, and it didn't happen. And their bullpen, their pitching in general, it's rough, man. It's rough right now.
Yeah, definitely rough. They got the Fish coming up. They've got a 3-game set versus the Mariners.
Pretty good team.
And they've been playing better baseball for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Ronel Blanco back. So we'll see what Ronel Blanco can provide pitching wise as he jumps into the rotation. I don't know. Does this do anything for you?
Well, I mean, I'm curious. Obviously we saw Javier. Decent enough. Now Ronel Blanco. I mean, they're spitballing. They're trying to find anything they can. Ronel Blanco has always been one of the better pitchers. When he's healthy and when he's sort of in the rotation or in a groove or whatever. We know how good he can be. The skepticism is just look at the calendar. It's July 20th, and not only that, you're 7 games under 500. He's going to need to ramp up. Hunter Brown hadn't even ramped up yet.
Yeah,
Hunter Brown's had a bad start to his return.
Yeah, no, for sure. He had a little bit of trouble yesterday as well. 4 2/3 inning for him, and I mean he issued the most walks I believe of his career at 6. So no, it's just there's a lot of things not going well.
Expectation is just tough.
Yeah, and I mean talk less of expectation. Just things aren't going their way. Oh, did I forget to mention that Saturday you lose Jeremy Payne and Christian Walker, so they don't play yesterday? Now there haven't been moves that have seen them go to IL or anything.
Mm-hmm.
However, I mean. We saw Lamont Wade Jr. quickly get up to speed on playing first base so he could cover for Christian Walker. This just feels like too much duct tape in various different ways. But I guess what the Astros do. J-Lo, I know how much you love videos of workout videos.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah.
We got another one.
Doing that.
We got another one.
I did see this one. And actually, I'm not going to lie. This one, I was like, okay.
I was going to do that.
Okay.
I was going to say it. Tank Dell, wide receiver for the Houston Texans, was working out with Matthew Golden. Both of them former U of H players. Obviously, Golden transfers from U of H to go to Texas before he ultimately makes it to the league for the Packers. But both of them working out together. And I'm not going to lie.
I'm not either.
This has been the opinion of a lot of people that have seen the video, and I think I agree with this opinion. Tank Dell looks better than Matthew Golden in this video.
He and I'm the guy that's usually like, don't put too much into these workout videos. And same with Tank Dell earlier. It's hard to tell. But this one, I kind of watched it, and then I rewatched it, and I'm like, looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. The cuts, that's what you're looking at. Those cuts were strong and confident and. So, yeah, here we go. I'll get my hopes up a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, we're another week away from maybe seeing if he's ready to go for training camp. And if he's going in training camp, the thing that is encouraging is the cuts, as you're mentioning. Mm-hmm. Those are the things that Tank Dell brings, right? That route crispness and the ability to hopefully separate. Mm-hmm. That's something that you've been longing for as a Texans team. So seeing these – It's all predicated on the big if of is he prepared to be on the field for you, because this is a very serious injury that he underwent. However, if he is, it is encouraging to see the style of Tank Dell that you're getting does feel like it's one that's akin to what we had previously seen. Now, that actual form of pads and running routes is very different than
over a course of weeks or whatever.
Right. But shorts and shirt and on cones, that doesn't give us a full accounting of what it is. But again, more confidence in what he could possibly be if and when he returns for the Texans is encouraging. Some other things that are popping. The British Open, or the Open Championship as they wish to be called, happened this weekend. And kind of an incredible story there as Ryan Fox, a Kiwi, a New Zealander, gets a big finish to win it. I mean, a fantastic final round, even better final hole at 18. An 18 that honestly took down the likes of Scheffler and Oberg, guys that, bogey that final hole. He goes and he birdies it and he gets the win at the ripe old age of 39. I know I'm joking, but I say that because he only gets his PGA Tour card at 37.
Yeah, and 4 birdies in his last 6 holes. He was in 55th place going into Saturday. I don't know if you realize that. He was in 55th place going into Saturday, ends up winning the whole darn thing with 4 birdies in his last 6 holes. Just an incredible story and truly inspiring because he's a guy that, as you mentioned, turned pro at 30, didn't get his PGA card till 35. He was just a guy. He was just a guy that almost quit the sport a couple of times, ended up hanging in there. And now look at that.
Like the profile of player, right? A guy who, as you mentioned, all of those bona fides of how and when he makes the tour. He's the type of guy that should be happy to make the cut, right? That's the profile of guy we're talking about here.
He was playing for money.
Just to get a bag out of this.
Yeah, like a lot of these guys, once they reach a certain level, they're trying to get top 10s, they're trying to get FedEx points. He just wanted a check. We actually, this is kind of interesting. One of the dads at my wife's school made the British Open and made the cut.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Defoe out of South Africa. He lives up there, and his kids go to my wife's school.
Up where?
Up there in Kingwood.
Oh.
And so he made the cut, and we were sort of pocket watching the whole way, kind of like, okay, he's in 71st place. If he gets up to top 50, that'll be like, but not for him. We want because he's just playing for a check. You get to those levels,
you gonna get back to word. Let me hold something.
I know you got it. Hey, let me hold a 20 right quick.
Lunch on you.
Hey, how about that? The little fundraiser we're having over at Good Shepherd.
Actually, y'all joking, but y'all very much. I know that fundraiser coming around. Hey man, we got some brownies. I know you want some.
Weren't you at the British Open?
Hey, my man, my cousin.
Hey, I got a business proposal for you, big dog. I just listen to it real quick. I got it all set up for you.
No, but like most of these guys, I'm really just pulling for them to cash a big check.
For sure.
And that's what Fox was doing as well. Oh, lo and behold, $2.8 million or something like that.
You sure was pocket watch. He got the 0.8 too. No, but these are the stories that like sports are built on for us. Is the underdog, and shout out to Ryan Fox being able to make that happen. There was a place where the underdog did not get it done. It was the Houston Rockets in Summer League. They fell in the semifinal of the Summer League. It's still a fantastic Summer League for Bruce Thornton, the pick that the Rockets made, or like their first selection, even though it was the first in the second round. The way that he played, not very sure in what his identity was. It feels very clear after, 5 games from him? I feel very clear that he's going to be some level of a player of note, of import, whether it's just in the rotation and some minimal impact for the Rockets.
You said it. Rotation, at least to start, and then we'll see where it goes from there. But he had all the traits. He had all the characteristics. We'll see how it translates.
And shout out to Quadir Copeland as well, who was very good, showed some interesting things. He still feels like he's got a little bit of polishing necessary. So him and his two-way deal, I think that you might see him pop up on the big league, on the big team every once in a while. But he's going to be a guy that I think his name is interesting in the upcoming years for the Rockets. But I guess salute to the Golden State Warriors for winning the Summer League championship that I did not even know came with rings. They have Summer League rings. I didn't realize that. They sure do.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
I was like,
Lord,
or maybe I did and I forgot. I think I might have forgotten.
What are you going to do with that ring?
Sell it.
You see this ring? Summer League champs, babe.
Hey, man, they won something.
Summer League champs, man.
Let them enjoy themselves, man. They won something.
So who did they face? Who? Golden State?
They faced the Grizzlies. So this was actually fun. Okay. I think the great thing about Summer League is when you get the stars getting to match up. And Yaxel Luxembourg, I probably said his name all the way wrong. The guy from Michigan that the Warriors have, he's going to be in their rotation. I mean, obviously very important. But then Cameron Boozer, the son of Carlos Boozer, who went to Duke, he's on the Grizzlies. So that was a really fun matching of wits there as well. But talking about matching of wits, I don't know if anything on the weekend really matched, in my mind, the World Cup final between Spain and Argentina. Argentina not able to do the getting away with it. All the later than 80th minute goals. They couldn't get another one, the one final one to get over Spain, where Ferran Torres gets the single goal in this one in extra time and is able to hoist Spain to their second World Cup championship.
Spain was so. I was watching this over at Griff's in I guess kind of Midtown Heights area, whatever. Place was going nuts, and we were, the sound was kind of hard to hear. And at one point, I thought I heard the announcer saying that Spain had 20 shots on goal and Argentina had 0. And I went, I don't think they had many. Was it 0? Yes, it was 0. 0 shots from Argentina?
Yeah, man. But it makes sense,
the
man.
Defending champs.
But that's the way Spain has been so good. They've only allowed one goal in this entire World Cup. There was one goal that they allowed through the entirety of the 8 games that they played. That is the level of dominance you want from your champion, right? I think that a lot of times in sports, we like the idea and the appeal of the upset. We like the idea of the
Argentina
underdog.
looked like a real underdog.
I'm somebody who's here for give me greatness, and it felt like Spain was more in that realm of things with Unai Simon in goal, and then with their midfield constantly just completely shutting off the water for Argentina.
Well, remember last week we were talking about Spain had literally every position on the field was like a super elite player, not just a good player, not just a world class player, an elite player, and it showed. But all that being said, there was a little part of all of us that was like, I wonder if Messi's going to do it again.
Yeah, that was the one.
I wonder if Messi's going to do it again.
He wasn't able to, and it didn't help that one of his teammates ends up for idiot. Argentina, they went from 4 years ago being like, man, they got to do it for Messi, and they did it for Messi. That's awesome, to being the world villains. Because not only did they, obviously get to that place with people feeling like they were, they were given the easy hand by FIFA. Then also, did you see what happened after this game?
Paredes.
They started fighting, right? Not Isak, by the way. Don't bring that to my mans. But Leandro Paredes.
That dude is just a jerk.
Yeah, man, he started kicking
like
people.
The second or third time. Remember, people will not remember this, but I think in the Euros, no, it wasn't the Euros, last World Cup or some sort of international, he kicked a rocket into the Netherlands bench. Like at the players. I mean, he's just a jerk. He's just a. I want to say something else.
I do like what's happening here, because I feel like what we're doing here is it's the year of defense. Spain won it off of defense, so the Seahawks won with a pretty good defense. I feel like it's time for defenses, don't you?
So where are you going with that?
You know exactly where I'm going with it, man. We gonna get a.
You know who was a real winner in this?
Who?
Cabo Verde. Because that's the only team Spain didn't beat.
Yep, that is true. That is true. Again, Cabo Verde keep getting W's. And maybe the U.S. keeps getting W's. If you enjoyed the tournament so much, maybe you get behind the president himself, who says he wants immediate World Cup return to U.S., saying directly.
That's not how it works.
He said directly, you hear that, Gianni? I don't know. Like, I honestly, the World Cup bidding is open for the 12 years from now. Mm-hmm. Honestly, I could see them kind of bullying FIFA. And yes, I do mean bullying.
That's 12 years from now.
Yeah, but that's better. It's better than 30.
Yeah.
It's better than 30.
Yeah, he had such a good time. He wouldn't.
Yeah, I hate that. I'm sorry.
My man was celebrating with him like, hey.
Apolitical observation. I'm saying that up front. You got to know when to get
escort him.
Get out the way, that was
bro.
Infantino.
This is not about you.
We're kind of supposed to get off now.
He's like, no, I'm good right here.
He was trying to be all up in the videos, man, all up in the picture.
They're like, yeah, what's the problem?
He said, I'm having a good time, boy.
And you could tell how much he just wanted to be in the mix, because they were the World Cup trophy is not by any means the biggest of the trophies that we have in sports. It's a pretty solid size, but I mean, it's not crazy. Johnny Infantino was trying to walk it over to the champions, and President Trump has his hands on it too, as if you need two people to carry this. Like, no, you don't need to be in the mix right now. Like, it's cool, we got you up here.
I like the way he just stood there, hands crossed. What?
He's like, you don't need to be all up in this, man. Get out hey, move right now.
Yeah.
All right, that's some of what's popping. Also, we can talk about this later, but I know that you're on this tropical depression too that's happening right now.
Oh, it's one of my confessions.
Okay, I'll let you do that as a confession
one of my
there.
Confessions, yeah.
Oh, and then also Ward Manuel, the athletic director at Michigan, he is gone. We can maybe find another time to talk about that, because he's definitely a loser on the weekend. We'll get there, but there you go. Those are some of what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we continue, or at least I continued my rewatch of the 2025 Texans season. I reached Week 10 versus Jacksonville. Davis Mills at the helm with the comeback. Let's talk about my observations and questions from this one next.
In the Loop. Come on. West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, big voice man. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a Monday here in Houston. John Lopez to my right. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on 1 2. Shout out to David holding down as well.
Shout out to David.
I hope you're doing a good job over there. I don't know.
John
David.
Lopez assistant, right?
Yeah, that's right.
For those who don't know, I think David's first day, he was like, "Hey, excuse me, can you go downstairs and get me a coffee?" And
I did
pick
not.
Up? yes, you did.
I did.
I'm pretty sure he went and picked up your dry cleaning too. I think that's what happened.
He gave her the keys to your car. Hey, go wash my car for me.
Which is funny because all you wear is Fisher shirts. So I don't even know why you dry cleaning them.
Yeah,
but somehow, that was weird.
I was doing it for you guys.
I bet you were.
I forgot the case of OG sauce in my truck. Went with my hat in hand, proverbial hat in hand. Said, "Hey, David."
He came in the studio kind of grinning a little bit.
I did not.
I'm like, he about to ask me something. I'm like, what's going on?
I said, I hate to do this.
I hate to do this. But
I bet he don't.
Can you pick me up a coffee from Starbucks around the corner?
No coffee was involved. No dry cleaning was involved. He got the OG song. I gave it to you.
He was up there working hard as hell, trying to learn the show and all that. And Lopez said, "Can you go grab me a kolache and a coffee?"
Oh, he got a kolache and I didn't get one? That's crazy. Yeah. Anyways, we are clearly joking. Appreciate you guys rocking with us, though, on this Monday. I've been doing a rewatch of the 2025 season to get myself ready for the 2026 season. And obviously, I try and bring you guys along with it, with the insights and the thoughts that I'm having as I'm doing it. It feels like it's been very beneficial for me.
Payne and Pendergast.
Hopefully, it's been fairly beneficial for you as well. I don't know what's happening, big voice man. You being a real jerk right now, trying to step on my fun right now. But I reached week 10. Jacksonville Jaguars, the second time around that you played the Jags. If you remember, you played them week 3 last year as well. And I was going to ask you, what do you remember? But for a lot of people, quarterback ends up being a big thing that they remember because
why would it not be?
This was the is this the first full game? Yes, this is the first full game that Davis Mills starts in the stead of C.J. Stroud, who was dealing with a concussion at this time. And I saw someone on the text line say that they felt like this was the game that made it so that C.J. Stroud was not going to get paid. And I did not view it that way. What do you remember from that?
I wouldn't go that far, and I don't think anybody would. Over there, I think what I remember is like narratives and perspective. Like the narratives and the perspectives around C.J. Stroud and Davis Mills, this game impacted significantly.
Yeah, and I think that
whether they're real or not, and most of them are probably not real.
Well, let's parse some of this because obviously I went back and I watched it with a pretty fine-tooth comb. If you remember, the first possession that the Texans have, very, very quick pass. I mean, like instantaneous passes. The third of which is a pass to like a sit-down route to Christian Kirk. Ain't it fun to hear about that? Yeah. And it is jumped so cleanly by Jarian Jones, and it's just one of those. It's very evident what's happening. I don't know if it's because of Davis Mills and a lack of belief there. I don't think it's that. I think it's more just an idea of we kind of know what the offensive line is, because if you remember, Jarrett Patterson starts at left guard. C.D. So starts at right guard in this game.
This was the famous C.D. So game.
And I forgot it was right guard. For some reason, I thought it was left, but it's because Ed Ingram was out with an injury. He had a knee injury. Practice. Yeah, and so C.D. So, and I don't think he won a single rep.
No.
That I saw him play. Like I went through the CD. I don't think he won a single rep.
Like he got worked to the point where it was obvious guy to people in the upper deck.
Yeah.
Like
that's not a guy that.
It was, well, look at that guy on the right. He's getting worked.
But yeah, they jumped this pass, and there's an interception. So there's an interception on the first possession for the Texans, and then a special teams turnover where the ball gets punched out of Tremont Smith's hands immediately puts the Texans in a big hole and a game script deficiency. But other than that, like, I mean, in the first 2-3 quarters, Davis Mills was, I mean, there was nothing spectacular. He's missing passes high. He's putting things in bad places. Honestly, there's a lot of good fortune in this game because there's a few, I can think of 3 off the top of plays that could have been turnover. Now, I'm not trying to blame him. The point that I'm making is I didn't see anything particularly exceptional at that point. Later in the game, though, I do think Davis Mills gets to a point where play. He's himself making plays, spinning out of what would be tackles to get the ball away so that you're not dealing with the sack. He's making plays. I don't want to make it seem like that. But I think the big thing that was the difference for me in my eyes that Davis Mills did was it was very clear that he had, I don't know if it was predetermined or he just was locked in on a particular player with what he was reading, but he knew where he was going with the ball a lot of times before the snap, like first reads. And in some ways, that allowed guys to get the ball and create to do things in space. But I also don't know how much of that is the Jaguars being up and knowing that, hey, we're going to play with a little bit of softer defense because we're up and we don't want to be overly aggressive. But I think that those things very much showed up and allowed the Texans to rumble back into this.
I think a big thing with Davis Mills in this game, and we'll get to the perspective because he became heroic at the end in football terms. I think a big thing was the game plan going in was let's not mess around. And this is one of those things that I think even in that building they appreciate from Davis Mills. Getting rid of the ball quickly, short passes, being smart with the ball, even though he threw an interception. But you know, not playing out of your skin too much. That to me I think was part of the plan. And the Jaguars knew this. I mean, they knew that he wasn't going to be slinging it everywhere, so they were jumping everything. So it was kind of a cat and mouse there with how they were approaching the offense, their play calling.
One of my other notes with CJ versus Davis Mills, I don't mean to put them against each other, but I think that's one of those things that felt like it was a conversation point within this game. There was a delay of game in this game, and they were still hitting the huddle kind of late at times. Davis Mills, and it made me wonder because I know we've had the conversation. Hey, you need to be able to get into the huddle to be able to diagnose, do those things earlier. And I think some people have been like, it feels like it's CJ Stroud thing. My mind goes, if this is happening with Davis Mills on the field, I'm not saying that it's one or the other entirely, but it does make me wonder if it ain't more Nick Caley than CJ Stroud and how much improvement we should hopefully see this year with Caley in that avenue.
No, I agree. Getting the play in, making the decision, but it's on both quarterbacks because ultimately they have to do it.
Sure,
but it's not just CJ Stroud. The other thing with this game that was very, very evident, you know, were they down 19 points in this game?
That's right.
That is enormous for them to make that comeback, and Davis Mills at the helm, and that's what I'm sure we're getting at.
Yeah, Davis Mills definitely did some of that. It's worth noting, there was some good blocking reps from Jarrett Patterson. One of them was actually a really good blocking rep from Jake Andrews, where Jalen Noel on the outside with the block, that creates one of the explosive runs that happens late in this game. And one thing I thought was, I need to give Nick Caley, as I brought him up, some respect in, obviously we know that he was brought in with the Rams under Sean McVay to be a run game guy. And a good question was asked on the text line last week. How can we evaluate the system if we're talking about there not being as great play and not as good of talent? And I think that's fair. I do wonder, in looking at the run game, I've seen a lot of instances where it's, there's that one block missed, or this is a weak leak in the chain every time. In the instances where they get good, like just a good blocking across the board, they can have explosive plays. There was an explosive run from Woody Marks, and I do wonder because they might not be a great run team, but if they can generate more of these explosive runs, is that more tenable, right? Just the idea that you're not necessarily an efficiency running team in a high level, right? Because some teams are just, we're going to efficiently run the football every time we do it. But if the idea is, there's more instances where everybody blocks in the right way and the scheme is such that you can create an explosive run of 14 yards more consistently. Does that then balance the scale for you?
Balance the scale in terms of what? Passing game?
Of just everything, right? Like of what you need from a running game.
Well, I think that's their goal. I think that's their entire offseason, their entire preseason, their OTAs coming into training camp now. That's what they want. They want to be able to do that a lot more. All their acquisitions and everything else. I mean, that is like the ideal thing that they want to do, and that's why this game was so important. Ultimately, they were able to come back because they could run the ball in the second.
Now, the question I asked, though, is we're generating more of these runs, and I mean, I'm seeing a couple of pancakes from your favorite player, Blake Fisher, and it makes me go, how much of that, though, is the Jaguars' defense tiring? Because it looked to a point, I mean, they are getting out here and they are moving cats. And with all due respect to this offensive line, it does not feel like that's what I had seen nearly as much going forward.
So thought of fatigue. I wouldn't imagine it would be much.
Yeah, and it didn't seem like, I mean, the time of possession was not one where it was so crazy to one degree. But, I mean, late in the fourth quarter when this is happening, the Texans did have, I think, like 10 minutes of possession in the fourth quarter. So I was like, all right, how much of this is they're starting to lean on them and then being able to kind of break them down to some degree? Now, I did ask that. How much of that is that? How much of that might be emotional? Like you mentioned, being up 19 points and then watching a team walk you down. And I don't know, that might be something that's in the Jags. But one thing I thought of bringing it back home, that doesn't happen with this defense. This defense does not have that emotional and honestly not too much of that physical letdown of, okay, you're starting to wear.
Yeah.
The offense, though?
In terms of wearing down?
Do you think this offense has that in them?
Of not wearing down? I mean, that's a big ask right now from what they've done, from what they've shown and what they've done. The other thing about this game, you talk about emotion, the emotional aspect of this for the Texans was very tangible. If people forget, if they lose this game, they drop to 3-6.
Correct.
And then this game, you could argue, weren't they 3-5 coming in after the Denver game?
I believe so. Yeah.
I think if they lose this game, they drop to 3-6, and all of a sudden we're sitting here going, are they really that good? And then the emotional, then the defense really rallies and plays so well. And D'Amico was talking about, just how they had this team meeting about never quitting and all that. And lo and behold, they don't quit. This was a pivotal game. This was you could argue, the most pivotal game of the regular season.
Yeah.
To get back in the hunt.
It's up there, and obviously you're playing against a familiar foe in the Jaguars, and they show up, right? Like that. And that. I'm talking about the offense, and do they have like that possibility of emotional breakdown or physical breakdown? And in this game, at the very least, they stood 10 toes. They were able to continue to make plays and claw their way back into it. And so, obviously, just the thought process that comes up where I see another team clearly succumbing to that. How much can they, especially a team that is almost willingly putting themselves in one-score game circumstances? I know that's in theory not what they want to do, but we've heard
maybe a little bit in theory.
Yeah, maybe so. We've heard Nick Caserio say enough times that one-score games, you just got to be able to get over it. At least mentally, it seems like they are more open to some of this. Something else I noticed about the run game, and I have a few defensive notes I want to get to here in a second. There's still some, at this point in the season, week 10, there's still some zone in the playbook, outside zone and that stuff. I know that as we saw this team stabilize last year, it was more power run. It was more duos up front. Is it possible that we see Kaylee bring back some of the zone elements of in thinking? You don't think so?
No.
You don't think that some of that was just, hey, man, we recognize our line can't do this all that much right now, so we're going to get to what they do, but then with the new season, he doesn't go, let's see if we can open this back up?
I mean, maybe here and there, but just generally speaking, I'll be shocked given the types of players that they brought in up front. The big mauling guys, bigger guys physically, the backs that they have, the backs that really are more, point A to point B type backs, the proverbial north-south. No, I just don't see that happening.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be an interesting thing to see because, you're right? They did go with big physical guys that in theory you go, hey, we're going to power run. We're just going to move guys off the block here. But again, Nick Haley, and one of his expertises, if you can say there's one, is running the football and, using some of the, and I know it's not going to be like entirely 100%, power run elements. There's going to be zone elements in time. I wonder if that isn't one of those things where he kind of breaks out more of those opportunities to have the variety in there. Just a thought that came up. Actually, though, while you're talking about, let me talk about this defense because there are some things where defensively, one of the Parker Washington's touchdown is on MJ Stewart, and there's two guys there, and MJ Stewart, just his coverage deficiency shows up in that moment. Just how good is Reed Shepherd in coverage? Do we know?
Well, I mean, I think we know a little bit that he's been, he's obviously played a lot, and I think he's better than that. I don't know if he's going to be a plus-level player in coverage, but, yeah, he's better than that, and that's where you can project forward.
He's better than that.
Yeah.
How much better is the question I ask? Because Reed Blankenship is who I'm looking at. Goodness gracious. But Reed Blankenship, a little bit more of a thumper. And if you go back and you kind of look at it, not to say that he does not have coverage capabilities. He would not be as highly regarded as he was. But it's just a thought that I had because, a lot of the guys that you had kind of filling in that role, was there anybody that was particularly great in coverage, right? Because even C.J. Gardner-Johnson was more of a thumper, and because of his kind of penchant for going out on his own, he hurts your coverage capabilities. What degree of coverage is necessary for Reed Blankenship? I keep wanting to say Shepherd. To be happy. And maybe it's not that high at all because, again, you're just still so very good. But it was just a thought I had because I know it doesn't look like that. I think
that's the win. I think there's two things that you're getting out of Reed Blankenship that are going to make this secondary appreciably better, all things being equal. Number one is going to be a right spot. And D'Amico Ryans wants that more than anything else. Just be in the right. That was the thing that was the rub with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Playing rogue a little bit. So he's always going to be in the right spot, and he's better than any of those guys in coverage. That's a win.
Right,
for
the Kayvon Wallaces.
Yeah.
The Miles Bryant didn't play back nearly as much in that same safety spot. But yeah, the number of guys that you put in there as well come up here. Hey man. This is not I'm trying not to make this a big note because I've already mentioned it, and I don't want to make it seem like I'm trying to pick at a dude who is clearly one of the best in the league. This is another game in which, when he moved inside sometimes, Stingley got a little bit. This is another one of those games. And so I'm leaning even more into let him stay where he is an absolute dog, as opposed to, now he does have an incredible interception one-handed coming across the middle of the field. Oh, that's
right. This was the one. Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
Real, I mean, just a disgusting one-handed grab, really and truly.
That kind of flipped the game a little bit too. That was right in the middle of the comeback, right?
It was, absolutely very necessary. But it was one of those where I'm like, I actually don't feel like I need to have. And again, it's partly
maybe the flexibility you have now with the secondary being bolstered can give you that.
I think he can stay on that left side and continue to be an absolute monster in the way.
And then Davis Mills had his Heisman moment.
He did at the end of the game.
Yeah.
One more thing though I had wide receiver wise, Christian Kirk in that interception that gets picked by Jerry Jones. Some of it is he just gets bullied off the ball. Like he gets to the spot, and I could not help but to think, if that's Nico Collins uses his body to shield it.
Yeah.
Jaden Higgins uses his body to shield it. Is this the other potential slot guys can do, or is it just those two guys on the team that can kind of shield the ball with their body?
Well, Tank Dell's not real big, even if he does come back 100% healthy. Obviously, you have Lewis Bond. Nobody knows anything about that, so I'm going to say no.
Yeah,
I think either of those two guys is
and it's probably not a fair thing to ask of maybe what you would typically think of as more true slot guy.
Yeah,
but it's just a reminder for me, like the guys that can actually protect the football, and would be those guys. And I do wonder if you don't use those guys more in some of those instances to protect the football, bring the ball in, and get a touchdown. So those are just a few of the notes that I had from a Week 10 game versus the Jacksonville Jaguars. That one was very pivotal, as you mentioned. It could have taken you to 3-6. Ultimately, it brings you to 4-5. That much closer to 500 as you make your run back towards playoff contention. But then also, it was a very interesting one when you have Davis Mills at the helm. You go down and then you decide to fight back. It really is are you going to fold or are you going to fight? And the Texans decided that they were going to fight. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get to our lunchtime confessions.
All right, let's talk about the Low T Center right now. It is still July. It is still a great thing over at Low T Center right now, celebrating 250 years, America's 250th anniversary, with the 250 for 250 event. And this is a cool thing.
The Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, it's time to do a public service for our fine listeners, and it is part of my confession. So you may or may not know this because it hasn't been getting a lot of publicity, and it's getting more. Tropical Depression 2 is way over in Florida, right? These are the ones that scare me the most.
The ones that
these are the ones that scare me the most.
The
Remember
ones that just ride the coast.
Not only that, but remember, what was it Harvey? No, not Harvey. Well, anyway, the one that came in, everybody's like, okay, cool. You know, it'll dissipate, then went back out into the water, and then just destroyed us. This one is way in Florida on the Panhandle, and it's close to the shoreline, and everybody's saying, it'll go on shore and no big deal. Now they're talking about it coming back out into the Gulf and hitting land, gaining steam, skimming across Alabama, Louisiana, and hitting Texas. These are the ones that you don't prepare for. Like all these folks are out there. When you see it coming into the Gulf and the track has it coming to Houston or anywhere in Texas or whatever, people are always like, okay, buy toilet paper, buy water, get a.
Oh, are we about to do that?
We need to stock up on Flaming Hot Cheetos.
But we're not about to do that. Most people are just kind of like, it's way over in Florida, no big deal. Dude,
those are the ones.
These are the dangerous ones that you're not prepared for. They skip back into the Gulf, and then all of a sudden pick up more steam. All of a sudden, it's like in your back door. And I'm like, oh man, Tropical Depression 2.
Yeah, and it's supposed to possibly become what will be named Bertha if it actually becomes it gets bigger. Yeah. I bet you do.
I do. No, it's cool, Bertha.
He love him a big Bertha. But it's looking like it might come Wednesday or Thursday. It could bring weather over the greater Houston area. That's the way that I've seen it.
And we're sitting here on Monday going, no
So
big deal.
What you saying is this would be a great time to go to the grocery store, stock up on waters, stock up on toilet paper, Flaming Hot Cheetos.
What I'm saying is these are the ones.
Everything.
Don't ignore, the fact that it's way over there.
Was that Allison? Was that Tropical Storm Allison that you were talking about?
Was it Burrow?
Harvey came in and went back out too, but I think it might have been Alicia. Maybe Alicia is what it was. But anyway,
it was Alicia.
The ones that come back out on the water, those are the ones you need to worry about.
Dirty B Alicia.
When you see it coming, you're ready, right?
Why would you say that, Finn? Why would you say that?
Can't believe Alicia. Man.
Yeah, right.
She got me.
These are my confessions.
I've got to admit, I think I've been asking the wrong question. It's one of those things that I'm usually, or at least I've prided myself on, like, okay, I've kind of sorted this question out, and it's about Joe Espada, funny enough, or really a larger sense about when you like let go of a particular person in a role.
Yeah.
But in particular about Joe Espada with the Astros after they get swept this weekend in their first series back after the All-Star break. And the two different questions, I think the one that a lot of people think is like, why should this person be fired? And I learned, not myself, but from others, that the proper answer probably should be, why should this person stay in this role?
Yeah.
And obviously, which question you ask really depends on what you're invested in, which answer you're more invested in getting, right? Some people are more invested in trying to get the person out there, and some people are more invested in trying to keep the person. And I guess maybe you could say that I was more invested in trying to give Espada the benefit of the doubt, considering the circumstances. But the fact of the matter is, I've been asking why should he be fired? And I'm like, well, there's all these other things. I come up with all the reasons. We can talk about the injuries. We can talk about the way that the team has been built, or maybe the lack of real solid foundation with the team building and those. But the honest answer on why should he stay is there's not a great answer. Like the team hasn't quit on him. But that's a pretty low bar if we're talking about. They haven't
taken it to another level. They were very lax,
and that's my point. It's like
very lax this weekend.
I think we kind of got to a place as we were talking about this off air, where maybe the answer is, or the question is, hey, what does he do well? What is his staple? What is his rallying cry, and what is his superpower? And there's not a great answer for that right now.
No.
And so man, I probably have been asking the wrong question for too long, and I probably would have joined the likes of Show and Clint a little earlier in the idea that there isn't a good answer for why he should stay, which means that especially as you were floundering, or maybe you were trying to find your answer. Maybe it would have been the time to give Omar Lopez a shot.
No, and now it's too late.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I got to confess this. Watching the World Cup game yesterday, it was good. Halftime show was meh.
Oh, I've got a backup on that one. I got a similar confession.
Okay, it was a little bit meh. And look, I started it. I didn't realize it was going to be that many performers. The only thing I heard was Shakira.
Yeah.
So
that's not bad. I didn't give you enough. It was 20-minute halftime show. Shakira, Madonna, JB. A little late.
I didn't really, because I'm like, oh yeah, it is a halftime show. And my wife asked, who's performing? I'm like, I think it's Shakira. And the first person I see, I'm like, I don't think that's Shakira. I'm like, who is that? It was Madonna.
Yeah.
She went down. I want to say, who performed after that? I forgot who performed after that.
BTS.
Yeah. So I'm like, oh, I actually do know one of their songs. I thought I ain't know none of their work, but I do know one of their songs. It was okay. I feel like Justin Bieber kind of killed the energy.
Dude, that was part of mine.
He killed the energy.
He was a waste of time.
Yeah, and look, it was a lot of people. I kept seeing a lot of people saying it was a beautiful song and all this other stuff. There's no disrespect to the song. I feel like maybe they should have started it off with that, man.
Yeah.
Like, you had Madonna. For what it's worth,
true.
It was kind of hyped a little bit. You had BTS was kind of hyped. And then it went to like a slower, just a guitar. It was just slow, man. It just kind of killed the energy, and it was way too long.
Also, how do you not play your bangers?
Yeah, right.
That's what everybody kept saying, too.
This is one of those events where if you're going to be up here, you got to play. Because also, don't think about this as, like, this isn't equivalent to that Super Bowl halftime show. This is more difficult because you're trying to appeal not just to the Americans, but to the entire international
world.
This has got to be a worldwide banger that you get up here and play.
Yeah. I just didn't get it. And then you could tell the energy was off because after Justin Bieber, they went right to Shakira. It looked like she was just standing there waiting, like, okay, it's my turn.
Yeah.
And now it's time to shake some hips now. Let's get the crowd back into it. I'm like, man, I also think that the performance was a little too long.
Well, really?
I thought it was a little too long. I did like the cameo from what's the Apple show?
Ted Lasso.
Ted Lasso. I did like the cameo and that. I thought the production was kind of cool. And maybe I don't know if the Super Bowl would look into something like that. One person
make it almost like a theme. Like
maybe have
a medley.
Have 4 performers or something like that.
Did we not kind of get there for a few years there?
We did, but it was.
But this was like totally different,
But the thing
spectrums of
the thing is, they will have like one person headlining. And that person will bring other people in on the side. But I wonder if they could make it like
almost like different themes or whatever.
I wonder if they would get to that. I thought that was cool. It was just kind of mad to me.
The only thing I would add, because you hit all the points that I was going to confess on the halftime show. Justin Bieber to me was like a waste of time. Shakira, obviously, who doesn't love what she does? But I don't even hear the music. But anyway,
she's so good. She's so good to the point. I'm like, man, how is she making her hips do that?
It's ridiculous.
Like, it's just natural to her, man.
But like, she walks down in a grocery store and she's doing that anyway. But the other part of my confession that you did not get to is I gotta admit, I had extremely low expectations for Madonna, and when she showed up, I was like, damn. Like, she looked great. She sounded great.
Dog, how old is she?
She's 67.
Really?
67.
That is crazy, man.
And were you like me? I was like, I had no expectation. And I was like, all right. She was kind of one of the better ones,
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right. Can I get one more before we go here?
Get it.
Also pursuant to that World Cup final, Argentina, the second place team in the World Cup, their president announced a national holiday despite the team's World Cup final loss. And I've got to admit, I'm typically someone who makes you happy. This disgusts me. This is shameful. Because this is not right. If this was Cape Verde, right? We coming back. We are heroes, even though we ain't win nothing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Shout out to them. I thought y'all had some shame.
Yeah.
I thought y'all had some standards.
Yeah.
Right? A national holiday? Like,
after a loss.
This isn't, we're going to come back and welcome the boys back, right? Like when the Oilers come back and it's, damn near like they won, right? People supporting. No, it's not that. This is Argentina World Cup team day.
What, they've been to 7?
They've been to so many of these.
Yeah.
They've won a number of these.
And
They won the
national holiday.
They won the last
And this
one.
was a disappointment.
Not only a disappointment, not only a loss, but you embarrassed yourselves a couple of times with a red card and a fight afterwards on the field. Leandro Paredes was just that guy is a problem. And then the big disappointment. You didn't get your first shot until like the 88th minute.
Yeah. Coming back, giving you a national holiday. You lucky I don't whoop y'all.
Let's get everybody the off day. Yeah.
Maybe that's what it was in quiet. Like everybody's gonna be in a bad mood. Let's all give them the day off. How do we do that? National holiday, guys. Don't come to work.
I mean, do Spain at least got the national holiday? They should.
Yeah.
They don't need any more time off. They be taking siestas and stuff. They be all right.
That's true. They was all out there. What was it, Monday morning? Celebrating. So I'm sure they ain't go to work that day.
Exactly. By the way, one last thought. I don't care what Reggie says. Zlatan was nails the whole tournament. He was great.
That was cool.
He was great. He wasn't good. He was good. People are like pining for him. I'm talking about executives and people in the media, and it's like, we got to get this guy on more. I'm telling you, he was really good. He said first and last.
He said, I'm out of here. And I choose to believe that Alexi Lawless ran that man out of media. That's crazy. All right, there you go. A little lunchtime confessions here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's wrap up the weekend by determining who were the winners and losers of the weekend. Send yours in, 713-572-4610, and we'll talk about it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Non-quarterbacks. If you could pick one to take the leap conversation at the end.
Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Monday is moving along pretty well. Let's do a little winners and losers of the weekend, gentlemen. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Let us know who you might believe was a winner or a loser on the weekend. That's how you get involved. Fellas, obviously, do your damnedest to add in as well. But I got some that I would like to throw out here, and I would like to start with the ultimate winner, J.J. Watt.
Oh, he's a swell guy.
Just really and truly, I mean, one of the best, salt of the earth. That'll come back. That pun will come back around a little bit later if you don't mind. But J.J. Watt, and this actually starts with a dude on Twitter who goes by Douglas Sandstorm. Gotta imagine that's not his actual name. However, he tweets out, not proud of it, but man enough to say it. I had breakfast this morning in Greenwich Village, New York City, and a man sat next to me on his own. Somebody I idolized growing up watching in the NFL, but out of respect, I didn't even ask for a picture. Not proud of it, but man enough to say it. Have a great day in New York, at JJ Watt.
Yeah.
To which it seems like JJ Watt quote tweeted and asked him, "Are you still around?"
Yeah.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman, Douglas Sandstorm, and J.J. Watt get a picture. So I don't know if J.J.
He said, order me a Guinness.
Yeah, that's the other part. I thought that was strong.
That was
you
good.
still around while you there? Order me a Guinness.
A Guinness. Yeah.
So J.J. Watt clearly left the building, saw the tweet, was like, order me a beer, I'm coming back for that picture.
Yeah.
That is well beyond what he had to do in that circumstance. Even if you're like, man, just being a good dude, tweeting at him, everybody's like, oh, man, that's nice. So he was like, no, I'm going to circle back and get you that photo.
That's JJ, man. And by the way, that wasn't the only really swell thing he did this weekend.
Oh, standing up for his wife?
Yeah.
I mean, you got to stand up for your queen.
Yeah.
But well, I guess it was Utah, right?
Yeah, so it was in Utah. If you know that J.J. Watt has applied his trade into the soccer space, as he is a part owner, him and his family, I should say, are part owners of Burnley. But that's not completely out of nowhere. His wife is a fantastic soccer player, at least was right now, obviously more towards being a part of the family and obviously helping run their endeavors when it comes to soccer and stuff. But the Burnley was stateside with a I guess preseason, for lack of a better way, just an exhibition match versus Real Salt Lake, an MLS club. Yeah. And so Real Salt Lake took a picture of the Watt family, as they called it. And
so bad.
They said they saluted J.J. Watt and family who were out.
And wife.
Right. It said, welcome to the riot, J.J. Watt and fam. And it's a picture of J.J., his wife Kalia, and Koa, their son. And J.J. Watt quote tweets it and says, the woman in the photo grew up literally down the road because she won 4 Utah State championships, one in the stadium that they play in. She was the Gatorade Player of the Year twice, National Player of the Year, scored the fastest, would probably be worth a mention. So he was like, nah, you're not going to disrespect my queen.
Yeah. No, I respect that, man.
I loved it.
And yeah, that was I see what they were doing, but clearly whoever was running that social media had no clue.
I think that's what it was. They're like, hey, it was J.J. Watt with his family, not realizing Kalia was a stud and played in that stadium.
Yeah, and I understand this J.J. Watt, and sometimes you take a back seat just because of his name,
but not there.
But not that. Not in Utah.
Not even in that sport.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, man. So shout out to JJ, just continually being a great guy, both for his family and for people that are strangers. I guess no one's a stranger for too long around JJ Watt because he's always going to show you that kindness. How about this as a loser? I know the Odyssey dropped this weekend, and I mean, if y'all really care about my opinion on it, I'll give it to you. But otherwise, everybody knows it's just a big time movie based off of the Homer's The Odyssey. It's a story of Odysseus from Ithaca going, and one of the big things is the battle at Troy. And so USC, what is their nickname again?
The Trojans?
Yeah, that's right. They posted a picture of the...
I didn't know you were going to use this. This is a good one.
Yeah, they posted a picture of the Odyssey, kind of, or at least something that points to the Odyssey, the film. Yeah. But they used it as like a, hey, man, the season is coming type promotional thing. And they said, our Odyssey begins August 29th.
Do they know the story?
They should know the story because the whole Trojan horse thing was the way that... able to trick the Trojans in order to beating the Trojans. So the Trojans lose in this story, guys. The Trojans lose, as USC does in this moment. Like, know your history, know the source material, because what you did was just self-own yourself.
They skipped that day.
Yeah.
They skipped that.
They didn't read that one in English class.
Whoever came up with that to put that out there, they probably thought they was cooking on this one.
They really did.
And it looks real good. Like, if you don't think about it, it's one of those things that if you don't think about it, it's real hard. And you think about it for 1 second, you're like, wait
a minute.
That'll make no sense whatsoever. How about this is another loser of the weekend? NBA schedule makers. Did you see what Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA, said?
What was that?
He said that they kind of want LeBron James to pick it up and make his decision.
Yeah, he said that Friday.
He said it Friday because NBA schedule makers are waiting to see which team he joins in order to be able to dictate some of the schedule-making circumstances.
Yeah. I actually had LeBron James as one of mine as well, just in terms of not just the schedule, but get on with it. You had all these eyes on you.
Fanatics Fest.
It was the perfect time to do it.
What do you think he's doing with? Like, what do you think? Because I even see somebody brought up maybe teams are trying to work some type of deal because I mean, kind of knowing the history of LeBron, I don't think he want to play for the minimum or anything. So I wonder if he's trying to let these teams work some deals so he can get
teams have already done all of that. They've done all that positioning.
I wonder what is it then?
I have an idea of what it is.
All right, J-Lo.
It's not real popular. And maybe I'm just a bad person for saying it.
We already thought that.
But it's not about money. It's not about, the team per help. He's going to go to a good team and probably help them become a contender. Bronny. He's trying to work a Bronny deal in. I think that's what it is.
I think the Lakers are already positioned to try and there's teams that have already said
he's trying to get Bronny to go.
There are teams that have already said that they are positioning and they're prepared to try and go get Bronny. Like, I think that any team that wants this has already got that figured out in their minds.
But it's not easy to do. And some of these guys might be saying, I don't know, we want you.
Or I was going to say, maybe it's my confession from a couple days ago when he probably just messing with the poly market type stuff, man.
That's even crazier.
I think it's something there, man, because he said something else on the stage. He mentioned trust the process that got Sixer fans all riled up, and now their eyes then went up. I'm just like, man, what are you doing?
And he has said, or at least Pat Beverly has said, take it for what you want, that today's the day that he'll make that announcement. So hopefully we will soon.
Also, Waka Flocka, the rapper,
clearly
he's going to Cleveland.
He would know, huh?
Clearly, these are the places that we go to find out what the answers are going to be, right? Yeah. These are the places that we look to for sports journalism.
I really feel bad for radio in Cleveland because they actually had to break down this Waka Flocka tweet. He's like, "Oh, Waka Flocka, is this his real account? That's the guy." Yeah, I'm like, man, I feel bad for them.
Yeah.
From the 832, will MLB be considered losers as well? They revealed the start of the season will be earlier next year. Buddy, I don't know if we're going to see that start of the season early, late, or otherwise.
Well, print that schedule and frame it. It's a keepsake.
That's right. That's right. How about this? A loser on the weekend. Your homeboy, Nick Wright, used to sit in this very place. But I don't know if you saw this. During the World Cup, which I think the World Cup itself was a winner, and we could talk more about that if you so choose. But I feel like, did you see the 3 different teams that he openly supported with full garb?
Yep.
Did you see what those teams were?
What were they?
He supported Brazil. In this final, he supported Argentina, and I forgot the third one, and I apologize for that. But it's worth noting, in each of those, like the specific game when he was wearing the apparel and headed into the game, those teams lost.
They all lost. What was the other one? I'm trying to remember the third one, but
it wasn't Norway, was it?
I think it might have been actually, or no, was it England? I'll have to go back and find it. But I know that he was supporting the losers every time that he went. No, it was Morocco.
Oh, that's what it was.
The Morocco.
That's what it was.
And I love it because you can see the pictures of him, and he looks so happy in each one of them, right? And all his Brazil gear and his Morocco hat, and the Argentina gear. He went all out for each of these games.
When I seen that last one for Argentina, I'm like, well, congratulations to Spain.
Oh, are we at that level where Nick writes the jinx?
For the World Cup, yes.
They were cooked.
Yeah, because I saw both of them before the last Argentina one. And I'm like, bro, are you doing this on purpose?
I have 2 more.
I have one more, but please go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think. Would you say the Astros are a loser here? I definitely think the Red Sox are a winner. They routed the Rays, 13-game win streak. The Red Sox are on, which is their longest This win streak, won 13 games in a row since 1948.
Think about that.
That's how hot the Red Sox are, and in an AL where not a lot of teams are doing that well, but also they're pulling. I mean, the wild card.
They fired their manager, didn't they?
They sure did earlier on the season. They fired Alex Cora.
Funny how that works.
But yeah, man,
are they buying?
They better be.
Gotta be.
Yeah, they better be.
Gotta be. I mean, the Red Sox had guys like Ted Williams, Bobby Doerr, Johnny Pesky, Dominic DiMaggio during that 13-game win streak in 48, right? Like that's what we're talking about. But yes, they're that hot right now. You could juxtapose that with the Astros, who are just not.
So I have one that I think is a loser, and I have one that I'm still a little bit unsure if they're a winner or a loser. The one I think is a loser is one Tom Brady. What is he doing?
Wait, what do you mean? Oh, doing more of the wrestling type
slapping,
stuff?
what's his name, and scheduling now.
Clearly,
I guess it is scheduled. Now, they are going to do it, huh? They're going to do something.
From last thing I saw, they were still kind of working through it. People kind of already know.
Is he lonely or something?
What?
Why does Tom Brady need to do that?
Was this Logan Paul? Was that what happened?
Logan Paul.
Just because I had forgotten who he had. But yes, he slapped
like
Logan
all people, the least I would expect.
Come on, it's a work.
The least WWE really?
It's
Tom Brady?
Look, I did not expect Tom Brady to jump in this.
Right.
Yeah. If you would have named some other quarterbacks,
sure,
he will probably be towards the bottom of the list.
Yeah.
It seemed like he's not into that type of stuff.
I'm stunned.
And then they were at the World Cup game flipping each other the bird.
Yes.
I'm like, all right.
Man. Like, really? Him?
Do the wrestle people want to see Tom Brady in the ring? Because it does feel like this is where this ends, right? Is Logan Paul and Tom Brady doing some wrestle at WWE.
Yeah.
How would that even look?
I don't know if it'll be good. Did you see he did this chair thing and he kind of barely tapped the guy or whatever? Like, come on, man. You're Tom Brady.
The slap didn't even look right.
You're Tom Brady, man.
Yeah, he came from the top. I feel like when you slap people, not that I have like the crazy experience, but like coming down on the slap, it's got to be
put
across.
Your shoulder into that.
Yeah,
yeah. Slaps are across. You come down, and now what are we doing?
Nah, you will terrorize somebody if you slap them dead in the cheek, in the face.
Yes. And then the other one that I'm not sure, I think I'm going to lean loser, but I can maybe be talked out of it. Bryson DeChambeau.
Oh, there's a lot of time that we probably need to get into this one because he gets he got a penalty, correct?
Two-stroke penalty.
Two-stroke penalty for kind of affecting the lie.
Well, it was high, it was high grass, high weeds, whatever, fescue as they like to say.
Right. Okay.
And he hit it into the rough, and you're not supposed to improve your lie or your backswing. So he walked behind his ball
to try and tramp down the grass.
And whether it was intentional or not, trampled down on the grass.
He was walking around that ball a lot. But it's worth noting that this is a line that a lot of these golfers are trotting on right now. Like, hey, playing along the boundaries. And I think the larger question that I have is, what is too far on trying to push the boundaries? Because this is one where I do wonder how much of this is just Bryson DeChambeau having he has kind of a reputation as being someone that people don't like. Therefore, it's easier for everybody to be like, "Oh man, look at you out here cheating." But there's a lot of players that do similar things on the tour to try and kind of improve their lie without improving their lie.
But do it without making it so noticeable.
Yeah.
And he was trying to do that as well, but it was very noticeable. And I think he's a loser, and I'm basing it all
in general
on what Rory McIlroy said. Yeah, what Rory McIlroy said about it afterward.
So I was watching it live. I was up in the players' lounge watching it with a few other players, and as soon as he made the step into the ball, we all sort of looked at each other and were like, that didn't seem right. And then when I heard that he was called in by the rules officials, I think it was pretty obvious for why. I think there's no doubt that he improved the line of his backswing. So, and again, it's like, whether it was careless or whether it was intentional, I don't think it matters. Hopefully it was careless. But I think the two-shot penalty was justified.
Listen to this next part.
What did you think of the scenes after? Obviously you guys were delayed getting your tee times as well because of it all going on.
Late night for everyone. I won't pretend to be up here and defend Bryson. I'm not particularly fond of him. I think a lot of it's performative. I think a lot of it's for attention. And to hold the tournament hostage like that and have all of us, volunteers, players, everyone waiting on him to depart, I didn't feel like it was a great look.
Hey, that's good, David.
There's a lot of drama here. here because
he put it on him.
But he also said it very clearly, and he's not wrong. And man, like he's kind of lightly walking that. They don't like each other. They very clearly, them two in particular.
It wasn't even that lightly. He's like, I'm not a big fan.
Right. I mean, didn't Bryson DeChambeau like snatch a trophy out of Rory's hands recently? So yeah, man, they don't like each other. But then he's talking about it's a whole different thing. That's Bryson being out at the driving range really late and keeping tournament volunteers out there late when they have to get back there early in the morning. It's a lot of drama. I'm going to
side with Rory based on the scene that he painted. Like all the players kind of looking at each other like, hey, wait, do you see that? So if the players do that, he deserved the two-stroke.
Yeah, I think that they all kind of end up as losers here. One, because Bryson just generally is a dude who he comes off this way, and so you do not help yourself in places where you might even have a case. But then everybody loses in this because I think that there is a little bit of hypocrisy in the way that this one went down. I mean, they took the rules officials took Bryson back out there, and they were arguing in front of cameras.
Yeah,
who does that help?
And he's waving his arms like, well, then I won't play tomorrow. I said, all right, Bryson, okay. Sure you're not.
But shout out to Ryan Fox, who ends up being the winner out of the weekend of tournament golf there at the Open Championships. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I found an interesting stat, and I'm interested for you, John, and for you, listener. Does this feel like it says more about CJ or the circumstance, and what do you make of it? 713-572-4610. I'll tell you the stat next.
In the loop.
The Astros are at the All-Star break, so how are you feeling about them being buyers versus sellers? I feel like they can't even really be buyers, not even because of desire, but just of your talent in your farm system is low. And then you look at the Astros team and you just go, what do you have to sell? It has to come from what you're already using. Is it AJ Blueball? And do you want to?
I don't want to do that.
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rock with us. Hope your Monday is going well to this point. I saw an interesting statistic this weekend, gentlemen, which I know you'll be super surprised to hear.
Get out of town. Really?
I know, right?
Just one.
I just never. Yeah, it was the only one this weekend, mind you. I didn't catch any other statistics this weekend. No. And shout out to Sideline Sarah for she, big Texans fan on her social media. She's always like retweeting very interesting things. And in this instance, she was the way that I saw, or the avenue that I saw this particular graph. But I won't give you the entirety of the graph because this is an audio medium, John, and I don't think graphs play well.
That makes sense
on audio. I'm not. You're the expert. You've done this a lot longer. I'm just making sure.
Let's not play the graph on radio.
Okay, very good, excellent. But within this graph, it uses EPA, expected points added, and it uses it for quarterbacks for inside the pocket versus outside the pocket. Those are the axes that we're working with. And CJ Stroud, when it comes to EPA per play outside of the pocket, getting outside of the pocket, and the expected points that he has added with his play, he's top 6 of all the qualified quarterbacks, and there's a good number of them. If you had to take a guess how many quarterbacks was that? 30 some?
At least 25. Yeah.
30-some quarterbacks in there. He's top 5, 6 in this. Now, when we talk about inside the pocket, he's very middle of the road. I probably I could actually give you a count, but it looks like he probably 14, 15 of the quarterbacks that are here when it comes to EPA per play inside of the pocket. So, again, top 5, 6 outside of the pocket and about 15 inside the pocket. Does that feel like that says more about CJ Stroud himself? Do you think that says more about the situation in the Texans and what that is? And I think that I want to go further to see what you make of that, because depending on which of those answers you believe it to be, I think that could be telling on what you expect to see or what you're interested in seeing this year.
Well, isn't it also something that they don't want him to do either of those things, really? Like, they don't want him to stay in the pocket and not be successful. Be a middle-of-the-pack quarterback. They want him to be able to master the pocket, get the ball out. We all know the story. But they also don't want him to scramble a lot, where he's been successful. They don't want him to just freelance.
And to be fair, I don't think any offensive system is one where you're like, we hope that you are, that it's breaking down.
But they have confidence in certain quarterbacks that can buy time and be successful. Sure. And it seems like he can, but I think they want him to operate more in the confines of the pocket and of that offense.
And I do think that this does not have to be just things breaking down. This is just talking about pocket. So I think depending on how you feel about this, maybe we could return to that. I think that you could see, if you were trying to play to these numbers, which again points to if you think this is more circumstance or if this is more about CJ Stroud. I think that if you were trying to play to his strengths, which sometimes we have questions about, you go, let's move the pocket. Let's roll out. Let's bootleg. And there was a lot of that last year. Again, that could mean more that it's more about the circumstances of the Texans. But if that's the case, then you get him into the place where he does well. If you don't think that this is about CJ and this is more about the way that things have gone, which I think is a fair argument to be made, offensive line, pressure up the middle a lot, those types of things, then maybe you say, hey, this tells us more about what we were dealing with as a Texans team and with a better offensive line strategy, with more competence in keeping that pocket together and with more options down the field. Then you have an opportunity for his EPA inside the pocket to jump, and that necessarily showing up for an offense that's improved.
But you know what's weird about it is CJ Stroud, if he is outside the pocket, and you just talked about the numbers, I would want to draw up more of that, to maybe encourage him to get outside the pocket if things start to break down, because he was getting crushed, in the pocket, and that's probably had a lot to do with why he wasn't so successful.
Right.
But I don't think they want him to do that as much. I think it maybe a little bit, as you said, it's been called here and there a bootleg or something, but I don't think they want him to. I think, to answer your first question, does it say more about the situation or CJ Stroud? I think it says more about CJ Stroud. He can be good at this. He can be really good at this. It was just not as voluntary as last year as most people would hope.
Well, I think that I would probably, in a similar reason, I think that it says more about the circumstance. Like, again, CJ Stroud in either of these numbers isn't in a bad place, right? But I think that what it says is that he has not been given the circumstances to be as successful as you want to be. I mean, again, it helps that I'm rewatching this because I'm seeing, like I mentioned, week 7, 8, and 9. a C.J. Stroud before he ends up leaving the game due to concussion in Week 9. You see a C.J. Stroud that even in the pocket, he is navigating the pocket really well. He's looking to get the ball downfield, and he's when he does escape, obviously creating really good offense, whether that's finding a Nico Collins who is flowing with him down the field to get the ball out there, or just taking off and picking up a 50-yard run at one point. He's capable of doing that, but he's trying to be in the pocket. The problem is the pockets have not been good. Also, a secondary thing that you might not think of initially, but when you're pulling in that additional, that sixth man jumbo-wise, and then I was watching a play last night that drove me insane. You have number 57, Blake Fisher, as your tight end, right, quote unquote. Then you have a second tight end. We're playing 12 personnel, right? A second tight end who is Harrison Bryant. Harrison Bryant doesn't get out in the route because he is helping Blake Fisher with an edge rusher. Yeah. Helping Blake Fisher. You hear what I'm saying?
The lineman.
Helping Blake Fisher with the edge. Like, those things are absurd where you can't. That's two dudes that, in theory, could be pass rushers, or rather route runners, or at least one more of those should be out there. And you're asking someone to be effective when the defense has 5 guys in coverage and 2 routes. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I think that those things also contributed to the incapability of having more effective or efficient play in the pocket. So hopefully, all the things that we're talking about in a circumstance that's better allow C.J. Stroud to be a better version of that. But I do should be kept in our minds like, hey, man, when he does, when you're doing bootlegs, when you're doing those things where you roll the pocket, he can flourish in those. And so that should not escape, and that should be part of like a textured approach to this. I think that where the Texans and really teams in general get into problems is when they are so hard pressed on doing something a particular way that they are not willing to be flexible.
That's what I'm wondering. You just illustrated it. He's been good, at least top 6 outside the pocket. Some of those were breakdowns. Some of those were designed. Doesn't matter. When he's not thinking, when he's on the run, when he's able to just sling the ball as we all know he wants to do, he's had more success. The question is, are they going to see that? They see all these numbers and then some. Are they going to see that and say, hey, because they've talked about we need to add some more things that are more, CJ friendly, for lack of it. But they said it during OTAs.
But they've also said things that they don't ultimately deliver on.
Exactly. So when push comes to shove, are they going to be able to do those things? All the evidence that I've seen is they're going to limit that. They want him to be. They want him to be in the pocket, get the ball out quickly, and run the ball. I would love to see them do more of that. That stat that you just gave us is very encouraging to me until it's not, because it's encouraging that it's there, that he can do those things, but it's not, because I don't know if he's going to be allowed to do those things. And frankly, that kind of speaks to why C.J. Stroud, you can justify his frustration. You can justify him wanting to do more.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to see how. Training camp is already a thing. This is another thing, and obviously we won't get a full accounting because things are fairly vanilla, at least for the things that we're capable of seeing.
First couple of days, anyway,
right? Yeah. But once we start getting a lead on, hey, what are the things that they're trying to get to? What are the things that they're attempting to get to? That is another place that I'm very intrigued to see. Yeah. It's just, what is the growth for Nick Caley largely, but what are the things that he is clearly attempting to make shifts on, and what are the things that they are, for lack of a better way of saying it, unwilling to shift on, you know?
Yeah.
I think that's also going to be very telling in this. And I see on the text line, didn't he, CJ, that is, have the highest percentage on crossing routes? Just generally, if memory serves. I can't remember specifically which stat, but I do know that there was a very good, he did well, to put it very simply, on crossing routes. But then there's also the idea that you can't just make the whole plane out of this one thing. So similarly, I'm not trying to advocate for, get him out of the pocket every play. That's absurd.
No. Nobody's saying that.
But I do think in a similar way to, hey, man, let's have more of these things that he does well. I think that's what everybody's clamoring for. Lean into a talent that you know is there and make the most of him by doing the things that he does well.
When you hear them talking about, maybe adding some things that he's comfortable with, do you think that they will and that this is it? Because this has to be it.
I think that the intention is good there. I'd be very interested to see, though, if the execution matches that. I think that they are being earnest, right? I don't look at the Texans and say that they are blowing smoke up our collective you-know-whats, right? I don't think that they're just saying that, and CJ himself, because I think that, again, as much as they kind of want to do this clearly a certain way, right? There's incentive all the way across that building to win football games, and CJ Stroud being good inevitably helps you win football games. Like, there's not a place in football. Well, I guess there are some places in football where great quarterback play goes unrewarded, but it's usually because of incompetence in other places, right? Like, if you're looking at the Bengals and Joe Burrow, great quarterback play, incompetence on other sides of other side of the football and those things. You don't see the incompetence elsewhere as much, and so help C.J. Stroud be the best version of himself is the clear path to breaking that ceiling that's there when it comes to the divisional round and getting to that promised land that we all want to get to, which is a Super Bowl championship for this Texans team.
They know how important he is. We all do. I think they're going to put in more things. I think they're going to practice these things, as much as anything else. I think they're going to be on the playbook. I think they're going to be in the game plan. What I'm wondering about is when it is a 17-13 game, Texans are leading and might be able to extend that lead. Are they going to be willing to pull the trigger on some of these plays to maybe take those chances? Because last year, they would just as well settle for a field goal. And that's as much on D'Amico as anything. I'm sure D'Amico's in Kaylee's ear saying,
without question,
run the ball, man. Run the ball. We can protect this 4-point lead. Rather than there's C.J. Stroud, we can call this play. I'm looking at this, and there's a chance to get out of the pocket and let Nico Collins, drag across. And I can make that pass. And they're like, let's just run the ball. Let's protect this lead. We got Kaimi Fairbairn.
No turnovers.
Yeah, exactly.
No turnovers.
So it's going to be there. It's going to be there in training camp. It's going to be there in practice. It's going to be on the game plan. It's going to be on the playbook. All of that. How willing are they going to be is the question.
All going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
And some of that is like, you kind of, right, if the team is capable of executing it a way where it goes well, you kind of force their hands because you know what play I like running? The good play. The play that's effective, right?
Yeah.
I think that is something that remains to be seen. Another thing that is interesting and of interest as we go, and it's worth remembering, though, that we got weekend programming here on Sports Radio 610. If you were listening this weekend, you would have heard Luke Morrow and T-Mill on Saturday and B. Scott and Zach Gelb on Sunday. And that second show is what I want to speak to because they spoke to the legend, Warren Moon himself. And Warren Moon, they asked him about the infrastructure and the surroundings around C.J. Stroud. This is what the Hall of Famer said.
Well, like I said, you have to have that solid infrastructure around you, and he just hasn't had that as much the last couple of years, especially last season. And I think getting all that back on track is going to help him play better, along with the way he's training himself to get ready for the season. Nico Collins was a big receiver for him as far as making big plays down the field, after the catch, all those different things. To not have that out there, it's not like you just put another backup receiver out there and you're going to get the same production. They did not get that. And then in the playoffs, his tight end goes down in the game as well. So he had a lot of things going against him. Like you said, a new offensive coordinator he had to adapt to early in the season last year. Hopefully that will be better this year because he's got a year under his belt with the organization, and him and CJ know each other a little bit better now as far as what he likes and what he doesn't like. So I think things are really in a position to turn around. It's just a matter of getting back out there and getting it done because, like I said, when you the way he did or the way any quarterback does when he loses his last game, you can't wait to get back out on the field to try and redeem yourself the next season.
And he talked about the infrastructure. I think the infrastructure is there now for him. It's just a matter of being able to execute what they want to make him the best version.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, it's about that time where you look over and you hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so I got a lot of shout-outs I want to give out. Just a lot of good stuff happening over the weekend. Plus, I got to give a shout-out to this rapper out of Vegas who was freestyling on the spot, and it wasn't too good for somebody he was freestyling about.
Trust me, this one is hilarious. All right, we'll do that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Non-quarterbacks. If you could pick one to take the leap conversation at the end of this coming season, who would it be?
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape, presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. On Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. If you've been hurt in an accident, let the Sheriff team fight for you. Visit callthesheriff.com today. Happy Monday to everyone out there. So I want to give probably this mixtape, I'm going to give quite a few shout outs just in general. It was a pretty good weekend in Houston. Got to give a shout out to my guy Ed Ingram and his foundation and everyone who participated in the school supply drive. I was at Waltrip High School. Pretty nice high school, by the way. Yeah. It's like one of those old school type of high schools where, you know, it's not the big old fancy ones with the sliding doors in the front. It's like old school high school, man. Kind of brought me back to
I think it's brick, too, right? It's an old brick.
I think so, yeah. So it kind of
been around for a minute.
It brought me back to my high school times because these new high schools, man, I'm like, man, this look like a college campus.
Was established in 1959.
Yeah. 59, man. That's crazy. So, salute to Ed Ingram. Salute to everybody that went out there. Salute to Nico Collins. So they did the fireside chat after the school drive. So it's Nico Collins, Tommy Togiai, Dalton Schultz, and Jake Hansen.
Nice.
So they was on stage just talking about a lot of stuff, just football careers, faith, and stuff like that. It was really cool for them to show up. So I think a lot of fans got a lot of I guess deep thoughts on what NFL players like them go through and stuff like that. So salute to them. But I got to give the biggest shout out to our guy Bill Kerman.
Okay.
So you're probably wondering, who is this guy?
Yes, I am.
So y'all know I've been promoting this event for the last probably like week or two. And he heard it on the airwaves. So he decided to take it a step further. And so I saw him there. I went to introduce myself. And he like, I know who you are.
Yeah.
I heard you promoting this on the event.
Yeah.
So I decided to get into it.
Oh,
and
nice.
He said he spent probably about $1,000 in school supplies.
Wow.
And he got his family involved, his lovely wife, his son. They were all there bright and early, just helping the community, man.
That's cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so it really made me feel good because I try to use this platform responsibly at times and try to show love to a lot of people.
Yeah.
So I'm glad he heard that during the mixtape and decided to jump on board.
Big ups. Did you make sure you get yourself some wings and some ice cream, Bill? Because, I mean, that was also part of it. But I really appreciate you supporting
Houston. No doubt. So salute to him. Salute to everybody that was involved. And also salute, and I got pressured to do this on the way.
Oh, I'm interested.
Shout out to my Nana, which is my wife's grandmother.
Wow.
Today is her birthday.
Oh,
happy birthday, Nana.
Yeah, happy birthday, Nana. I meant to ask how old she was turning.
No, you didn't.
Hey, man, she looked good for her age.
Yeah.
I will say this. She looked like she could go for about 55, 60. And I want to say she's in her 80s.
Oh, wow.
Wow. So she looked good. Nana's still moving around here. She's one quick funny story about Nana. Don't call her while she playing Candy Crush. She will hit ignore many times while she playing Candy Crush.
So she's all in.
She's all in on that. Yep. She's cool. She like to gamble a little bit on the slots and all that stuff.
Good for her.
So it was a couple times she freaked us all out because she wasn't answering the phone. We didn't know what was going on. And she was just at the casino having a good time.
Out of baby Nana.
Yeah, so salute to Nana.
I would have tried to at least work with Nana, like, hey, next time you about to go to the casino, just let us know ahead of time.
Yeah.
And we won't bother you. We'll let you live. We just want to know where you are.
Just shoot us a text saying, hey, I'm good, y'all. I'm good, y'all. No, don't worry about me. Because we be worried about our old folks whenever they get a little older and don't answer.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. But
whenever Lopez isn't responding to our texts, I'd be like, man, is everything
you gonna
all
get
right?
to that age one day.
Is
your
he
kids
dead?
Your kids gonna be blowing you up. Why you ain't answering. Just chilling.
Just chilling, man.
Yeah.
I'm playing golf.
Yeah.
All right. I was like, fishing, I understand.
Yeah.
Playing golf, I'm going to be
Playing
wondering
golf,
what's
you
happening.
might be held
I'm
hostage.
gambling. Little known fact. I don't know if this is something to be proud of or not. I have never played a single game of Candy Crush. Not
That's
once.
Really?
Not one.
What is your game
you
of
play
choice on
any
your
games
phone?
at all?
I do poker, like not for real money, but like
on your
the
phone.
video
Yeah.
poker. I do that a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. Definitely got to shout out this rapper by the name of King Troy, who is out of Las Vegas.
Is he popular?
Yo, he's pretty popular right now. So just imagine, you've been to Vegas multiple times, speaking of gambling, and you know you got a lot of entertainment on the streets.
Mm-hmm.
You got people that's playing instruments. You got people like King Troy rapping.
Yeah.
Actually got his microphone and speaker and all that stuff. So he was doing this thing. I'm not sure what caused this situation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Troy is out here trolling or just kind of rapping about people that's ticking people off.
His name is King Troy.
King Troy, yes. So apparently a guy didn't take too kindly of him. Like I said, I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Oh, I hadn't even thought about the idea he might have been rapping.
I don't know if he's rapping about him or what, or if this was just a jerk. But this guy came, I guess, walking or running across the street trying to get to him, and apparently fell down and allegedly tore his ACL. So now the guy is on the ground holding his knee, can't move. And here's King Troy decided to start in real time as this guy was laying on the ground holding his knee.
Shout out to the homie, man. You know I never fail. Got a knee brace on, he gon' need an ACL, man. You know what, brother, killing it up on the block. Hold up, get homie here, man. Do not stop. I ain't done, man. The homie try to run over here with middle fingers. Now he about to be a backup singer. I'm talking homie on the ground cause he tore his leg up. I'm the brother on the mic that be getting bread, bruh. Homie tore his whole knee. That's what you getting, dog, for running across the street. And homie was jaywalking. Now he on the ground like he up in a damn coffin.
That's so good.
Literal insult to injury.
Yeah, the guy was sitting there like on the ground.
Holding his knee.
Yes, and he's sitting there rapping about him.
That is my favorite thing because here's the thing. You're right. I didn't even consider the possibility that maybe King Troy, correct?
Yeah, King
Maybe
Troy.
he was like annoying old boy and he was coming over to give him a piece of his mind. But you didn't have to come over here and give him a piece of your mind. You could have kept moving.
Yeah.
You decided to engage and then look at you. And so it's literally, I honestly think that the injury itself is terrible. Don't get me wrong. It's an ACL. It's going to surgery. You're going to need rehab.
Yeah.
I think the insult on top of it of literally having someone in real time just give you
right there in your face.
Yes. Right there, just rapping about your injury to you in your face as you are still in your shame. I think that might be worse. I think it might be worse.
Yeah, this is similar to, have you ever seen somebody talk a whole bunch of bleak to somebody and they get knocked down or they fall or something and that's what your ass.
Yeah, that's what you get.
That was this times 20. So he's saying that's what your ass get. He's freestyling and rapping about it, man. Sounding like a good little song too.
It wasn't bad.
And there's onlookers. He's got the video in his face too. Like this isn't like the guy is like 10 feet away. King Troy is rapping right in front of old boy's face, like as close as me and you are together.
Yes.
As he is holding. Paramedics are coming over, mind you.
Yes. And let's get to that real quick. Here is more from King Troy as the guy's lying on the ground and the paramedics pulled up.
Homie about to hit the hospital. He done tore his knee. I'm the brother on the microphone killing all the beats. Homie tried to punch me and failed. And tore his whole damn ACL. Shout out to my homies here, they gon' get you, bro. I'm the brother on the mic taking pictures, though. That's a true story, homie was tripping. I'm the brother on the microphone, make him listen. He done tore his knee, tore his knee, messing with me. Shout out to the paramedics, cause they about to help you out. Give him some morphine, you know he need it without a doubt.
Man, he gotta feel bad,
and
man.
The guy was feeling it too. That was all pretty good.
The only thing that gets worse, like the only way this gets worse, don't let this actually go viral. Like, and when I say viral, it's not people seeing it; it's people singing the song, right? Like people start singing the song and using them. He tore his knee. Yup. If that happens. Yeah, just count me out. You won't see me for months.
Hey, that song might go platinum in the NFL because you get a lot of ACL stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, so, yeah. Hey, salute to King Troy. By the way, speaking of going viral, this ain't his first rodeo.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so apparently he had something else that kind of went viral. This was King Troy. I want to say he was on the streets again.
Yeah.
And he might be the problem. He might be over here talking about people and people getting upset.
Instigating.
Yeah, but he was rapping about a lady. So it's a lady on the strip, I guess. She had her hands behind her back. She was getting arrested.
Okay.
And he was singing this.
To the shorty with the top and the green, cause she going to jail because that lady is me. Girl, you going to jail.
This lady got her hands behind her back. Look like she mad.
And he's singing that she's going to jail?
Yeah.
You're going to jail tonight. That lady's going to jail.
Oh man, that's too much.
He's harmonizing about you going to jail. Yeah, never. Don't give me a soundtrack for my arrest. I don't like this.
She didn't do it. Well, she did something, but I'm saying, like, why is he doing that to her? That poor lady's got handcuffs on.
She was heated too.
She should have been.
Should have been going to jail.
So I wonder, is he like trolling these people, getting them riled up, and then they getting in trouble?
Oh, no, I don't know, but
I wonder if he's doing that, man. Because first of all, I wouldn't be too mad at somebody just rapping on the street or something like that.
Right.
Like,
yeah, but people don't like to be perceived. Like if they don't rap about me.
Yeah, that's the thing. I wonder if he's just rapping in general or he rapping about people.
Nah, he's got to be.
Gotta be.
He's got to be rapping about people to try and get their attention. 100%.
Yeah. It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. I'll get y'all out of here on this. And this one might make Reggie upset a little bit.
Okay. Oh, no.
Because Reggie, I noticed, I guess doing the show with you, whenever we talk about food, a little upset because now we bringing up food, now you're hungry.
It's all good. I got my orange. You see? I'm going to be all right. I'm going to be okay.
Yeah. So it's a new app that was created, and it's trying to help people cut down on spending money on stuff like DoorDash and stuff like that.
Okay.
Here's more on this app where you can order food and not spend any money.
You can place an order on this food delivery app as usual, but the twist is you'll never have to pay and nothing will ever arrive. This South Korean website is called 음식만 안 와요, which means only the food is not coming. Its developer told NBC News that people use it to resist ordering delivery and save money as fees have become too expensive. About 200 to 300 people are reportedly using it every day, according to the developer. It's one of the so-called dopamine sites spreading among Gen Z. These online spaces are designed to give users a quick hit of stimulation. There's also a site where people can smoke a virtual cigarette for a few minutes, just enough for a short break from work. For shopping lovers, they can fill their cart with endless items and never have to pay a cent. Experts say it reflects a broader trend of people seeking experiences online instead of in real life, according to the Korea Times.
Why?
Thoughts?
Why? What a way. They have to spend a lot of time doing these things, and then they don't get the payoff, and they get hungry or their groceries or whatever it might be.
I thought about Reggie when I says a lot of times whenever I bring up good food in the mixtape, then it's like, man, I want it now. I'm hungry.
Yeah.
This one is the definition of that, man. Like, why are we wasting our time doing this?
I mean, like, there are various different things in our society that are like kind of teases that we allow ourselves to subject ourselves to. You know what I'm talking about. And so I guess this falls in line with that. I guess kind of got to let people live. It does make me wonder, what does that do for people's brains? Because, I mean, clearly it does something for them. I don't understand it, but I don't have to. Like, it's not my life. I'm just curious. Does that do something for their brains? And is that something we need to try and like fix?
I'm gonna see if I can find that app. I wonder if that app is available in the U.S.
You'll just get hungry.
Where I'm saying, you know what? I got a taste for a nice juicy steak, some mashed potato. Let me order this.
And they're
have
charging people to do this.
So I think they're not. I want to say they're not charging people.
Maybe they get it from the downloads.
So you just, I guess so. I don't know how they're making their money, but
probably advertising on the app, I'd imagine.
Probably so, but
or maybe data. You know, if it's free, there's always a good chance that your data is the actual product here.
Yeah. So just imagine going through all this. You know what? Let me order this. I'm kind of hungry.
I think it would work in reverse. Like if I had to order this and then realize later, oh, the steak's not coming. I'd be going nuts because then you have to order again. You have to actually order. Like you get your mind all set for whatever it is, and then you don't get it.
Honestly, maybe I'm different on this, but sometimes whenever I'm looking on DoorDash, just being lazy, like you know what, like, I want to order this from this place.
Yeah.
After I see the And then price, you know what? I'm cool. It's something in this refrigerator because this Cane's meal that I was planning on ordering is now $30, and it would have been $15 if I would have just went up there myself. So sometimes that helped me, but this seemed like a waste of time, or at least a waste of my time.
It sure does.
Man, so, I don't know. I'm going to be honest. You just played the story. We just heard it. My brain still has not read. I'm gonna have to go back and listen again for it to like get in. It hasn't gotten in my brain.
It's pretty much like a fake app because when you think of DoorDash, you get all these restaurants and you can actually order the food and it comes to you.
Yeah.
This one, you placing all the food in the cart and all that stuff.
And then nothing.
You order it, but you're not getting the food at all.
Are we trying to say that like the addiction, that they think the addiction isn't actually the food, it's the process of doing it?
Yes, it's like we're same thing with shopping.
We're not a well society.
Yeah, same thing with like smoking cigarettes. Some people just gotta do something
with their hand.
Yep.
We are not well. We are not well.
And that was the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers.
My bad, didn't mean to step on that. Appreciate Sheriff Injury Lawyers for presenting the mixtape. Another fantastic edition of such, mind you, happens every weekday, 1:20 p.m. here on the program. If you see something mixtape worthy, hit our guy up on social media. It is at the Figgy Fig on all the platforms. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. There was one more question that I have from the rewatch that I actually want to run past you guys, if you don't mind, and I will do that next.
In the loop.
The Astros are at the All-Star break, so how are you feeling about themselves? I feel like they can't even really be buyers, not even because of desire, but just ability. A lot of your talent in
In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Monday's moving the way that it needs to move here on the 20th of July. Kind of crazy, man. It feels like we just started a month, don't it? We are moving 2/3 of the way through.
Training camp in, 9 days?
9 days, baby. We will be out there in that heat, baby, in that heat. And honestly, I'm excited for it.
Mm-hmm.
J-Lo?
Oh, man, I was just telling you during the break. I am so ready for training camp.
For the heat?
I was just going to say, now, it gets, some days are bad out there, and we're just looking at each other like, at least I'm looking at you like, okay, it's time to wrap this up. But it's so much fun. Yeah. I say it every year. It is my favorite part of the season. Just, I guess, because of the hope, the anticipation, the mystery, and then you see new faces, rookies, players in new positions. It's just a fun thing.
It's also like, and this might be a stupid way of saying this, it also feels like you come in with a mystery to solve because you have all these questions that we've been talking about for months in various different places, and you're just looking for clues to what the answers might be in this upcoming season. I mean, we were talking about one of them earlier today, and maybe I'm creating something out of nothing because Gray Zabel, the really good guard for the Seattle Seahawks, talked about his first couple of weeks of training camp and how he thought he was going to get cut, with what they were dealing with. And it made me think of, okay, well, what does that serve as another hurdle for Keelan Rutledge in his first training camp that's coming up? And so things like that, you go and you look, right? What is Tank Dell going to be out there, which is a little bit more direct, but what is the offense starting to look like? How good can certain people look in certain positions? Like, where's Jalen Nolan, his progression? Where's Jaden Higgins? Those are all super intriguing, and I can't wait to be out there and be a part of the eyes and ears as this station is for a lot of Texans fans.
The other thing I really love about training camp, and it's been especially true here in the last 15, 20 years, which, yes, I'm talking about the last 15 or 20 years, you sometimes lose sight of the fact that we're so privileged, and I always try to never forget this. We're so privileged to be out there every year watching these things that you tend to forget, even if there's 2,000 people there watching on an open practice day, there are hundreds of thousands of people that want to know, like, every little fragment, every little morsel.
What's the starting lineup for the old line?
Like,
who's starting their receiver? Where Tank Dell?
How does Brevin Jordan look? Like,
how do Woody Marks look?
Yes, and sometimes we'll get some people calling in like, "Hey, you guys are like doing play-by-play of training camp." I'm like, yes. There's hundreds of thousands of people that don't have that opportunity. So, I haven't so far, and I hope I never, lose that knowledge of, like, we have to be the eyes and ears.
Yeah, and we don't take that responsibility lightly, and so we'll do our best for you.
Yeah.
And we'll be broadcasting live out there, and that's can't wait for that, especially to bring you that immediate response for what we're seeing at the Houston Methodist Training Center.
By the way, 9 Sundays until football.
Oh, okay.
All right. That's a good countdown.
No, it is.
Single digits.
That made me feel good.
Yeah.
Like seeing that, like when you talk about 20 more Sundays until football.
Yeah, that's too much.
Yeah, but 9, I'm like, 9 Sundays?
Yeah, we can deal with that.
Let me ask you this, because shout out to Jimmy Shapiro, who was often very good at sending us this information per Bet Online. But Dalton Schultz, tight end for the Houston Texans, and I mean, tight end 1 still. I don't think anybody's going to usurp him immediately by any means. Like, this isn't a this year proposition. The idea is in the future, the likes of Marlon Klein, as he gets better and as he develops, or maybe depending on what you're able to get out of Brevin Jordan, maybe that's a future proposition. But right now, he's very clearly still your tight end 1, and he was your receiver 2. He was your second best option all year long, which was kind of a problem to some degree.
Led the team in catches.
He did. He set a franchise record.
Was it 83?
In tight end
something like
receptions.
That? Yeah.
We have like the over/under on yards and touchdowns here. Tell me.
I'm closing the email. I'm not going to look.
I mean,
no, I'm not going to look. I like playing this game.
I'm not asking you to guess what the over/under is.
No. Like go ahead.
Okay. I was like, you just don't want to be distracted. I respect it.
Right.
The over/under on yards for him this season is set at 550.5 yards. And downs is way over/under. Just to let you know what last year was, 777 yards, like a slot machine, but then also 3 touchdowns. Do you think we're going over or under there? And the secondary question that I will ask is, which do you think is better for the Texans?
I think you have to take the over on touchdowns. Just because,
so.
Yeah, well, even though we have high hopes for other tight ends, and certainly they have more than a few that they brought in Moreau and Brevin Jordan's coming back. Even though we have high hopes, we haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen any of these guys. Now Moreau is proven, but we haven't seen an extended amount of time where the tight ends become. I think they're going to use them more. I think they're going to spread the ball around more. But I just think that.
Who do you think are your red zone? Because I know red zone is not the only way of this, but it feels like Dalton Schultz, if he scored a touchdown, it's red zone. I don't know if he's breaking off large touchdowns. Now, go ahead and prove me wrong, Dalton. I would appreciate that. But where do you think he falls in the hierarchy of red zone threats? Because I'm trying to think about it, and this obviously is another one of those things that you hope training camp in the early portions of the season gives you an answer to. But I don't know that he is top 3 if you're doing this right. If you're living right. Now, of course, if you're living right is not always the case.
Montgomery, Tank Dell would be my top 3.
Really? You don't even have Higgins in there.
No.
I think that's one of the premier things that you want from
Tank
Higgins
Dell
this year.
is proved more, even though he's coming off the injury. He's better in routes. He's really good. As much as he's a small guy, people don't realize how good he is. Moving the chains and in the red zone. Top 3 guys as red zone targets.
All right, so you're going over on 2.5 touchdowns.
Yeah.
What about the yards? 550 and a half.
I think I'm going to go slightly over. I'll go over on that too. Yeah.
All right.
He had 700 and something.
777 to be exact.
Yeah.
Do you think it's a good thing if Dalton Schultz is that prominently featured?
Yes, 100%. I think they're going to really try to focus on the tight ends, and we'll see on some of these other guys how successful they are. But I think that's marching orders. We're going to use our tight ends more. Marching orders going into camp. Yeah.
I'm not so certain. And I don't think that, I'm not trying to say anything bad about Dalton Schultz. I think that he is a very useful tight end, as you saw very much last year. I do feel like, though, this seems like a year where, one, obviously, I don't know how much the passing game will be accentuated because of how much they're trying to run. But I feel like it'd be probably almost, and of course, 550 is very different than 777, right?
Yeah.
But it almost feels like I would love to see this be the Higgins and Noel show to the point where it's just like we're getting the ball. And then obviously you have other tight ends also that maybe could be cutting into that. Like I feel like it's probably a good thing if you're not seeing Dalton Schultz kind of monopolizing all those.
I hear you, and I think that's an ideal world. Spread the ball, more guys touching the ball in the red zone. But he's one of your flat out. He's one of your best weapons.
And there's a level.
He's one of your best weapons.
There's a level of comfort when he's CJ.
Yeah.
Let me ask this question as we appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas, and I remind you that you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. I want to pass that question along to the fellas of the drive on the show here. The over-under set for Dalton Schultz, the tight end for the Texans, on yards at 550 and a half, and then touchdowns 2.5 touchdowns. Which do you think it's over for him? Do you know if that's, or do you believe that's a good thing if it is indeed over for him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. See, that's why I don't bet.
Yeah, me too.
Like, unless they know there's an injury coming or something, like,
which I mean, that's not a crazy thing to think.
It's not, but I mean, no, yeah, I think Dalton is a guy that he is very comfortable with,
and he's a proven weapon.
And I mean, he's coming off of nearly 800 yards last year,
correct?
Year one in this system. No, and this isn't a year where it's like, hey, they're about to go explore these other guys more. No, I think they're going to explore. They're
going to exploit what they have.
More. I think they lean in more to possession, first down. Let's stay in 3rd and 2.
I agree.
Even more 10, 12 play drives that easy throws to the tight end that they'll deal with. So yeah, I think that's a.
Let me ask you the other thing: top red zone targets, or however you want to put it. I said Nico, David Montgomery, and Tank, which I know some people might, raise their eyebrows at Tank, but I like Tank and proved it.
If
he's healthy,
I would say Higgins, just because he proved it in what system and to who.
Yeah.
Like, I think they want their receivers to block and be physical and be a part of the run game inside, and I don't think they want him on the field at that point. So I think Higgins probably is in more just because of his physicality and blocking in the run game.
Yeah.
I think that they care about that much more than maybe the previous offense did. And the previous offense, he broke his leg down there doing that. So that's why I would say Higgins.
Yeah, but they also don't seem to be too much of respecters of like that physical. Well, I mean, they don't seem to be too precious about, oh, you seem a little small. Like I was looking at a play from the Week 10 matchup versus Jacksonville, and one of the best runs that you get is Jalen Noel on the edge getting a really solid block out here. Now, obviously, we got to be careful about putting these dudes in here to block dudes that they have no business blocking. But when it's, hey, man, here's a safety, and you got to pick him up. And I think they're willing to put Tank in that circumstance to block in that.
But there's Jalen Nolan and there's Tank.
Yeah.
And there's Tank who's already gotten injured for the year doing that before, and he is like from a inside blocking perspective, he is a lot lighter than Jalen.
Yeah.
That's just my thing. Is I wonder, like I think the Tank thing, and we'll talk about Tank a little bit later because I'm certain I could hear it in your voice when I was listening earlier. You all, especially John, have allowed that video to get the best of you.
Oh, I just allow myself to enjoy the workout videos, period. Yeah.
I'm normally skeptical.
That was a little different.
Yeah.
I saw that. I would, and maybe Clint disagrees, but I would caution you to look at Tank Dell that you remember and then think that's how this coaching staff will view him. I don't.
No, that's fair.
I don't know if they'll even look. I don't even know if they'll look at Tank and say that guy could be an outside receiver, even though that's probably what we watched him do best.
Yeah,
is to play on the outside. They may look at him and say, "Well, you're the size of a slot receiver." So Tank has immense talent when he's right, and I think when he's right, he is clearly the best route runner on this team. It just doesn't necessarily mean that Nick Caley and Nick Caserio and their scheme will look at him the way that Bobby Slowick did.
Moving him around and putting him in different...
but that's, I think the thing that you pointed to is the reason why I think that ends up being a huge equalizer or leveler of the playing field for him. It's a capability to route run. And I think in this system, if you can run, I think that was the whole reason why Christian Kirk was here. I think they went and got him because they believed in his capability to be in the right place running routes. It didn't demonstrate itself in the way that it was supposed to. I think that if that is what's right with Tank Dell, I think that actually gets him a look more than over the idea of him being smaller.
If Tank gets on the field, I have no clue how they view him and how they're going to use him. I know. I saw how successful he was in Slowick's system.
Yeah,
but that does, like, it would not surprise me, Clint, if they did not line him up as a outside receiver, which he is shown to be at his best.
Yeah,
it would not surprise me if they did.
Well, I think the overall conversation is the key here. Is the interest, is the fascination here is like, not only is he healthy, but where does he fit in?
Sure,
how does he fit in? You know, when we last saw Tank Dell, there was no Higgins. There was an interchangeable at the very least, if not the guy that you made your move guy in Diggs, and Tank could do other things, right? You were probably in a little bit more 3-receiver heavy look at that point in time. Last time we saw Tank Dell. Now all of a sudden you're in a spot where they. Yeah. I mean, if you can't motion into the backfield, forget blocking. If you can't motion into the backfield and block inside the tackles on a safety that's inserted himself into the box, then you limit your reps.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean? It's obviously Nico should limit people's reps. You got a group that really wants to be tight end heavy, I believe, even though I don't know if they have the healthy weapons to do that. So I do think it is a really fascinating topic, and I don't know if there's an answer yet, but where does Tank fit in? Let's assume he's healthy, which would be a beautiful thing. And I'm with Ron. I mean, I don't know that I don't know that there's a pass catcher on this team that turns me on more than a healthy Tank Dell in terms of just going and watching him.
Yeah.
But damn, I mean, we've got, if he's healthy, where does he fit?
Yeah.
They oversell the ability to block. Watch what they do. Go back and watch what they do with 19. Go back and watch what they do with Xavier Hutchinson. I mean, my man. I bet he took more. I bet the ball was snapped with him in the backfield, leading up inside the tackles more than any fullback on his team.
Well, yeah, the fullback didn't last all that long.
Yeah,
on his team.
well, I mean, throw the tight end in, whoever you like literally, like whatever you want to do. I bet there was as many, or I put it to you this way. I bet it's closer than you think.
Yeah,
and I mean, so that's your guy that's going to do that. Like, are you going to change your whole offense?
With Tank on the field.
For Tank?
Yeah,
and so when you get down, you whittle it down, you're like, damn, what percentage are we talking about here? We're talking about a package guy.
Yeah.
And it's the guy that's got the best chemistry with your quarterback. So it would make sense to make him a priority if he's healthy. Like, so how do they handle all of that is going to be really fascinating, man. Because, I mean, if it were a C.J. Stroud-led team, like if C.J. was up there calling the shots, I mean, like if this were Joe Burrow's guy – if this were Joe Burrow's guy, he'd be on the field.
Yeah,
we'd be in 11 personnel. Whatever took him on the field.
Yeah,
you know, if this was Pat's guy, if this was one of the top quarterbacks guy that had that kind of chemistry, I mean, that's special chemistry they had.
Yeah,
that dude would be on the field. Now, how do the Texans handle it? It's going to be fascinating.
I do not know how they view him.
I know how they viewed him. He's going to be he's going to do what everybody else does. He went in there and got his leg broke and went in there and got his leg dislocated on a pad. I mean, I know how at one point they wanted him in there on the goal line of all places.
But again, like that was a completely different person who was picking personnel and using them and seeing them that way.
Right.
I've never, maybe never as strong. I'm trying to remember the Patriots having a guy that size playing on the outside.
Yeah.
Well, there's not many that have played that narrow.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I just like even think to put him out there, to put him out there, and then as you said, not to mention, they seem to really love Higgins and where he is right now.
Yeah.
Well, you go
fair.
The interesting, and again, we're just not. I'm not saying. Like, personally, I feel one way, but I'm not saying that everybody should feel this way. But, Tank is a guy that if you gave him to an offensive coordinator that had his system and then was able to go, okay, we're going to have this Tank package, and literally have one, not just tell the media we're going to have one to participate. We're, like, legitimately, we're going to do – Tank's going to do these things as he works his way back in, and we can watch it unfold on Sundays. He's getting run. Maybe it's in the red zone. Maybe he's the deep threat. Maybe it's some kind of screen, where he can use his wiggle. But you see it.
Yeah.
If he were in a system that had that kind of coordinator, it could potentially – he'd be a real weapon instead of just, well, let's see if it happens this week.
Yeah.
So – it will be fascinating to see how that thing works out this year with on several fronts, but definitely the Tank Dell front.
Yet another question that I just can't wait to start getting some answers to in training camp. 9 days. 9 days. You're excited about that as well. J-Lo, I'll catch you tomorrow for a Tuesday show.
Let's do it.
Again, appreciation to D&M Auto Lease for the crosstalk, but right now we got to get out of the way of the boys because the drive is live.
That's right, the drive is live. We're back on a beautiful Monday. You hear Clint. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see all of us, including Tyler Milner, who is back there. I'm in a good place. AAU basketball tournament,
Monday,
no fights.
Hell, I hope. No fights this weekend?
No fights. Kids played their hearts out. They blew an 8-point lead.
Did the kids fight at all? I mean,
no,
you're clearly referring to the parents.
The parents.
Kids?
Yeah, everybody's out to play their full games.
Okay,
played in a tournament up a grade.
Love to hear that.
We played. That's one way to avoid it. Get into a more mature group.
We tune up. We got a big trip in San Antonio, big Texas AAU tournament this weekend in San Antonio. So we played up. Played up against 7th and 8th graders. Almost made it to the final. Blew an 8-point lead with 1:30 left. Running clock.
Don't know how to finish.
It happened so fast.
Yeah.
But the boys fought their asses off.
Well, good. I'm glad you're in a good place.
I'm
Monday.
in a good place.
It's good to start the week off.
Didn't have to break up anything. Good. Nothing at all, man. Good times.
Good. I thought you was going to show up in Baytown and help me move a little bit this weekend.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, so I'm a little sore.
You did.
So I'm a little sore.
You never. You should have been a little bit more aggressive about it.
Nah.
Should have sent out an address.
Hey.
Should have been a little bit more aggressive with that.
I wouldn't put that on y'all, man. I wouldn't put you spot to say no, man. I had the Stoerner gang showed up, man.
I'm about to say it's 117 of y'all asses.
Yeah.
Out
Boy, so we had 3 pickups. And,
Just 3.
Just that's all we needed. It wasn't much. We bought some furniture to have it delivered today.
Knock that thing out in a couple hours.
I wonder if my wife's got that handled. It's supposed to be delivered today.
Pizza and sodas out there for the crowd.
Nah. I didn't get off cheap. I didn't get off cheap.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say you didn't provide nothing.
Wasn't no budget over here. I believe that Stoerner gang showed up knowing I was buying crawfish.
Oh, okay. All right. There you go.
Yeah,
I'm about to say, when you said no, I was about to say, that ain't like you not feeding them.
No. I
had to feed them, yeah.
Had to feed them and drink them, house them, feed them, drink them. What was that old Sly said, Tyler? What is that old Sly said?
Feed them, wine them, dine them.
We feed them, we house them.
Yeah, something like that.
That was good.
R.I.P. We lost old Sly. All right, a lot to get to today, but we got to start here, Tyler. So this weekend series is Clint's fault, right, Tyler?
Boy, I was hoping to avoid this today.
I don't know how it couldn't be Clint's fault now.
No, I'm not going to put it all on Clint.
Mostly, though.
All right, I'm not going to put it all on Clint. All right, Clint didn't tell Hunter Brown to continue to pull a Spencer Arrighetti on Sunday where it looks like he's on a free fall.
How about this?
Just being diesel.
But we sat here and Clint looked us all in our eyes. He looked you in your radio eyes.
Straight into him.
You, all of you. Champ.
Dead ass.
Brandon. Donna. Whoever's on the text line. Whoever's whoever's at their desk. He looked you right in your... And he told you, can't get any worse with injuries.
All uphill or downhill, whatever you prefer.
No. He said, and we gave him multiple outs. Hold on, Clint, man. You can't say that. You've lived here. You've watched this. No, I can't get this worse. You didn't tell me can't get this worse. Can't.
You sure about that?
Them jokers didn't make it to the hell. They didn't even make it to the end of his take. Bryce Matthews went on the IL before the damn day started.
Yep.
And then didn't even get to Saturday. Didn't even get to the full game. No, Jeremy Pena his ass just got back.
Oh, tightly wound ass Pena.
Just got back. Man, he got to come out the game. Is he alone, Tyler? No, baby, Christian Walker. Yep.
Check swing got him.
But you saw him. Soon as that, his reaction. You knew his ass was coming out.
Yeah, look, Ron, you know you got problems. When we've had check swings take out 3 hitters this year. We have had oblique issues on check swings.
They let Jake, and then they let Jake step back in and ruin it even more with the second swing until he came up. I mean, come on, Clint. There is no way you felt so comfortable with that garbage. Knowing this team.
House noteworthy.
Yes, I mean, you did. It couldn't That's be any right. Worse. I forgot he said
I said I bet a house note on it. No way we can be as injured as we were in that first half, and no way we can play as poorly. We go out there and get 3 guys injured before I can get it out of my mouth, and Hunter Brown, our best player, messes the bed.
Again,
and by the way, there's some concerns. There got to be some concerns there, right?
I mean, Clint.
This ain't just pissy poor performance.
How
many walks do you have?
If we want to slide over, he had 6 yesterday, which he had 1 less than Lambert and Arrighetti combined the previous days.
I tried to ignore I think over the last 3 starts, maybe I saw some rumblings on social media of the velocity, the velo being down, kind of deal, yada yada yada. Ain't no big deal. Work into it. Hey, man, this control thing, along with the obvious overarching issues, I'm a little worried about Hunter Brown, man. We got something wrong?
Before we get there, Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed Xfinity. Imagine that. And we can imagine something. Hell, you hope something's wrong almost. If this is what he's bringing. Tyler, his last 4 games, 15 earned runs, 17 walks, 15 strikeouts.
We'll get all this a little funk.
That more walks and strikeouts is scary.
Where is Brent Strom?
15 earned runs on 17 walks and 15 strikeouts. Like that's the point. And his ERA has ballooned over 4 now. Right, like that is, yeah, you're right. There is some concern there. And hell, I mean, if what you said Friday runs over to him, And you owe. I mean, we need 5 minutes of a pure apology from you. I cannot believe, Tyler, the amount of confidence he had on these guys not being like the injuries can't get worse. You've watched this.
Well, it just
for
goes.
2 years.
It goes to show you load management is not effective. They all just had 7 days off.
Every
last one of them had 7 days off. Came back tight. I mean, are you kidding? What's Jeremy Pena? What the hell are we doing?
Man. He's now. Yeah,
you can't tiptoe around like Jeremy Pena does and always have hamstring problems.
It's a Nico Collins type of deal where, like, Nico every year has some sort of a hamstring, calf.
At least Nico's getting hit.
This hits, but
hell,
no,
Jeremy ain't doing nothing but trotting his old ass around, tiptoeing ass.
They both pull up every year with something, like pull up with something with their legs. It is. No, it is. It is rough.
When did he get married?
I think in the offseason.
Exactly. His ass should have stayed single, stayed in the street.
Clint, this is. Come on,
I'm telling you,
just got away from you, man.
He's all tight, man. He ain't getting.
Hold on, man. Tyler, I didn't know Clint was this type of fan.
He ain't stretching it out like he used to, man.
Clint has just allowed. This is the most sports fandom I've.
Jeremy pisses me off.
Clint just said he should have stayed single. He should have blown through a love life.
Something's gone south. So this is not good.
That is a tie. I'm sorry. If there was anybody on this show that would have stated the love life of a player should have been changed and that person should go back to being single, that would have been reserved for Tyler Milner.
That's what Pena.
Not Clint.
Hamstring tight. He's just laying in that bed too damn long.
By the way, as a side note, Tyler, we've also lost Brian King, who was more.
Thank the Lord. Another one.
He was. How long ago? Seriously, how long ago was he one of your more reliable relievers? What was that? 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, I was going to say a month.
Well, I'm
not long.
I've never had confidence in
really,
King.
There was not. It has not been that long ago where you were like, who do you want to come in ahead of Hader to get to Hader? And King wasn't one of them.
That was a no-brainer for me. If I said that, it was by default. There was just nobody else left. I have never. Even when the numbers were good and it wasn't popular to say it, I've never had confidence in him, and he went out there and just given it up.
Yeah, he didn't took his ass to Sugarland. That's where they've sent him.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't it, man. What a rough weekend. What an awful weekend.
Yeah, a 3-game sweep. The Orioles, they have now jumped you. They started the series behind you in the wild card.
That damn Peter Lambert did his thing, too.
He did, man. He keeps doing it, man. He keeps saying, you keep not believing me, but you keep believing in that Hunter Brown son of a gun.
Hey, all joking aside, though, I'm going to tell you, old Pete peacocking.
He's feeling himself a
little bit. Peacocking ass Pete out there. It ain't like the first time, about his third or fourth start, I was like, boy, he looks like a youngster out there that's kind of out over his skis a little bit and having and just waiting for this dam to break. Now, hey, he's out there expecting greatness now.
Have you reached the point yet where right now, today, you feel more confident that to give the ball to Peter Lambert than Hunter Brown in a game? Have you gotten there yet?
No, I can't. You ain't got there yet. I ain't there yet. No. But I'm going to tell you, Peacock and Pete damn near got me there.
You ain't got there yet.
Brad Peacock and Pete Lambert, huh?
Hey, I'm telling you, T, I mean, he's striking folks out and peacocking around that mound like, yeah, take your ass back to the dugout.
He had 10 Ks.
I know, 100 pitches.
Guys,
that's big PT.
Guys, Hunter Brown finished third in the Cy Young last year. He's given up 15 earned runs in the last 4 games.
Remember the days whenever pitchers used to come here to like unlock a part of their game they never had? They got a lot better when they got here. Now our guys that are already very, very good at pitching, we're dealing with this.
If I'd have found this Astros training staff, I'd have got me another year and got that vested in the NFL too. I'd have damn sure tore my knee up.
They did stay in a Holiday Inn Express last night. They know what they're doing.
This is
right?
This is a new crew. Now, listen, I'll be honest. We'll see. Hopefully, to be honest with you, hopefully it's not. Hopefully he's back and they brought him back and he's fine. He's just not pitching well. But we talked about it. They don't have a damn chance. Now, right now, they have now gotten themselves to 47 and 54 after this 3-game sweep, and they're 4.5 back in the West, or in the wild card, and 4 games back in the West, with now multiple teams in front of them in both cases. But they're not going to be a damn thing if this is what Hunter Brown's going to bring to the table.
Nothing.
Not anything. And I mean, Peter Lambert and Eric Eddy, they gave you everything they had.
Everything.
They combined for 11 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 14 K's and my man Hunt, boy. Didn't look like he knows where it's going at all.
Thank the Lord I didn't see any of it. I was busy. I didn't see any of it. I'm sure it didn't look good.
Just felt like it was going to fall apart at any moment.
Boy,
I'm sure they vomited in the
your ace
stands.
out there, and that's
got to have it. Need your stopper out there, man. Lost a tough extra innings game. Come on, baby. Come on in here. Nope. 15 earned in his last 4 starts. All right, coming up, a lot to get to here. About the Texans, 9 days away from training camp starting, and there is something that our quarterback, Clint Stoerner, feels like we are not talking about enough with the Texans. We'll do that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
For 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Clint, let the people know. What is it that you feel as we are getting closer and closer to training camp starting? About, a little over a week before training camp starts. We'll get to put our eyes on these guys, and the season is in full effect and full go at that point, leading to week 1 against the Buffalo Bills. What is it that you feel like we haven't talked about nearly enough?
Well, the beginning of the season, the first month of the season for the Texans. That's the beautiful thing, being a Texans fan, having a team that's a 10 to 12 win team that's expected to compete at a Super Bowl level, to be honest with you, and whether you agree with it or not, that's what we have. Is we have a team that's got some very, very high expectations, and we've got a first month of the season, Ron, that I think is going to it's going to be entertaining either way, but it's going to tell us a lot. Most importantly, tell us a lot. You start looking at that first month of the season, and now when we say first month of the season, we're talking about 4 ball games. We could go further than that if you want to, but we're talking about 4 ball games, and it starts with Buffalo right out of the gate. Buffalo, Cincinnati week 2, at Indy, and then Dallas. And you look at who the Texans are right now, and just from a 30,000-foot view, we're going to get to watch what we believe and many believe is the best defense in football that got better signing Reed Blankenship, a safety in the offseason, that got better drafting in the second round what many believe to have been the best interior defensive lineman in the draft this year, Caden McDonald, right? That defense is going to get to face Josh Allen right out of the gate with Joe Brady, new head coach, kept his offensive coordinator, went from offensive coordinator to head coach, going to be a more offensive-centric organization now. What does that look like? Best quarterback in football, many believe, right there. Joe Brady, Joe Burrow with Cincinnati, which, by the way, look, Zach Taylor, their offense has been unbelievable. I mean, whether Burrow was there or not, I went back and watched watching that quarterback, that Netflix documentary. Yeah. I forgot how good Joe Burrow was in that.
Flacco lost some 39, 38 ball games, 40 point ball games.
I forgot how good Joe Flacco was in that offense. So clearly, Zach Taylor, the offensive mind hell he's doing. It seems like they got better on defense, but you got our defense versus Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. Not real sure what Indy's going to look like yet. Daniel Jones, I'm assuming, is going to be back by then. That could be a challenge. We'll see which Daniel Jones shows up. And then you got Dak Prescott with that offense that they have with George Pickens on one side, CeeDee Lamb on the other, Ferguson in the middle, and a running back that they really like. They re-upped him this year. So if you just look at it from our strengths, our defense is we believe is the best in the league. Many believe, and everybody believes, is the top 2 or 3 defense in the league versus those offense the first one. We're going to find out. Is our defense really good enough to be the headliner of our organization, and 3 out of the first 4 games is going to be against the best the league has to offer from a quarterback perspective? I mean, that's the first month of the season, ladies and gentlemen. And then number 2, you get to the QB matchups, back to Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Dak Prescott. Who is C.J. Stroud? Who is C.J. Stroud? We talk a lot about, and the system matters, the play caller matters, the supporting cast matters, the O-line matters.
And now, by the way, by however metric you judge it, the Texans, even with most the way people are talking about Daniel Jones, the Texans have a disadvantage at quarterback in all 4 of these games, the way that people have discussed him and his peers during the offseason.
Yeah, and so we're going to find out. The 2 biggest pieces of this organization, the defense and CJ, we're going to find out literally 3 of the first 4 games. Again, not discrediting Indianapolis at all. I just don't know exactly what that's going to look like with Daniel Jones coming back from an Achilles injury, needing to be mobile. The best version of him is they use his legs a little bit. So I don't know what that's going to look like. But them other 3, we got a pretty damn good idea of what it's going to look like, and more than likely they're going to be healthy. And the QB matchups are going to be big time with C.J. Stroud. And by the way, we're catching, I believe, all 3, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and Dak Prescott are all right here at NRG. So you're catching them at home, and we as fans, we're going to get to see these quarterbacks versus our defense. We're going to see these quarterbacks.
Which is more pressure, too, of like, I mean, you got to get these home games.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got to
get these home games. Because I think, Clint, a lot of potential bye week stuff, standings conversation could be a big point coming out of that first month, especially those first 2 AFC games that teams that think they're going to be potentially contending for the playoffs. Those are huge games that you could really get on top of if you win those games, especially those first 2, or obviously if you lose them the other way, losing 2 home games at home to AFC teams.
Right here in our own backyard, man. The third point here is kind of couch it however you want, but Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud versus, and they're going to be monster matchups. I don't give a damn what time they're played. They're going to be monster matchups that they're given week in the NFL. Texans but Bills, Texans Bengals, Texans Cowboys, and hell, that matter, given that it's a division opponent. I mean, those are going to be monster matchups that given week. And C.J. and Nick Caley, however you want to couch it, versus defenses that they've either seen before multiple times or were Dallas and Cincy's defense. I don't know exactly where Cincy's ended up last year, but Dallas and Cincy's defense, I mean, they were pissy poor, y'all. I mean, I don't know. I don't have the rankings in front. They were pissy poor. If CJ and Nick Caley can't go out there, I don't give a damn what system they're running. If they can't go out there against those 2 defenses, now I know both of them they've been major overhauls. I get it. And we'll see after week 1 what those defenses look like. But again, the 30,000-foot view of just looking down the pike and going, hey, you're going to get to see what Nick Caley's made of versus a rebuilt Dallas defense with a young coordinator. I don't even know if that guy's I don't know if that guy's ever been a defensive coordinator. I don't know if he's called plays before. Cincinnati, I don't even know who their defensive coordinator is, but they rebuilt their front. We'll see what they are. I don't know what Buffalo's defense is going to look like without Sean McDermott, their defensive-minded head coach that they parted ways with. And so there should be, in these matchups, I don't believe the Texans are going to be staring down the barrel of, oh, my God, we got a defense like the Texans. We're staring at one of the best defenses in football. They're going to have opportunities, and they're going to need to take full advantage of those opportunities given who the offenses of the opponent, Ron. So that first month of the season for the Texans is an absolute monster month. And it's going to be, from an entertainment perspective, just a fan's perspective, getting them at home, the quarterback play, our defense. And you look up in that first month in, remember last year we got off to a slow start. Had to win 9 or 10 straight to right the ship there. Do the Texans dig another hole, or do they come out on the back end of that month and look like world beaters, and all of a sudden the momentum is ours, and we are looking like we can get 12 or 13 or 14 games and be an AFC 1 seed kind of deal and get a bye? What that first month, I think, is going to tell us as much as any first month of a season ever has who the Texans are this year.
Oh, there is a big opportunity for the Texans coming out of it.
Oh, it's
huge opportunity with those first 4 games, 3 of them being AFC games, 2 of them at least being against opponents that you feel like are on your level or if not better. Now, some of you may disagree, whatever. The Bengals and the Bills are either, to me, probably on your tier or above it, with maybe the Bills, as some people would say, that you got 2 home games against, that you, obviously with the Colts too, that you could get out of. You're out of there 3-0, 3-1, 4-0. Like that is, as you said, a big step towards something they've never really had, and that is the 1st or 2nd seed. They seem to always, Tyler, you could tell me if I'm wrong, through the years, because they've never made it past the divisional round. They seem to always have to play that damn game somewhere else, and somewhere cold, and somewhere like they seem to always have to play that because they're not a 1 or a 2 seed. That this could put them in that space, and as you said, the confidence from starting off that with those quarterbacks and those offenses. I mean, because you're looking at the Titans behind that. You're looking at the Jags behind that. Boy, they'd have a chance to really make a run. By the way, I got them going 3-1 out of that.
You got them 3-1? I got them 2-2.
Well, the initial one there. Let me get through some training camp and see what I see a little bit more. When I first saw the schedule, I had them going 3-1 out of that. Yeah, had them losing to Buffalo. Then
I got them beating Buffalo.
And then running.
I got them beating Buffalo and Indy. I got them beating Buffalo and Indy to lose into the best two offenses, the more high flying offenses in Cincy and Dallas.
Yeah, that Josh Allen for a third time. I don't know. We'll see. But
I'm not comfortable with it. I'm not comfortable with it. But I picked it.
It's hugely important to start. All right, we've been doing a little Believe It or Not day 7 here. Comments, hype, reports, things said about your Houston Texans from either in the building, outside of it, or maybe even coming from the building to other places. We'll do that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, look, everybody.
your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Ooh, I can't believe it.
Believe it or not.
Sports Radio 610 presents
The strange, the bizarre, the unexpected.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Believe it or not.
Well, somebody on the text line, 713-572-4610, didn't believe it that you would think losing to Cincinnati and Dallas. Why? Text in, well, you said those.
Well, let me explain. Those two offenses are capable of scoring 35. And I know.
Not on the Texas defense.
I hope not. We'll see. But I would imagine that this are going to be able to throw up more points versus our defense than the other offenses, given they got a great quarterback. They've clearly got really good play callers, and they've got two. Each team has two of the top receivers in football. George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb were in I think they were ranked 7 and 8, or maybe it was 7 and 8 or
6-7.
6-7. I know it was right before.
It was right before
Nico was 8. That's right.
Yeah,
and then obviously you got Jamar Chase, who was number 1, and T. Higgins, who I believe was an honorable
mention.
So I mean, you've got that right there. This season in those kind of games boils down to, do I like those offenses I just mentioned versus our great defense to be better than our offense versus what were suspect defenses? And as you can see with my pick, I like their offenses versus our great defense to be better than our offense, which I don't like, versus what I think their defenses will be a little bit better than they were last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair. I mean, those are all. I think all 3 of the 4 games. I think if the Texans are real Super Bowl contenders, they will take care of the Colts. But those other 3 games are difficult games, and I think that's a perfect setup, Clint, to believe it or not. And today's Believe It or Not, as we go through and a lot of the things that have been reported or come from that building. We look at it, even 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on if you believe it or not. And the first one is the Texans' defense will be better than last year. A lot of people have looked at this and think with the additions of Reed Blankenship, the another year older with guys like Lassiter and Will Anderson that are young guys that are sending players. And some of the additions at the cornerback spot, that this team could be better. Do you believe that or not, that this team that was the number 2 overall defense most of the year people felt like was the top defense, and I would say the number 1 defense of a team that was good, that had to carry the load as much as they did? Seattle's defense was ranked number 1 in total defense and points, but they didn't have to carry their team nearly as much as the Texans defense had to carry the Texans team. Do you believe that? Do you believe that or not? They'll be better than last year?
I do, for multiple reasons. Number 1, I think they're better inside. I think they'll end up being better inside with Caden McDonald and at even if he's just a first and second down defender, and there to be early down or goal line type defending. I think they're better there. Reed Blankenship obviously is better, and then you mentioned Seattle. Look, the reality of it is it's a lot easier to take risk on defense. It's a lot easier to weather the storm of an injury or two. It's a lot easier to play defense in general if you've got an offense that can take some of the pressure off of it. I don't believe that the Texans all the way to the Super Bowl. I do believe they're going to be significantly better running the football. And so the fact that we are better on the offensive side of the ball, I do believe is going to make our defense significantly better. I mean, obviously you can't get much better than you already were, but I'm talking about the ability to go out there and at times, because you're dominating the play clock, or because you know you can run the football, or because you're scoring some points, hopefully, our defense is going to be able to take some more risk. Our defense is going to be able to, certain guys get breathers here and there. So, yeah, I think for multiple reasons our defense has got a chance to be better. My biggest concern My biggest concern as it
I want to hear it because mine is not. I do not believe it.
You don't believe they can be better?
That they're going to be better? No.
Oh yeah, no, I think they will. The biggest concern is the injury bug.
Yep,
they were unbelievably healthy last year, especially their key players. They were unbelievably healthy last year, and boy, it's hard to think that you can do that playing defense the way that they play to stay that healthy.
They were, and when I say they were number 2 behind Seattle in total defense and points, it was percentage points.
Mm-hmm.
Really, to be honest with you, it was the Colts' final game where they took everybody off the field and Riley Leonard and company kind of went a little crazy, and Alec Pierce kind of went a little crazy. That probably hurt them. I just say, from what you said, I think they're guaranteed. I'll be shocked if they're not a top 5 defense. I feel like they're obviously going to be that. Last year, I feel like they were a top 1 or 2, and that's them in Seattle going back. And I would argue they were the best defense, just as I said, they had more pressure on them to hold teams down. But with saying that, I think the injury thing, I wonder if they'll be as fortunate injury-wise. And then there's some depth concerns there in certain spots, especially the way they like to play on the D-line and on the edges. And we'll see what happens with Derek Barnett again. If that comes about and he is signed with the team, it will make me feel a bit different. But instead of Barnett and Danico Autry adding onto that defensive line, it's Dominique Robinson and Dylan Horton and Logan Hall. And the way he likes to play them, he loves to use 7-8 defensive linemen, and I do that depth is a little different from beyond. So the combination of that and teams are really going to be concentrating on, all right, what the hell can we get away with on these guys?
Yeah.
And I don't know how much they're going to find, but there's no sneaking up at all on offenses on what the Texans have the ability to do. So I think they're going to be more a top 5 defense this year with everything that potentially can happen than a top 1 defense like they were last year.
Yeah.
So,
well, there's just the injury bug. I think is the only one that can slow them down. And here in Houston, we're all too familiar with that. What's going on with the Astros?
I thought you'd back off that for a little.
Well, I just think it has to be. It's going to have to be like they've shown the ability to overcome.
Yeah.
1 or 2 injuries. It would have to be just a slew of them, or to your point, to a position that quality backup anymore, for them to really, really feel it. I mean, this is a combination of scheme and ability that is just right. I mean, it's perfect. So they can overcome some things, but boy, a run of 2 or 3 main guys getting injured, that could be that'll slow them down. Other than that, I think they're all right.
All right, believe it or not, Clint, this is the year Brevin Jordan really contributes. Believe it or not.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I just look. The injuries are a big enough reason to not believe it. But then when I look at this offense and what they want to really focus on running the ball, I don't know that that's Brevin Jordan's strong suit. I don't know that Nick Caley is great at packaging, unique skill sets like Tank Dell or like Brevin Jordan. I don't know. There's too many unknowns for me from a health perspective and from an offensive play caller, schemer, designer perspective for me to go, yeah, I believe Brevin Jordan's going to be a dude. Can he maybe stay healthy and have a couple of big plays that stick out to all of us and we remember? Sure, he has the ability to take an 80. Hell, he's one of the guys that can hit his head on a goalpost. But being a big-time contributing piece to this offense, I don't believe it yet.
I want to believe it.
It'd be fun.
I want to because it going back to some of the New England stuff that we've heard and some of the stuff we heard from Brady is he fits the mold of the athletic type of tight end that they wanted to use. If you see Gronkowski and the killer, and that like you can get a sense to see like, man, there's some of the things and his talents that he brings to the table is something that they would use. And the tight end and to be honest, CJ has done well with the tight end position and really throwing inside since he's entered the league. So you'd want to say they use that as a weapon, but I think the two things is the injury thing, and there's too much of a possibility of other guys in the position that could stop him from being on the field. We already know Dalton Schultz is going to be on the field all the time. How much do they want to have the guy they invested a second-round pick to be on the field? Cade Stover is somebody they brought, you said, looks different, right? Foster Moreau, it seems like they're in love with him. He's going to get reps. So I just think what is in front of him and the injury history is hard for me to go with, I believe it, although I can really get a sense of him having tools that they would want to use. I just don't know if he's going to have the ability to be on the field enough.
Well,
that's just the thing.
The saving grace here, Ron, I think is, I've said this many times about Dalton Schultz. I think he's extremely valuable from a possession perspective. I think he's really valuable from a chemistry and a veteran experience perspective. So, I mean, he's your guy. There's no doubt about it. But the complementary piece in that room that's most likely, assuming he be a guy that really turns on a coaching staff, is Brevin Jordan.
Yeah.
Now we'll see again. Can he stay healthy? Can Nick Caley make that happen? Can he pull it off? And what does it look like? We'll see. But the fact that you don't have a super explosive, game changing tight end in front of him puts you in a spot where you feel pretty good about if he can stay healthy, he can find a spot.
And as Tyler said in my ear, Nick Caley, that is his area of expertise, is coaching tight ends.
That's right.
I got your back, bro.
Appreciate that, cuz.
If anybody can get the most out of the tight end spot, it's Nick Caley. It's his expertise.
Well, we'll see.
It's tight ends. Yeah, I think. All right, coming up today, officially, fellas, we are 50 days away from the first game between the Patriots and the world champion Seattle Seahawks. 50 days away, we are going to start looking at the biggest stories of the NFL season. Our first one, I know many of you are going to react one way or another to this one. We'll do that first one coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Non-quarter.
Get a $20 gift card after rebate with the purchase of a select AC Pro ready-to-use at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Drive is live.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we enter the 3 o'clock hour here on The Drive on a beautiful Monday as we are trying to get ourselves over what a tough weekend series the Astros had, and we're gonna have to have some serious conversations about the Astros here coming up. This is
we suck.
Yep, that is that is accurate. We're going to have some serious conversations, and we'll do that at some point here in the show about the Astros as, thought they could come out and really make a move to start. Instead, they get the one thing you don't want to happen, and they get swept by the Orioles, and now the Orioles are 2 games clear of them now in the wild card. So
Astros ain't loyal.
Yeah, Jim about to go sit over there and chill, man. Ain't no reason to give up the few prospects that you have for a team that's looking the way they are. So. But we'll get you ready. They got a big series against the Marlins, who may be another team that's one of the few teams that are struggling worse than the Astros. The Astros lost 4 straight. I think they've lost about they're around 7 or 8 games in a row they've lost. So they're coming to town. Hopefully the Astros can get over the Florida Marlins, but we'll get you all prepared for that throughout the day. But, fellas, today marks 50 days away from the NFL season starting. 50 days away from Drake May and Sam Darnold having a Super Bowl rematch to start off the season in Seattle, and Seattle drops their banner and gets, all their finality of their championship in their stadium. That comes up in 50 days. So I think we can go over stories every day as we're counting down to get to the NFL season. It'll be a little bit longer before the Texans take on the Bills, but we're getting close to it. And I want to start it off with this 171-357-2416 YouTube and Twitch. You can always jump in and participate. Is this it? Is this it, Clint? Is this the year? Is this the year that Dak Prescott and the Cowboys make a real run? Is this the year where people stop talking about Dak and his playoff performances and his record, and that they make a real run, a run in the postseason?
Weak-ass Cowboys.
Before you answer that, they were 7-9-1 last year. Their projected win total is at 9.5. Tyler's already expressed, I believe he'd take the under. At 9.5.
Lock it in.
They are 25-1 odds, 15 tied for 15th in the NFL. They're tied with the Bengals and the Bears with 25-1 odds. That is behind the Texans, or 16-1, I believe, same site. But they're expected to finish second, as some projections are, in the NFC East behind the Eagles. Is this the year for you? Because I think this is a story that's going to be looked at this year in the NFL.
Yeah, it's definitely a top 50 story in the NFL on a national scale. That's for damn sure. No, I don't think this is a year. I think they're better. I think they can rattle off some wins. I think they'll be a playoff team.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Would you go that far?
Yeah, look, I don't think they upseat the Eagles. I mean, the conservative on offense and smash mouth on offense, efficiency on offense, and play great defense, I think is going to be one of the better teams in football again this year. Even though Jalen Hurts, I think, is on about his 42nd offensive play caller, he'll find a way to make it work. So I don't think they're better than the Eagles. I think they're better than they were last year, assuming they can stay healthy. We've seen the wheels come off when Dak Prescott gets injured, obviously, or last year also we overlooked CeeDee Lamb was hobbled. I mean, it seems like every Cowboy game I watched, CeeDee Lamb was hobbled or not playing. Coming out, I bet on CeeDee Lamb catches a couple of times because they just feed him the rock, and I missed that bet because, hell, he's not playing in the fourth quarter because he's hobbled. So, obviously health to their star players is a big deal, but if they're healthy, yeah, they'll be better. They'll be back to a scary Cowboy team that can beat anybody on any given Sunday, but come playoff times, they'll pee down their leg.
So you feel like the story, it'll be better than it has been the last couple of years, but the story will be the similar story that it has been since Dak is in Dallas.
Yep. Yeah, it's a hard life to live. I mean, how are they going to keep them boys happy? They're going to throw the damn ball 50 times a game, keep everybody happy. And it just that
if
is
they win, they'd be all right.
They'll win a bunch of regular season games, and then all of a sudden they'll get in the playoffs, and that they'll get knocked out of sync just a little bit, and the details will come up to matter, and the quarterback will get pressured, and somebody else will be holding the football because they can run it, and they'll commit to the run, and the wheels will come off at some point.
It was glory hole.
But they'll be fun to watch, and they'll win some games. I would take the over on 9.5 if it were me. I think they're going to be better. They're going to be better on defense, and if they stay healthy, they'll be a problem. But again, pee down their leg in the playoffs.
Text line coming through. Champ Slice not with Shoddy as the coach. Joseph said no one in Houston is ever going to say yes to that question.
It isn't on my schedule.
Giants will also surprise. Someone texted in, actually, Dak played extremely good last season. The only reason the Cowboys weren't in the playoffs was because of their defense. To Joseph, I would just say, I mean, I've only been here 6+ years. I've run into several Cowboy fans that live here in Houston. And I say several, a good amount of Houston fans or of people who live in Houston that are Cowboy fans. So I mean I do think there is an audience that feels maybe a little bit different. I don't know, man. They're the
Bengals.
They look
they're the Bengals. That's all all it is. I mean, if your
this
quarterback,
defense just looks a little bit better than what the Bengals have put across, and I think the Bengals are trying.
But I'm just talking about like the style of play. You got the big, fast, great receivers. You got a quarterback that can spin it around the block. But when they know that's how you got to win, he's going to stay injured. He's going to get beat up, and it's a hard life to live when you get to the playoffs. And so. Look, I'm a believer that they're going to be better this year.
I'm with you. I think they're in the playoffs. I'll be honest with you. I am going to pick them to win the division. I think they jumped over Philly. Yeah, over Philly. They won it 2 years ago, I believe. Or I think so. I'm going to pick them to. I think they're going to win the division, but I'm with you. I don't trust them to get some of those West teams, particularly the Seahawks and the Rams. I think the Rams are clearly a team. I think the Lions are probably going to get back to looking like the Lions have. I do believe in the Bears more than others do. So I do like some of those teams over there. But, I mean, their offense has a chance to be, as we've seen, really, really good. But a full year of Quentin Williams, Kenny Clark together on the inside, Overshown, who was really promising. We'll see what he looks like from his injury, but they didn't have him a lot last year. Everything we hear about Caleb Downs, the rookie, is through the roof. So they have made some moves out there, and it feels like they shouldn't be an absolute train wreck in this thing.
Well, you don't have to do much to upgrade. I mean, hell, they're not shooting for the Texans' defense. I mean, they're just shooting for a complementary defense. Their headliners, clearly their offense. They're going to score points. Can their defense slow the opponent down just enough for their offense to be able to outscore them? And it's, if they're better than that, I think it's good for them. But I'm talking about defense. But the reality of it is the bar is set pretty low in Cincinnati and in Dallas for defense.
Like, to me, they feel like their ceiling is what the Texans have been the last several years. Is banging their head against that division round. Like I at this point, now obviously we'll see how the season plays out and what it looks like. But at this point, I would look at the Cowboys and be surprised if this is a team that is in the NFC Championship game.
I would too.
I would be. Because right now, I'm not prepared to have them beat the Rams or the Seahawks. And I don't think I'm prepared to pick them over the Lions or whoever would win that, who's coming out of the North at this point. Text line coming in, Ron, you don't think Washington wins the division? No, I need to see a little bit more of that. I need to see a little bit. I need to see a little bit more of that. I got more confidence, and I think I have more trust in the elements that Dallas brings to the table than Washington does right now.
Boy, Jaden Daniels, again, watching that QB, that Netflix special, man, I didn't realize how many he had last year.
Yes.
I mean, he is not doing the mobile quarterback, the athletic quarterback, any justice from the ability to stay healthy perspective. I mean, he had hamstring, he had knee, he had shoulder, he had elbow. It just seemed like, he was had a rough go at it last year. So him staying healthy, obviously, in a new offense is going to be key. And I don't know, it's kind of like the because he had a great year, but it's kind of like the Indianapolis deal of offensively. What do? Do they continue to let Jaden Daniels? They continue to let him just
probably have to
just go, or because of all the injuries, do you try to put him in a box and keep him in the pocket more often? I think it'd be a major mistake. I think when you draft that kind of player, you just and especially when you draft him, he goes out and has an incredible first year. I think you just got to let it go. And if he gets injured from time to time, it's part of the athlete at that position. So I don't trust that aspect of it. There's a lot of new there, and the health issues with the quarterback that plays the game a certain way. That's a tough 17 games, a long time to stay healthy.
And he's not the only one that has struggled. Terry McLaurin has struggled with staying healthy. The run game is really dependent on him also, and their defense could be had at times. All right, I'm wondering, did you two allow the Tank Dell video to get you going?
Absolutely.
Did it suck you right in.
It's me that I've been like, okay, this cat, if he gets healthy, can help.
That's right. You've questioned if he'll even be there week 1.
Yeah.
I think you've even leaned towards you're not, because it has been floated that he could start the season on the PUP list where he had to miss the first 4 games. That video, you're saying change your thought process of potentially that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like, I really questioned before that, like, with Tank Dell, does he have the ability to come back and be even a close to who he once was? And the most interesting thing about that video to me is not necessarily Tank Dell. Now, that's what makes it relevant here. But the most interesting part of that video is the fact that he's working out with I believe, a first-round draft pick. Was Golden a first-round draft pick?
Golden, yep.
He's working out, and literally it's one clip after another of a first-round draft pick wide receiver. And so you're watching the clips of similar drills back-to-back with a healthy first-rounder in Matthew Golden. I believe he's healthy, right? He's not coming off an injury, is he? And Tank Dell looks as quick, as explosive, and as twitchy, if not more, than Matthew Golden. And so there's my point is there's a gauge there. There's something there for you to gauge it against. It's not just a random video of a guy that, hell, with one leg is going to be quicker than all of us, right? Anyway, so it's like, oh my God, he is literally working out clip after clip after clip of a first-round draft pick that's currently healthy in the league, and he looks like he's moving better. That is a huge step in the right direction.
You cannot watch that and then not feel like he is closer to being on the field than even you thought before, right? Watching that. And we watched him in, what was that, mandatory minicamp OTAs, where he got out, did a little bit of something where it wasn't any contact. Now, I think the contact part of it is something that is a different thing. Like, that's going to be out on its own. But to see him moving that way, it does show that the feel that he's got to be closer than whatever you may have thought he would.
Well, I think it was Luke maybe, but he made the comment of what's really going to tell, the telltale sign for Tank Dell is going to be when he's ready for violence. And I thought that was that was very well said. I mean, whatever violence on the football field looks like, whether it's blocking or going up over the middle or whatever it may be, whenever he's ready for that is when Tank Dell is going to be taken serious about being a part of this offense. But a huge step in the right direction is to look explosive and twitchy and quicker than a current, what, a 22-year-old that hasn't been through the same injury issues that you have on film. So that is definitely a plus.
Yep. It's okay. It's okay to have allowed that to get you going. It's okay to have allowed Nathaniel, because he didn't look like Nathaniel out there. He looked like Tank.
Mm-hmm.
It's all right. Because we talked about it. He changes the math to the offense if he's available. I mean, if they use him in a sense that would allow him to. He changes the math in that. All right. We're getting closer and closer to not just the NFL but college football. And there are some important teams in this area to some important people. But I like for people to be honest and realistic with themselves. Where does your team belong? What should your team's expectations be this year? Tyler, we're going to work on you. We're going to try your Aggies first as we do that, coming up next right here live on The Drive.
In the Loop.
The Astros are at the All-Star break, so how are you feeling about them being desire, but just ability?
posts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
United States is the Texas A&M of the soccer world.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ah, yes, that music is starting to get to that time, huh?
I know what it does to you, this music.
Right around the corner.
Yep, now it means Big Ten instead of the SEC. But yeah.
Easy. Everybody relax.
Well, I'm just saying.
Everybody relax.
I'm just saying the SEC made the move away from CBS. This is the CBS music. Now it's the Big Ten. Yeah. Big Ten's over there now.
Okay.
Now means Indiana and Ohio State and Michigan are about to play instead of Alabama and Arkansas.
Yeah.
You heard Craig Bowler-Jack say, "Touchdown, Arkansas," in the middle of that. Sorry, Craig. Before we get there, because I do this will be fun, and I want to see how people will be honest about their university, and a little thought of where does your school belong? I do want to send a shout out to my man Desmond, who I saw today at HEB. Came to me, said, "You got that Chiefs hat on. You got to be on that. That's got to only be one person. You got to be that man that works on the radio." I said, "What's up, baby?" as I was getting some groceries at HEB. So shout out to you, Desmond. Appreciate you for stopping by. Said he's been listening to us ever since I got in town, and big fan of the Drive. So we appreciate you. Shout out to you, Des. I saw him earlier. I don't know if this happens to you, Clinton Tyler. Tyler gets recognized more than anybody. I don't know if it happens to you, guy, just catch you, just stare you dead in your eyes. But for longer, you could tell they're trying to figure out. I've seen this Joker before. Who is he? Who is it? Just
yeah, it was either somebody like plotting your assassination or they know.
Yeah, it is a little. No, we were in the juice aisle, and that's where I first spotted him. He stared me right in my eyes for 5 seconds, and I could feel him still looking at me. And then he came up behind me while I was checking out. That's what my man said. That's got to be you. So shout out to you, Des. Appreciate you. Again, anytime you see us out, especially Tyler, stop by. Say what's up. Say hello.
I think you should have gave him one of them old high school locker room back of the neck slaps. I think that's what should happen. I think that's what.
Not sure
happen.
That would have gone over.
Could you see Ron looking at the?
This is a guy on my 42nd birthday was telling me that I need to move away from confrontation.
Yeah, you need to change your
conflicting messages, Dirty.
You need to move away from his AAU habits. You need to change his AAU habits. Yeah, just a friendly little
tap
to
the
back of the neck. Just one of them. Got you.
Nah, I thought our connection was good. I thought that was.
It wouldn't be so good if old Desmond, random Des, walked up and popped you. Huh?
Yeah. Nah, he had
appreciate you listening, though, Chief.
He had a St. Louis hat on, so we were doing the same thing. All right, where does your school belong? Somebody who nobody loves or breaks down or watches college football as much as Clint Stoerner here at this station. And I think we're in three categories here, Clint. Is your school in the hold up the gold trophy in Vegas? That's where the college football championship game will be. Is that the expectation that your school is in? Is your school in the place of, hey, college football playoff? That's it. That's the expectation, right? It's 12 of them. Is that where your school is? Or are you just in the, hey, your ass better make a bowl game? Now, we're really not going to go over teams that we're looking to get to 4 wins or something. That's not what we're doing. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying that that's the Razorbacks.
Leaving my team out then, huh?
I'm not saying that. But, like, I like for people to be honest with themselves. And, Tyler, I think if we're going to do this exercise and we're going to do this with a lot of the schools that people care about around here, I think we stay with A&M. I mean, that is a fan base that sometimes I wonder if they know exactly who they are.
Fair to wonder that, and fair to talk maroon and white anytime, man.
A&M last year, obviously, they made it to the playoff last year, 11-2, and they got in and they lost to the eventual runner-up Miami Hurricanes at home in a tight game.
Failed to score a touchdown.
That's all right. I didn't mean to bring that back to you. I just got to explain what their season was. So just calm down just a bit here. Marcel Reed, their quarterback, returns, who had a really good season last year. Other offensive guys returned, almost had 1,000 yards last year as receiver. They've lost some guys on the offense and defensive line to the NFL. Concepcion they lost to the NFL as well. Clinton Tyler, A&M enters the season with a projection of win totals that range from 9 to 10 games, and they are ranked in the top 10, the back half of the top 10, usually around 9. Mike Elko returns. What tier should they be in, Clint and Tyler? I'll go with Tyler first. Should they be in, hey, this is a season where we expect to hold up the gold trophy in Vegas? Is this a just make it to the college football playoff? That's our expectation, or better make a bowl game? Where do you see A&M coming into this year?
Well, y'all tell me if I got these old maroon blinders on, because it's always possible.
I think Clint will tell you.
But I think Texas A&M absolutely should be in the very tippity-toppest tier that we have in this discussion. They should be
hold up the gold trophy.
Yes.
Not just make the college football playoff.
Yes.
Beyond that, hold up the gold trophy.
Yes, because it is time for this program to finally live up to what it should be and all the expectations that are there for them going into any given season lately, at least. I mean, Mike Elko's got the program for Texas A&M on the right track. Been moving in the right direction, taking the next step each year, kind of getting further and further. They haven't gotten to that ultimate goal, but no, they need to be right there where they were last year, but on that, maybe not crap all over themselves in the college football play.
All right, Clint Tyler has them in the top tier, hold up the gold trophy in Vegas, beyond what they did last year. You look at this, your thoughts. Where would you put them? Do you agree with Tyler? You put them in the expectations to be that?
I do not. I do not. I put them in the college football playoff expectation. I think it's unrealistic, with the exception of a couple of schools, to put them in the hold up the trophy. You know how? I mean, look, if you get to the college football playoffs, anything can happen once you get there. And if you get there, you've accomplished something in a big, big way, if you're anybody. And I think that's where A&M should live. And they should have college football playoff expectations. And I think those would be fair, real, not delusional expectations, right? You look at A&M this year. They've got, according to Phil Steele, they've got the 28th toughest schedule in college football. It's in the lower half in the actual SEC. The SEC schedules are an absolute monster. I think they've got 13 of the top 15 hardest schedules in college football. But I think the Aggies are got a respectable schedule up there. If they finish with an absolute bang, with 4 of their last 5 games include Alabama, Tennessee, OU, and Texas. So they're going to have a rough fourth quarter of the season. But check this out. They start out, they got basically a 3-week ramp up to LSU. No disrespect to Arizona State out there, love Dillingham, but the reality of it is they got to come to and A&M should have significantly better dudes in Arizona State. They got a 3-week ramp up to LSU week 4, right? And then beyond that, they should go into that Alabama game 6-1, no worse than 6-1. And that one would be LSU, right? No work. They should be 7-0 or 6-1 based on what they do.
They got a lot of their games on the road. That's the other part is.
Yeah,
where's that LSU at?
Well, no, LSU it's at LSU.
Yeah.
But when you get to that fourth quarter of the season, they go to OU, they go to South Carolina, they go to Alabama, they get Tennessee at home and Texas at home. But the reality of it is whatever problems they have, they lost some offensive linemen, they lost some defensive linemen, okay? You should be able to if you're A&M, right? And you are developing recruiting and developing the way that you should. Recruiting is all-encompassing, the NIL and transfer portal, all-encompassing, one of the top programs in America. You should, within a month of the season, when you first face LSU, you should have your O-line and D-line figured out. Whatever wrinkles, whatever kinks are there, you should have that figured out. and be 6-1, if not 7-0, going into that fourth quarter of the season. And they should be if you're not in the college football playoffs, you should be extremely disappointed.
I am.
Give it to me straight, man. Give it to me straight.
Yeah, we're clearly past the better make a bowl. That's not where they live in. Now we're talking firing people at this point. Text line coming in. I'm an Aggie, 92 grad. Love Tyler, but agree with Clint. Can't say we're top tier until we actually do it. Well, no. I mean, it's different.
I'm saying it's time for them to actually do it. But I hear
I agree with that. I agree with that. It's time for A&M. I mean, you are winning in an era of football where most schools are losing.
Clint, when I say it out loud, everybody's losing people.
Yeah.
But you got your quarterback back, who is now multiple year starter and was flirting in the Heisman conversation before some things kind of happened. You're bringing him back. He's got a receiver that nearly went for 1,000 yards.
One of the best in the country.
They've got from the portal to guys coming in. No, damn it, I think the expectation should be beyond where they were last year. And I do think, and there's a part of this, and maybe this is unfair, that damn it, if Indiana is going to waltz up in here and grab the trophy, I mean, there's a part of it, they're coming back with each year, Clint, you think about it. If I can come back with a quarterback that's been in my system, that's been a starter for multiple years, that has not just been a starter but been really good, and we're bringing some other parts around him, and we feel like at A&M they should be able to replace offense and the defensive linemen in a manner that other schools around them can, with the guys and the money and everything they have there. Now, I know it probably screams college football playoff, but they feel like it should be past that. I feel like if I'm an A&M, I'm like, man, if I don't believe they should go to Vegas and be playing in that game, I don't know.
Yeah.
With what we do have coming back in this era of college football. So I'm in the. You know how I am, Tyler. I've told you. I feel like A&M don't know who they are sometimes. I feel like in this case, like if we'll get to Texas at one point. I feel like I got a feeling where most people are going to go with Texas. I feel like the A&M should kind of feel the same way with what they're bringing back from a college perspective. That schedule thing is a good point. That one, but wait to go see Texas schedule.
Yeah, it's up there too.
It's tough.
If it's an SEC schedule, it's a monster.
Well, last year A&M got helped with their version of their.
Well, my Hogs had. Well, the toughest schedule in America this year.
Yeah, y'all did. Weekend's best, weekend's worst. We'll do that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Non-quarterbacks. If you could pick one to take the leap conversation.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. The world of sports doesn't stop just because it's everyone else's weekend. Don't worry, H-Town. Clint, Ron, and T-Mill will get you up to speed. It's Weekend's Best and Weekend's Worst on The Drive.
All right, it is Monday, a little Weekend's Best, Weekend's Worst. You can text yours in, 713-572-4610. What was your weekend's best? What was your weekend's worst? YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in there, too. I see you, Cornbread, Champ Slice, Joseph, old Ronald Howard in the building. Rob, as always, in the building. You can jump in. I see you, Joel, over there on Twitch. Jump in with your weekend's best, weekend's worst. Clint, what was your weekend's best? As there was a lot going on throughout the weekend.
Well, we watched it unfold yesterday. There was a lot to pick from, but mine we watched unfold yesterday. Ryan Fox, PGA Tour, he wins the Open, the British Open, and the fashion in which he did it, Ron. He coming down the stretch, he was tied with Cam Young, and my man needed a birdie on 18 to win the tournament to avoid a playoff with Cam Young. He needed a birdie. 18 on this particular course over the weekend was playing as the hardest hole on the course, and he needed a birdie to get it done. He shoots a dart at the 18th pin from 175 yards. I don't know exactly what iron he was hitting. I'm guessing probably a pitching wedge from there, but. He hits it to within 12 feet, inside 12 feet, just over 11-foot putt, and hits it to the part of the green that gives him a rather flat putt on PGA terms, and he knocks the putt down to win it. First-time winner, first-time major winner. And the best thing, it's not even the best thing about Foxy that's kind of been brought to light through this is his pace of play. There's a video out there on social media that is absolutely beautiful. I watched it twice. I don't think there's a clip of a swing. Now, it's not every swing, obviously. I don't think there's a clip of a swing, Ron, where he was over the ball more than 8 seconds. Some of them are 6, some of them are 7. I mean, the pace of play is ridiculous with Ryan Fox. And so cool to see somebody that's got a little unorthodox approach to the game win such a major tournament in the British Open, and he did it amongst some. I believe the 3 guys that finished behind him were all Americans. I think it was Young, Burns, and Scheffler. I believe. Congrats to him and the way he did it, man. Coming down the wire right there, needing that birdie. A lot of guys would have played conservative just to get to the playoff hole. He said, "No, I'm gonna go aggressive," and he stuck it, man. That was beautiful to see. I gotta be honest, man. I don't know. Clearly, you were, and maybe at the time, I just was not into the Open Championship this year. I'll be honest with you. I did not check in on it really at all, and it was weird because there wasn't a ton going on yesterday. Obviously, it's earlier, but I'm not going to sit here and act like I've never gotten up to check out the U.S. Open. I just don't. I mean, I'm sorry, the British Open. Excuse me. I just don't. I just wasn't into it. It was on here, I think, on Thursday or Friday, or maybe even both, and then I caught a little bit of it Saturday. I did not see yesterday coming down the wire, but I'll be honest with you, I'm not a that link style golf. Even I don't like playing it, and I'm not a real big fan of watching it either. Yeah. Now I understand the intrigue, I understand the challenge, and I get what it is. I just. The no trees, the unbelievable rough, that just doesn't fit my eye, and so I wasn't really jonesing to watch it either. But it was when I did sit down and watch it. It was a good run, man. Absolute drama at the end, definitely for that. All right, my weekend's best goes out to Caitlin Clark. Her name's been in the news a lot. One of the more polarizing players in sports right now, but she had a hell of a performance on Friday night. Put together a score career high 45 points and had 10 assists to lead the Indiana Fever in their
Hell, they had gotten up big and then had to come back and regain the lead over the Seattle Storm, 110-107. It's the first 40-10 game in WNBA history for somebody, as we said, to record 40 points or 10 assists. Also, she made history by knocking down her second three-pointer. She was the fastest player to make over 200 threes in 74 games. So, Caitlin Clark, big-time performance. It was, to me, like one of the first times, Clint, that she looked like the Iowa version of Caitlin Clark, where she just a barrage of threes and step backs and side steps, and we're just like, damn, it's just nothing you could do. So,
right.
Big-time performance from Caitlin Clark. What was your weekend's worst?
My weekend's worst is Tom Brady. I mean, I don't understand. I get the, what wrestling and the traditional sports world are doing with the TV contracts, and they're kind of meshing all that stuff together.
This is huge for WWE.
Yeah, look, I think it's really cool that the some of the college players are getting opportunities. I think it only makes sense for some of these freakish, athletic, size-wise human beings to be, potentially with already a huge following to step right into WWE if and when they choose to. But Tom Brady's one of one, man. I mean, Tom Brady's the greatest to ever do. I mean, I wonder if this is a midlife crisis. I mean, he got a divorce. I mean, he went from talking about wanting to get out of football so he could spend more time with his family and his kid. Now he's on TV every weekend. Chet's schedule ain't changed. Now he wants to get into wrestling. He's always at the Fanatics event. I mean, look, he's a single man with the pick of the litter. Do whatever the hell you want to do, but the wrestling thing seems to me a little bit below Tom Brady.
This started. Oh yes, this definitely feels like Denzel Washington deciding to be the next cast member on BET's College Hill.
Yes,
this absolutely
great
feels,
call.
This absolutely.
Did you be honest? Where'd you hear that?
I came up with that myself.
That's good. That is really good. Oh man, that's good.
But he's knee deep in it. It is because this started with what's his name? Oh God, who is it that he slapped the hell out of? Jake Paul's.
Yeah, it was.
I think it's Jake Paul or whatever. One of the Paul brothers
who slapped.
Logan Paul. Logan Paul. Yeah, Logan Paul, who's in. I don't know why I see him every week. I watch WWE every week. But he's absolutely in it. And it started with him. He talked trash and said that he could easily compete in WWE. He could wrestle a match. It's been going on between these two, and now they really sold it. So I'm
gonna be honest with you, it doesn't turn me on.
I can't. I don't love it either. Yeah, I feel like he's.
I feel like this is a.
I thought it was a little much with Jalen Brunson and Carl Anthony.
No disrespect at all. I just feel like this would be a good move. I could see Cam doing this.
I can see Winston doing this.
Yeah, but you got. Cam can go walk out there in a damn banana hammock and fit in the damn WWE. Tom better be a long sleeve guy.
Yeah, Gronk is going to be.
Gronk could be a good one.
Gronk's been out there with.
Yeah, he's already been out there. From a quarterback perspective, the best I could think of is Cam, because he looks the part and he can stand from a
him into this.
Who, Tom?
I don't know how.
Hey, I'm telling you, because they told him he could wear his no bull shoes and shirts and shorts, and he's going.
It's crazy. My weekend's worst, real quick. I'm gonna make an audible. I had thought about talking about that nut, the modern day but crazy version of Mike Allstott, Cam Scatterboot banging out a backflip, and he's damn near short of the exact injury that Tank Dell occurred. But I'm gonna go somewhere else at that Fanatics event. Trae Young, I don't know if you saw the video footage, Tyler, but Trae Young, he walked out there and his move was to take a Jalen Brunson jersey and rip it up and throw it on the ground.
I did not see this. Now I'm going to have to find it, though, because I'm already intrigued.
Well, you can tell how it's going to turn out. Think of his little narrow, bad hair having ass.
Could not get it ripped.
It started, and then he couldn't. Then it's like he lost his seam.
I blame this on many people. One, that's a bad look for him. All issues, and you can't not go through and be able to finish that off when you're trying to take a shot at the guy who just won the title. Second, I don't know. Do you all think that Hulk Hogan was just out there ripping the shirt without help?
No.
He was cutting it. He was cutting.
Oh, he made.
There's a cut to make it easier. Somebody should have cut the damn thing.
I think it did in the second.
And that's all he had.
I think he tore it, and when he regripped, he lost his tear. And he was in. Then he grabbed the seam, like the shirt. The hole for his arm, and I was like, there's no way he's tearing that.
I mean, come on, man. And he slammed it down. He looked like God. He looked just like you think Trae Young would look trying to do something.
Yes, he did. He balled it up and threw it in the.
Threw it down and walked off.
I mean, he'd have been better off stopping and finding that seam and starting to cut it.
Just laughed at his ass. All right, what you got coming up?
Well, Ron, I've let my wife talk me into something. It's family time, boys. I just don't think – I don't know if I – should I have done this already? Is she talking me into doing the right thing? I don't think I have much of an option. I think it's already been done. But all my married fellas out there, I need some advice, man. 713-572-4610. Hell, I don't even care if you're not married. If you just love your significant other, I may need some advice here. She's costing me money, y'all. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I'm going to tell you, boys, it's somebody said there's a tropical storm popped up out there. And when I heard it, I was over at my father-in-law's house.
Predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Out there, new boot goofing, baby. Come on now. We're going to get to that boner in a little bit. This Texans schedule that first month is before we get there, though, I got to give a little quick shout-out. Powered by Dirty's Daily, powered by Double Bayou Crawfish Farm and Boil House, boys. It's out there. Hell, it's about 30 minutes from the Dirty T over there, Anahuac Way.
Oh, okay. I hadn't heard of this spot.
You're a Double Bayou over there. So it's across the bay from us, and as a crow flies, not very far, but got to drive around there. But still boiling crawfish, man. Still boiling
right
crawfish.
Now, really.
I ate 5 pounds yesterday.
I saw HEB near my crib yesterday was doing a crawfish boil, and I said, "Damn, really?"
I ate 5 pounds yesterday, man, and but little Stoerner gang helped me move. I bought their crawfish. Did not buy their beer. Bought their crawfish. They don't sell beer at this place. So they had to buy their beer at the stop and go on the way around. It's BYOB. They're going to do it again next weekend, and they're good too. Now don't get it. Usually you get late and they're too hard. They're real dark and they're hard.
Exactly. Yeah.
Nah, man, they were. They're still good. So big shout out to them for boy. I love some good crawfish. Boy, I crave it all the way over there. When I know I'm going to get crawfish, like the drive over is just so beautiful. I know what Ron's answer is going to be, but I don't know I don't know how I feel about this either way, boys. So me and the wife we got to rent a house. We sold our house out on the water, and we're going to build. So we had to rent a house, and we finally got the house, moved in over the weekend, which is a chore with, again, 2 moms pregnant and 9,000 degrees out there, and I caught her lifting stuff 2 or 3 times, and I had to reprimand her for it. But we bought our couch. We bought a table, which I just got a text message that got delivered. She doesn't like. I'm going to figure that out. But
oh boy,
I talked her into buying bedroom furniture, just the side tables and the dresser. I talked her into buying that off Facebook Marketplace. Never have been a Facebook Marketplace guy.
Hear good things.
She's she was a little uncomfortable with it, but found a gal that I think somebody in the family knew or at least was aware of, and got a good deal on exactly what we need. The deal is it's a rental property, so we don't want to spend a bunch of money on stuff that'll fit a rental property because it's probably not going to fit in the house we build kind of deal. So just trying to be conscious of it, Not quite Ron the Show Hughley conscious, but just trying to be conscious of
I don't know what that means.
Well, I go over there to pick it up yesterday morning. The girl's not there. Come back in a couple hours. So I'm a little annoyed, but as I said, wife's doing the best she can, so I bite my tongue a bit. Girl says, I'll be there at 2 o'clock. I'll be ready. I go by there. Ron, nothing's broke down. Don't have an Allen wrench to break the bed frame down. Drawers are still in the they're empty, but they're still in the dresser. Dresser heavy as hell. So anyway, it was one of those kind of like, man, this is. I mean, if you're gonna sell me something, like have it ready. You know what I mean? Let's go. I mean, it's all ready.
And they're just like, you gotta take it.
To give credit, the boyfriend was there to help move. I mean, he was at least there, which I didn't need because I had Stoerners coming out of my ears. We get the stuff moved. We go get the Allen wrench, get back by there, get the stuff moved.
You had to leave and come back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was after leaving and coming back. Finally, get it moved. One of our close family friends, Tyler's back there cleaning the. It was in pretty good shape, pretty good. I mean, it was nice. Really looked really good shape. Good buy. In the back, cleaning it up. Just wiping it down, giving it a good wipe down.
Wipe it down.
Pulls open the top drawer of the nightstand, one of the nightstands. Crisp.
Crack.
$50 bill.
Oh yeah.
Pops out.
You got to hold on to that one.
So we're sitting there and
don't see those every day.
You know, the friend that's cleaning, it's like, is this my fee for coming over today and helping? I said, sure, keep it, whatever. Well, I go in there and she left it on the bedside. So I said, well, hell, I'm going to go buy these boys crawfish. I'm going to put it in my pocket.
Oh yeah.
So I put it in my pocket. And I'll be honest with you, the wifey immediately said, we need to call them and give it back. And I said at the time, I was being a little bit of a smart mouth in front of everybody. No, we ain't paying nothing back. Should have had that bed broke down. Should have had that king bed broke down. They
would have found it.
It was a $50 fee, right?
Well, they'd have found it.
Good call. If they took them, I didn't think about that.
They would have found it.
Anyway, she texted me at the beginning of the show and said, I can't get it off my mind. I feel terrible about this $50 bill. I feel like we should give it back.
Oh, my God.
I said, that's in my mind. I'm thinking, should I tell her? Because the $50 bill is literally in the back pocket of my shorts still because I paid with my card yesterday on the crawfish. Should I tell her where the $50 bill is? And then I thought, she's Venmoing anyway. She's not going to tell, like, it's 2026. She's not going to carry the $50 bill back over there and give it back. So I told wifey to go ahead, whatever makes her feel better, man, go ahead and pay back. Did I do the right thing? Should I have done it right away?
I would have never said any of that.
You'd have just pocketed it and not told anybody about it?
Yeah. No, I would try to be compassionate about her feelings and really congratulate her on how a great person she is. It's one of the real reasons why I married you. But I would never have suggested that she paid it back.
How about you, T? Would you have given it back?
Yeah, I probably would have.
I'll be honest. It was
mine.
I'm not quite where my wife is in terms
Especially
of like I'm going to Venmo him back, but it was on my mind. It was.
That was my blessing.
That was.
I passed some blessings on. That was my blessing right there.
The showman.
Got that.
Well,
baby.
I mean, look.
Didn't have it broken down. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
had to leave, waste a little gas to go back and get tools myself.
Yeah. Oh, I could have justified it, but see, my wife, she couldn't. In my wife's mind, she couldn't justify it because she wasn't there. She wasn't doing the moving. So, but
that's sweet of you. Lord.
Nonetheless, we gave that $50 back, and I don't know. I feel pretty good about it.
It's good for you. What I'd have told her.
Yeah. Well, I got a guard on that Venmo. I got to enter a pin anytime she tries to use it. She can't pay back anybody back. Speaking of Venmo, I think I owe Tyler like about a week and a half worth of $125 for a pissy bet.
I forgot about it. It's still in your pending transactions.
I'm going to tell you, that email I ain't forgot about. That thing pings me on about once every 3 days. Hey,
just got mine going again.
You owe Tyler some money. Well, I feel better about it. I tell you one. I don't know if we're going to feel better about this, boys, but this first month of the Texans' schedule is sexy. I don't think we've talked enough about this first month of the season. The Texans get the Buffalo Bills, the Cincinnati Bengals, the Indianapolis Colts, and the Dallas Cowboys, 3 of which are in the building right here, right out this window at NRG Stadium. Buffalo, Cincy, and Dallas are all home games. They go to Indy. The first month of the season is either going to drive like insane hype, rightfully so, for the Texans. If they win, if they come out of that 3-1, the hype is going to be absolutely ridiculous. Now, on the flip side of that, if you struggle like you did last year early season, the concern's going to be through the roof. But nonetheless, the buildup is going to be tremendous, Ron. I got 3 things, digging a little bit deeper into that first month of the season. There's 3 things that'll really turn you on, right? And I think we've always got to learn. This is hard for me to do because I'm an offensive-minded guy. I'm an old quarterback, so I automatically go to the offense. My eye automatically goes to watching the offense, really getting into the offense. The Houston Texans are headlined by the defense, and that's no secret to anybody. So, number one, the first month of the season, Ron, to see Josh Allen and new head coach Joe Brady, to see Joe Burrow and great play-calling head coach Zach Taylor, and to see Dak Prescott and that high-flying offense when he's healthy, all right here at NRG Stadium against our defense, who our defense is thought to be one of the best in the league, and our defense is one that's thought to, hey, you can ride this defense to a Super Bowl if C.J. Stroud just doesn't make mistakes, just doesn't mess it up. Now, I disagree with that, but a lot of people nationally are saying that, Ron. The fact that we get to go right over here in 3 of the first 4 weeks of the season, we get to watch our defense get challenged by what I would argue right now. I don't know what this season's going to hold, but right now, 3 of probably the top 5 offenses in football. Right? I think the Rams are going to be a high-flying offense. There's going to be a couple of others out there, but Buffalo, Cincinnati, and Dallas are going to be as good as anybody offensively in the league, and they're going to be able to score points in a hurry as well as anybody in the league. And to be able to go watch that versus our great defense and really see how good is this defense. How good is this defense when the first month of the season is up, Ron, we're going to know what we're dealing with.
Yeah. We'll see if this is. There are a lot of people, which you can understand coming off of last year, that this has a chance to be an all-time type defense. Yeah. And I've said it to you, and we've talked about it leading up to it, that I find it hard to believe that they are going to be able to hold down all of those offenses. Just hold them down under the 21 points or the under 20 points, and that the offense is going to have to help them to win games like that against those type teams. We'll see if they're able to do it. They'll get the opportunity, and Clint, they get the opportunity at home.
Yeah.
Which will shed a lot on what this defense is.
Well, not only, Texans fans, not only are you going to get to watch your squad play it right here in our backyard, and not only are they what many believe is a championship caliber team, you're going to get to see 3 of the top quarterbacks and what could be 3 of the top offenses in all of football in the first month. It's going to be absolutely beautiful. Second, look, I think kind of along those same lines, CJ and Nick Caley versus Buffalo, Cincy, Indy, and Dallas's defense, right? Particularly for me, Cincy and Dallas, who I know their defenses are believed to have gotten better, both personnel-wise, play caller-wise, and I believe health-wise also. That those matchups are one where we should expect, or we could expect, CJ and Nick Caley to keep up with those high-flying offenses that they're playing against our defense.
Yep.
Right? We're not playing against world-beating defenses. At least at this point, we don't think they're going to be. I think they're going to be improved, but I don't think they're going to be Texans-level defenses.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think we should expect that early. No.
Yeah. Can Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud, be enough offensively to win those games, to outscore some of those high-flying offenses, knowing that those high-flying offenses are going against our defense? We'll see. And then last but not least, this is usually where we start. In the past with Deshaun, we did it. In the past with CJ, we did it. But I'm going to get there. The QB matchups. CJ Stroud matched up with Josh Allen. CJ Stroud matched up with Joe Burrow. CJ Stroud matched up with Dak Prescott. Those are going to be big-time opportunities for CJ to reemerge, if you will, and get back on that stage and in that tier of quarterback where, hey, man, I may not be top tier, but I'm a threat to them jokers. I'm coming. I'm getting back. I'm more this guy than I was what the season ended last year. So that first month of the season, Ron, we probably hadn't talked about enough, man. That's going to be an absolute monster.
It's extremely important for the Texans because, I mean, that's 4 out of 5 or 3 out of 4 of those. Those are your home games. Those are home games to start the year. Cincinnati, Dallas, and Buffalo are all home games. Cincinnati and Buffalo, those are obviously AFC games. If you're talking about seeding and all of that, you get to kick off the season with 3 of your first 4 games at home. The X is that you get off to a fast start if you are a playoff championship level contender like the Texans are right now. And you have to get off to that start because you know what happens later if you're starting off 3 or 4 at home, that later on the season you're going to see more road games. And we obviously know they've got a stretch there at the end, I think, where they're at Philly, at Green Bay, at Washington. They've got some road games coming up. So it is imperative that they get off to a really good start and take advantage of those home games. And, Clint, this is one where – the odds are you're playing all of those teams as healthy as they potentially could be because it's week 1, week 2, and week 4.
Yeah.
That's the other part is, hell, you might play the Bengals in week 7. Hell, none of them might be there.
Well,
it's crazy with the Bengals.
Yeah, it's crazy. You look at it, Josh Allen, I'd rather catch him kind of like Matthew Stafford last year where he doesn't play much in the preseason. And then you look at Joe Burrow. Unfortunately, you're catching him early, and he's going to at least be healthy, right? Dak Prescott catching him early. They're probably all going to be healthy, like you mentioned. Indy, you catch him early. I don't know if Daniel Jones is going to be full go or not. We'll see. Where they fall on the schedule is definitely one thing to watch.
Yep. Coming up, did this series, the Astros just got swept by the Orioles and have dropped even further down in both the division and the wild card. Did this series change your outlook on how the Astros should approach the rest of the season? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, I tell you all the time about, if you're looking at selling your home, if you're even flirting with it, you need to look at Orchard. You need to lock arms with Orchard. They've got all kind of programs that are going to help you sell your home more seamlessly, more effortlessly, stress-free. If
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is a beautiful Monday here as The Drive is live. Nice, strong weekend. Cannot say the same thing for the Houston Astros. They struggled mightily. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I would just like to say this is not Tyler and Clint, how we expected to return Monday.
Freaking sweet, man.
Listen, I'm not going to lie to you. It felt like there was some potential belief starting to come back to some Astros fans. Like they weren't ready to get in, but I think it moved from throwing in the towel. Now, not everyone was as confident as Clint. Clint has been pretty confident on his belief that they are going to make the postseason, make the playoffs. Now, what they do when they get there, he doesn't know. But they get swept by Baltimore. Baltimore then jumps them in the standings. They are 47-54, third in the West, behind the Rangers and the Mariners. They've lost 4 in a row, 3-7 their last 10, 4 games back in the West, 4.5 in the wild card. Their 3 best starters, most reliable ones, went in this series. And to be honest, Peter Lambert and Arrighetti, you can't really ask for much more. Their ace was the one who stunk in Hunter Brown. And they still lost the series. We had two Chainz, Bobby with us, Hotel Lobby Bobby with us. We had Robert Flores with us over the last couple of weeks.
I'm faded as hell right now.
Yeah, he was. I'm pretty certain he was, and I'm pretty certain Hotel Bobby was heading to it. If you're looking for his drink, we believe Grey Goose and just a smidge of cranberry.
A splash.
Just a splash. And probably cloves, potentially, on deck. But they both said they were going to be looking for buyers, pitching. Hell, Bob maybe involved in the school bowl situation. After this weekend series, and you know where they are right now, did that change your outlook on how the Astros should approach the rest of the season? 713-572-4610. Did that change it?
Not completely. Change, yes.
You're getting there a little. So you shifted a bit.
Well, I mean, hell, you can't. The way they lost, I mean, good gosh. I mean, you thought if Peter Lambert and Spencer Arrighetti go out there and give you good outings, boy, you got a chance to get 2 of 3, if not sweep. And they did just that, and you peed down your leg. I don't know how you can. Everything you just laid out, there's no way that happens and things don't change.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not out. I'm not going to move off of my making the playoffs, finishing above 500. I'm not going to move off that. But I am a little bit concerned with Hunter Brown in particular, and obviously the injury piece that I was very confident was not going to be a problem this next 60 games was a problem before they even threw a pitch on Friday.
To help you feel better, Pena is back in the lineup today.
Big Pena. I see you, baby.
Not Christian.
I'll let you stay married for this month.
Yeah, Christian Walker is not.
C. Walk is not. Now, I did hear both of them avoided major injuries, so we should be okay. Rotation, I don't know if there's anything in sports more rotational than swinging a bat or a golf club or so the old hip or oblique or whatever the hell they're calling it can't be a good thing, but we'll see, man. It was not a good weekend. It was definitely a change weekend. I mean, you use the term change. Hell yeah. I don't know how you could watch that or even just follow it and not be somewhat down in the dumps about what the outcomes were.
Yeah, there was a feel like, all right, this is the the Astros are clearly a team that's going to be aggressive in trying to add to their team. Like, I think we had turned the corner as what we were talking coming out of the All-Star break to, hey, this is going to be one of the aggressive teams. They're going to be looking at trying to find their latest version of things that they've had in the past, like when they got Yusei Kikuchi. They are trying to Yusei Kikuchi. They're trying to find that. They're going to be in the market to go get that. The thought was, are they going to have enough, and how much will they use to compete against other teams that are going to be feeling that way? Well, damn it, man. You just look at this team, and it's just like they can't stay healthy, and they just continue to try to show you what they are, and that is not a consistent, good baseball team. But then we keep telling ourselves when we look at the standings, do they have to be that? But damn it, I mean, you just can't get swept at home by the Orioles. I mean, you just can't. And I'll be honest with you, they're going to be, I don't know how I can put it. And I want for this because I see how they're doing this. They're going to be a-holes. Because they're going to keep bringing you back to the water. They're gonna do something. But they may go ahead and sweep the Marlins right now. They're gonna do something to bring you back. They won't just. No, I'm seriously, Tyler. You can
bring
see
whatever semblance of hope that was there right on back.
They won't just ride off into the moving on from Dana and Joe sunset. Nope. They're going to have you just like in one of the great films of the 90s, Dumb and Dumber, when he says to him, Lloyd, just when I thought you totally redeem yourself. They're going to do it. They're going to get you. Hey, all right.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
They're going to win 6 or 7 somewhere. They're going to do something.
Yeah, and they're going to get above 500. They're going to get in the playoffs.
Okay. See, now you're going to be the one that they're going to suck right in. They're going to do it.
Astros ain't loyal.
Just want you to prepare yourself for it. But you definitely have to view them differently, and more importantly, Jim Crane has to. At this point, Clinton, Tyler, there have been times where you looked at the team and you're like, all right, yeah, I know our farm system is struggling, but we'll risk it to try to win a championship. This team, to me, has shown you can't do that. Like, you can't go start. You ain't got very many prospects to begin with. So you can't the few you got for this team because, I mean, Hunter Brown can't even get right. It's just so I think they've at least shown that. If the Astros are going to do what you say they're going to do, it is going to probably be with the guys that they got here and not with guys that they bring on, significant additions that they bring on from outside of the Astros, because I just don't think Jim Crane can be okay with giving up the few assets that they have for this team.
Well, tonight could be a significant ad.
Yeah, they may just go ahead and shut it down.
I mean, tonight could be a significant ad.
Ronel Blanco gets the ball.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, that's one that I don't want to oversell expectations here because my man obviously is fresh off of Tommy John, but he is a guy that we've seen be really good. What does he look like tonight? You don't need him to be great after Hunter Brown's performance yesterday. I guess you do, but it would be nice if he were just a guy that you could have confidence in fitting in there somewhere in that middle of that rotation. So tonight will go a long way versus what we're up against here.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you.
You've lost all hope.
Oh,
Tyler's acting like you don't even care.
Tyler's not even going to games. He's not even going. He's
acting like you don't even care.
Tyler is not. Tyler,
still haven't been to one. Man.
I know it. Tyler has never felt enough to go up there and go out there and go get repeated doubles. I don't know, Tyler. Actually, Tyler, I think you need to get out there and do it. To be honest with you, this is you got to keep the streak up. I don't know the last time you've just not going to an Astros game.
It's never happened in my adult life for sure.
Did that happen this year? Was you the one that, or was that last year where you and Linda got pissed off?
That was last year.
Okay, yeah, you ain't spending no money on them this year.
No,
not a
seat suck.
I'll get out to a game here.
Come on, man. Go out, at least you have to keep the streak. Go out there, and maybe that's the turnaround. Maybe you go out there.
Give them a little oomph, huh?
And you go out there, find your bartender if she's still there that gives you the dirty water that you get doubles.
Double dirties, man.
And then go do your thing, man.
I think you're onto something. I could help myself and help the squad here in town maybe change the narrative here if I can get out there and change the vibes.
Yeah, who we telling, man? You know who they are.
I'll report back.
All right. Did you all let Tank Dell get you? Did you all let seeing Tank Dell run and cut and short? Did you let that get you? And you okay with it? It's all good. You might as well. You got to cling. This is a team that needs weapons. We'll discuss what we saw from Tank Dell coming up.
Are you one of them folks that's out there right now and you're letting them?
study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
The best burgers in town and so much more. Check them out at Bex Prime online, BexPrime.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
CJ gets the snap. CJ fires over the middle, and he's got his man across the 10-5, cutting inside. Dell breaks a tackle. Touchdown, Houston! Tank Dell with the TD catch and run off the arm of CJ Stroud.
That had to be Andre in the claps, right?
Yes, it was.
I tell you, man, those guys.
Wow.
Those guys, because there are some guys who don't give a rip. Rex Hudler. He's one out there that just don't give a rip about stepping over calls, stepping over their play-by-play guys' calls. It's got to be a hard thing. Andre tries it real hard. Andre, you could tell his mouth up, but he could not help clapping when he saw that before, to not step over Vandy's call. So shout out to those guys. That is difficult to not just go ahead and just blurt out what you want to say. So shout out to him on there.
There's an art to it.
He had the result of clapping on that one. That was Tank Dell, and hopefully we hear some of that soon. And Clint, I don't know if I have been as I know I haven't been as skeptical as you with Tank Dell. To me, I think the way they've approached it, they just hadn't brought any real new options to the team other than Lewis Bond, who they drafted late in the draft. And to me, it made it seem that they felt like Tank Dell was going to be somebody that was potentially available and ready for him. I know you have really questioned if he would be there, especially at the start of the season. I know it is just, a little workout tape, but I think for some others, workout tapes are a little different, right? When we saw Patrick Mahomes dropping back to pass 3 months ago with a leg brace, you're like, hold on, what the hell, right? You see even that nuts Cam Scatterboo, you see him uncork a backflip that didn't land, but still, you're like, man, that dude tore up multiple ligaments. Maybe he's in good shape. And for us who we haven't seen a ton of Tank Dell, that video looked like somebody that wasn't recovering from injury. That video looked like real evidence of Tank Dell potentially being in a good space physically. Did it change your mind or your opinion? If you have not seen the Tank Dell video, I'd suggest you go and find it, of him working out recently. Did it change your thought process on how you view Tank Dell going into training camp?
Absolutely, 100%. Look, there's boxes that have to be checked for Tank Dell to be a serious option for the Houston Texans this year, whether it be training camp or it be midseason, whatever. There are boxes that have to be checked for Tank Dell. The very first box, right, is I'll take it back. The first box for Tank Dell is getting clearance from your doctors to do football activities, right? He's got that clearance. The next box is, okay, how serious do we need to take Tank Dell? Is he just the doctor will clear him because there's no risk, ready to play ball, or is he legitimately close to, equal to, back to the guy that has elite twitch, elite change of direction, elite acceleration, elite route running? Like, is he back there, right? That's the next box. And it's one thing to watch Tank Dell in a training video by himself and go, well, yeah, it looks like there's some twitch there. Looks like there's some explosiveness there. Looks like good breaking and getting ins and out of his routes. It looks good. It's another thing to have a video out there with a former first young wide receiver that's healthy, and you to have clips that go from Tank Dell to Matthew Golden, Tank Dell to Matthew Golden, back and forth, and you can clearly see that Tank Dell is as quick, as powerful, as subtle as or sudden as Matthew Golden in all of the above, all the different little drills they do. And so in real time, that video is powerful to me, Ron, because I think the box is checked of, yes, this guy is close to the Tank Dell that we used to see, at least on air and in sweats, right? I don't know what he's going to be when you put the potential of violence or physicality in front of him.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's going to be. I don't know what he's going to be if he gets out there and has 2 or 3 days of practice, and now he's fatigued, and you could have some problems. I don't know what that's going to look like, but I know for sure there's 2 boxes that have been checked with Tank Dell. One, the doctors have cleared him to do for football activities, and 2, he damn sure looks like going side by side with Matthew Golden. He damn sure looks like he's getting that twitch back, that explosiveness back, that change of direction. The sinking your weight and getting out of the breaks that he was always, elite at. It looks like that's back. On air, in sweats, on turf, in a training setting, it looks like that's back. That is a big step.
Yeah. I thought potentially there may be some steps before Kenny deal with physicality. It looks like that might be the next thing. Really, to question, can he? And then I think maybe see him do more drills, which I think we'll see. Which again, he's got 9-10 days before we get to training camp because we haven't seen that. He's run something, but really run drills like receivers do. Then moving into how long before he has physical contact. But it does look like he doesn't have very many limitations from the physical standpoint of his ability to run, cut, and do it at the speed that we remember him doing it at. Now, all of that potential, changes when you bring physicality in. If, mentally he's 100% and not thinking about the last time he was hit, Jarrett Wayne. Like mentally, if he's past it, because that's another hurdle to climb.
There's also going to be a strength piece to this. I mentioned the fatigue of going through training camp, going through a real season. That's one piece of it. There's also a strength component to it of can he handle when you're engaged with somebody. There's one thing to go where your body's telling you to go, but when you're engaged with somebody and they're forcing you to go one direction or the other, or they're applying the pressure that's forcing you to go into a back pedal, right? That's a different level of stress on especially your weight-bearing joints, your ankles, your knees, your hips kind of deal, right? Then you get into, we see it all the time, blocking, getting rolled up on from the back. Is this a situation where, boy, if he gets rolled up one time, he's cooked, or is there strength there? Then you get into getting hit on the legs, carrying the ball, catching the ball, getting your legs ripped out from underneath you by a defender. What does that look like? I think he's probably a pretty significant way away from that. But, boy, it was nice to see him. It was nice to see him with that twitch and that change of direction, that explosiveness, acceleration, sinking them hips and getting out of them breaks, man. That's the Tank that we saw that we saw play that we love so much. Hopefully he can get back to it.
You let him get to you, Tyler? Did you let it get to you?
No, because I properly have my heart very guarded right now with this particular conversation. I am waiting at least till I'm out on the training camp field next week and I put my own eyes on Tank Dell.
Did you watch it?
Yeah, I did. I found it on Twitter, and I immediately left because I'm guarding my heart. You got to, people. Guard your heart against hurt.
You can let him in.
I want to let Tank in. He seems like such a gentleman and a scholar and a very good football player whenever he's right. I want to let him in, but I got to guard my heart.
Let yourself get excited. Let yourself get done in.
It's dangerous.
Right there. He was looking faster than Matthew Golden at times. Let him let you in. By the way, I hope you all were listening. Saturday, him and Luke Morrow.
Millie.
12
Millie
to 3.
and Morrow.
It was out there. By the way,
weekend.
again, we got weekend
local
action for you. Man. Local programming.
Right.
12 to 3. Saturday was you and Luke, and yesterday Zach Gelb and Brandon Scott. They had Warren Moon on. They held things down on Sundays. You can look at that in every single weekend, every Saturday and Sunday. You got to go nowhere else.
We had a hell of a time Saturday, myself and Luke and young Bryson, and hope to spend a whole lot more Saturdays with the people.
Oh, that's right. Y'all had young Magnum.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Finish that.
No, man, come on, man. No, I mean, Young Magnum.
I should mention as well, we had a lot of you out there, on Saturday when me and Luke were hosting a show here at 610. We had y'all wondering where the YouTube stream was, the live video stream. We didn't have it, but we will have that moving forward.
That's right.
Look for that on Saturdays as well.
Yeah, check it in, man. You looking around, driving around on Saturday, moving homes on Sunday. That's a good spot. Check it out. We got you live and local right here on Sports Radio 610. It'll be some of your favorites. God, I wish I could have heard Bryson.
He never cracked the mic. I told him he was more than welcome to, but he never cracked the mic Saturday.
Oh, God, I know he wanted to. I know he wanted to pull the trigger.
Look, if he's not ready, just let him.
He wanted
to. Hey, man, crawl before you walk, young Bryson. That's smart, man.
No doubt.
It's the best way to do it.
I bet
you
he
didn't
almost
just walk in the building with the best beard. I mean, you worked on that.
Yeah, I worked hard on this thing.
Again, text line coming in. He is Nathaniel until he can prove that he's Tank again. You're right. There were some real Tank tendencies in that video. I just want to say that to you.
Yes, sir.
Coming up, 5 o'clock fires. We get you ready for the Astros and the Marlins tonight. Somebody named Junk is pitching for the Marlins. And Ronel Blanco, his first start since 2025. We'll get you the latest on that. And the line. Spain. Hadn't talked about that much today. Spain, they win the World Cup. We'll get you the latest on that. And craziness at one of the top universities in college sports. We'll do that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Talking a lot about guys coming off the
888-267-1010. Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Ground ball. Dubon throws to first. No-hitter! Ronald Blanco in his 8th career start. The 30-year-old makes magic on April Fool's Day.
The Drive is live, and we are live here, and it is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest, and the latest is, you heard it right there. That is Ronel Blanco, and this is the first time O'Neill has had a start since May 18th, 2025. He is returning from Tommy John surgery against the Miami Marlins at the Daikin tonight, and he is going to face Jansen Junk. A lot going on around here. Tyler really emphasized Jansen Junk. I initially put that on there, and I just had Ronel Blanco returning because I knew who was there, and Tyler said,
You gotta be able to score runs on a guy named Junk.
He ain't leaving Junk off, so of course he found that in there. But Blanco obviously had Tommy John surgery and went down. We'll give you some other roster news. But they're going to try again, Clint. They have tried a ton. They've tried Christian Javier, who they've brought back. Kai Wei has returned back, and he has gotten some action. Obviously, I believe they're going to try Homer Mike again. We'll see. Ronel Blanco, Hayden Wisniewski, another one down there, but Blanco gets his start here, and we'll see if he is somebody that can give them something in this rotation.
Yeah, well, I'm glad Tyler played that cut right there because we're going to need something similar from a standpoint of his 8th start of his career. He went no-hitter, so we're going to need something out of the gate here pretty quick. And it doesn't have to be no-hitter, but we're going to have to see somebody that can help us here. We need it. We need it desperately. And number 2, by the way, I did not know Ronel Blanco. 8 starts at 30 years old.
Yeah.
Damn.
He's doing a lot of bullpen stuff.
He's got to be 31, 32.
Yeah, Dana said he was a starter.
He's getting old, man.
Yeah.
Getting old.
We'll see. And obviously you would assume he's on a pitch count. We'll see if Joe drives through that. But you would assume he is on a pitch count tonight, so we're probably going to see some sort of a piggyback off of this. I don't know who else may come in, but you don't imagine in his first start back that he goes a long distance, but you just hope that you can get quality. And I'll be honest with you, the Astros, 2 out of their 3 starts in that Orioles series, they got exactly what you would slam the button shut down on pitching. To be honest, all the way across the board. They've just got to score some more runs, but 1 run given up by both Spencer Arrighetti and Peter Lambert. It was Hunter Brown who struggled, but you're hoping Blanco can do something to keep you in the game, and maybe these bats can get going. The Marlins, they've been struggling too in the second half as well, but you just hope Blanco can be somebody that gives you an opportunity. By the way, the lineup it is out. Pena, this is important. He had to leave the game Saturday, did not start on Sunday. He is back in the lineup. Hell, he just came back from the IL, but he is back in the lineup and starting at shortstop, which is obviously a great sign. And Jordan is at the DH spot tonight. Paredes at third. Altuve batting fourth. Lamont Wade Jr., he takes over at first base. Diaz is catching tonight. Trammell, DeCenzo, and Spence is the outfield in Major League Baseball. That is your outfield tonight, Hill. This thing gets worse and worse. Christian Walker also went out in that game. He has not returned yet. As you did say earlier, it doesn't sound like they believe it to be a serious injury. But even with them out, and obviously the year he's had, they need him in there. They have got to figure out a way to help support Blanco and score some runs, man. And this lineup, does it give you a lot of excitement that it can do that? But they've got to figure out a way if they're going to stay in it.
Well, look, we've talked a lot about starting pitching. Hell, we've talked a lot about the bullpen at times. And before Hader, we had a closer problem, right? But, I mean, the reality of it, the two things that this team is, if they don't do, they're going to have no chance. That's Hunter Brown, obviously, who struggled, in the last handful of outings, and the lineup scoring runs. They're gonna have to be what they were early on, which is one of the better run production lineups in baseball. And so and I'm sitting here saying that as you're finally getting Pena back again, you're missing Christian Walker, Los is already gone. I don't know how you're going to accomplish that, but with Jordan in the middle, you got a chance. And so they're going to have to start scoring some runs for sure.
They need to, especially with Blanco. You don't know what the hell you're getting tonight.
Mm-hmm.
You don't, and really you don't know really from night to night until I guess Peter pitches what you're going to get, to be honest with things. So that's the latest Astro roster moves.
Pete
also
pitches.
I'm just saying right now, Pete's the only one until Pete pitches. I don't know what Hunter's going to give us.
I know. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying. We got till Peter pitches.
Till Pete pitches. That's it. But no, Blanco and Bennett Sousa, they have been reinstated from the 60-day IL. Raynel Delgado has been optioned to AAA, and Brian King, who you said earlier, you didn't say good riddance, but it felt like you were on the verge of that.
He's one of them that I've never had a firm belief in, and then
there was a fair part before Hader got there. Trust down.
But I will acknowledge that he has produced. But with that said, I'm just glad he's no longer have to watch him roll out there.
Yeah, they've rolled him out, so he's gone as well. So Brian King,
he'll be back. He'll be back in a couple days.
Yeah, they ain't got no choice. Somebody else gonna get rolled down there. Somebody else.
They're gonna get Christian Walker back, and they're gonna make some more moves.
I guess so. Well, that is the latest there. They play the Marlins. They start a 3-game series against them at home at the Dyke.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. Spain, they edge out Argentina in extra time, and they win their second World Cup title. They honestly, when you look at it, they've been the best team in the tournament. They allowed one goal the entire time. One goal the entire time that in every match that they were in, and dominated the two teams that you really felt like may give them a push, and that's France and Argentina, especially the way those two teams were scoring during the tournament. They shut both of them out, and yesterday felt very much, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to Argentina, but it felt very much the way that Belgian-U.S. game felt, where it was like, even at the times when it felt close, it was like Belgium, they are getting repeated shots on goal. We're down here the entire time, it feels like, and they just seem to have control the whole way. And it seemed like Argentina was playing to penalty kicks, and that was their opportunity. But they were getting pressured the entire way, and they finally lose. But the U.S., the host, Spain wins, and this has been a crazy several weeks here that hopefully has, I would say, improved soccer in this country. But it was a fun tournament, and Spain comes out on top.
I'd be interested. I was listening to In the Loop guys have this conversation. I meant to hit them in the crosshairs in the crosstalk, but I enjoy and believe that I could probably lean into soccer when it has the superstars involved. And they were talking about, obviously, the American game and how you take it to the next level. I don't know that you can do it without bringing superstars over here, right?
No. I don't know if that's going to happen.
Well, yeah.
Messi came over.
Messi can't be. Everybody can't afford to give that deal. No. I don't think. But the point is like that. We've seen Caitlin Clark, just for an example, like that level of player with that level of hype and following, change the league, the WNBA. I mean, like to me, that's the only way that there's a lot of conversations about American soccer and why is it not this or why is it not that. I think from a fan's perspective, like for me, I'm not going to watch it on TV. I may watch the next World Cup if USA's worth a damn. But the way that if I watch Mbappe in the States on a team that's representing one of our cities, I would be dialed in.
Yeah, I don't think you would, Clint.
I would be I would dial in, maybe aggressive, but I would be more than happy to. I mean, I'd be more apt to watch it. I'd damn sure be more apt to go to a game.
And depending on what else is on. But I would just say, Clint, to me, yes, the MLS and the people who are in charge of soccer in this country, continue to do what you can do to try to make the sport more popular here. But I mean, to me, it is what it is. Like, this is a sport very much like the Olympics, man. That is just going to be when the big events hit is when we're going to care about it. I mean, it's just the truth of it. I mean, Messi's been over here. He's been the biggest star. I mean Miami.
I ain't watched him, but I don't follow Miami sports. I don't care about what's going on.
Are you saying if he played here, if he were in Houston,
if we had, well, I mean, if we had a player here that was on TV every night, and I mean TV like commercials and interviews, and people were covering him the way we cover C.J. Stroud, which you would if you had an absolute star here, then I would be a lot more apt to go to a game or watch it at night. Hell, we'd be a lot more apt to cover them, to be completely honest.
I mean, listen, man, I think the awareness in this country has been raised with soccer, but soccer is just like right now, it's just not going to take off to where people are trying to push this thing. And I enjoyed this. I'm not about to bang out MLS.
No, Reg and John were talking about 10:30 Sunday morning before NFL. I was like, no, it's probably not going to happen for me.
No, I'm talking about people are going to watch, maybe still watch Champions League and stuff over there. I'm not, but I'm not about to pull up and watch the Timber and the Dynamo. I'm not about to. You know what I'm saying? I'm
more apt to watch J.J. Watt's team just because it's J.J. Watt's team.
Maybe. Yeah, I just think what they got to understand. Boy, when these big events, the Olympics and the World Cup come around, or even some of the bigger tournaments, people are going to jump into it. Yeah. You get Mexico and the United States facing off in San Diego or Houston or something, people are going to jump into it. But right now, I just don't think we have the appetite for, hey, man, let's roll. Let's roll through, right? By the way, Mbappe wins the Golden Boot as Messi went goalless in that final. So Mbappe wins the Golden Boot in there, but it was fun. It was a fun several weeks there with the World Cup here in the States, and particularly here in Houston.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this an interesting story coming to one of the most powerful universities in the country, and it has been one of the most successful ones. They just won the national championship in basketball. And then won the national championship in football recently. But their AD is expressed that he is going to step down at the end of the year. Calendar of the school released a summary of an independent investigation into the culture of scandal-plagued athletic department, which concluded that issues were not widespread. Remember the Sharon Moore situation with their head coach that they had to get rid of. You look at it, man. They have had to hire coaches here recently, both for their football program and their basketball program. And their basketball program, I think, probably happened a lot later than they thought it would, and probably didn't hire the top candidate for a team that had just won a national title. That was Michigan. And then, obviously, Kyle Whittingham is there as the football coach. But this is about to be one of the most sought-after gigs to be the AD of, and it's interesting, a lot of the stuff that's happened, both good and bad, at Michigan here recently.
Yeah, when your athletic department has to have a $12 million investigation, it can't be good for everybody involved. I mean, you can't blame it on Jim Harbaugh. You can't blame it on the head coach who just won the title, and what's his name, that won the title in basketball and left. You can't blame it on those guys. I mean, so Ward Manuel's obviously the one that's overseeing it and not doing a very good job of it. Just simply by the fact that you got to have a $12 million investigation into your organization. The findings obviously will determine how bad it was, which I'm guessing. And I heard a little bit of talk earlier about the findings.
And does that even include Jim?
Right. They weren't even nearly as severe as I think they expected, but it was still probably unacceptable if he's stepping down.
Yeah. So that is the latest. Michigan's going to be on the move and looking for a new AD. Despite, you generally don't see the AD lose his job after the football and basketball team won national championships within 2 or 3 years of each other, but. When you have everything that's going on there,
it's usually pretty stable when that happens. Isn't it?
You have everything going on there, you might not.
They've somehow saved money. One national, everybody else has to pay their coach a record-setting price. They've saved money.
Yeah, they have. All right, coming up, we talked about this a bit. Do you believe 713-572-4610 YouTube and Twitch? You can jump in on this. Do you believe the Texans' defense will be better than it was last year? Is that something that you believe? Because that's a thought that has been running around that they'll be even better than the group last year. Do you believe that? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Do you believe that you can be better than
Test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I don't know if this person is serious or not, but I hope so for you. From the text line, you're wrong, show. Not only am I going to watch MLS, I'm looking to start playing soccer in my free time. I hope so for you. I would just argue, whatever it is, what I just said.
Just argue it a bit.
I just argue that, I don't know, in a month, I think many people will kind of go back, most people will kind of go back to how they watched and went through soccer. I mean, every young kid plays it. Yeah, I got you. But I don't know. We'll see. Could be wrong. Maybe this sucker is about to roll out. The Dash and the Dynamo are about to really jump out here. I don't think so. But I'm in. Next time this sucker comes, the Women's World Cup, the Olympics, I'm in.
When's the Women's World Cup?
Not sure.
Do they space them out? Did it make sense and they spread them out over every 2 years? We get a little something.
I think it is the 2007.
Are our women more competitive than our men?
Oh yeah, they've won it recently. It is 2027. So it's coming up. 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup.
Where's it at?
Brazil. Yep. June 24th through July 25th.
I know how to move them hips down there.
Thanks, Shakira.
South American ladies in Brazil.
There you are. T-Mill's best bet's coming up at some point in the 5 o'clock hour. Be ready for that. I hope they take a jump. I'm not sure if they will. All right, speaking of taking a jump, Clinton, I see some people jumping in on this on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch. You feel like this defense has a legit chance to be better than it was last year?
I do. Look, I think there's going to be obviously a little bit of an uptick with Reed Blankenship. Now I'm assuming everybody can stay healthy. A little uptick with Reed Blankenship. I think there's going to be a little bit of an uptick with Caden McDonald, the guy that was slotted to be arguably the best interior defensive tackle in this draft. He slid in the second round. We got him. I think that's an improvement at two positions, and so I think you see some there. I think overall you always hear talking about the next year or multiple years in a system. It's obviously better. I think we're gonna see that as well with damn near the whole crew, and I think the biggest piece of this is. I don't think the Texans are going to be able to run the football to a Super Bowl, but I do believe that they are going to run the ball better than they did before, and I think that's going to bode well for our defense as well. So yeah, I do. I think they're going to be. I think they're going to be better this year than they were last year. I played out. I've yet to compare this year's schedule to last year's schedule and the quarterbacks that were on it and yada yada yada. I don't. So year over year, I don't know statistically if it's going to rank higher, but I do think there's a chance that they could be a overall better defense than what they were last year.
Yeah, a chance. Yes, it is really hard to repeat that, and yep. I think the big thing that you spoke about was the injury thing. I think there are two big things that hold me back into thinking like they're going to be better than they were last year. I think the big one is the injury situation. They not that they didn't have any injuries. I think Aziz missed a game. I think Lassiter maybe missed a game or some time.
You lost that number 2 safety when it was that was kind of a turnstile when Chauncey
bounced out. Yeah, MJ Stewart got injured. So, and Miles Bryant had to do some things. I think Jalen Petrie missed some games with concussions. He missed, I think, the same amount of games CJ did. So you had some, right? But not, not anything like we've seen on the other side of the ball. We've seen the Texans have no Nico, no Tank, no Stephon Diggs. We've seen their offensive line have
playoff game. No Dalton Schultz, no Nico.
Yeah, no Nico, no Dalton Schultz in the playoff game. Yeah, we've seen that. And that's hard to predict because if they're healthy, this is a group that knows the defense. This is a group that is coached by greatness with D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke and how they, in terms of putting together a defense and calling the defense, and they just have a lot of flexibility to do things that other defenses can't do. But the injury factor, and to me, Flynn, I think there are a lot of teams that are really, really looking at how to attack this defense more than maybe other times.
Yeah.
Like I think people are looking at this like, this is a serious, like, what are we going to do? What do we need?
They're spending their offseason figuring out how to defeat D'Amico Ryan's defense. It's gotten to that point.
It's gotten to that point of like, and this is about to be a copycat thing, and if they see anything that at all works, teams are going to do that. Now, I'm not going to sit and tell you they're going to have great success. I just think that this is probably a team that's more a top 5 defense than a top 1 or 2 defense, potentially. Just when you factor in generally how this stuff works out from year to year. Still think they're going to be great. Still think they're going to be the driving force of this team. But to get what exactly they got last year were the combination of, their coverage and their secondary and the health. And the other part is I think there's some at least questions at this point. One of the big keys to this group is how many defensive linemen they like to bring in. I like the Cade McDonald thing, and I think down the line Cade McDonald is going to potentially be better than any defensive tackle they have had run through here doing this. But right now, there's a lot of veteran guys that they had last year that aren't a part of this anymore. From right now, at least Derek Barnett to Danico Autry. Tim Settle's not here. Foley's not here.
Speed.
Yeah, E.J. Speed. There are other guys across that defensive line that were big parts of this group and their rotation that they're going to be younger and less known commodities that are going to have to jump in there. So I do think that is a bit of a factor. But
they were able to stay unbelievably healthy last year, man. You're right. If they can do that again, it's going to be hard to match that. But if they can, look out.
Yeah, text line coming through. This defense has a chance to be one of the best all around at every single position overall defenses that the NFL has ever seen. When you look at all the defensive players we have, it's just incredible. No, it is a hell of a group. It's a hell of a group. And again, if they can stay, you guarantee me that they're going to stay as healthy as they did last year, and that they don't have any major. I mean, the like you said, the most difficult thing that was long term was moving on from C.J. Gardner-Johnson and M.J. Stewart being out for the season. They had to fill that void. But they had to fill that void at a safety position that included Jalen Petrie and Kalen Bullock and other guys that they can use. So, man, it's got a chance to be another scary group up there. All right, T Mill's best bets coming up as he's going to get this Monday started off right. Friday. It's the only day he had it last week, and he was 3 for 4. So, he was in good shape last week, so he'll get this Monday started off right. We'll do T-Mill's Best Bets coming up next as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, look, it happens when you least expect it, man. 1 second, everything's fine. The next, you're hurt. Your life's on hold. Your life's turned upside down. Insurance calls, endless paperwork, headaches you didn't ask.
life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
All right, H-Town. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths that the media's created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on the drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
All right, let's get some folks rich, baby. As we said, Friday is the only day of the week that he did T-Mill's best bets, and he went 3 for 4. And of course, again, it was an Astro that screwed him over.
That trend, man.
I'm telling you, man, it's crazy. You just keep going to the well. And you're going to do it again tonight. I'm certain. T-Mill's best bets, you can find them at every single night at Space City Sharp, at Space City Sharp on Twitter. And again, he has more than just the best bets that he puts up there every day that you can follow or fade. But he's got numbers and a lot of other things on there to help you with some of your betting decisions. So check him out there. What you got tonight, T-Mill? What's your best bets?
Full slate, 4 picks around Major League Baseball for the Drive family to make some money on a Monday night. We'll get started with the Chicago Cubs. I have the Cubs money line at odds of -110, almost even, but I like the Cubs to win tonight as they host the Detroit Tigers. Lock that one in. Second best bet tonight for the people does regard these Houston Astros and the Marlins coming into town over at the Daikin. It's Old Faithful. Yordan Alvarez, the best hitter in baseball, period. Over 1.5 total bases for Yordan tonight. Doesn't have a lot of experience against a starter whose name is Junk. For the Miami Marlins, Yordan's only faced this fella twice, but one of those two ended in a bomb. So I like over 1.5 total bases for Yordan any night, but especially tonight. Third best bet, staying within the state of Texas, the lesser baseball team here in Texas, Rangers. -1.5 runs as they host the Chicago White Sox over in Arlington at that god-awful baseball park tonight. But take the Rangers, -1.5.
All right. Alon's got doubles. It had doubles in 3 straight games.
Ooh, that's a great stat,
against the Orioles. So
that might be your lock of the night right there.
Well, I hope so. I was going to say, how many pitches how many quality pitches do you think?
That's always the key, right?
Yordan's going to see tonight.
Hopefully enough. Just give him one.
Every time it happens, I'm blown away. So, it's
2 to 3. If you'd have told me, put that while we're betting, over under at 2.5, does Yordan get more or less than 2.5 pitches? That quality pitches to swing at?
Yeah, more.
Yeah, I know where your head's at, because that's what matters right here. This guy's got to see the pitch, and then he'll take it for a ride. Fourth and final best bet, Tigers at the Cubs, going back to that one. Under 11.5 runs between the Tigers and the Cubs. They got a decent pitching matchup between Flaherty and Tyon tonight between the Tigers and Cubs, so I like the under in 11.5. And the Cubs have a strong bullpen as well, so lock that one in. Those are your 4 best bets?
We'll see, man. I feel like my man Yordan's out here getting one quality pitch to hit and a bat.
That's all he needs.
I know generally it is.
No, they
were giving Barry
it really is dependent on that every night with them.
That one year Barry hit all them home runs, 70, whatever. He was getting one a game. It felt like, and he was depositing it into the seats, which was crazy. We'll see. So T-Mill's best bets, right there. 4 of them to start off this Monday. Again at Space City Sharp is where you can find T-Mill's best bets. That's what I'm talking about. That betting stuff last night, boy. Watching that Sunday night baseball, watching the Dodgers and the Yankees, just sitting there chilling, man. It's just 1-1 ball game, 1-0 in the 7th, 1-1 in the 8th. Next thing you know, the Dodgers put up 8. I can't fool with that. You're in good shape if you get the under the whole way, and then these jokers up here put up 8.
Yeah, it's a tough watch when that happens. Them unders, boy, they're
they'll get you.
Well, I mean, the one would argue that overs and favorites are the fool's bet, so the unders are the way to go. But they are a tough watch.
A tough one, yeah, tough one. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. They get going. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris get going right after we get done and hand it off to them at 6. And then you got Area 45 on a Monday. They'll have the post-game show as well after the Astros hopefully get a dub against the Miami Marlins tonight. And Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and our guy, Young Seabass, a.k.a. Mid-C Colin, who I've already seen back there. I've already seen all of them back there.
Oh, yeah.
They will hold it down there as we are live and local right here on Sports Radio 610 until 11 o'clock tonight. All right, Clint, when we talked about what should be the expectation for the Texas A&M Aggies, Clint, who last year was 11-2, they went to a college football playoff. They had a home game. Hell, they were leading the SEC all the way until the end of the year, and could have had a bye and played in the SEC championship game, but didn't. But still 11-2, a great season. They're returning Marcel Reed, their quarterback, who was having at times a Heisman candidate type season. They return him. This is at least the third year he has been in the lineup as their quarterback. Return some others, and obviously A&M has the ability to go get some of the best recruits, whether that is in the portal or coming out of high school. But our guy Tyler said he feels like they should be in the category of this is a year where the expectation should be to win a national championship and be there in Vegas for the national championship game. Do you think that's too far for A&M?
Yeah, I think, I'll be honest with you, I think it's too far for anybody. I mean, I think at the end of the day, you got to get in the top 12. You got to get in a dance, and anything can happen from there. Obviously, there's teams that have been there and won a lot, and so they can straight face say, like, our expectations are championship or bust.
You're right. I did not have Miami there last year entering the playoff.
Yeah,
I did not have Miami going all the way to the end.
No. I mean, but I mean, it's just about getting in, man. I mean, if you can navigate an SEC schedule, really any schedule, and get in, but an SEC schedule where I think I saw the SEC has 13 of the 15 toughest in America in college football. And so if you can navigate that schedule and you can finish in the top 12 and give yourself a chance to make a run at a national championship, then you've really, for anybody, you've done it. You're there. You're one of the best 12 in America, and if in A&M's case, if they navigate that and get there, they're probably going to be one of the best 8 in America. And so, I mean, you're at least from a ranking perspective. So, I mean, you're right where you need to be, man. I think it's aggressive to say national championship. If you're Notre Dame right now, hey man, just get in. Even though you've set the rules up to where you can damn near not miss with that pissy schedule, and then also the rule that says if you're in top 12, you automatically get in if you're Notre Dame. But yeah, no, I think it's college football playoffs. It's where A&M should live, and stars align, you go win one. But the expectation year in, year out should be, if you're A&M, if we don't get in the college football playoffs, then we're disappointed. Absolutely. I think that's fair. Win it all, that's a little bit much. If you look at their schedule, you're talking about, I think like Phil Steele has them at like 28th most difficult schedule, which, by the way, I think that puts them like 11 or 12, maybe even 13 in the SEC. But
which is crazy because their schedule is still tough.
Yeah, right. So if you look at their schedule, the way it lays out, it's backloaded, right? They should be 6-1 at the worst. You got LSU 4 weeks in week 4, so you've got a month to basically up for LSU. Win or lose that game, your goals are still in sight, and then it's week 7, I believe. Week 8 is when it really kicks in, and they've got, the Alabama and Tennessee and Texas and OU all right there in their last 5 games or something like that. So they're set up, man, to make a run, and A&M should have expectations to get into college football playoffs every year.
Absolutely. And if that is the expectation, to me, Clinton, I'm kind of with Tyler on this. You bring back your quarterback in Marcel Reed, who, as I said, it really kind of fell apart the last 4 games of his season in terms of the turnovers, right? He went into the Texas game with 25 touchdown passes and 8 interceptions, right? And doing what he does with his legs and throwing the football. He ended the season against Texas and against Miami, no touchdown passes and 4 interceptions, which really is probably the kind of the taste that he has left in a lot of A&M fans' mouth. But you bring him back. They've got some other guys that are coming back, and everybody has major